What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 centigrams Chapter 119 Supernova? Me too? Oh, it seems that his butterfly effect has taken effect, and the supernovas seem to have arrived at the Sabahadi Islands a few days earlier. Qin Yun raised his lips slightly. Is it coming? The group of people known as the Evil Generation, Luffy, Zoro, Joel Bonnie. Interesting, supernova. Who did they find? Eustace Kid, Skullitman AP, and Joel Bonnie's boat. Advertisement, come to think of it, you seem to have been listed as one of the evil generations by the world. What, me too? Qin Yun was stunned. That's right, he can be considered a bad guy who had a bounty on his head not long ago, and there seems to be nothing wrong in comparing him with these people. Yes. There are 13 people including you. I just don't know how many of them will be able to survive after they go to the old site of Fishman Island. Hey, they may not be able to go underwater. After a few days, only half of these 12 people will be alive. That's considered lucky. Robin nodded and finally said, that's all. If you want to leave, remember to settle down the kingdom of God. This is the new world after all. There are many strong people who can fly to the sky. If you don't make careful arrangements and your home is stolen, you will be in trouble. Don't worry, I have already made arrangements for the kingdom of God. I can't bear to see you, my dears, get hurt. Qin Yun smiled. He was quite confident in protecting the home. I think it's you, the big devil, who hurts weak and helpless girls like us. Oh this is the fact. Qin Yun used no restraint when he was violent, and he often hurt them so much that they cried and screamed until they were hoarse. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. If you leave today, be careful and come back early. We weak women are waiting for you to bully us. Hearing this, Qin Yun couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. Robin is really his good wife. She is very considerate and always thinks about the direction of developing his flower power. Okay, don't worry. Let Daz Bonus and the others keep a close watch. Notify me if anyone comes to the island. When I come back, I will be the first one to bully you. Robin hadn't hung up the Den Den Mushi yet. He knew she was waiting for him to hang up. HMPH, no way. Go find Nami first. Her great principles are what you're most obsessed with. Advertisement, you are too modest. I will let you know how capable you are later. Poga, after hanging up the phone, Qin Yun shook his head, trying to get rid of the image of comparing Robin and Nami's advantages. After thinking for a moment, he flashed and appeared next to Shira, who was waiting quietly in the distance. Shira, have you got everything in Dressrosa under control? Shira responded respectfully. Lord God. We have it under control. Now, Dressrosa cannot have any contact with the outside world. Not bad. This move was also to block the news of Doflamingo's defeat. At least before he found Luo, he could not know the news. Otherwise, what if this kid feels something is wrong and doesn't go to the Sabahadi Islands? As for other people, there is no need to hide it. As I said before, fabricate some evidence that Virgo was sent by Doflamingo to Marine as a spy, and then give it to me. Yes. Qin Yun originally wanted to find real evidence, but Doflamingo hid it so well that there was no flaw at all, so he had to forge it. As long as this matter is reported to Zhongguo, Virgo will be doomed given his relationship with Rosalandi. After everything was arranged, Qin Yun arrived at Dressrosa with lightning flashing several times. Before leaving, he had to control Dressrosa and the many islands of the Kingdom of God and fly towards North Blue. To prevent someone from accidentally finding his lair and seeking revenge while he is away. For example, Kaido who was drunk, Piao Piao Earth Dragon tumbling. With a familiar series of floating island operations, Dressrosa was controlled by him to fly towards the Kingdom of God, and was about to become one of his many islands. The residents on the island did not panic because Shira had told them about this yesterday. Dressrosa, King's Highland. Not far from Violet was Sugar, who was holding grapes and eating them non-stop. There is also BABY5 who never has a moment to rest and cleans the palace excitedly according to his needs. Violet looked out the window with a melancholy expression at the scenery rapidly falling downwards. Advertisement. She always felt that things were not going right. Logically speaking, Qin Yun had just occupied a new territory and should spend more time with the new women he had acquired in this territory. Among them, the ones who are most likely to be favored by Qin Yun should be her and BABY5, but... Violet sighed. Could it be that there was a beauty in Dressrosa that she didn't know about? Were they intercepted? Or maybe Qin Yun went back to heaven to spend the night. Rebecca. Hey, Auntie, look at your memory. How come you forgot about me? At this moment, lightning suddenly flashed in the center of the palace. The three women subconsciously stopped what they were doing and squinted their eyes to look. Qin Yun walked out, and he looked very proud, like a groom who had just won many beauties. He wanted to take advantage of the time when Dressrosa was flying to make arrangements for the three women, and also communicate with Violet and Baby 5. You guys look well, Qin Yun greeted casually. Violet nodded and took the initiative to step forward and take Qin Yun's arm. I am naturally relieved that Doflamingo's reign of darkness is over. Qin Yun helped her avenge the destruction of her country and the murder of her sister, so she was of course very relieved. Mr. Qin Yun, is there anything I can do for you? Baby 5 was not willing to be outdone, and she flashed in front of Qin Yun, with expectant eyes, as if she was waiting for Qin Yun's favor. Yes, Qin Yun sat in Violet's previous position, picked up her soft body and put it in his arms. BABY5, I need you to feed me the red wine on the table bit by bit. Okay, Whoosh, whoosh, baby 5 moved very quickly and was at Qin Yun's side in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to pour the red wine into the glass in his hand, Qin Yun stopped him. That's not the case, think about what I just said. Baby 5 was confused. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure it out with her little head. BABY5, if you don't understand, don't think about it. I'll teach you how to do it. At this time, Violet chuckled, took the red wine from her hand, poured it into a small cup, and gave baby 5 a live demonstration. When she was young, her mother secretly showed her the knowledge of the princesses in the palace. The content above was nothing more than some text descriptions to please the future prince consort, and as soon as she opened it, she saw this trick. Chapter 120 Spread your anger on me. At that time, she was so shocked that she ran back to the boudoir in fright. Her heart was pounding and she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. I didn't expect that it would come in handy today. Qin Yun happily appreciated the sweetness and refreshing taste of the red wine. After swallowing it, he did not forget to ask, BABY5, do you understand? I see, I'll try it now. Baby 5's eyes widened, and he probably didn't miss a single detail. Next, the three of them played for a while before stopping under the disdainful eyes of Sugar. Because the bottle of red wine had bottomed out, they had to interrupt this rare opportunity to promote their relationship. Qin Yun smacked his lips, seeming to have some unfinished thoughts. But seeing Violet and Baby 5's eyes starting to blur, they smiled and got down to business. You three, please stay in Dressrosa for the time being. These 2 days are a special period. I will arrange things for you when I come back. Qin. Oni-sama, where is my sister? I'm so bored here, why don't I imprison my sister in Dressrosa too? Seeing that Qin Yun was in a good mood, Sugar asked coquettishly in a soft voice. Qin Yun glanced at her sideways and poured cold water on her mercilessly. What are you thinking about? Don't forget, you are being held captive now. You don't want to please me, but you can't wait to make demands? Do you think I'm playing a pirate game with you? Sugar choked for a while, looked away, and began to chew the grapes without saying a word. It seemed that she wanted to vent all her resentment on it, but in fact she was cursing secretly. Damn Qin Yun, you are so evil. When I get rid of my restraints, I will turn you into a toy and play with and ravage you in my hands. Seeing this situation, Violet swallowed the words in her mouth. She quickly put on a flattering smile and nuzzled Qin Yun with small movements before she dared to speak. Calm down, Sugar. She misses her sister too much, she didn't mean to make you angry. If you are unhappy, take out your anger on me. At this time, she had not completed the crucial ceremony with Qin Yun, and knew that she had not truly entered his heart. Therefore, she was cautious in everything she did, for fear of offending him and leaving a bad impression on him. Qin Yun looked at her figure that was about to come out suspiciously. Why did he feel that this little girl was more anxious than him? Don't worry, I will chat with you for a while tonight. Now I just want to see you and make you feel confident. Advertisement Violet felt happy, and her delicate body became softer and gentler as she twisted. Me? Baby 5 thought it was a good thing and wanted to join in the fun not to be outdone. You? Qin Yun was stunned, and could not help but picture Baby 5 crying in his mind. You need it, you still want me, right? Qin Yun nodded in agreement. Perhaps this would satisfy Baby 5's inner emptiness of wanting to be needed. Okay, then come together and chat with me for a while. Baby 5 was so happy that she shouted excitedly, okay, I'm needed again. In the following time, Qin Yun chatted with Violet and Baby 5 for a while. As Dressrosa flew to the kingdom of God, he ended this pleasant chat. Greenbit Island. There are many magic soldiers guarding the coast outside to prevent the flash of inspiration, little humans from escaping here. Just yesterday, Weipa brought a team of magic soldiers to the Dongdada kingdom. He claimed to be the descendant of the friend of the great hero Mont Blanc Nolondo, and easily captured the trust of the small people. This was not a lie to them. The ancestor of the Shandia clan, to which Weipa belonged, the great warrior, Calgra, was a good friend of Nolondo. Under the guidance of the magic weapon, Qin Yun came to the underground forest of Greenbit Island, where the Dondada kingdom was hidden. The adults are coming. The adults are coming. The name given to humans by the dwarfs. Perhaps in their eyes, they're the humans. Close black lens bracket. That's their king, he's so big. From time to time, there were chirping sounds coming from all around, which were the whispers of the little people. Most of them were talking about the old friends they met again in the past 2 days. Qin Yun couldn't help but stop when passing by a lush tree. Touching the lines on it, he could feel the vigorous vitality contained therein. That's right, the dwarfs are not called green managers for nothing. Just this ability to cultivate plants can create a lot of value for a country. I just don't know, how strong are their abilities compared to Usopp's master Hercules? Advertisement There was a dazed little human sitting in the tree hole, and he seemed to be stunned when he saw him. After Qin Yun raised his hand and poked her little face, the little girl ran away shyly. Little people. I'm so scared, can my little tree hole home withstand the malice of the big people? Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, really? Of course it's true. When the little people heard this, they ran out happily to look at him. No matter how he teased her, she always looked like she was enjoying it and didn't resist at all. Qin Yun burst out laughing. These little people were so easy to fool. He didn't even have any sense of accomplishment from conquering them. That's it, see you again. After saying goodbye to the cute little guy, Qin Yun continued walking. After walking for a while, a divine soldier reminded. My Lord God, in front is where Lord Weipa and the king of the Dandada kingdom are. Qin Yun nodded, and after taking a few steps, Wei Pa came to greet him with a group of dwarf humans. In his hand, there was also an elderly dwarf wearing a crown, who looked not very smart. My Lord God, this is Gan Chao, the king of the Dandada kingdom. Gan Chao smiled naively, stroked his beard and muttered. Nice to meet you. Are you the new ruler of Dressrosa? You look so young, back then. Lord Gan Chao, please invite the guests who have come from afar into the house first. Leo jumped onto Wepa's hands and pulled Gancho's beard without any respect. Yes, yes. Look at my memory, Mr. God, please come in. Wei Pa smiled apologetically, and after receiving Qin Yun's signal, he took Gan Chao inside. Now he no longer has any hatred towards the people of Angel Island, and is no longer as cold and fierce as before. Yes, only the Shandia people's yearning for a better life in the future. As soon as he entered a small room, Gan Chao couldn't help but babble on and on about his own opinions. Alas, I didn't expect that Doflamingo's rule would be so dark. I trusted him so much. Well now, he has followed in the footsteps of King Riku. Chapter 121. The dwarf tribe is full of talents. The Don Quixote family was so bad 900 years ago, and they are still so bad now. It is true that it is difficult to change a person's nature. Qin Yun curled the corner of his mouth. This Gan Chao fully demonstrated the characteristics of the dwarf race. He was easily credulous and believed what Wepa said without even going to Dressrosa to verify it. Oh, yes, yes, the Don Quixote family is so bad. You have no idea how miserable Dressrosa is under their wanton exploitation. Hey, Mr. God, if you need any help from us, we will never refuse. Gan Chao is quite sensible. Qin Yun hasn't even started to fool people, but he already wants to hand over the labor force of his own people. Weipa agreed, that's great. It just so happens that the god's country needs a lot of little people to help plant some plants and cultivate some shells. It would be great if the little people could help with this. By the way, have you told the dwarfs about the whereabouts of the 500 plus dwarfs that Doflamingo tricked and exploited? Qin Yun suddenly thought of something and changed the topic without leaving any trace. Upon hearing this, Wicca, who had been hiding behind the others and observing silently, could no longer sit still. She stepped forward and asked in a tearful voice. Where did they go? Are they still alive? And Princess Mansurely, is she okay? Wicca's crying seemed to have triggered a switch. The surrounding dwarfs began to cry or chatter in anger. Weipa slapped his head and said quickly, oh yes, I almost forgot, Mr. Ganjo, Captain Leo, the little people who were deceived by Doflamingo a few years ago are now safe. They are now working hard in Dressrosa to help the people there. As for Princess Mansurely, Qin Yun took over the conversation. Princess Mansurely is now in the Kingdom of God completing a great mission, you don't have to worry about her. But she is alone and powerless after all, Mr. Gan Chao, she needs help. If it's convenient, please gather the girls from the dwarf tribe to help her and take care of her. I see, Gan Chao's eyes were full of determination. Mansurely was his daughter, so of course he would not hesitate to help her. Help, I must help. Mr. God, what do you want from the girls of our clan? The reason why he asked this question was because he was afraid that he would need some combat power. The requirements are simple. For a girl, being gentle, kind, and pretty is enough. Advertisement. Gan Chao's eyes lit up. This request is very simple. Okay. Gan Chao took 2 steps forward from Weipa's hand and glanced at the figures of the dwarf girls. Hearing Qin Yun's words, the girls from the dwarf tribe took the initiative to step forward, raised their hands, and shouted. Choose me, I will help Princess Mansurely. Qin Yun was also very moved. These little human girls were so enthusiastic. They may not know what it means to help Princess Mansurely, but if they knew, they would be fooled into willingly devoting themselves, right? However, he certainly couldn't eat all of these dwarf girls. After layers of screening, perhaps only a few were left. After all, who knows whether the aesthetic tastes of the dwarfs are very different from those of humans. The angels will take care of the screening for him, so he doesn't need to check them one by one. The angels who manage these tasks are strictly selected by him through mind reading, and there will never be a situation like Wang Zhaojun in Ancient Blue Star. Wang Zhaojun did not bribe the painter, which resulted in her being painted ugly and not being chosen by the emperor to join the harem. Close black lens bracket. Gan Chao seemed to be in trouble as well. He patted his head and came up with a good idea. Wouldn't it be enough to just spread the word? He waved to the crowd and ordered. Bian, Wicca, Cotton, you two should be responsible for this. Wicca quickly wiped away her tears and respectfully accepted the order with Bian and Cotton. Yes, Your Majesty the King. X3 Qin Yun nodded. With Weipa's previous work backing him up, his plan went much smoother than he imagined. Now that Greenbit Island, where the little humans are located, has been incorporated into the Kingdom of God, we no longer need to resist the intrusion of pirates. If things continue like this, Mr. Ganchao's little human army will probably have nothing to do. Gan Chao was stunned. He didn't consider this matter at all. In order to save his face, he gently stroked his beard and agreed with deep understanding. Yes, there is nothing we can do about it. Does Mr. God have any suggestions? Not bad, Weipa. Advertisement. Weipa understood and took out some shellfish with his other hand. These shellfish are a specialty of my God's kingdom, but because there are no good green managers like the little humans, the yield has always been a big issue on my mind. I wonder if Mr. Ganchao can send some more friends from the small human race to work for us and cultivate some of these shellfish. This. Ganchao fumbled with an impact shell, seeming to feel the rhythm in it. I'll do it, Leo shouted, jumped up, grabbed a flame shell, and started tinkering. After a while, Leo said happily, no problem, this thing will grow up easily. Weipa and Qin Yun looked at each other and began to seduce the little human. Very good. We really found the right person. Mr. Ganchao, Leo, don't worry, all the little humans who come to work for our kingdom of God will have enough food and drink, and they will not be short-changed even if they are wearing clothes. These benefits are not enough. You still have wages to get. You can buy whatever you want when the time comes. Really, the little humans were so moved that Leo, as a representative, stepped forward and thanked Qin Yun loudly for his gift to them. Mr. God, Weipa, you are really two good people. Not only did they give us jobs, they also gave us food, clothing, and supplies. We also received salary. Although I don't know what the salary is, but it is given anyway, it must be something good. Don't worry, our little human brothers will definitely work seriously, brothers, isn't that right? Oh, of course. The little humans cheered and answered in the affirmative. What the hell? These little humans are all talented people. Qin Yun was stunned for a moment, and was confused by their tricky brain circuits. It seems that he is not a qualified capitalist and has not squeezed their value to the limit. But he considers himself a qualified ruler, and various measures have made his rule unbreakable. As time goes by, the villain family and the people in the kingdom of God get along as one family, and sooner or later they will become one. And this day is not too far away, because they are so easy to fool and are easily moved. Chapter 122 You are too naive. Not only that, these little people can also fight against his enemies in the future. Never underestimate the fighting power of the dwarfs. Although they are small in stature, they are incredibly strong and move very fast. Although they are gullible, once they determine that their target is an enemy, their ruthless tactics are still quite effective. After everything was settled, Qin Yun ate some of the dwarf people's special delicacies, then left Weipa and left Greenbit Island alone. On the way back, Qin Yun noticed something was wrong. He felt very excited, with evil fire secretly growing in his lower abdomen, as if he had taken a tonic. This feeling is not too painful, nor can it make people lose their minds. As time goes by, it should disperse within a few hours. Could it be that the food cultivated by the dwarfs has a stimulating effect? Of course, there will be plenty of opportunities to figure this out later. The current level of excitement is not a problem. He has many concubines. He can vent his physical and mental energy by picking 3 or 4 of them and having a toast with them. Before we knew it, night had quietly fallen. In the place illuminated by the moonlight, it seemed that 2 pretty girls were waiting for Qin Yun's favor. But before that, Qin Yun received a call from Jinbei on the road. Hello. Jinbei, tell me what you want to say. Den Mushi had a serious look on his face as he repeated Jinbei's words word for word. Just now, the Marine issued a mandatory call for the 7 warlords of the sea. They will execute the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, Portgas Diaz, in a few days. For this, they even went to war with the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh, as expected of an insider, you are well informed, Qin Yun said casually. But, now you don't need to go, right? Unless you still want to help Whitebeard. This. Alas, to be honest, first scolded Marine severely and planned to go to the Marine headquarters later to stop their crazy behavior. Qin Yun sneered and reminded indifferently, advertisement. You are so naive, Jinbei. Who do you think you are? How can you stop the Marines from deploying a multi-day war? But this matter is too big. Once the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates start a war, no matter who wins or loses, the world will change. How many innocent people will die in the aftermath of the war? At this point, Den Mushi imitated Jinbei's determined look perfectly. Although my power is small, the chivalry in my heart cannot let this happen and I want to do something to stop it from happening. Hey, you are overestimating your own abilities. What do you want to do when you go to the Marine headquarters? Tell me and I will make you laugh. Qin Yun was helpless. Jinbei was really a stubborn person. He didn't realize that everything he did was meaningless. No wonder the original timeline was stripped of the title of 7 warlords of the sea by the world government and imprisoned and impelled down. Jinbei ignored Qin Yun's ridicule and answered seriously. I will go meet Sengoku and tell him what the consequences will be if a war breaks out with the Whitebeard Pirates. That's it, Jinbei, you must have forgotten that Zhongguo was known as the wise general. You don't think he gave it to himself, do you? The future he can see is much further than you can imagine. This. Qin Yun's words touched Jinbei and left him speechless. You still haven't put yourself in the right place in your heart. If you still stubbornly want to help Whitebeard, you will only make mistakes again and again, and end up with a hasty ending in the end. Instead of making these meaningless resistances, you might as well think carefully about how you can help the civilians under Whitebeard's sphere of influence after this war is over. Jinbei was shocked. Qin Yun's subtext was undoubtedly that the Whitebeard Pirates would definitely lose. He opened his mouth, seemingly not knowing how to refute. Seeing that Jinbei didn't say anything, Qin Yun used the old method. That's it, Jinbei. You have to understand that behind you are the people of Fishman Island. If you dare to resist the decision of the world government, won't you implicate the people behind you? Don't think I'm here to protect you. I only protect those who obey me. Jinbei was silent for a long time, and finally sighed helplessly and said, I understand. Poga. Qin Yun hung up the phone casually. If Jinbei still wanted to die after saying so, then don't blame him for being ruthless. After estimating the timeline and the time he would need to rush to the Sabaody Islands, Qin Yun showed an expression that he had everything under control. Then he continued to rush towards his destination. He had an appointment with the two girls, which required him to put in some effort. Advertisement: Dressrosa, King's Highland. After parting with Qin Yun, Violet dressed herself up carefully. That's not all, she also reminded the happy baby 5 to change into a more intellectual and elegant maid uniform. Finally, under the leadership of Violet, they came to the princess's room where Violet had lived for many years and waited. Poor Sugar, due to the limitations of the devil fruit, is temporarily unable to experience the true feelings of the world. I could only hold a large bowl of grapes and eat them with a gurgling sound. Violet and baby 5's wait paid off. Lightning flashed and Qin Yun appeared at the door. Pushing the door open, he saw a stunning beauty wearing a red scarf, and baby 5 was waiting beside her as a maid. There was a hint of surprise in Qin Yun's eyes. It seemed that Violet had made sufficient preparations. This sense of ritual made him feel happy inside. She really was worthy of being a princess. Hearing the footsteps, Violet raised her hands in front of her eyes and activated her X-ray vision. After confirming that it was Qin Yun, she whispered. Qin Yun, you are here, I'm here, You've come just in time. Hurry up and drink your wine. Baby 5 pushed the two of them towards the dining table in the house. Don't worry, Baby 5, Qin Yun hasn't opened the veil for me yet. Violet didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that she had underestimated baby 5's sense of responsibility as a maid. Baby 5, please go out first. I will host the ceremony from now on. Okay. Although Baby 5 was reluctant, she still obediently left the room. Qin Yun smiled, stepped forward and grabbed the veil on Violet's head and said softly. Without further delay, I will unveil this ritual for you. Whoosh, hearing nervous panting, Qin Yun no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and lifted the dazzling veil into the air, where it flew to the side. Qin Yun looked at Violet first and saw that she looked shy and that everything was a normal reaction. It seemed that she was very obedient and did not use her staring power to explore his kingdom of God. Chapter 123 Undercurrent. This is what he specifically asked Violet before. One is to test whether she is obedient, and the other is to let her discover that Rebecca's time is delayed. When he feels that the time is right, it will be the day when the two women recognize each other. Seeing Qin Yun about to act impatiently, Violet quickly reminded. Wait. Let's finish the food on the table first and replenish our strength. And, just like before, you have to drink every drop of the 2 bottles of Cupid's wine there. That's it. Qin Yun was good at everything. Under Violet's arrangement, she started to eat as much as she wanted. Qin Yun also rarely put down his posture and drank freely. After chatting for a while, both of them looked at each other with affectionate eyes. Qin Yun chuckled lightly, waved his hand, and pronounced the verdict. Then, we will be a family from now on. Qin Yun's kingdom of gods is booming and its development momentum is extremely fierce. But in the underground world around the world, there are undercurrents. The moment Doflamingo was defeated and Qin Yun blocked the news about Dressrosa, the entire dark world began to stir up turmoil. As Doflamingo said, as the largest intermediary in the underground world, he lost his right and left, and the leaders of the underground world could only start to broaden the business in their hands. Among them, the 6 emperors of the dark world were the most well-informed and took the lead in taking action. In this process, how much additional bloodshed will be caused around the world? Perhaps even the initiator of all this could not have predicted this. Next, we need to see when the new underground world pattern will stabilize. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters. Akainu, Kazaru, and Aokiji rarely gathered in a conference hall, expressionlessly listening to the shouts of Sengoku on the phone above. There were many elite lieutenant generals waiting below. Garp was passive in his work because of Ace's affairs, pretending to be unwell and not wanting to participate in the strategic deployment a few days later. Advertisement, what? Doflamingo can't even be contacted. Didn't he ask for Marine's help 2 days ago and then he dared to show off his face today? Warring States was a little angry and sent out messages to the phone bugs, secretly annoyed that the world government had made the stupid move of 7 warlords of the sea. The phone bug showed a shameful expression and continued. Not only that, but the Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock and Moonlight Mariah can't be contacted either. Huh? Warring States groped his beard and thought secretly. Boya Hancock has a brain problem, so it's normal that he can't be contacted. Just send someone to find him, but what's wrong with Moonlight Moria? Sea hero, Jinbei got in touch, but he severely reprimanded Marine's actions and believed that there should be no war with Whitebeard. He directly refused our forced summons and even scolded. You Jinbei, how dare you act like this? Isn't he afraid that the world government will strip him of his 7 warlords of the sea title? He doesn't really think that Whitebeard alone can protect Fishman Island, right? Sengoku sighed helplessly. Although he guessed that Jinbei would take into account Whitebeard's favor to him, he didn't expect him to do it so cruelly. You didn't even give Marine any face, and you dared to scold him directly. Good. That's great. Of these Shichibukai, only 4 can be contacted, and 1 of them refused. There's no news from the remaining 3. Akainu curled his lips and commented bluntly. Humph, I've said it before, pirates are pirates after all. I believe they will do something. It would be better to let the world government allocate more funds to Marine. Seeing Akainu's speech, several hawkish lieutenant generals echoed it. Zhang Guo thought for a moment and gave the order. General Yamanaka, Vice Admiral Stoloberry, and Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, please go and look for Doflamingo, Gecko Mariah, and Boa Hancock respectively in the next 2 days. Yes. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, X3. What if they refuse? Stoloberg asked. Can we just take them down? Zhang Guo shook his head and rejected it. If they dare to refuse the mandatory call, tell them the consequences of being expelled from the 7 warlords of the sea. There's no need to get too entangled with them. Marine will settle the score with them later. Yes. X3. Okay, let's continue with our strategic deployment. We don't have much time left. Advertisement. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions straightened up and they sat up straight to continue the discussion. The next morning, when Qin Yun was reviewing what he had just learned in the past 2 days with Violet and BABY5, he received a message from Robin. She said supernovas have already landed on the Sabaody Islands. Seeing this, Qin Yun had no choice but to calmly accept Violet and Baby 5's farewell kisses. Under their affectionate gazes, he left their wedding room. Before leaving the King's Highlands, he did not forget to pinch Sugar's soft little face, causing her to complain and grumble. Lightning gathered and Qin Yun appeared above the Kingdom of God. After confirming that it was drifting in the direction of North Blue, it turned into lightning and struck directly towards the Red Earth continent. The Kingdom of God's flight towards North Blue is a big move that kills multiple birds with one stone. The Whitebeard pirate's sphere of influence is adjacent to North Blue. After he obtains the Tremor fruit, he will be able to occupy most of Whitebeard's territory. When the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates return to their lair covered in wounds, they will find that what is waiting for them is a Shinigami ambush. However, they shouldn't be that stupid. At the very least, he will recuperate in some unknown place before returning for a decisive battle with the Kingdom of God. In addition, it can also prevent Kaido from launching a surprise attack on Dressrosa when he finds out that Doflamingo has lost contact. Qin Yun traveled at lightning speed all the way, and it was difficult for him to encounter other creatures even at an altitude of 10,000 meters. He arrived at the Sabaody Islands unimpeded. Following the guidance of Daz Bonus's lifecard in his hand, Qin Yun finally landed outside a house on island number 18. Just as he was about to push the door open, Bonus took the initiative to open it. He forced a smile to make himself look gentler, and said respectfully, "President, please." Qin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed that Bonus's combat power had greatly improved after obtaining the domineering training method. As for the active gate of opening just now, at least the observation hockey is good. That's right. You should cultivate your domineering aura now. If you can temper your iron body into a black sword, in the future, you will surely be one of the world's top fighters. Yes, I will definitely live up to the president's promise. The corner of Bonus' mouth twitched. Does this president think so highly of him? His knowledge has also caught up now and he knows what the black knife is, but it is still difficult for him to reach that level. Chapter 124 Death of Capone Becky. The most famous black knife owner is the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. Mahawk. How can he compare with him? Qin Yun nodded and walked in. Galdino and others stood up and greeted him. He glanced at everyone and got straight to the point. Where are the supernovas I asked you to monitor? Coincidentally, Joel Bonnie, Capone Becky, and Basil Hawkins were all eating at the same restaurant on Island 24, and Mr. 13 and Miss Friday were watching them not far away. Oh, Qin Yun thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this was how the original timeline appeared. Monkey D. Luffy, Roronoa Zoro and others are on Island 16, Trafalgar Law, Eustace Kid are on Island 21, and the others. Let's not talk about the others, just these few key figures are enough. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and gave the order. You don't need to stay in the Sabaody archipelago anymore. Tell everyone to leave as soon as possible. The next battle will not be something you can interfere with. Yes, President. Qin Yun waved his hand, turned around, and turned into lightning and left. The only thing he is not sure about now is whether Luffy will still make a scene at the human auction and beat up St. Charlo's without Kami. But according to the plot, Luffy's enmity with the Celestial Dragons is an inevitable event, and they should conflict under the corrective power of the world. For example, Ajumi, Kaimi or something like that. Sabaody Archipelago, Island 24, Shulan Restaurant. Serve the food. Serve the food. Serve the food quickly. Bonnie grabbed the pizza in his left hand and the barbecue in his right hand, stuffing them into his mouth frantically without caring about his image. But surprisingly, no matter how much food she ate, it was like a bottomless pit and did not affect Bonnie's slender figure at all. Behind her are the honest and strong men who spontaneously formed a pirate group to protect her. Basil Hawkins and his men sat quietly aside, waiting for the waiter to serve the food. On the second floor, Capone Becky was elegantly eating delicious food with a knife and fork. When he heard Bonnie's yelling, he felt unhappy. As a battle-hardened gangster, how could he endure such an injustice? He immediately said calmly, "What a tasteless woman. She has made Lousy lose the mood to eat. Go, let her be quiet for a while." Advertisement. Seeing this, the younger brother beside him quickly tried to dissuade him. "Godfather, this is not good. We are too close to the Marine headquarters. If the action gets out of hand, it will be difficult for us to handle it." Capone Becky glanced at him indifferently, then suddenly grabbed the fork at hand with lightning speed and stabbed the disobedient younger brother hard. Call out, "Ah!" A scream of pain rang out, and the fork actually pierced the younger brother's eye, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to get up again. Oh my! It's really lively. When the magnetic voice sounded, the people present seemed as if their throats were pinched by a big hand, and they dared not make the slightest sound. Qin Yun calmly pushed the door open and entered the restaurant. The invisible conqueror's aura, under his control, spread throughout the restaurant. The sound of people falling to the ground continued to be heard, and when he walked to the center of the restaurant, there were only 3 people left who remained conscious. This was the result of his control over the power. This is. Basil Hawkins had an ominous premonition in his heart. What's going on? Is this the legendary conqueror's domineering aura? Capone Becky was horrified, and the boys around him fell to the ground. It seems that even if he releases all the little brothers in his body, the result will be the same. This wiped out his advantage of having more people against fewer people. Even Bonnie stopped eating. She felt a little awkward with the half pizza in her mouth. It would make a bad sound if she ate it, but she was reluctant to spit it out. After all, she is still young, only years old, and still at the age of craving for delicious food. Everyone knows how old he is, but again, don't ask about his age, just ask that he just turned 20. Why is no one talking? Qin Yun chuckled and glanced at the 3 people. Basil Hawkins didn't dare to look at him, so he turned his head away and started taking out tarot cards to calculate his current chance of survival. Bonnie was as fearless as a newborn calf, and he didn't care about the many uncles who had fainted in the back. He stared at Qin Yun arrogantly with his big eyes, without giving in. Capone Becky smoked his cigar expressionlessly, secretly praying that this evil star would leave quickly. But Qin Yun has been coveting his devil fruit for a long time. In his opinion, Capone Becky's devil fruit is called the castle fruit, which is too low class. The effect of the Jiancheng fruit is equivalent to creating a small world inside the body in the fantasy world. The disadvantage is that when shrinking into the small world inside the body, it cannot avoid damage. Advertisement. Another thing is that its spatial size cannot be compared with the real world. There was a flash of lightning, and Qin Yun suddenly disappeared. Capone Becky was so shocked that he couldn't react at all, and he felt a strange touch on his head. It seems like an eagle's claw and a tiger's paw. Before he had time to experience it, a strong electric current instantly spread throughout his body. Startling. The cigar in Capone Becky's mouth turned into ashes and disappeared into the air, while he fell to the ground with lifeless eyes. The body still twitched from time to time due to the residual electric current. Capone Becky, die, so fast. Basil Hawkins finally reacted, but he remained calm. After randomly shuffling the tarot cards in his hand, he drew a card. When he opened it, his pupils shrank. Looking at the image of a skeleton knight riding a white horse, he thought to himself, oh no. Shinigami. Still in the right position. So my survival rate is 15.7%. If Qin Yun knew that he could calculate so accurately, he would definitely interrogate this talented person. Dead. Just like that. Bonnie was also stunned. After a moment of silence, he quickly reacted. While Qin Yun wasn't noticing her, she shook her uncle's backs and whispered softly. Wake up, damn it, why did you suddenly faint? The lovely little Bonnie is essentially a sunny and kind girl, she can never abandon these uncles and run away. Qin Yun held Bai Lei in his hand and placed his hand on Capone Becky's back with a cold expression. White lightning rushed wildly in his body, ruthlessly plundering the fruit of the fortified city. At the same time, Capone Becky lost the power of the fruit, and the gangsters in his body fell out one after another. There were so many people that they filled up the entire second floor in an instant. There were also many unlucky people who fell directly from the second floor to the first floor of the restaurant. Chapter 125. The power of a strong city equals the world within? Fortunately, they had been electrocuted by the electric current that Qin Yun had applied to Capone Becky and were in a state of life or death. Even if they fell to the ground from a height of 10 meters, they would not regain consciousness and feel pain. The gang members. You really are the king of hell. We were all electrocuted to death by you. We have endured all the pain we should have endured, and you still want us to come back to life and enjoy the pain. After a breath, Qin Yun felt the power of the strong city in his body and felt that Capone Becky's development was still too conservative. It's a very simple development. Who says the door of a strong castle can only be opened between the waist and abdomen? He used his palm as a door and slapped the target. When the target came into contact with the power of the fruit, it would automatically shrink and be forced into his small world. As the master of the castle, Qin Yun has too many means to subdue his targets. However, when fighting against a master, there is a higher chance that he will end up like Princess Iron Fan-eating Son Goku, and his body will become uneasy. Yes, with the power of a strong city, it will be much easier to capture new concubines or store treasures in the future. There's no need for a storage room. After all, the safest place is on your body. Qin Yun came back to his senses and glanced at Basil Hawkins, who was leaving his men behind at the door and trying to escape quietly. With a casual point of his finger, a spear of lightning burst out and easily pierced Hawkins' head. He chuckled and said, "Where do you want to go, magician, Basil Hawkins? It's not a good idea to leave without saying goodbye, right?" Hawkins' head turned into a straw shape, and his expression remained unchanged even after being pierced by the thunder spear. Because he had a scapegoat to protect him from disaster, a small scarecrow that fell from under his sleeve and the column of blood produced by the exploding head of one of his men were the achievements of the thunder spear. Hawkins looked calm and silent, knowing that he could not leave. Turning around, I saw Qin Yun jumping down from the second floor. Bonnie had withdrawn her power of sway and turned into a little girl. She was lying on the back of a member of her pirate group, looking at Qin Yun with a pitiful expression. Damn it! How did I get caught up in this inexplicable vortex? I hope he doesn't notice my kind-hearted self. So cute. But this little green hat is too ordinary. If I punch him, he will probably cry for a long time. Qin Yun curled his lips, walked forward and touched Bonnie's pink hair and said softly. Don't worry, my little Bonnie. I'll talk to you after I've dealt with all those annoying guys. Bonnie seemed to have forgotten his fear and subconsciously retorted, Who is your little Bonnie? Advertisement, Qin Yun pretended to be displeased and glanced coldly at Bonnie's eyes. Bonnie was shocked and said with a smile, Of course it's me, I'm your little Bonnie. Humph. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Let's not bother with him now. Let's find a way to make the uncles wake up and leave. Haha, that's good. Qin Yun pinched her little face slowly. Why did he feel that the young Bonnie was more attractive than the grown-up Bonnie? Is it because he still has a childlike heart? Never mind, there is no need to pursue this question since Bonnie can switch between different age groups at will. 18, 28. As long as she doesn't look like an old woman, she has an amazing appeal. Qin Yun looked determined, looked at Hawkins who was frantically using tarot cards to tell fortunes for himself, and said teasingly. How is it? Did the divination yield any results? Hawkins' mouth twitched. The other party really had no problem talking. He divined for a long time but could not find a way to resolve the current predicament. Even if he wants to surrender, the probability of the other party taking him in is only 10%. He took a deep breath, tried his best to stay calm, and said calmly. According to my divination, if you kill someone today, your luck will be bad. Oh, what a pity. I have killed a lot of lives today. Qin Yun looked a little pity, raised his hand to let thunder linger on his fingertips, pointed his sword at Hawkins, and fired several lightning bolts. Let me see how much luck will be lost by killing you. Powerful lightning continued to pass through Hawkins' body, and the little scarecrows fell from his body one by one. He broke out in a cold sweat and quickly transformed into a big scarecrow. Its size was so big that it easily lifted the roof of the restaurant, and at the same time he shouted. Wait a minute, Mr. God Emperor Qin Yun, I have no intention of being your enemy, let alone offending your Kamui. Can you put me on the next horse? Or if you don't mind, I would like to be a sharp knife in your hands. Advertisement. This devil fruit of yours is interesting and has many tricks, especially your life-saving ability is commendable, but you are still too weak now. Qin Yun didn't answer the question, and seemed to have no intention of subduing Hawkins as his subordinate. This is also true. Each of these supernovae is more unruly than the last. Even Bonnie, the only woman, acted like she was the second best in the world and I was the boss. They can only temporarily succumb to the strength of others, but if they have the opportunity to bite their master in the future, they will definitely bite back. Am I too weak? Hawkins secretly scolded Qin Yun for being an unworthy son. You know, he is the third-ranked supernova bounty person in this year. Second only to Kid and Luffy, among the new generation, he is very strong, okay. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Hawkins had no intention of resisting. He raised the scarecrow and threw various tiles from the roof towards Qin Yun with a wave of his hand, and then ran outside without looking back. But those tiles were easily turned into powder by lightning. Qin Yun's lightning was too dense. In just a short moment, all the Hawkins boys were framed to death by the damage transfer technique of the power of straw. As soon as the younger brothers died, Hawkins suffered a lot. The tragic scarecrow's hoarse sound came out, and his huge scarecrow body fell to the ground. At this time, the door of the restaurant was only 20 steps away from Hawkins, but he was still far from hope of survival. Yes, you heard it right, he only had time to take one step in the flash of lightning. Qin Yun shook his head, took back the finger that was bursting with lightning, and blew it gently, and there seemed to be a faint gray smoke floating out of it. It's a pity. I also said I could test how many scapegoats you, the scarecrow, combined, but it turns out there are too few of you, and there is simply not enough for me to conduct the experiment. Hawkins' face turned dark. No wonder the other party didn't kill his younger brothers first. It turned out that they wanted to use him as a guinea pig for experiment. In fact, there were some of his scapegoats outside the restaurant, but since he was injured, those boys outside must have died as well. Ahem. Hawkins suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Unfortunately, he was still in the form of a scarecrow and couldn't see his little face getting paler. Bonnie. Known as the big stomach girl, she looks about 24 years old, has long straight pink hair that is smooth, has a lively personality, and has sunny, innocent thoughts. She is still young, so maybe Qin Yun needs to raise her for a while, to eat. Chapter 126 I promise you everything, even the thunder fruit. This power is truly unmatched. A strong person like you, why would you tease us rookies? Tease? No, I'm just doing an experiment. How can an experiment be linked to teasing? When you pirates set out to sea, you should have thought about the day when you would be played around by others, right? Hawkins was speechless. He asked himself that the sins he had committed could not be repaid even if he was cut into pieces. Let's end the experiment like this. When you get there, remember to say my name. Sayonara, Basil Hawkins. Qin Yun flashed above Hawkins' head, the dazzling lightning gathered in his eyes, and the next moment, it suddenly shot out. Damn it! Is this the end of my fate? Hawkins' eyes were filled with nothingness at this moment, and he regretted it very much. If I had known that before going to the Sabaldi archipelago, I would have taken out tarot cards to calculate his survival rate after arriving on the island. He never fights a battle without preparation, but today, due to a momentary negligence, he found himself in such a desperate situation. How sad and lamentable. Sizzle! Hawkins' straw head was instantly ignited because it could not withstand the overheated thunder. Then there was a loud explosion, and the arrival of death forced him to return to human form. The headless body spurted out the blood of the loser under the pressure of blood vessels. Qin Yun took advantage of the time when the straw fruit remained in Hakon's body, plundered it with white thunder, and placed it in a treasure room inside the fortified city. Bonnie, who witnessed the entire crushing battle, became even more afraid of Qin Yun. In such a short time, she was unable to wake up her uncles. Yu, Portu, Pat. We are finished. What's the end? My little Bonnie, are you afraid that I will kill you too? Qin Yun flashed back to Bonnie's side and sat in the void in a dignified manner. He reached out and held the little Bonnie in child form in his arms, poking her pretty face with his fingers and teasing her non-stop. Woo! What on earth do you want to do? Stop teasing me. Little Bonnie couldn't stand it anymore, so he transformed into the adult Big Bonnie. Advertisement. The sudden resistance caught Qin Yun off guard, and the finger he poked at little Bonnie's face was crooked. I didn't tease you, it's just because you are so cute. I just want to get close to you and make friends with you. Huh? You actually think that my childhood form is cute? Well, I am indeed cute. Bonnie wanted to accuse Qin Yun of her abnormal behavior, but she found that Qin Yun seemed to be right. She was the cutest girl in the world. Change back quickly, or I'll spank you until you agree. Tisk. I won't listen to you. Oh, I want to see how hard little Bonnie's mouth is. I guess he can't stand 3 hits. Qin Yun said this, raising his hand as if to spank her. Bonnie was shocked. She felt like this was real. She quickly shrank into a girl's form and muttered. Stop, it's just a matter of changing back. I'll change. Qin Yun then smiled, pinched her little face, and said softly. Good boy, little Bonnie, don't worry, I won't kill you, because you are one of my targets this time. Am I one of your targets? Bonnie looked suspicious. She pointed at the second floor and the remains of Capone, Becky and Hawkins in the distance and muttered. What are they then? They're just 2 unlucky guys with devil fruits. Don't worry about them. I am here to help you. Help me? I don't need help. You and I just met for the first time today. How could you possibly know what I want? Bonnie curled her lips. Qin Yun's words sounded like the tactics used to deceive a little girl. She was a grown-up girl now. How could she be deceived? Little Bonnie, you wanted to meet Bartholomew Bear, didn't you? What? How did you know? Bonnie could no longer sit still, and no longer resisted Qin Yun's restless little hands on her face. She stood up and stared at him with tearful eyes. It seemed like she would cry if Qin Yun didn't say it. How long has she been out at sea? Those who knew her background and the pirates around her were all elders whom she trusted 100%. Advertisement. Her purpose was actually known by a stranger. One can imagine how surprised she was. Qin Yun smiled but said nothing. When Bonnie showed a cute angry expression, he said. Because I am very interested in Bartholomew Big Bear and have been secretly investigating his information. Your existence is an important piece of intelligence that I have obtained in the process. Qin Yun's excuse was very effective. Bonnie looked as if he understood it, and it was obvious that he believed in his words. How about it? Do you want to accept my help? Bonnie was silent for a moment. Her purpose of going out to sea was indeed to find her father. But is this man in front of her really trustworthy? She asked this naively. How can I believe that you are here to help me find Bartholomew Bear, instead of using me to harm him? Qin Yun shook his head. This little girl was really alert. He told her everything he had found out from Dashang, but she actually called her father by his first name in order to hide her identity as a daughter. You don't have to be so cautious in front of me. I know your relationship with Big Bear. We are not enemies, little Bonnie. Don't you understand? I can explain it to you so patiently. Can't you feel my kindness? Bonnie was stunned. Look at your hands that keep kneading my little face. Is this how you express your kindness? Besides, you have no choice now, right? From the moment I mentioned Bartholomew Big Bear, you must have made your decision. Otherwise, you might miss this opportunity to see your father. Bonnie was silent. Just as Qin Yun said, she couldn't find her father, so she couldn't refuse the olive branch Qin Yun threw out. I see. A large, crystal-clear teardrop fell on the back of Qin Yun's hand at some point. The next moment, it was ruthlessly wiped away by Bonnie's hand. Those were the tears of hardship she had experienced along the way. But how could she shed tears easily when she failed to find her father? Help me, Oni-chan. As long as you can help me find my father, I will agree to anything you ask for. Even if it's my favorite pizza, I'll give it all to you. Huh, pizza? You should keep this for yourself? Qin Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know why Bonnie liked pizza so much. Is pizza a specialty of the Kingdom of Sorby? Or is it Bartholomew Bear's specialty? Chapter 127 Injection Therapy? Seeing Bonnie agreed, Qin Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Even he felt pity for Bonnie, a little girl with a miserable life who had suffered since birth. Fortunately, things went smoothly and he completed the task brilliantly just by relying on his eloquence. Robin. So, are you going to force me to be your concubine just because I am 28 years old? Qin Yun. Woo. I'm sorry, I'll do it again next time. Monet. My life story is also very miserable, okay. Qin Yun. You are different. You appear as an enemy, and your resistance is too intense. You need to be properly disciplined before you can be obedient. Seeing that everything was in order, Qin Yun chuckled, put Bonnie's small body on his shoulders, and said. Then let's go. As long as you listen to me, I will definitely let you see your father. Wait. Bonnie quickly waved her hands and grabbed Qin Yun's hair to stop him. He was too fast, so she had to resort to this last resort. And my uncles, they've all been knocked unconscious by you. We can't just let them stay here like this, right? Oh yeah, look at my poor memory. I was busy rubbing your little face. Qin Yun slapped his head, took out a phonograph shell from the storage room, handed it to her and instructed. Just let them stay here. You can record your instructions on this phonograph. They will understand when they wake up. Bonnie was stunned after taking the phonograph shell. What should I say? Just tell them that I took you away to find the big bear, and let them go back to the kingdom of Solby. Qin Yun touched his head and felt like he was taking care of a child. Bonnie understood, and after thinking for a while, he pressed the conch core of the phonoshell and chattered to it. After recording, he put the phonoshell in the shirt pocket of one of them. Okay, Oni-chan, let's go. So good, Qin Yun responded with a smile. If Capone Becky saw this scene, he would probably doubt whether the big Bonnie who was eating so indecently just now and the little Bonnie now were the same person. Without Bonnie's help, would Zorro have cut St. Charlo's in half on the street? It's really exciting. Advertisement. Island 33, a restaurant somewhere in Bubble Park. Qin Yun took little Bonnie for a walk, removed her green hat and replaced it with a cute pink princess hat. After walking a few steps, Bonnie's stomach started to growl. Come to think of it, Bonnie was just eating and was forced to stop by him, so she must not be full. So Qin Yun decided to compensate Bonnie with a delicious meal first. He found a high-end restaurant that he liked and booked the largest private room. Without even looking at the menu, I asked the waiter to bring me a few servings of the dishes. This ostentatious attitude made Bonnie's eyes water with happiness. As the god of a country, the thing Qin Yun has the most is Pele. Even if Bonnie ate as much as she wanted until she was old, she still couldn't keep up with the speed at which he made money. The food came quickly, but Bonnie often cleared the plates before they were all served. Even Qin Yun's appetite was whetted by her. After becoming Big Bonnie, she resumed her habit of eating and drinking as much as she wanted. The plates piled up one after another until the area in front of her was filled with empty plates, and then she stopped with a feeling of being unsatisfied. With such a huge appetite, no wonder she is called the Big Eater. Could it be that she has mastered the return of life? Or does the sway fruit have a natural super digestive effect? Turning around, Qin Yun was not to be outdone, and there were also many empty plates in front of him. As he possessed the power of the Azure Dragon, his appetite also increased several times. After eating and drinking, Qin Yun waved his hand, and Big Bonnie jumped towards him obediently, changed into Little Bonnie in the air, and sat in his arms. Little Bonnie, you've eaten and drank your juice, now it's time to get down to business. How do you feel now? Are there still blue scars on your body? Bonnie was not surprised at all that Qin Yun knew about her condition. She pouted and thought for a while, muttering. It should be gone. Why are you asking? It's all in the past. To be honest, I am actually a miracle doctor, the best miracle doctor in the world. Bonnie twisted her body restlessly in Qin Yun's arms, and looked at Qin Yun's serious expression with suspicious eyes. You are a miracle doctor? Then I am a celestial dragon. Advertisement. Hey, you guessed it right, you do have the blood of the celestial dragons. Why? You don't believe it? I don't believe it, Bonnie said with certainty. Okay, then let me check your body and treat your hidden injuries. After you have done all this, you will know what a miracle doctor is. Seeing that Qin Yun had made up his mind, Bonnie had to ask tentatively. How can this be treated? Is there anything I need to do? You don't need to do anything, just sit quietly in my arms. Qin Yun lovingly lifted her body up to make it easier for him to operate. Okay, Qin Yun's move was definitely not to take this opportunity to improve his relationship with Bonnie. He really wanted to cure Bonnie's illness. Because in his opinion, the jade scales on Bonnie's body have definitely not been eradicated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used a yellow crescent under her right eye to cover the scar underneath. I'm just saying this nonsense. Anyway, it's just to cure her and prevent the subsequent WT from writing about her jade scales recurring. Of course, it's best if he doesn't write about the recurrence. Just a few years ago, Jagaluja Satan, one of the 5 elders, conducted inhumane human drug experiments on Bonnie's mother Ginny. The experiment ultimately failed due to the side effect of Ginny developing blue scars on her body, and these blue scars were the manifestation of the fatal terminal illness, jade scales. Bonnie was miserable. She inherited jade scales when she was born. Some doctors even assert that people with this disease will never live past the age of 10. Later, Bartholomew Big Bear could no longer sit still. In order to cure Bonnie, he had no choice but to accept Vegapunk's transformation. Vegapunk's treatment is to transplant stem cells to give Bonnie a blood transfusion, thereby eliminating the jade scales. But can this method really completely eliminate the green jade scales? Qin Yun remains skeptical. However, Qin Yun doesn't need to know this. He has the power of healing, no matter what kind of disease you have. As long as he has enough physical strength, there is no disease that he cannot cure. This is the power of the healing fruit. Cure. Injection therapy. The healing power lingered in Qin Yun's palms and fingertips, and was continuously injected into Bonnie's body through the place where their skin touched, flowing through her limbs and bones. Chapter 128. The goddess Bonnie and Nika Bonnie just felt like he was soaking in a hot spring with the most suitable temperature. His body was warm and seemed to be receiving a cleansing of the meridians and marrow. The hidden injuries, toxins, and impurities that were cured by the healing power were all eliminated by the healing power. After a while, Qin Yun let out a breath. Comfortable. Yes, the comfortable person is Bonnie. Qin Yun stopped supplying healing power. After his treatment, Bonnie must have recovered to his best physical condition. In fact, he has a special method to transmit healing power, but once this method is implemented, it will take several hours. Time is limited now, and he has other things to do later. He can't afford to waste any more time, so he can only use this stupid method to treat Bonnie. It feels so good. Bonnie's gentle moans were so alluring that even the battle-hardened Qin Yun shuddered. How can this be tolerated? She is so charming at such a young age. I can't imagine how much of a disaster she will bring to the country and the people if she really grows up. Qin Yun. No need to imagine, under the influence of the power of Sui Sui, little Bonnie can become Big Bonnie, and can also distort the future, turning into a more beautiful and attractive goddess Bonnie, or Nika Bonnie surrounded by white mist. The Sui Sui fruit is indeed outrageous. Bonnie can transform into anything that is possible in the future. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Qin Yun smiled complacently. At this moment, Bonnie exuded the distinct fragrance of gardenia, which made the big devil in his heart stir. It's actually true. Bonnie murmured in disbelief. She felt her body had never felt so comfortable. My body used to feel like it was always being pressed down by a huge rock, but I wasn't noticing it because I was so used to it. But now that the big rock has been removed, you can immediately feel the huge difference. How did you do that? Before she finished her words, she hurriedly groped around her body, as if looking for something. Qin Yun saw this and asked directly, "What's wrong with you?" Bonnie paused and lowered her head shyly, seeming to be too embarrassed to say it out loud. "What are you afraid of? I won't laugh at you if you tell me." Qin Yun smiled knowingly and gave her spiritual encouragement. "I want to find a mirror to see what I look like now." Advertisement, that's it. I see. Everyone loves beauty, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Qin Yun said this, reaching his hand into the void, taking out a mirror from the storage room and handing it to her. Bonnie's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you do that?" "Don't worry about the details. Here's the mirror you asked for." Bonnie took the mirror absent-mindedly, while Qin Yun looked at her with a smile. She calmed down and looked at herself in the mirror. It's really bulging. Bonnie glanced at Qin Yun, then turned towards the table and no longer faced Qin Yun. It's better not to let Qin Yun see the next operation. Otherwise, if things were not as she imagined, she would be so inferior that she would crawl under the table. The cute little Bonnie had no idea that even if she turned her head away, Qin Yun could still see her movements in the mirror. Who made her in his arms now? Bonnie suppressed his excitement and raised his hand to gently wipe the corner of her right eye. It's true. The blue scar that had remained ingrained even when her condition improved was gone. She was too young to understand what this meant. She only knew that without the blue scar, she looked better. No more need for that tiny yellow crescent moon decoration to hide the scar at the corner of her right eye. How about it? Do you feel that you have become more beautiful? Bonnie, who was immersed in boundless joy, was startled and didn't notice Qin Yun unknowingly approaching her little face. No. No way. Bonnie's face quickly turned red, and he gently handed the mirror to Qin Yun, muttering. The mirror is for you. I don't need it anymore. Qin Yun casually returned the mirror to the storage room. Seeing that everything was settled, he picked up little Bonnie and put him on the ground, then pressed the bell on the seat. The next moment, a waitress walked in from outside and asked respectfully. Sir, how can I help you? Advertisement, pay the bill. After hearing this, Qin Yun felt a little weird. This seemed to be the first time he paid for a meal since he came to this world. Alas, he is still too kind-hearted, and cannot compare to pirates like Ace who like to eat and free meals. Okay. The waitress quickly took out a small notebook from her chest pocket and said softly. Sir, our total consumption is 539,000 Baileys. You only need to give 540,000 Baileys? Don't worry about the prices, I really can't calculate, woo woo woo. Huh, they were so lucky? They actually ran into a small shady shop? Was he going to go on a killing spree again? Oh no, sorry sir, you only need to give 530,000 Baileys. I'm so sorry. I rarely see a guy as handsome and elegant as you. I was fascinated by you and was too nervous. Qin Yun smiled and waved his hands, and he almost let the lightning in his body burst out. This waiter has a good ability to respond to situations on the spot, and he talks more if he can. After paying the bill, Qin Yun left with the happy little Bonnie. Calculating the time, it's almost time to go to Doflamingo's human auction. There are so many good treasures that he wants to rob: Trafalgar Law's surgery fruit, Eustace Kidd's magnetic fruit. Of course, the one who can't be let off the most is that woman. The only female celestial dragon who has shown her face so far, Shah Lulia Palace. If Shah Lulia Palace can be captured, then her existence, coupled with the deaths of two celestial dragons, St. Charlos and St. Roseward. With the 3 pledges of allegiance, it will surely be extremely easy to capture Boa Hancock. If we were to list the women in this world who should not be missed, Boa Hancock would definitely be at the top of the list. If Qin Yun could not conquer her and make her his consort, he would probably look down on himself. Then again, we haven't heard any movement from the Sabadi archipelago for such a long time. I guess Zoro was either stalked by others or got lost and didn't meet St. Charlos. Island 1, before Doflamingo's human auction. The auction staff knelt on both sides with nervous expressions, waiting for the arrival of the celestial dragons. In a short while, a few scattered figures appeared in the distance, and the 2 celestial dragons walking in front of everyone were St. Roswald and Shah Lulia Palace. St. Roseward was leaning on a staff in his left hand and holding the slave Zhang bowl in his right hand, walking forward with a look of disdain on his face. Chapter 129. St. Roswald's suspicion. A small manager of the auction ran up to him, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "This. St. Roswald and the Shalulia Palace welcome the two adults. I would like to ask, in the auction, can others be allowed not to perform the etiquette of kneeling and other respects?" The young supervisor's voice became lower and lower, with cold sweat on his head, fearing that the two Tianlong people in front of him would shoot him if they were unhappy. St. Roseward replied indifferently, "No problem, start the auction quickly." "Thank you very much. Please come in. The VIP seats for the two adults are ready. You can take a seat at any time." The young supervisor said this and stepped aside to make way. St. Roswald and Shalulia Palace walked past him expressionlessly towards the gate, Shalulia Palace complaining angrily along the way. "Brother Charlos is too slow, humph. Who told him to ride on a slow-climbing human? If you want to ride, you should ride a Murloc. Unfortunately, for some reason, there are fewer and fewer Murloc and Merman slaves recently. Even if their prices doubled, no more aquatic fish slaves appeared. The ornamental fish slaves are naturally beautiful mermaids." St. Rosard's words were full of anger. He suspected that some hateful celestial dragons had bought Fishman Island and taken it for themselves. The two of them walked into the auction hall while talking. Kid, who was on the right side of the gate, saw the back of the celestial dragon and whispered, "This is the celestial dragon. Compared to these greedy guys, the sins we have committed are not worth mentioning at all. It is because of the existence of these garbage that we exist, ha 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 ha." The Kid Pirates members around echoed the sentiment. Law, who was sitting in the seat below, glanced at them with disdain, raised his middle finger provocatively, and tilted his neck. "Ha ha. What a nasty guy. Kid didn't choose to attack him. Once it affected the celestial dragons, it would not end so well." At this moment, Qin Yun took little Bonnie's hand and walked leisurely into the auction venue. Hey, that guy, it can't be him." Kira was the first to notice Qin Yun's figure. Looking at his handsome profile, he was a little bit unbelievable. "Advertisement, what's wrong?" Kid asked subconsciously, then looked in the direction Kira was looking. "This is Divine Emperor Qin Yun." "Ha, Kira, what are you afraid of? His bounty is not as high as mine, it's just that his reputation is more famous." "Louder." Kira curled his lips and said, "You think too highly of yourself. Captain, Kid has such a lame title that it's hard not to wonder if Kid has offended the person who gave him the nickname in Marine." "No, Boss Kid, he is a Lobia user like the 3 Marine Admirals. And what he ate was the legendary Thunderfruit, which is invincible. We can't compete with it with our current means. It's best not to conflict with him." Hit's face was solemn, and his zombie-like pale complexion was extremely terrifying. "He is a monster who can spit flames even without eating the flame fruit. Humph. There's no need to boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige. Are Lobia users really invincible?" "That's right, Captain Kid, Lobia users are invincible. Unless they encounter a fruit ability restraint, no one would want to provoke their tiger whiskers." After hearing Vaina's affirmative words, Kid and the others were silent for a moment. They were all thinking about how to deal with Lobia users, but they found that the only way was to use seawater. Now they are just rookies who have just started out as pirates and do not know the existence of hockey. Only when they arrive in the new world will they have the opportunity to understand it. Even Luffy received the favor of Pluton Rayleigh, who taught him everything he knew, laying a solid foundation for his domineering power. Qin Yun also discovered Kid and his gang and Luo's group, but he was not in a hurry. He thought he could take advantage of the situation later, so he took Bonnie to 2 hidden seats in the corner. After a while, the auction finally kicked off, and a big-bellied announcer shouted into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to have kept you waiting. The monthly #1 forest human auction is about to begin. Let us invite today's host, the supermarket salesman with a penultimate vision, Mr. Disco." Following his introduction, the auction venue erupted in warm cheers, demonstrating the huge popularity of Disco. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, a purple-haired man wearing a yellow hat and fashionable glasses walked up to the auction platform and greeted elegantly. "Advertisement, hello everyone, we have prepared a lot of high-quality slaves for you this time. Everyone here is so lucky. Today we will present you with super popular products." After a brief opening speech, Disco began to vigorously promote the slaves who were appearing on the auction stage one after another. Pirates who can play music, long-armed people who can clean, long-legged people with half a leg broken off. There are some differences between the slaves auctioned in the original timeline. Apart from anything else, the 2 beautiful slaves who appeared here were intercepted by him in advance, Pasha and another one without a name. So the female slaves that appeared now were a new batch, but their looks were very average and the prices they were auctioned for were also very low. Just when Qin Yun started to tease little Bonnie's face out of boredom, there was finally some noise outside the auction hall. "Oh, are you finally here, Luffy, Zoro?" At the back door of the auction house, Sanji knocked heavily on the door, and the staff nearby hurriedly stopped him. "Stop knocking. Stop knocking. What on earth do you want to do?" "What am I doing? You sold our companions as slaves and auctioned them here, and you still have the nerve to ask me." Sanji's face was gloomy, and his fists were clenched tightly, as if he was about to attack at the next moment. "Your companions? Stop kidding. Those being auctioned off here are all slaves. We are a legitimate and respectable business." "What? Legal and compliant?" Sanji stepped forward and grabbed the person who was speaking by the collar and scolded. "You captured our companions and put them here for auction, and you still say it's legal and compliant? don't you think what you said is ridiculous? You are the ridiculous one. Let me go. If you continue to pester me like this, we will take legal action. The man in sunglasses who was grabbed by the collar by Sanji was not panicked at all. Instead, he threatened sinisterly. I'm suing you for illegally obstructing the auction. What? Sanji was so angry at his words that his chest began to feel stuffy. Chopper and several men behind him were all furious. Sanji scolded him harshly. What kind of business is this? What a jerk. How can the world government recognize this kind of business? Chapter 130 Freshly published newspaper. Huh? Are you mistaken? You are a lawless pirate, and you dare to talk to me about humanitarianism? The man in sunglasses was confident that there were Tianlong people present, and he was not afraid at all that anyone would dare to cause trouble. Human trafficking is prohibited in the world, right? How many Baileys did you bribe the world government? Chopper had an angry expression on his face, but he didn't look threatening at all. Oh, you guessed it. So, what can you do? This is absolutely ridiculous. You guys are totally in cahoots with each other. How could it be? Is the world government in league with them? Ha ha ha, this is reality. Where are the human rights for you lowly pirates? What can you do in front of the celestial dragons? You be asterisk 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 D. Sanji couldn't bear it any longer and raised his fist to hit him in the face, but Chopper at the side restrained him and stopped his attack. You can't do this, Sanji-kun. That's enough. If that's the case, let's buy Nagarin back according to the procedures here. Doros knew that he couldn't go on like this, so after making his decision out loud, he took the lead and walked towards the door of the auction venue. Doros is the shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates and was once a talented intern at Carrera Company. Their new ship, Riding the Wind and Waves, is also his masterpiece, Close Black Lens Bracket. Nagalong is a male mermaid that Luffy met by chance in the East Daxia Sea. He currently serves as a navigator and helmsman in the Straw Hat Pirates, Close Black Lens Bracket. Without the navigator and the shipwright, I was afraid that they would go directly to Raftel under Zoro's leadership, so I had to insert these two characters. Don't worry about them. They die after not having many scenes together, Close Black Lens Bracket. Doros. After a moment of silence, Sanji glared at the man in sunglasses, then followed Chopper to catch up with Doros. Meanwhile, the islands of the Sabaody archipelago received today's latest newspapers. X. Drake picked up a newspaper nonchalantly, but when he saw the eye-catching headline, his expression became serious. The people around him who also received the newspaper were not as calm as he was, and they all exclaimed. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace the Firefist, is going to be publicly executed. Advertisement, The spectators who didn't know the truth were also shocked. If Marine wants to do this, then Whitebeard will have to go and save people. Could it be that? Drake confirmed their guess in a grim tone. That's right, war is about to break out. War. Ha 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 ha. Come on, kill them all, otherwise, how can we ever rise to prominence? Skulikimon Apu patted his belly happily, making a series of drum-beating sounds. At this time, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp were still on their way to the auction on Island Number 1. Back at the auction, Disco loudly announced the slave's fate. If no one bids, item 17 will go to guest 87, 3, 2, 1, congratulations to guest 88. The man holding the number 88 suddenly showed a look of joy, stood up and waved to everyone. Squeak. The door of the auction suddenly opened, and the curious audience looked back, but their expressions changed one by one. St. Charlos walked into the meeting place arrogantly with 3 slaves, 1 man and 2 women. Seeing the host still shouting, he was delighted and said thankfully. Great, the auction isn't over yet. The black-clad bodyguard at the side hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, I just heard that the bidding for lot 17 has been completed. Perhaps the auction is coming to an end. Tisk. This is so frustrating, it's all this kid's fault. After St. Charlos finished complaining, he began to yell and curse, while kicking the male slave crawling at his feet several times. After kicking him, he was still not satisfied and ordered the black-clad bodyguard next to him. Sell this guy as well. I don't want such a slow loser. The black-clad bodyguard nodded and agreed quickly. Sanji and the others who witnessed the whole thing had serious expressions on their faces, whispering to each other, and were very wary of these scum. The auction staff finally reacted, trotted forward and knelt at the feet of St. Charlos, saying respectfully, St. Charles, your seat has been arranged, you can take your seat anytime. HMPH, take me there, yes. Led by the staff, St. Charlos strode downwards. Advertisement for a moment, the auction venue fell into an eerie silence. People turned their heads away, avoiding the gaze of St. Charlos, for fear of being spotted by him and abducted in front of everyone. This is not a joke, the celestial dragons can do this, and their privileged dominance gives them the confidence to do whatever they want. Footsteps continued to sound, and Charlos walked to the seat. Sha Lulia Palace turned her head and smiled softly and greeted. You are finally here, Brother Charlos. St. Charlos responded calmly and sat down next to St. Roseward. Seeing him sit down, everyone in the auction venue breathed a sigh of relief and the auction continued. Then the next one to go is number 18. You may not know that just a few days ago, number 18 was the captain of a pirate ship. The introduction of Disco quickly livened up the atmosphere and drew cheers from the audience. Number 18, that is, Lashba, his bounty is as high as 17 million Baileys. Disco briefly introduced the selling points of Lashuba and suddenly found something wrong. The next moment, Lashuba fell to the ground with a hideous face. In order not to be a slave at the mercy of others, he actually bit his tongue and committed suicide in front of so many people. Ah! The death of Lashuba caused some timid people to scream, and Lashuba's blood kept dripping onto the auction table. This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************>*
Disco
because it would cause chaos at the auction venue. He quickly asked the staff to pull down the curtain above their heads. For a moment, the progress of the auction venue was also put on hold. But Disco was a veteran host and he quickly handled the matter. After simply using the excuse that Lashuba had fainted due to nervousness to fool everyone, he decided to take out his best mermaid in advance to restore the excitement of the auction venue. Well, the product I'm going to introduce to you next is a super popular product that will make you forget the unpleasantness you just had. The rhythmic and passionate sound of drums rang out, and the staff pushed a huge cart covered with white cloth onto the stage. I believe many people would like to get this item, because this type of item is almost extinct in recent times. Some warriors risked their lives to go to Fishman Island, only to find that even Fishman Island had disappeared completely. Chapter 131 marking the prey, but these difficulties can't stop our enthusiasm for them. Please see the next item. Could it be? Many people in the audience had already guessed what the product Disco was talking about was. After all, he said it very directly. The next moment, the huge white curtain was unveiled, and everyone in the field widened their eyes. There was a giant mermaid sleeping inside. Judging from its size, it is probably 7 meters tall. Unfortunately, this mermaid is a male mermaid. If it was a female mermaid, its value would probably be several times higher. Oh, are there still such big mermaids out there? Could he be the one who replaced Kimmy? Qin Yun kept looking at the mermaid with curious eyes. With such a big body, its fighting power should not be too bad. In fact, Qin Yun was the culprit who caused the almost extinction of mermaids and mermen in human auctions. When he took away Fishman Island, he asked Neptune to order all mermaids and fishmen around the world to return to Fishman Island. Only those who cannot be contacted and do not want to go back will not enjoy the benefits of the kingdom of God. Great. It's really a hot item. Everyone at the auction suddenly burst into unprecedented cheers. Sanji and his team were fully prepared to bid. They had saved a lot of Baileys during this period, and a rough estimate was 500 million Baileys. Not only Sanji and his friends, but everyone else didn't even dare to breathe, nervously waiting for Disco to read out the starting price. Then let's get started. Disco walked forward with a smile. So what should the starting price be? It's 700 million. As soon as these words came out, the field fell into an eerie silence again, because the one who made this voice was none other than the celestial dragon, St. Charlos. At this moment, who dares to compete with the Tianlong people? Not to mention his ridiculously high status, even if it was a normal auction, I'm afraid no one would be able to offer such a high price. Hearing this, Sanji, Chopper, and Doros were all dumbfounded. The money they prepared was totally insufficient. Nagarin, who was sleeping soundly in the huge water tank, was snoring and had no idea of his situation. Seeing that no one bid, Disco had to continue the process. If no other customers bid, we will finalize the buyer. Sanji clenched his fists, his nails almost piercing his palms. Damn it, we don't have enough money, is there no other way? Time's up, Disco declared loudly. Seeing this, Kid at the gate shook his head in boredom, turned around and walked towards the door with his subordinates. Advertisement Qin Yun's eyes flashed and he realized something was wrong. Are you here? Monkey D. Luffy. Sure enough, as soon as Kid turned the corner, a scream that shook the sky spread throughout the auction hall. What's going on? Kid stopped subconsciously. Just as Disco yelled, done, the door burst open. A flying fish rushed into the venue with Luffy and Zoro and smashed hard on the seats in the back row. The audience sitting there suffered a lot. They were either smashed into meat patties on the spot or were knocked flying in all directions. Even 2 people flew in Qin Yun's direction, and he sent them to other places with a wave of his hand. What's going on? Disco screamed. When the smoke cleared, Chopper shouted in surprise, Luffy. Luffy touched his bumped head and yelled, what are you doing? Can't you land better? Dibaru's little brother was so angry that he retorted, hey, are you kidding me? It was you who told me to rush in? Why are you doing this so exciting on the way? Zoro complained, rubbing his head in annoyance. There's no need to rush back to the ship, right? Wait, where's this place? Zoro. Huh? It's you. Chopper's voice finally attracted attention, but Zoro became even more confused. Qin Yun looked up and made sure that everyone was there, so he could start marking. As soon as he thought about it, an invisible electric field quickly enveloped the scene and then quickly retracted. Lay FA, electric field identification. All people emit electric fields, and the electric fields emitted by each person are different. Qin Yun only needs to remember everyone's electric field information. As long as the target appears within the range of his electric field, he can easily identify it and start hunting it down. The people with special abilities at the scene only need to remember the electric fields of Luffy, Kid, and Law, which is easy for Qin Yun. Kid and Luo are already doomed to die. If they cannot leave the Sabati archipelago, they will be hunted by him. But Luffy is related to his subsequent plans, so he has to let him live for 2 more days and go to another place to meet the end of his pirate fate. As if realizing that there was still important work to do, Luffy came to his senses and looked around, and found Nagarin at the auction table. His face lit up with joy, and he rushed forward shouting Nagarin's name. Advertisement Xiao Ba had died long ago and was not familiar with them. Sanji was the only one at the scene who rationally called out to Luffy, and then no one tried to stop Luffy. That's Straw Hat Luffy? Someone in the audience recognized Luffy's appearance. Luffy was so fast that before anyone could react, he jumped onto the water tank and said jokingly. Really, Nagarin, you really gave me a hard time looking for you. Wait, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, what are you going to do? Disco hurriedly stopped him loudly. But Luffy ignored him, swung his arm back and smashed the water tank hard. Rubber pistol. Bang. The large water tank burst, and water flowed all over the ground. Luffy quickly jumped out of the way, fearing that he would be rendered powerless, and he swung his arms around Nagarin's body, trying to take him away directly. Bang. Gunshots rang out. Luffy was attacked, but the bullets had no effect on him. Damn brat. That's my slave, let him go. St. Charlos fired several shots at Luffy with an angry look on his face. It's useless. Luffy laughed as 3 or 5 bullets hit him, stretching his rubber body. He tensed his body and the bullets bounced back from their original paths and flew towards St. Charles. Etc. No, how dare he? Kid, Law, and even the celestial dragons couldn't believe that Luffy dared to fight back. He stared at the bullets flying in the air with his eyes wide open the whole time, and even forgot to breathe. Puff, blood splattered everywhere as precise strikes landed on St. Charles's lower abdomen, shoulders, thighs and groins. He was lucky that his head and heart were not hit by the bullet, but he lost the greatest source of happiness for a man. St. Charles stared in disbelief. The severe pain in his body was unbearable for him. He immediately fainted from the pain and fell heavily on the stairs. Chapter 132 Abducting Shah Lulia Palace. Seeing this, the audience stared blankly at the fallen St. Charles. The Straw Hat Pirates looked solemn, ready for battle at any time. The Kid Pirates and the Hard Pirates smiled sinisterly, seemingly not worried about their situation at all. After a few breaths of silence, there was a sudden and violent reaction. A noble in gorgeous clothes shouted in fear. The Celestial Dragon was killed. We will all be implicated and executed because of this hateful pirate. Charlos. Although St. Roseward was terrified, he was more angry. You damn lowly b******************. D. Do you know what you have done? Luffy saw everyone looking at him. He touched his head a little embarrassedly and said with a smile, sorry, everyone. I heard that if we beat him up, the Marine Admiral and the warships will be attracted here. Zoro chuckled and sheathed the knife in his hand. It's all your fault that you were too quick. That's why I couldn't cut him. The Straw Hat Pirates are gearing up and ready to take on new challenges. Brother Charlos. How dare these lowly people hurt him? The exclamation from the Shalulia Palace seemed to give St. Roseward courage. He pulled out a gun and fired several shots at Luffy, yelling. Go to hell. You lowly, worthless creature. Pay for your sins for my son. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were very frequent, but St. Roseward's shooting skills were really terrible. All the bullets hit innocent spectators, causing several screams. Seeing this, the audience knew that the Tianlong people were going to get mad, and they immediately shouted loudly. The Celestial Dragons are angry. Quick, let's escape outside. After the words fell, the audience seemed to react. If you continue to stay like this, you will definitely end up dead. As a result, the audience rushed to the door of the auction venue, shouting, hurry up, hurry up. Advertisement, just wait, I will let you know what a tragic ending it will be if we, the descendants of the creator of this world, attack us. St. Roseward kept shooting at Luffy, but unfortunately he couldn't hit him at all. Just take care of yourself first, behave yourself. Sanji somersaulted in the air and landed next to St. Roseward, and easily knocked him unconscious with a sideways kick. How dare you, you bastards, hurt the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons' bodyguards and the staff who were maintaining order at the auction venue finally reacted and rushed forward shouting to besiege Luffy and his crew. After several exchanges of moves, these minions were easily knocked down by Luffy and his crew, but more and more people poured in. After fighting for a while, Chopper saw that the situation was not good and urged. We have to hurry, or the warships and the Marine Admiral are coming. At this time, Luo, who had been watching the battle silently, said calmly. Straw Hat Boy, Marine has surrounded this place a long time ago. They surrounded the venue before the auction. Huh, who are you? This time Luffy noticed that Law, Kid, Qin Yun and other people who were watching the battle were not panicking at all. Luo did not answer and continued. Although we don't know who they are going to catch, they definitely didn't expect that there would be a Tianlong person attacked here. You really did a good thing, Straw Hat Luffy, he's also a pirate, Trafalgar Law. Not only him, but also Eustace Kid at the door and the Divine Emperor Qin Yun in the back right corner. Doros introduced the remaining people on the field to Luffy with great fear. Bonnie was in her young form and had changed her hat. If she was not very familiar with Bonnie, no one would be able to recognize her. Qin Yun looked at the prey in front of him with indifference, looking forward to the good show that would come later. Everyone who was caught by his gaze felt a sudden chill in their hearts and felt a little puzzled. And the bear, too? Luffy's attention was different from others. He stared at Beppo the whole time, making Beppo shyly keep her head down. As everyone was in a silent standoff, Shah Lulia Palace quietly lifted a ladder and stood on it, holding the gun tightly in her hand and threatened Nagarin. A bunch of lowly people dared to attack us. Let me kill this mermaid. Advertisement Disco was horrified, but he could only persuade her verbally. That's worth 700 million Baileys. Please, Shah Lulia Palace, please be merciful. Stop talking so much, you stupid thing. Sha Lulia was annoyed and turned around and shot at Disco, but this also attracted the attention of Luffy and the others. She pointed her gun at the sleeping Nagarin again, and when Zoro and others were about to take action, she curled her lips and was about to pull the trigger. At this moment, a conqueror's impact suddenly came from the backstage of the auction venue, accurately impacting Sha Lulia Palace's spirit. Her eyes rolled back, she lost consciousness and fell straight back. Not only her, but all the minions in the entire venue were knocked down by this sudden conqueror's attack. In fact, Qin Yun took advantage of the chaos to confuse the conquerors and knock down those minions. Rayleigh, as the one who released the conquerors, could sense that Qin Yun's conquerors were pushing them. Everyone was stunned, totally unaware of what was happening. Qin Yun was not slow, he waved his hand and the Sha Lulia Palace flew towards him lightly before it hit the ground. But no one cared about Sha Lulia Palace's whereabouts anymore, because they saw that the auction platform was suddenly torn open by a huge hand. Pluton Rayleigh walked out with a domineering look and said calmly. Look, Mr. Giant, the scene is in chaos, so I told you the auction is over. You are such a bad guy. You are here just to rob people. The giant mercilessly exposed Rayleigh's underwear. Isn't this a failure? Ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed a few times. The domineering and boldness in his laughter made Luo and Kid break out in cold sweats. Rayleigh suddenly noticed that the straw hat in front of him looked familiar. He looked around for 2 breaths, trying to guess what was going on here. I see. That straw hat. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, Monkey D. Luffy. Me? Hey, uncle, who are you? Luffy touched his straw hat, wondering. Luffy. He is One Piece's right-hand man, Pluton, Silver's Rayleigh, Doro's reminded in time. What? He is. Who wouldn't be shocked when the title of One Piece's right hand came out? Sha Lulia Palace. Like most celestial dragons, she is arrogant and self-righteous. She is the only female celestial dragon who has appeared. Mingja's mother has lost her celestial dragon status and does not count. If you want her to submit, I'm afraid Qin Yun will have to teach him a lesson again, right? Chapter 133. Tensions. Rayleigh chuckled and turned to walk to the broken water tank. He raised his hand and pulled Nagarin out of the big water tank easily. Without waiting for everyone to react, he grabbed the slave collar and threw it back. Bang! The slave collar exploded behind Rayleigh and the huge explosion awakened Nagarin. He opened his eyes sleepily and saw everyone looking at him. He asked innocently. Arnold. What happened? Why am I here? Nagalong. You're okay, that's great. Chopper was so happy that he jumped to Nagarin's side and vented his excitement. Upon seeing this, Rayleigh let go of Nagarin and walked towards Luffy with a swagger as if he didn't recognize anyone. After looking at everyone, he smiled and said, You were able to withstand my move just now. It seems that you are not ordinary people. I didn't expect to meet such a big shot here. Pluton, Kid felt his blood boiling. I have lived in seclusion on this island for many years. I am just an ordinary coding craftsman. As an old man, I just want to spend my old age in peace. Luffy tilted his head and asked, By the way, why did the uncle say he wanted to see me? Now is not the time to talk about this, let's leave here first. Rayleigh's eyes flickered and she glanced at Qin Yun inadvertently. This junior has a very strong aura, he doesn't seem like a newcomer who just went to see. Wait, isn't he Qin Yun? Why is he here? Shaki's intelligence told him that this guy was a ruthless person who was able to escape from Garp. According to her speculation, Qin Yun was most likely a powerful man who had been lurking among the people for many years. He has not revealed his whereabouts for so many years, so he must have extraordinary ambitions. Is it Silverba's Rayleigh? Qin Yun looked at him expressionlessly, feeling sorry for him. Rayleigh does not have a devil fruit and fights purely with swordsmanship and domineering, so he is not on his hunting list of people with special abilities. Advertisement. Sha Lulia Palace has been taken back into the strong city within Qin Yun's body. Little Bonnie has also entered his body, hiding from the limelight, waiting for his call. Wait, something seems wrong. Never mind, anyway, they're both in a safe place for the time being, and it won't tie Qin Yun's hands and feet. Are you Qin Yun? How could a strong man like you appear here? Rayleigh finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Although Shaki did a good job of intelligence work, how could she possibly spy on the kingdom of God that had severed ties with the outside world? Oh, interesting. Why can't I be here, as the right hand of One Piece? The Pluton, Rayleigh, who is respected by the world. How could he ask such a stupid question? You don't think you are the manager of everything in the world, do you? Qin Yun responded bluntly. Although he was too lazy to fight with Rayleigh, who was not a fruit ability user, it didn't mean that he needed to be nice to Rayleigh. The truth is there, Rayleigh is not Qin Yun's acquaintance, so he has no right to ask about Qin Yun's movements. But as soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed again, and the atmosphere became tense. Kid grinned and looked at Qin Yun with admiration, because this was the first time he saw someone more arrogant than him. You know, even he didn't dare to say anything arrogant to Rayleigh just now. Luo Zi's face was solemn, he could sense the arrogance in Qin Yun's words. Such people are either really stupid or have the strength to face everything. Luffy was stupid and didn't think too much about it, he just felt that the expressions of the people around him were a little strange. Rayleigh was silent for a moment. Although Qin Yun's tone was not very good, what he said touched Rayleigh's heart. Yes, he is not the manager of everything in the world, so what good will it do to ask this question? Speaking of this, Rayleigh remembered a magical island he passed by when he was in Roger's pirate group. He met an old man on the island. The old man was extremely long-lived and lived for more than 200 years. Even her children lived long lives, none of them died and all lived to be over 100 years old. As a supernatural world, it is normal for life expectancy in One Piece to be longer than in the real world, right? He was very curious at the time and respectfully asked the old man what was the secret of her longevity. The old man looked kind and told him without reservation, the secret to longevity is, mind your own business. Advertisement Rayleigh shook his head. If he were 20 years old, he would have drawn his sword and slashed at Qin Yun right now. But he is 76 years old now, and at retirement age, he should naturally stick to the old man's secret of longevity. It seems like the young man has a lot of complaints about me. You think too much, I'm just stating a fact, I have learned a lot from this old man. I hope you can always keep your original intention in the future. Rayleigh spoke with a smile, but made some ill-intentioned suggestions. If Qin Yun can always be so self-centered, unless he becomes the strongest in the world, he will inevitably meet a strong person whom he should not offend and who will teach him a lesson. Hey, Qin Yun sneered and said nothing. It was almost time and he was too lazy to waste words with Rayleigh. Just when Luo and Zoro felt that the atmosphere was a little off, the Marines outside the auction hall announced. Pirates inside, quickly release the St. Roswald family. The general will be here soon. If you surrender now, we will try to show leniency to you for your crimes. Otherwise, I don't know what the general will do to you. Luo shook his head helplessly. It seems that we are not only involved, but they are also treating us as accomplices. Straw Hat Luffy's reckless style is well deserved. I have seen it. I don't want to meet the admiral here. Kid still had a confident smile on his face. He had the highest bounty among the supernovas and considered himself the strongest of this generation. But his high bounty was only earned by slaughtering a large number of civilians, and there was no convincing record. Rayleigh scratched his head and no longer tried to ask Qin Yun. He asked Kid, Law, Luffy and others for help without any hesitation. I'll rely on you guys from now on. I still need to retire here, so I won't show up and use that kind of power just now. If the Marines knew I was hiding here, I wouldn't be able to survive. Hey, I won't waste my time with you guys, I'll just help you guys. Kid casually mocked Law and Luffy, two kids of the same generation, then turned around and walked outside. Don't worry, I can clean up those Marines at the door by myself. After hearing this, Luffy and Law looked at Kid's back with unfriendly expressions, chased after him like children, and started a verbal wrestling with him. The three pirate crew members looked at them fighting helplessly. Chapter 134 Death of the Celestial Dragon. If you have nowhere to go, we can meet at Island 13 later. After Rayleigh gave some instructions, he said hello to the giant behind him and left the scene leisurely. Now that he is retired, he rarely takes action unless it involves something that concerns him personally. Zoro nodded, and after watching Rayleigh leave, he also led everyone towards the gate. Before leaving, he gave Qin Yun a strange look. Qin Yun smiled meaningfully at Zoro, then took out a photo shell from his arms and walked forward. The footsteps were getting farther and farther away, and only Qin Yun, the unconscious audience, and the powerless Tianlong people were left at the scene. Well, it's time to record a video of the celestial dragons being killed. Qin Yun opened the photoshell and let it float to find an angle to take pictures of St. Charles and St. Roswald. He waved his hand casually, and an invisible electric field instantly enveloped the auction venue. Bullets, some missing their target and some penetrating into human bodies, were floating densely in the air above the audience seats. I'll take the first and double kills from the celestial dragons. The next moment, the bullets seemed to be infused with spirituality and rushed towards St. Charles and St. Roseward like crazy. The clanging sounds continued to ring out, and the two Tianlong father and son were soon beaten into sieves, with dark red blood flowing all over the ground. At this time, all the weapons in the auction venue that could be attracted by magnets flew into the sky. Even the bullets controlled by Qin Yun were affected and were fighting with him for control. Qin Yun understood instantly that it was Kid who was using magnetic power to fight against the Marines. He did not choose to stop the bullets because their mission had already been accomplished. He raised his hand and took back the photoshell, closed it, and put it inside the fortified city. This is not the end yet. Sha Lulia Palace was taken out of his body. He reached into her bubble hood, activated the power of the door, and reached into her hair to take out the celestial dragon identity chip hidden in her hair. Without hesitation, Qin Yun threw it directly to the side of St. Roswald, opened his mouth and spit out a breath of flame to burn it. I couldn't find out what the celestial dragon's identity chip looked like, so I destroyed it first. No matter what use it had, I destroyed it to prevent being backstabbed by WT. Advertisement dense footsteps were heard from the back of the auction, and Qin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. The death of two celestial dragons and the unknown life and death of one celestial dragon, how much turmoil will this cause? It's really exciting. The troubles at Shalulia Palace are not over yet, but the current situation makes it difficult to resolve them. So Qin Yun took her back into the fortified city again, turned her into lightning, and left the auction venue along the metal products on the roof. Just a few breaths after he left, the Marines finally arrived at the venue. Witnessing the tragic scene, the duck was so frightened that it sat on the ground, its whole body limp and powerless. The celestial dragon is dead. Someone in the crowd let out a scream of fear. The reason why they are so afraid is that the death of the Tianlong people has great consequences. These Marines will inevitably be implicated in various crimes and end up dead. This is not an exaggeration. Apart from anything else, the accusation of not saving people in time is enough to send them to the execution platform. What should we do? All the Marines turned their heads and looked at each other blankly, a little at a loss. A Marine who looked like a commander shouted loudly. No matter what happens next, let's rescue the Tianlong people first. If they are not dead, take them out quickly and let the medical staff save them. It makes sense. Chief Tungsten Musi is right. Everyone agreed, but strangely, no one took the initiative to help. It's a joke. If the Tianlong people see the energy coming in and out, they will go up and lift it. But now it looks like he is completely dead. Who dares to step forward and lift up the celestial dragon? Isn't this lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death? But there is always someone who is going to do all this. Tungsten Musi turned his eyes, looked at the soldiers carrying the stretcher and shouted loudly. You guys! Why don't you hurry up and rescue the Tianlong people? If the best time for treatment is delayed, everyone here will not be able to run away. Those Marines looked bitter, and they knew they couldn't escape. We can only wait for an opportunity to see if we can send the body of the celestial dragon back, and then blend into the crowd and become a transparent person. Advertisement in this way, 2 people work in groups, 6 people in total. They walked forward tremblingly, but each walked slower than the other, as if they were having a competition of who walks the slowest. Tungsten Musi was even more furious when he saw this. He had connections above him, and he came here to save the Tianlong people because of connections. He didn't expect to pick up Tuo Da. However, since he has a deep relationship, he doesn't have to worry about being implicated in this matter, and he doesn't care about the lives of other Marines. Okay. You guys stop performing here. Major General Story is still waiting outside. If they know that you are working here and not doing anything, I don't need to say more about the consequences, right? The 6 Marines were shocked. Major General Story was known as a hawk. If he knew, they wouldn't have to think about returning to Marine headquarters alive. In desperation, several people quickened their pace and stepped forward. They picked up the broken bodies of St. Rosewater and St. Charlos, as well as the body fragments scattered around, onto the stretchers. But the 2 people who were free were confused. They walked around the auction venue for several times without finding the remains of Shalulia Palace, not even under the seats. Seeing this situation, they shouted in a trembling voice, Chief Tungsten, it seems that Shalulia Palace is not here. Tungsten Musi's eyes narrowed and he waved his hand. Marine soldiers, search all areas of the auction venue, looking for Shalulia Palace. Don't miss any corner. Yes. X and a large group of Marines quickly searched every possible place that could accommodate people, but found nothing. A Marine ran up to Tungsten Muse in small steps, leaned into his ear and whispered. Sir, we found the control room, but the monitoring above seems to be damaged and cannot be viewed. What? These pirates are so evil. This must be a premeditated assassination against the celestial dragons. Tungsten Musi sighed deeply and reluctantly led his team to leave through the back door of the auction venue. The damage to the monitoring equipment was of course Qin Yun's fault. Before he really gains enough power to overturn the world, it would be better to minimize the appearance of his photos on Ein's desk. And this day is never too far away. Outside the auction venue, Qin Yun stood high in the sky, taking in the overall situation. Chapter 135 Target. Operation Fruit. Pluton Rayleigh is still there, and if he takes action now, he will most likely face off against this nosy old man. In order to increase the efficiency of hunting, it is better to wait until Kid and Luo are alone before hunting. The Marines gathered outside the auction venue are all food delivery guys. They are being used as experience points for the 3 captains Luffy, Kid, and Law to take turns showing off their devil fruit abilities. Major General Story looked at the battle situation in front of him expressionlessly. Catching these pirates is only a secondary purpose, the most important thing is the safety of the Tianlong people. He didn't wait for a while when a Marine trotted over with fear in his eyes, leaned into his ear and whispered. Major General Story, Saints Rosewater and St. Charles, were both unfortunately killed. As for Shalulia Palace, we have found no trace of her so far. The Marines are still searching for her in the auction venue. What? Story was shocked. If what this Marine said is true, then wouldn't it be impossible for him, the main responsible person, to escape the blame? It's over. These hateful pirates, do they know what they have done? Story roared in his heart and ordered loudly. Please stay alert. Don't let any of these pirates go. Reinforcements will arrive soon. The gunnery team is in position. The mortars are pushed forward and ready to be fired. Kill all the pirates for me. The Marines took action as ordered. Luffy, Kid, and Luo grinned and said in unison. Then, let's meet again in the new world. Room. Rubber. Mechanical giant arm. There was a melee on the court, but Marine was the one who was passively beaten. There is no way, who can tell this world is not the king of Marine? Hey, Luffy, Zoro, come here. Advertisement on a vine outside. Dibalu, who had just been plastic surgery by Sanji, was calling with his younger brothers, specially coming to pick up Luffy and his group. There is no other way. Although I don't want to accept their help, the situation is urgent now. Sanji spread his hands, feeling helpless. Let's go. Let's follow Feiyu and the others. Luffy called for everyone to follow him, took the lead in turning on Gear 3, and punched the Marines with a giant fist, opening a path. 3 sword style. 108 Worry Phoenix. Zoro swung his sword repeatedly, sweeping the Marines on the left and right into the sky. Everyone fled to Dibalu in 2s and 2s, and under his arrangement, they fled the scene on Feiyu motorcycles. After Luo rescued Jaberu who had become a slave, he easily took him under his command through this kindness. This made Babo very happy, and he excitedly said to Jabalu, "Based on time and seniority, you are now my junior. That kind of thing doesn't matter, as long as I'm no longer a slave." Jabalu curled his lips and easily slapped Marine away who wanted to sneak attack Luo. Kid acted the fastest and had already successfully escaped from a weak point of the Marine forces on the right. After crossing a bridge, he destroyed it and briefly curbed the Marine's pursuit. Luo did not follow Kid as planned, but instead led the Heart Pirates to break out from the rear of the auction venue. A trace of surprise flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. It seemed that his presence had affected something after all, which would make him make one more trip. Between the surgical fruit and the magnetic fruit, one has the possibility of eternal life, and the other can cooperate with his thunder power to cause greater damage. Do you still have to choose? Of course, the results of the operation were more important. Qin Yun did not hesitate and followed Qin Luo's footsteps in the sky. After crossing an inland river and a long bridge, the Heart Pirates saw that they had thrown Marine away. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly felt that the front became dazzling. The next moment, a bright laser suddenly shot towards them. Luo's expression changed. The situation was critical. Without thinking, he activated the power of the surgery fruit and moved everyone in the Heart Pirates to a safe location. Bang! Luo looked at the attacker in the distance with lingering fear. When he saw his appearance, a big question mark appeared in his head. Why is this guy here? Trafalgar Law. Bounty of 200 million Baileys, confirmed as target, obliterated. The bear-like pacifist speaks words of ruthless judgment like a machine. 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Bear. Why are you here? Advertisement. The pacifist did not answer Luo's question, but continued to open his mouth wide to accumulate energy and fire lasers at Luo. Hateful. Luo dodged again, gritting his teeth and beckoning everyone to join him. But he doesn't think he can defeat the big bear who is also a Shichibukai with his enemy Doflamingo. This place is so close to Marine headquarters, no matter who appears, it's normal. Jabalu reminded everyone lightly, then rushed forward to fistfight with the pacifists. That's my father, Qin Yun. You really let me see him. Bonnie shouted excitedly and even forgot to call Qin Yun Oni-chan. She couldn't believe that her father, whom she had longed for so much, appeared in front of her eyes like this. Qin Yun sighed helplessly when he heard the voice coming from his body. I understand your desire to see your father, but I regret to tell you that he is not your father. He is a man-made weapon created based on your father's bloodline factor, a pacifist. Their interior is made up of cloned flesh and machinery. The pacifists. Hey, they're just toys that only know how to obey orders but have no consciousness. Ah. Bonnie also noticed that the big bear below did not have the Bible that he never left his hand on. Artificial weapons. Is my father okay? Don't worry, your father hasn't passed away yet, but you won't be able to tell for sure after that. Ah. Qin Yun's words were so heartbreaking that they made Bonnie's heart hurt so much. She put on a cute expression and prayed. Oni-chan, please save my father, okay? Qin Yun was silent for a moment and replied calmly. I can't give you a definite answer, save people. Haha, I can only say that I will capture his body so that you can easily see him later. But if you want to truly rescue him completely, you will still need to make some efforts later on. Bonnie was startled, although she didn't understand what Qin Yun meant by complete, but being able to see her father easily meant that he agreed to her, right? She knew in her heart that Qin Yun, a stranger she had just met not long ago, could say this to him, which was already the most benevolent and righteous thing to do. Thank you, Oni-chan. During the exchange between the two, everyone in the Heart Pirates was already out of breath due to the pacifist. Even Luo was sweating coldly and out of breath. Chapter 136. The destruction of the Heart Pirates. It's time to send Luo off. Qin Yun sneered and raised his hand to prepare for thunder. The fruit of surgery. According to legend, if the power of its fruit is developed to the highest level, it can perform the anti-aging surgery that can grant humans eternal life. But the cost is extremely high. Once the spell is performed, the caster will die immediately. The price of the operation fruit in the dark market was even raised to 5 billion Baileys. But for some reason, after Law ate the Opope fruit, no one cared about this devil fruit anymore. Isn't there something strange about this? It couldn't be because Doflamingo protected him too well. Since Luo has a bounty on his head and is called the Surgeon of Death, Marine must be aware of his abilities. When the thunder was brewing, Qin Yun flashed and teleported behind Luo in the blink of an eye. After a pause, he shot the lightning beam in his hand at him. Lufa Thunderbeam. Luo's expression changed drastically. The burning temperature on his back almost melted his skin. Without even thinking twice, he activated his surgical power again to swap positions with a nearby stone. This escape technique had almost become his instinct. The lightning beam easily shot the stone into nothingness and then continued to sweep away into the distance. Unfortunately, the pacifist was just ahead of the path of the lightning beam. Bang! The lightning beam passed through the pacifist's head without any hindrance until it passed through the alchemine mangrove. After leaving a hole the size of a person on it, it disappeared into the horizon. The lightning beam seemed to have triggered some mechanism in the pacifist, and his head instantly exploded in all directions like fireworks, revealing his upper body, which was a combination of flesh and machinery. Bonnie couldn't help feeling heartbroken when watching this scene. Even though Qin Yun told her that this was not her father, she could not suppress her grief at seeing the pacifist being beaten like this with her father's face. It's not good to stop Oni-chan, if you don't look, Father probably won't feel any pain, Do it as you think. Bonnie turned his head away from looking outside and began to look at the room Qin Yun had created for him. The main color here is pink, and there are many cute teddy bear dolls, which shows that Qin Yun has put a lot of effort into it. Advertisement Luo appeared on the ground panting. Because he was too close to Qin Yun just now, the clothes on the back were on fire. He could only tear off his coat with a ripping sound and shouted loudly. Divine Emperor Qin Yun, what do you want to do? Seeing that the pacifist who had been fighting with them for a long time couldn't even withstand Qin Yun's move, he instantly realized that the other party was definitely not someone they could afford to provoke now. How come such a person only has a mere reward of 300 million berries? Trafalgar Law, Before the laughter reached Luo's ears, Qin Yun teleported behind Luo again. Thunder's big hand ruthlessly grasped Luo's head. As the electric current surged, Luo felt as if even his consciousness was taken away from him. He couldn't control his body at all, let alone use the power of the surgery fruit. How could it be? Luo Ren was stunned. He finally understood that there was no way he could react at such a speed. The other party had paused on purpose to allow him to escape by chance. Captain, in a flash, Law was instantly defeated. The heart pirates couldn't even keep up with the two people who were teleported to the space. Let go of our captain, Beibo yelled, rushed forward angrily and punched Qin Yun hard. But all his attacks were dodged by Qin Yun's elementalization, or could not withstand his own force and passed through Qin Yun's body, finally hitting Luo. Luo was inconsolable at this moment, and could only curse in his heart. What a stupid teammate. What was even more uncomfortable was that Beppo himself was severely electrocuted and his hands and feet were twitching. Fortunately, he is a member of the fur tribe and is a natural expert in playing with static electricity. He has good resistance and can even stand up. Sha Qi, Pei Jin, and Bai Yan kept shooting at Qin Yun, and even Jaberu, who had just joined them, joined the battle. How naive and cute, Qin Yun also enjoyed the fun that is unique to Lobia. This kind of enemy wants to kill him, but can't attack him, and is so anxious that he jumps up and down but has no way to do anything. It's really a pleasure to watch. Alright, kids from the Heart Pirates, your pirate game is over. Qin Yun raised his hand like a pistol, pointed it at Bebo's head and shot him. Advertisement, Lifa Thundergun, Sizzle. Bebo, Sha Qi, Pei Jin and others were furious, but facing an enemy that they could not attack, they could not think of any good solution for a while. This is not the end. Qin Yun then targeted several other members of the Heart Pirates and pretended to send them one by one to see One Piece before Luo. Run! Don't let all of you die! Luo was screaming hysterically in his heart, but the control of his body had already been spasming and twitching under the stimulation of the electric current, and he had completely become Qin Yun's puppet. Fortunately, Qin Yun is not too playful, otherwise he would have learned how to operate Doflamingo and controlled Luo to hack at his crew members one by one. The torture would surely have made him collapse on the spot. Sizzle. Sizzle. The sound of lightning guns cutting through the air continued to ring out, and with each strike, a pirate fell to the ground. They watched their companions fall one by one, as if their spiritual faith had collapsed on the spot. They stood there in a daze, allowing Qin Yun to slaughter them all without resistance. Soon, when the last strong man wearing a white hat fell down helplessly, the field fell into a brief silence. The Heart Pirates had a total of about 20 members. Excluding Law, there were only a dozen or so who fell, not all of them. There were still a few pirates guarding the ship who had not disembarked, waiting for their return. But these people don't have devil fruits, so it's not worth Qin Yun's extra trip. Why? Why did you attack us? Luo's heart has become numb. Even though he knew the unspoken rule of the world's survival of the fittest when he was still a teenager, when it was his turn to become the weak one, he just wanted to know what made Qin Yun target him. If you want to blame someone, just blame Law for eating the surgery fruit. After all, a man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Why? How can there be so many whys in this world? But I can tell you a good news that will make you happier on your way to the underworld. Qin Yun grabbed his neck to prevent Luo from collapsing to the ground. Just 2 days ago, I captured your enemy Doflamingo. Almost all the people in the Don Quixote family were killed or injured, without exception. Open black lens bracket what? Doflamingo. Mr. Corzone, Rocinante, close black lens bracket. Although Luo received the news of revenge, at this moment he wanted his companions who had been with him for many years to survive. Chapter 137. A preliminary concept of achieving immortality with the Operation Fruit. Goodbye, Trafalgar Law. The next moment, Qin Yun increased the intensity of the electric current and sent Luo away from this world. In order to prevent the news of Doflamingo's defeat from alerting the enemy, Shira and his team had to put in a lot of effort. It was impossible to save Law's life, and his real name, Trafalgar D. Wadir Law, explained everything. Considering his experiences over the years, how could he sacrifice himself to perform anti-aging surgery for others? In the original world, if Faye had a good relationship with him, he might have received his devotion, but Qin Yun had no intention of playing the Pirate House game with him. Therefore, Luo would definitely not succumb to Qin Yun and perform the anti-aging surgery for him. The White Thunder moved inside Luo's body, and he easily plundered the surgery fruit and stored it in the treasure room inside the fortified city. This surgical fruit is a key to the door of eternal life. But if you really want to use it, you still need a long time of preparation. Qin Yun's initial idea was simple. He used bloodline factor technology to create clones that obeyed his orders completely, and combined with Pudding's memory fruit, experience in awakening the surgery fruit, and relevant knowledge in the medical field. After getting the above necessary conditions, you can start the next step. Copy the medical knowledge of a top medical practitioner through Pudding's memory fruit. Or they could directly develop a method of instilling memory, and copy all the medical knowledge in books onto a genius tool man with surgical powers. After the tool man was developed and awakened, her memories of the awakened devil fruit were copied to the bloodline factor clone created in advance, and then the power of the surgery fruit was applied to her. After a simple adaptation, you should be able to perform the anti-aging surgery. After the tool man dies on the spot after performing the anti-aging surgery, he can continue to create the next tool man by following the same method. In this way, not only can his plan of eternal life be realized, but he can also bring his concubines with him to accompany him forever. However, in general, plans cannot keep up with changes. If he obtained some special devil fruit abilities, maybe he could simplify the operation. The most uncertain thing is how long it will take for the operation fruit to develop and awaken. Qin Yun shook his head and let Luo slip to the ground in his hands. After checking Bebo's pockets, he didn't find any life cards or anything like that. What a pity, he was also told that he could take a shortcut to help him find Zuowu Island. Advertisement. It seems that we can only use the old method, let the priest set out from the waters of Dressrosa and then conduct a carpet search. Qin Yun was a good person to the end. He opened his mouth and spit towards the surroundings. A flaming dragon suddenly rushed out and swallowed Luo and his companions into the sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Under the raging fire, their bodies were burned to ashes. After the flames die out, perhaps only some extremely stubborn remains will remain to prove that they have ever been to this world. The invisible electric field slowly spread to all parts of the Sabaody archipelago, looking for Qin Yun's next prey. Before long, Kid's special electric field signal was like a guiding light in the darkness, clearly exposing his location. Without hesitation, Qin Yun immediately turned into lightning and struck straight towards the northeast. On island number 3, the Kid pirates were also blocked by a pacifist. After several rounds of fighting, the pacifist was beaten to a pulp by Kid and his gang. But they were all covered in dust and suffered a lot. Boss Kid, we can't go on like this, let's get rid of this big guy quickly, or Admiral Marine will really come. Hit opened his ferocious mouth and roared, and he sprayed the great fireball at the pacifist no less than 10 times. But the pacifist's material is extremely resistant to high temperatures, and his attacks had no effect at all. Damn it! Kid raised his eyes, glanced at everyone, and shouted. You guys go back to the boat first, and I'll be there later. Boss Kid. Go quickly. Yes. Bang. Kira's sword was bounced away, and even he was slapped to the ground by the pacifist. The pacifists took advantage of the victory and pursued it, with lasers brewing in their mouths. If Kira had been hit hard by this, she would probably die on the spot. Kira! Kid shouted, raised his mechanical giant arm and hit the pacifist in the side, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Kira looked happy and rolled back quickly, just as his sword was right next to him. Advertisement. He picked up the big knife and turned around to say something to Kid when he saw a scene he would never forget. Kid. No. Kid was surprised, why Kira kept moving her mouth. It seemed that he was talking to him, but he couldn't hear anything, and the world began to spin, as if his head was flying. Huh, isn't that my body? Kid seemed to notice something was wrong, and then his consciousness disappeared into nothingness. Behind Kid's broken body, Qin Yun's eyes still retained the dazzling power of thunder. He didn't give him a chance to escape this time, because Kid didn't have the ability to move in space, so he couldn't escape his silent teleportation sneak attack. Ship. Captain. Boss Kid, boss, he just died like that. The members of Kid's pirate group who were escaping seemed to have been cast under a restraining spell. Their eyes were staring at Kid's burnt head, and chills were rising in their hearts. I will be One Piece. One Piece is mine. Kid's old declaration ends here. Anyone who ridiculed and bluntly stated that Kid could not find One Piece was killed by him, even if this person was an ordinary civilian with no power. But those people were right. Kid failed after all. Qin Yun didn't pay attention to the looks of these people. He followed his own rhythm and systematically plundered Kid's fruit and incorporated it into his body. After a few breaths, he felt the magnetic force in his body. The so-called electricity generates magnetism and magnetism generates electricity. The relationship between the two is by no means as simple as imagined. Originally, if you had one of them, you could develop moves related to another ability, but now 2 abilities appear in one person at the same time. This feeling. Qin Yun raised his eyes displeased, and Kira rushed to him holding his machete, interrupting his train of thought. He didn't move, and the electromagnetic field formed by the power of thunder and the power of magnetic instantly enveloped island number 3 of the Sabaody archipelago. Kira was restrained by electromagnetic force and fluttering power, and was so firmly controlled that he remained motionless in front of him. This? What kind of ability is this? The Kira people are stupid. Is this still what the thunder fruit can do? Chapter 138. My energy is endless. You don't need to know. Qin Yun waved his hand casually, and the big knife in his hand seemed to be endowed with spirituality, turning the blade to bite the master. Kira's power was simply unable to break free from Qin Yun's control under the power of the triple fruit. He could only watch helplessly as the blade pierced through his mask and penetrated into his head. As soon as the pain came, his consciousness gradually disappeared. There are so many moves to try. Qin Yun chuckled. Now he seemed to be able to say that. My energy is endless, however, you guys are too weak and don't deserve to see my new moves. Using a combination of electromagnetic techniques to attack them is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, which is a waste of resources. The rest of the kid pirates were also firmly bound in place by electromagnetic force and floating force, and could only move their mouths and speak. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. Anyway, we all thought of this ending the day we became pirates. That's right, Lousy has killed so many people, he should have made back his money long ago. Grandpa, spare me. Grandpa, spare me. Between life and death, everyone's reactions are naturally different. Of course, most people are afraid of death and beg for mercy. Qin Yun's role is not a judge. All he had to do was to crush to death those ants that might block his way forward. Sayonara, pirates. Qin Yun raised his hand and waved it. The giant mechanical arm surrounding Kid's right arm automatically separated and disassembled into weapons. He showed his sharpest and most deadly side, and then rushed towards the kid pirates mercilessly. Ah! The screams continued and bright red blood flowed all over the ground. In this world, the most worthless thing is the lives of these lowly pirates. Luo has about 20 men, but he seems to be the only one who can fight. Beppo was quite outrageous. He was seriously injured and dying, but he took a drug and transformed into a moon lion form, which was able to interrupt the retreat of Blackbeard and his men. Incredibly, Vanoka, who could kill one cookie man with one shot, couldn't even break the huge rock that Beppo picked up at random. His teleportation fruit was useless, and he couldn't even catch up with Beppo, who had recovered and was exhausted. Advertisement: there is no way. Maybe Luo was assigned some other mission by WT. For example, Luffy was given an anti-aging surgery to prevent him from dying. The same goes for Kid, none of his subordinates can fight. He was killed instantly by Shanks's divine dodge and fell into the sea, his life or death unknown. If he still has any use, WT can fish him out later. Luffy hurt them. Just kidding. These two people followed Luffy to fight a double Emperor copy of Big Mom and Kaido, and got a bounty that was not commensurate with their abilities. He thought he was so awesome, but his true colors were exposed once he was away from Luffy's halo. Divine Emperor Qin Yun, bounty of 300 million Baileys, confirmed as target, kill. The pacifist program searched for Kid for a long time, but when it couldn't find him, it started to execute the next kill instruction. I almost forgot about you. Qin Yun raised his hand and clenched it, and the electromagnetic force that lingered for a long time in the field instantly acted on the pacifist. There were continuous clicking sounds, and the mechanical parts of the pacifist began to deform and turn inside out. Boom! Finally, the laser emitter inside the pacifist could not bear the pressure and exploded. It's so easy to use the magnetic fruit to fight these mechanical killing weapons. I don't know how Kid could fight this guy for so long. Qin Yun shook his head. Perhaps the Kid Fruit's ability was not fully developed? He didn't want to think about these details. The electromagnetic field spread again, looking for Luffy's location. Sabadi Archipelago, Island number 27. Borsalino had just been hit by 2 cold bullets from 2 little pirates, but he easily dodged them by using elemental transformation. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 2 little pirates ran away. But before they had run 2 steps, Borsalino appeared in front of them and asked casually. I'm looking for a man named Zon Taowin, do you know where he is? Before he could finish his words, the 2 little pirates fled in another direction. Borsalino shook his head helplessly, raised his foot and focused the laser in the direction of the 2 of them. Really? Am I that scary? Whoosh, advertisement. The laser streaked across the void and accurately hit the 2 pirates, the gap between them. It then hit the Yarkuman mangrove tree with the island number 27 on it, causing it to explode. The laser was so powerful that it actually blew the Yarkuman mangrove tree in half on the spot, emitting a golden light that was bright enough to illuminate the sky. If it were night, the entire Sabadi archipelago would probably be illuminated as if it were daytime. Boom, the Alcuman mangroves collapsed on the ground. As to whether they hit any civilians, that's something we'd have to ask Borsalino. How can this be possible? No matter how extreme Mr. Borsalino is, he won't blow up the Alcuman mangroves. This is what a marine who was born and raised in the Sabadi Islands said. He suspected that the busyness of the past 2 days was the culprit, which made Borsalino, who always liked to punch in and out on time, unable to bear it, so he came here purely to vent. With such a loud commotion, even Qin Yun, who was far away on island number 3, noticed it. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he instantly realized that Borsalino had arrived. A battle between lightning and flash. Who will win? It's really exciting. Turning around, Borsalino encountered X-Drake, Skulikimon AP, and Ulki, and began to kick them one by one, laughing jokingly. You guys with bounties of over 100 million are all as strong as monsters, so scary. This is not over yet. He was still being lazy and watching the battle from the side, letting a pacifist fight against these pirates. Unfortunately, there was an undercover agent sent by Marine Drake at the scene, and these pirates were let go by Borsalino and allowed to escape. On the other side, Island 13, Shaki's blackmail bar. Luffy and his companions were chatting with Rayleigh and Shaki. Rayleigh promised to coat their wave rider, but it would take 6 days. Shaki also thoughtfully gave them New World's 3-way record pointer. This confused Sanji and Nagarin for a moment. Nagarin remembered clearly that for a ship as big as theirs, even if the most inexperienced coding craftsman in the Sabadi archipelago came, it shouldn't take 6 days to fix it. Sanji had learned about the market situation in advance and also began to doubt Rayleigh's coding technology. The two immediately asked Rayleigh questions, and Rayleigh smiled and explained to them. It turned out that Rayleigh had discovered something wrong with the recording pointer not long ago, and the death rate of the ships on Fishman Island under the coating had increased significantly recently. Then, he sneaked onto a pirate ship and went to the bottom of the sea to find out what was going on. Chapter 139 Where is my big Fishman Island? When Rayleigh reached the bottom of the sea, he was surprised to find that Fishman Island had disappeared without a trace. Therefore, the only way for the pirates to go to the New World now is to drill under the Red Earth continent and rely on the three-way recording pointer of the New World to dive to the New World. Nagarin and Sanji were stunned when they heard the news. Nagalon. What? I haven't been home for a few years. How come my home is gone? Sanji. What? My dream, to see a mermaid, is shattered like this? It seems that I can only let Nagalon dress up as a woman. What's going on? Where's my huge Fishman Island? Nagarin asked urgently. Mr. Rayleigh, do you know where Fishman Island is? The only response he got was Rayleigh's helpless shake of head and sigh. I'm not sure either. You're also a mermaid, so you should know better than me. Don't you have any lifeguards for your friends on Fishman Island? No. I ran away from Fishman Island secretly because of my dream. Because I was afraid of being caught by the slave hunting team in the Sabadi archipelago, and because I couldn't find my way in the sea, I swam to the East Daxia Sea without realizing it. Is that so? Then there's nothing we can do. Fishman Island. Will they be silenced? Nagarin asked this question in a daze, his mind filled with memories of his family and friends. It shouldn't be. There are so many people on Fishman Island. If they were all dead, their blood would definitely dye the seawater near the Sabadi Islands red. But I have never seen such a scene in these days. Rayleigh's speculation comforted Nagarin a little. Hey, don't say such scary words in such a calm tone. Chopper was trembling with fear. Sorry. After receiving such bad news, Sanji and Nagarin were extremely sad. The two of them hugged each other in a corner and stared blankly. The others continued to chat with Rayleigh about other matters, and after a brief conversation, they walked together from Shaki's blackmail bar to island number 12. A few people were chatting and laughing while discussing where to go when they were blocked by a pacifist. Advertisement Luffy stared at the uninvited guest with wide eyes and asked directly. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Get back, Luffy. That guy is Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Usopp was shocked and recognized the other person at once. He liked to read newspapers to learn about the powerful people in the world who should not be provoked, and Bartholomew Big Bear was undoubtedly one of them. What? Luffy was also startled and quickly retreated back to his companions. Is this guy actually on the same level as Mihawk? With Qin Yun's butterfly effect, Crocodile was killed by him early, so they couldn't meet him. And because they didn't have domineering power yet, they could only be chased away by Smoker. As for Moonlight Mariah, the efficiency of raising the zombie army dropped drastically due to the loss of Hobgoback. He is traveling around the world after listening to the phonograph shell left to him by Perona. He attempts to find a more reliable way to become stronger, and ultimately seek revenge on Qin Yun and Kaido, the 2 guys who killed and robbed his companions. In this way, Luffy would not have the chance to meet Moria. Of course, they had new adventures under the power of the world's correction. So have they been weakened or become stronger? That's hard to say. They lost Frankie, Brook, Nami, and Robin from the original timeline, but gained Shipwright Doros and Navigator Nagarin. In terms of the number of people, Luffy and his crew were definitely at a loss. Therefore, they had only seen Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and naturally thought that the 7 warlords of the sea were all of the same strength. Monkey D. Luffy, bounty of 250 million Baileys, confirmed as target, kill. The pacifist sights quickly focused on the person with the highest bounty among Luffy and his group. He took off his gloves and aimed the laser at the Straw Hat Pirates. Under Qin Yun's influence, Luffy's bounty was eventually weakened. Close black lens bracket. Hey, what do you want to do? Luffy's question received no response. There was a flash of golden light, and the laser power was accumulated, then it shot towards everyone with a whoosh. Boom, advertisement. Unfortunately, the pacifist's charging time was too long, and everyone easily dodged the laser without any harm. When the smoke cleared, Luffy and Chopper were filled with envy and praised loudly in excitement. Amazing. Is this the legendary laser? Such power also made everyone feel relieved. As long as it was not as abnormal as Mihawk, they thought they could still handle it. If this is all he is capable of, then there is no need for us to escape. Zoro chuckled, quickly pulled out 3 swords and stood on Luffy's left, ready to fight. Then let's get rid of him quickly. We still need to find a secluded place to avoid the limelight. Sanji blew out a smoke ring lightly, raised his thigh high, stood on Luffy's right side, and got ready. Steam was rising, and Luffy activated the second gear mode, saying seriously, then let's go all out. The slap in the face came quickly. Under the pacifist's laser, Usopp, Doros, and Chopper fled in a panic, and only breathed a sigh of relief after taking shelter under a small house. Nagalong used his huge mermaid body to wrestle with the pacifist, while Luffy, Zoro and Sanji attacked frantically on one side. Fists, swords, big feet. But even if they increased the frequency of their attacks to the maximum, they could only barely repel the pacifists and could not cause any effective damage. There is no way, their current lethality is still too low. Qin Yun also came to their heads. Looking at their miserable appearance, it was hard to imagine that Luffy could grow to the strength to kill Doflamingo in just 2 years. This is not outrageous. Luffy's strength improvement in the past 2 years is far less rapid than going to Wano country and taking a few beatings from Kaido. The reason why he did not choose to attack Luffy but waited here was because he saw Rayleigh in the distance. This old guy said goodbye to Luffy and the others on the surface, but he was actually following them secretly, trying to protect them. If Qin Yun attacks Luffy and the others, it goes without saying that Rayleigh will not sit idly by. After all, the straw hat on Luffy's head belongs to Roger. As the destined person, chosen by Shanks, Shanks can break an arm to protect Luffy, and Rayleigh may have to break a leg to bet. Rayleigh didn't have a devil fruit, and Qin Yun was too lazy to get involved with these remnants of the old times. Now all he had to do was wait for the big bear to come and let poor Lil Bonnie see him, temporarily putting her mind at ease. Chapter 140. Only the strong are qualified to communicate with the strong. Island number 27. Borsalino finally stopped standing by and watching the show. While Ulki was wrestling with the pacifist, he easily kicked the 3 supernovas away one by one. At this time, X-Drake, Skulikimon AP and Yorobe all collapsed to the ground with their eyes rolled back and were seriously injured. The worst hit was Ulki, whose kidney was shot through by Borsalino and one of his wings was broken. With this heavy blow, he might no longer be known as a monk who broke his vows. Just as Borsalino raised his hand and slowly focused the laser, wanting to execute Drake, a light blue Den Den Mushi on his body began to chirp, "Bulu Bulu. Hey, old man, why haven't you contacted me yet? Oh, it's Zon Tamaru. Oh what? I knew you were unreliable. Okay, let's get down to business first. Okay, Eustace, Captain Kidd and Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law have not been found yet. I suspect that the two of them saw that the situation was not good and fled. Fortunately, Straw Hat Boy Luffy was stopped by the pacifists on island number 12, so he didn't return empty-handed. Oh, so it seems that we can only capture Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Yes. Come to island number 12 quickly. Poga, Borsalino sighed. What a trouble, Straw Hat Luffy. This guy has some connections. Ah, if Luffy is captured, I'm afraid Mr. Garp will go crazy, right? Forget it, let's just let him go. I don't want to offend Mr. Garp and let him cause trouble for me in the future. After briefly thinking about how to release the water, he flew leisurely towards island number 12. On island number 12, Qin Yun, high in the sky, watched the battle below with an indifferent expression. After noticing Borsalino's movements, he speculated in his mind. Borsalino is heading this way, so the big bear should be here soon, right? Advertisement. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Qin Yun keenly noticed a figure appearing within the range of his observation color, and the figure was rushing towards him at a very fast speed. With such a speed, I'm afraid no one else can reach this speed except Big Bear. He looked carefully and sure enough, it was the Big Bear. Judging from its direction, it should be starting from the Marine headquarters. Qin Yun chuckled and teased Bonnie. Little Bonnie, the real Big Bear is coming. I will fight him later, so don't take sides. After saying that, he turned into lightning and flashed towards the Big Bear. Ah, why are you fighting with my father? Little Bonnie obviously didn't understand. Because in this world, only the strong are qualified to communicate with the strong. Other people are no different from ants in front of the strong. This is the inevitable trend of the extraordinary world. No matter how much a person insists that everyone is equal, he cannot deny that people with power, and those without power, are from two different worlds. Oh, little Bonnie nodded, not quite understanding. That is to say, I want my father to be by my side. As long as I am stronger than my father, or stronger than anyone else in the world, I can fulfill my wish, right? If you think so, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Qin Yun gave an affirmative reply. This is true. To be the strongest person in the world means being able to do whatever you want. Isn't Yim a vivid example? Although little Bonnie is still young and has only been at sea for less than 2 years, he has seen many scenes of the survival of the fittest along the way. After Qin Yun's advice, she might be able to realize the importance of strength sooner. Before the two of them exchanged a few words, Qin Yun emerged from the lightning and appeared 300 meters in front of the Big Bear. Such a short distance was reached in an instant for both of them. Seeing the sudden blocker, Da Shang recognized Qin Yun. As a veteran cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he pays close attention to the famous strong men in the world. Qin Yun possesses the ability of the Thunder Fruit and can easily escape from the marine hero Garp, so he has long been on his focus list. He had important things to do now and had no time to get entangled with other people, so he teleported to Qin Yun without mercy, took off his gloves and slapped him. Advertisement, don't get in the way. Oh, interesting. Qin Yun realized that Da Shang didn't want to fight him and wanted to use his ability to knock him away. Of course he would not take the risk, so he flashed and teleported away as well. Then he casually threw out a bolt of lightning, which struck the Big Bear. Can the Thunder Fruit also teleport? It seems like I can't avoid it. The Big Bear put its paws in front of it and easily deflected the thunder. The thunder exploded on the ground, shaking the entire island slightly. The Big Bear sighed helplessly, silently stopped flying, landed on the ground, and asked in a low voice. Mr. Divine Emperor Qin Yun, what can I do for you? Big Bear's voice is not as rough as his body. Instead, it is very gentle. You can tell at once that he is a reliable and kind person. Bonnie, who was inside the fortified city, saw the Big Bear for the first time. She was so excited that a look of joy was visibly revealed on her face. The father she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her. She couldn't wait to meet Big Bear, and she begged coquettishly. Oni-chan, please let me out, Bartholomew Bear, I'm here to save you from your suffering. Qin Yun was in no hurry to reply to little Bonnie. He slowly descended and stood in midair a few meters in front of the big bear, at the same height as the big bear's head. Save me. Da Shang was a little confused, and the other party's hostility was vague, which made him even more puzzled. Thinking that he still had important things to do, he said softly. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Qin Yun. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying that, he flashed and continued to teleport towards island number 12. There was no way. Big Bear was too anxious. If he had gone too late, one or two people from the Straw Hat Pirates might have died. Qin Yun followed like a shadow and easily teleported to appear in front of the big bear. The corner of Da Shang's mouth twitched, and he was about to continue teleporting, but the next moment, he heard the name of the person he most wanted to see and at the same time least wanted to see. Wait. Don't be in a hurry. Let's talk about our business later. There is someone who really wants to see you now. Come out, little Bonnie. Qin Yun used the power of the strong city to open the door of the strong city in his body, and then little Bonnie rushed out impatiently. As she moved some distance away from Qin Yun, her body gradually grew larger and finally returned to its original size. She did come out, but when she actually arrived in front of her father, she was a little scared. She was afraid that Big Bear didn't see her because he had abandoned her and didn't want her anymore. Chapter 141 Little Bonnie finally meets the Big Bear. Little Bonnie's eyes sparkled. She tried hard to suppress her longing and whispered tentatively, Dad. Big Bear was stunned from the moment he saw Bonnie. When Bonnie greeted him, he hesitated for a moment, but still chose to recognize her. After all, how could a gentle bear like Big Bear have the heart to hurt little Bonnie? Big Bear suppressed his inner excitement and replied in a normal tone. It's little Bonnie, happy. Those who understand will understand, birthday to you. Advertisement. He had wanted Vegapunk to say this for him, because he was about to undergo his final transformation and had no intention of seeing Bonnie again. For this purpose, he specially used his observation hockey to explore the Sabaody Islands, and confirmed that Bonnie was not there before flying over to help Luffy, but he didn't expect that he was still one step behind. Dad. Seeing that Big Bear was still the same as always, little Bonnie finally couldn't hold back her tears. She turned around and looked at Qin Yun with tears in her eyes, as if asking for his opinion. Qin Yun understood and nodded in agreement, and Bonnie then ran towards the Big Bear. At this moment, she was still in the form of a little girl, but her jumping ability was still good. She easily jumped onto the Big Bear's shoulder, hugged his head, and cried loudly, venting the longing in her heart. Big Bear quickly raised his big hand to protect her, fearing that she would accidentally fall. Bonnie. Big Bear and Bonnie, father and daughter, fell into a brief silence, with only Bonnie's sobbing echoing in the void. Qin Yun looked at the scene without any sadness or joy. Da Shang. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Da Shang and he are not the same kind of people after all. Given Big Bear's personality, there was no way he could stop him from going to Vegapunk to keep his appointment and complete the final transformation. After all, everyone can teleport, and their highest speed can rival the speed of light. Why is Qin Yun's speed of light faster than Da Shang's? Of course, there was no need for him to stop it. Big Bear's transformation by Vegapunk will undoubtedly significantly weaken the Revolutionary Army and is beneficial to Qin Yun. When we fight the Revolutionary Army in the future, there will be less resistance. In 2 days, after Kuma completes his mission in the war at the top, he will follow the instructions in his mind and protect Luffy's pirate ship at the risk of his life. By then, it will be much easier to deal with the Big Bear. Advertisement at that time, after plundering the power of the meatball fruit from Big Bear, he will be forced to stay in the Kingdom of God obediently, which can be regarded as an explanation to Bonnie. At this time, Luffy, Zoro and others were being beaten. The crying gradually stopped, and Bonnie didn't want to ask Big Bear why he didn't come to find her. She just wanted to know if Da Shang could continue to accompany her in the future. Dad. Let's not separate again, okay, Bonnie. Big Bear was silent for a moment. He definitely could not give this promise. No. Da Shang suddenly remembered that he had important things to do and couldn't get entangled with Qin Yun and Bonnie anymore. Otherwise, if something happened to Luffy, he would feel sorry for Dragon. I'm sorry. Dad still has things to do. After I finish, I will come back to accompany you. Big Bear gently broke free from Bonnie's hand and laid her gently on the ground. Seeing the distrust in Bonnie's eyes, he could only comfort her. Be good, Bonnie, be obedient. No? Who knows when you can come back? You must be lying to me. Bonnie pouted stubbornly. That pitiful expression would probably soften even the most hard-hearted person. Big Bear was speechless. He didn't want to deceive Bonnie anymore. But he couldn't possibly tell his actual situation. Unfortunately, he didn't have Conqueror's domineering power, and his meatball fruit couldn't knock people out without getting hurt. Otherwise, Bonnie would have been much easier to deal with. Seeing there was no other way, he gently struggled to break free of Bonnie's lingering hands, then took a few steps back, trying to teleport away. Seeing this, Qin Yun said calmly, Bonnie, that's enough, come back. Bonnie's eyes flashed with a trace of entanglement. He turned back to look at Qin Yun reluctantly and muttered softly. Oni-chan, how about you knock my dad out and take him away? Huh? The family members were shocked by the sudden filial piety. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth twitched. It seemed that she really listened to what he said to little Bonnie before. Da Shang was sweating profusely. How could the obedient girl become so rebellious? Advertisement, however, I felt relieved when I saw that Bonnie and Qin Yun were not too restrained when getting along with each other. He could feel that Qin Yun looked at Bonnie with a strange look, as if he liked her. In short, he did not feel that Qin Yun had any intention of harming Bonnie, so he could leave this world with peace of mind. Their consciousness has been wiped out, so for Big Bear, that means they're dead. Don't worry, Bonnie, it's not the right time yet. All you have to do now is wait and trust me. Hearing Qin Yun's unquestionable tone, Bonnie had no choice. Just as Qin Yun said before, power is supreme. Bonnie now has no power and can only let Qin Yun manipulate him and go with the flow. Come back, I have some serious business to discuss with Big Bear. Seeing Qin Yun urging her, Bonnie was helpless. She took a last reluctant look at the Big Bear that was about to escape, then returned to Qin Yun, looking back every 3 steps. Qin Yun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw how reluctant she was to leave, but he could also understand her. After gently touching Bonnie's pink hair, he raised his hand and sent Lil Bonnie back to the fortress. The first time Big Bear saw Bonnie, he was so shocked he didn't react. Only now did he realize something was wrong. How could it be? If I remember correctly, the ability you just used is from the gangster Capone bead, right? But aren't you the user of the thunder fruit? Haha, this is not something you need to worry about, Big Bear. I know what you want to do later. Tell me about it. Dashang no longer bothered about the previous question. He knew that Qin Yun would never be able to answer him. No hurry, before that, let me see the power of your meatball fruit first. As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, his mind moved and boundless electromagnetic force instantly spread throughout the place, firmly binding the Big Bear. The Big Bear felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire, with every move he made being hampered by huge obstacles. But this level of negative impact would not cause too much trouble for a strong man like him. Big Bear understood instantly that if the other party could eat multiple devil fruits, his meatball fruit might also be one of his prey. You are really an extraordinary person. No matter what, Mr. Qin Yun, thank you for taking my daughter in. Take care of yourself first. Qin Yun flicked his wrist, and a sharp thunder roared from his wrist. Then it burst out, the thunder grew in the wind, and finally became a lightning column as high as 3 people, rushing towards the Big Bear. Chapter 142, A Brief Test of Magnetic Power, God's Judgment. Big Bear's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly stood in front of him without even having time to take off his gloves, and the Bible in his hand fell to the ground. The thunder pillar arrived in an instant and touched his big hand through a gap. Then the thunder column and the heat it carried were bounced away by the power of the meatball, and rushed towards the Sabaody Islands in the distance. Boom, the thunder pillar accidentally hit the Yalkaman mangrove tree with island number 12 written on it, and blew it apart. Thunder and fire colored half of the sky, making the residents of the Sabaody Islands panic and confused. They didn't know what happened today and why the island was in such chaos. Luffy and others who were on Island 12 were also stunned. Anyone who sees this destructive scene will be frightened and want to escape. Perusalino, who was about to land on the island, looked at the burning Alciman mangroves and felt that this scene had a hint of déjà vu. Alciman mangrove. First of all, I didn't offend Perusalino, and secondly, I didn't offend you too. Why do you all look down on me? The bear paid the price. His gloves disappeared. Meatball fruit. It's really not that simple. It can deflect all forces, and with such strength, the average Logia would probably be ashamed. What elementalization? Bounce, bounce, everything bounces away. The meatball fruit is indeed one of the prizes set by the celestial dragons at the human hunting conference more than 30 years ago. The Big Bear leapt forward and slapped the air with the power of the meatball at a speed close to that of light, forming transparent shockwaves that looked like bear paws, and attacked Qin Yun. Push the pressure cannon. Qin Yun dodged left and right, and these bear paw shockwaves rushed behind him before Kakuzu could even touch his clothes, blasting out bear paw holes one after another. Just a few breaths after using the power of magnetic, Qin Yun discovered something incredible. There seems to be metal products in the Big Bear's body that are responding to his magnetism, so. Big Bear, it seems a bit too bullying to use you now to test my magnetic power. Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yun suddenly raised his hand and shook it. The magnetic force was stretched to its maximum, and thunder mixed with fine gossamers surged into the Big Bear's body, impacting his semi-transformed body at the moment. Magnetic crazy involution. The metal products in the Big Bear's body were instantly controlled by Qin Yun's magnetism, and began to curl and squeeze the Big Bear's internal organs and flesh. Although doing this is very bullying, no matter what despicable methods the enemy will use on the battlefield, Qin Yun will certainly not stop doing it just because this attack is too restrained for the bear. Ahem. The effect was surprisingly good. Big Bear coughed up a mouthful of black blood, which soaked the collar under his chin. These metal products that were modified by Vegapunk and implanted in his body have become Qin Yun's key to controlling him. That's it. If we keep fighting like this, little Bonnie will be sad and ignore me. Qin Yun shook his head helplessly and said that he could have a good fight with the Big Bear. But the bear, who was transformed into a semi-mechanical body by Vegapunk, was too easily restrained by his magnetic power. Even though Big Bear was vomiting blood, his expression remained unchanged. His pain nerves had long been removed by Vegapunk. Moreover, the healing power of the meatball fruit is also top-notch. He raised his hand and patted his body gently, and all the thunder and lightning on his body bounced out with a roar. However, the damage to the 5 internal organs and lungs cannot be recovered. No, it's not that you can't play it out, it's that you can't. Because these injuries must be suffered by someone, Big Bear, who has always been kind-hearted, is unwilling to hurt innocent people and pass these injuries on to others, even if that person is a criminal who commits all kinds of evil. If Qin Yun knew about his stubbornness, he would probably point at his nose and yell, "You're confused, Big Bear." After getting used to his twisted body, Big Bear said solemnly, "The Thunder Fruit is such an incredible ability. Mr. Qin Yun, I'm afraid you have already developed it and awakened it." Huh, who knows? Qin Yun did not correct his misunderstanding. Lightning and magnetic field can be converted into each other even if they are not developed to awakening. This is just the application of knowledge. Okay, let's get down to business. You want to save the Straw Hat Pirates, right? Advertisement. Dashong was shocked. The other party really knew his purpose. How is this possible? It's too outrageous. You know, rescuing Luffy and his group was a spontaneous act on his part, and it was not a task assigned to him by Drago. How could anyone know? Could it be that Qin Yun knows his identity as a revolutionary soldier and the secret that Luffy is Dorag's son? Seeing that he was silent, Qin Yun said a faint threat in a cold voice. "Don't worry, I didn't want to stop you, but I will go to the Amazon Lily Kingdom to meet the Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock. If I find out that you dare to take photos of anyone from the Straw Hat Pirates there, haha, I guarantee that no matter who it is, that person will never see the sun the next day." The person Qin Yun was talking about was self-evident, and Dashong knew it well. He silently used the power of the meatball to flick away the blood on his body, and then responded, "I understand, I will let Straw Hat and the others travel elsewhere. As long as you know, go and do your work. The situation of the Straw Hat Pirates seems not to be optimistic." Big Bear's eyes flashed, and he also noticed the situation of Luffy and his party. He sighed quietly, bent down and picked up the Bible that had just fallen to the ground. "Thank you again for taking in my little girl. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness, even if it is the meatball fruit on my body." Dashong's tone was mixed with regret and loss. He didn't have much time left, so he could only make these empty promises. After saying this, Dashong saw Qin Yun looking at him indifferently, knowing that the other party had noticed his temptation, which made him feel helpless. However, at least he confirmed that Qin Yun was a multi-fruit capable user of Thunder Fruit and Fortified City Fruit. I just don't know if Qin Yun has any other abilities, and how he broke common sense and became a multi-fruit ability user. Forget it, these problems should be left to the people of world government to worry about. At least according to the information I have learned, Qin Yun should have no conflict with the Revolutionary Army at present. Close black lens bracket. After understanding this, Big Bear stopped making useless tests. He flashed and teleported towards island number 12. "Oni-chan, are you going to let my dad go just like that?" Bonnie, who was extremely filial, seemed a little unwilling to do so. Qin Yun responded meaningfully, "Don't worry, letting him go now is for the best of everyone. Big Bear's reward doesn't matter, he will get the meatball fruit himself." Chapter 143. I will send him to heaven now, but not now. Taking the meatball fruit now will have too much impact on his plans. If Luffy and his crew didn't push into the castle, he would probably lose the chance to easily slaughter Blackbeard and his crew and obtain the dark fruit. Although Dashong promised not to take photos of anyone to the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Qin Yun, who has always been cautious, naturally would not believe his words. Then, Qin Yun's lightning dissipated and also struck towards island number 12. Back to Luffy's side, they took great pains to finally knock down the pacifist in front of them. But just as they took 2 breaths, a mocking voice came from above their heads. "Oh, you B***************** D pirates are quite good, who is it?" Luffy was shocked and shouted loudly. Zoro and Sanji looked around but found no enemy. Zon Taowen sneered and jumped down from the nearly 30-meter high branch of the Yarki mangrove tree with a pacifist, hitting the ground heavily and raising a large cloud of dust. I have to say, this pacifist is really resistant to falling. It is worthy of being a masterpiece of Vegapunk. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Luffy and Zoro looked seriously at Sentomaru and the pacifist who made a domineering appearance with a giant axe on their shoulders. "Hey, PX4, how are you going to let me explain this to the pacifists?" Another Shichibukai bear. Seeing another pacifist, Chopper and Usopp both screamed in fear. Could it be that this is the real Shichibukai? Sanji secretly thought that this was not good. In the current situation, their physical strength could hardly support them to fight anymore. Luffy also understood this. After a brief hesitation, he quickly made a decision. "Everyone, we can't stand any more tests now. Although I hate to say this, let's run away now. 2 or 3 people in a group, we will reunite in 6 days. "Oh," Zoro and the others responded in unison, and then they dispersed and ran in all directions. "Don't even think about running, PX1. Stop them now, don't let them escape from Island 12. Advertisement. After giving orders to the pacifists, Sentomaru rushed towards the fleeing Luffy. Sanji faced the pacifist, and Zoro had the worst luck. A golden light flashed, and Borsalino appeared in front of Zoro at the right time. Zoro was stunned for a moment. What kind of appearance was this? Borsalino didn't give him time to hesitate. He pouted his lips obscenely and unexpectedly shot out a laser from his fingertips. Zoro. Usopp's scream came first. His potential suddenly burst out, and he had a strange feeling that Zoro would be hit by the golden light and seriously injured in the next moment. As expected, the laser easily pierced Zoro's lower abdomen, and then exploded when it hit the ground. Screams mixed with explosions, and at this moment time seemed to be paused, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates stared blankly in the direction of Zoro. The smoke cleared, revealing Zoro, who was lying on the ground. Although he did not absorb all of Luffy's pain and suffering and become seriously injured like in the original timeline, he could not withstand a random attack from any admiral now. Under the laser, Zoro was undoubtedly seriously injured again. However, he still had some strength left and was able to wriggle his body away from Borsalino. Bang! While Luffy was in a daze, Zantamaru mercilessly slapped him and flew him to the ruins in the distance. Luffy now has no time to think carefully about why Zantamaru could hit him so hard even though he was made of rubber. The only thing in his eyes is Zoro's safety. Another dazzling golden light began to flash, and Borsalino's big feet were pointing at Zoro, as if he would send Zoro away from the world in the next moment. Seeing this, Luffy shouted, "Zoro, run, Usopp." Zoro felt like there was a busy tone in his ears and he couldn't answer Luffy's words at all. Usopp shuddered, and quickly grabbed the slender slingshot in his hand and shot at Borsalino non-stop. Doros next to him also raised the giant hammer in his hand and started hammering hard. "Damn it! Take that foot away, if you have anything to say, come to me." Although he was timid in his heart, his hands did not stop moving. In just a few breaths, they attacked more than a dozen times. But the slingshot shots and the hammer strikes seemed to be hitting the air, and were easily controlled by Borsalino's elementalization. Buzz. Advertisement. Seeing the anxious expressions of Usopp and Doros, Borsalino was still accumulating strength in a leisurely manner in order to let them off the hook, and even began to mock and delay time. "It's useless. I'm the Flashman who ate the flash fruit. I'm from Logia." "Logia? Flashman?" Sanji's face was solemn, and the cigarette that was in his mouth just now disappeared without a trace. "Run away, Zoro." Chopper's face was filled with tears and he felt powerless. Borsalino was speechless. Why hasn't Rayleigh come yet? What is he doing hiding in the dark? It will be too obvious if I continue acting this way. Forget it, let's try another move. Close black lens bracket. Just as Zoro squirmed away from Borsalino's feet, he chuckled and the light projected forward and gathered again on Zoro's head. Then he stepped on Zoro's back with his left foot to hold him firmly in place, while the flash of his right foot was still gathering power. Instant teleportation. How is that possible? Usopp was terrified. How could they possibly defeat such an enemy? Zoro twitched, feeling as if he had a huge mountain on his back, and he couldn't move even a step. "Roronoa Zoro, don't even think about escaping from my sight, your resistance is useless." Borsalino spoke harshly, but in his heart he was begging. "Come quickly. Rayleigh, even if it's Qin Yun, although it's unlikely." Finally, as if he heard the call from his heart, Rayleigh took action. He rushed out from the darkness and flew towards him at a high speed close to the ground. Borsalino was delighted and shouted, "I will send him to heaven now." These words made the hearts of the Straw Hat Pirates tighten. They opened their mouths wide, fully feeling the powerlessness in the face of a strong enemy. After saying this, Borsalino still did not shoot the laser on his foot. Instead, there seemed to be a voice echoing in the void. "I will send him to heaven now, sent to the west." The west is here, yeah. At this moment, Rayleigh, who was speeding over, appeared in everyone's sight. He was like a white arrow shot from a bow, and in the blink of an eye he rushed to Borsalino's feet. He turned around and kicked sideways, easily moving Borsalino's big foot away. Chapter 144. If you were to travel, where would you like to go? The laser energy stored in Borsalino's feet was just charged up, and it shot out suddenly, hitting the Yarkuman mangrove with the number 12 island engraved on it in the distance. The power was so great that the instantaneous blinding flash forced everyone to squint their eyes. The Yarkuman mangroves were blown to pieces, and the sky was filled with fragments of the Yarkuman mangroves. There was still residual temperature on top that was accumulating strength, and once it encountered the wind it would react violently and turn into a blazing flame. Then, the flames all over the sky began to burn the remains of the Yarkuman mangrove. Yarkuman mangrove. Why is it always me who is unlucky? While everyone's attention was focused on the fire in the sky, Borsalino quietly moved his feet and walked down from Zoro, then said lightly, "Is it finally your turn to perform, Pluden Rayleigh?" In fact, he was complaining in his heart. "Rayleigh, why did you come out just now? I have been waiting for you so long, I can hardly continue acting." "Ha ha ha ha, Borsalino, I can't let you strangle these young people in the cradle." Rayleigh's eyes were extremely sharp, and you couldn't tell that he had actually been secretly observing for a long time. "Their era has just begun. Uncle Rayleigh." Luffy was shocked, and then overjoyed. He quickly signaled with his eyes to Usopp and Doros to take Zoro away. Usopp and Doros came to their senses. They didn't even have time to think about why Borsalino left Zoro's body. They quickly leaned forward and picked up Zoro, then the two of them ran away. Borsalino ignored them and greeted Rayleigh as if he were an old friend. "I never thought you would actually be in the Sabaody archipelago. I have heard about this over the years. However, how could someone like you be so protective of these fledgling pirates?" "How can I not protect him? The straw hat on Luffy's head belongs to Roger." Moreover, 4 Emperors Shanks endorsed Luffy and personally came to make the bold bet that Rayleigh had told him to make. "Even though you have reached retirement age and have not been out on the sea for many years, you still remember your identity as a pirate, Mr. Rayleigh?" Rayleigh kept smiling. He knew why Borsalino was stalling for time. Wasn't it because he didn't want to offend Garp? "If the Marines could have rescinded the bounty on me, I would have retired in peace." "Oh, The crimes of pirates should be unforgivable, right? Besides, you're the vice captain of Roger's pirate group. Haha, I've saved these little guys, why don't you just let them go for my sake, Borsellino? Advertisement Rayleigh winked, as if hinting at something. Oh, of course not. Please forgive me. If we don't catch these pirates, we poor marines will probably be scolded by the celestial dragons in Marihoa until we can't even raise our heads. Would you mind getting out of the way, Mr. Rayleigh? Uncle. Thank you. Luffy's shout broke the confrontation between the two. Rayleigh smiled and waved, I wish you a safe journey. 8-foot mirror. Borsellino turned into a point of light and pretended to chase the Straw Hat pirates. Just stay here and keep me company, old man. Whoosh. Rayleigh cut off his light path with a knife, and Borsellino was forced to stagger. It's been a long time since I used this sword. Skycloud Cloud Sword. Borsellino remained expressionless, summoned a huge lightsaber and began to fight with Rayleigh. It's really a headache. I thought I could just deal with the kids, but I didn't expect to have to deal with a big shot like you. That's life. It's always full of surprises, right, Borsellino? The two men chatted and laughed while slashing at each other dozens of times. But neither of them used any powerful moves. Unfortunately, there were no strong people at the scene, and it seemed that both of them were just paddling. The fleeing Straw Hat pirates are now too weak, and even if Borsellino is stopped by Rayleigh, their short legs won't be able to escape the pursuit of Centauro and the pacifists. As everyone was pulling and struggling, someone finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Usopp yelled and stood in front of Zoro. Sanji was also knocked to the ground by the pacifist and was unable to get up. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two figures appeared out of nowhere at the scene. They were Bartholomew Dashong and Qin Yun. Advertisement. Wait a minute, PX1. The bear casually stopped the pacifist who was brewing a laser. Ah, fate is really a wonderful thing. I have delayed you for such a while, but you still managed to save people. Qin Yun's exposure did not affect Dashong's mood. He continued to walk towards the Straw Hat pirates with an expressionless face. Another Shichibukai. How many of these guys are there? We are really screwed now. Usopp collapsed, one on the left, one on the right. He couldn't stop them from attacking Zoro. Zoro struggled to get up, looking at the big bear in front of him who had one more book than the other pacifists, and felt uneasy. He had a hunch that the man before him was the real 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew the Bear. And the guy who just showed up at the human auction, Qin Yun. Why did he show up with the Shichibukai? If you were to travel, where would you like to go? Big Bear walked up to Zoro and was about to take off his gloves, but found that the gloves had been burned in the battle with Qin Yun just now. What? Zoro was sure that the big bear in front of him was the real Shichibukai because he could speak, but Zoro did not understand the meaning of the big bear's words. The big bear didn't answer. Time was running out, so he just waved and slapped Zoro. Zoro was seriously injured and there was no escape. He watched helplessly as the big bear hit him, and then the scene changed drastically. When his eyes adjusted to the current speed, he realized it. He was now actually at an unknown height in the air, and the surrounding environment was rapidly receding. The next moment, he could no longer bear the injuries on his body and fell into a deep coma. Where's Zoro? Usopp was stunned. A strong wind blew up at the place where Zoro was, and Zoro disappeared. What happened? Sanji stared around blankly. Bartholomew Bear. Borsellino could of course sense Zoro's figure disappearing into the horizon, and knew that Bear was definitely not here to help Marine. So I say, these pirates can't be trusted even if they become Shichibukai. And this Qin Yun, how did Dashong get involved with him? Qin Yun. Dashong. Rayleigh also had a puzzled look on her face, feeling something was not right. Chapter 145 Ambiguous Justice. While everyone was in a daze, PX1 opened its mouth wide and continued to concentrate lasers, trying to execute Usopp in front of it. Sanji was keenly aware of this and quickly reminded, Usopp, behind. Usopp was startled and turned around quickly to see the big bear who had teleported in front of the pacifist at the same time. Don't get in the way. The indifferent voice of Big Bear made everyone look solemn. The next moment, the pacifist was also slapped away by Big Bear and disappeared instantly. He actually even wiped out his own companions. Sanji did not feel fortunate to have one less enemy, but was instead horrified by the big bear's ruthless and heartless approach. Hey, you slapped PX1 away like that, Mr. Bear. Ignoring Zon Taomaru's complaints, Dakuma continued to walk towards Usopp and others. You guys go. I'll hold him back, Doros roared, swung the huge hammer in his hand and hit the big bear, but the big bear slapped him and the hammer away. Doros. Usopp was dumbfounded again, and then his body was dragged behind by Sanji. Damn it. My companions are dying one after another. Usopp, run. Sanji used high-speed rotation to heat his feet to a red color, and then he kicked the big bear fiercely. Devil's Wind Kick. Sanji. Don't. Luffy's voice was full of powerlessness. What could he do now? As expected, Sanji's kick was blocked by the big bear, and then his body was erased in the air by the big bear's slap. Rayleigh kept a close eye on the bear's movements. He could also sense that Zoro and the others were not killed, but were wrapped by the power of the bear's meatball and flew away into the sky at an extremely fast speed. This made him feel extremely strange. According to the information Shaggy gave him, Kuma and Luffy should not know each other. Damn it. Don't come over here. When Usopp saw Kuma walking towards him again, he quickly fired a few fire stars, and then crawled away from the scene. Run. Luffy screamed hysterically. Usopp's resistance was of no effect. With his snail-like speed, he was easily caught up by Big Bear, who slapped him away again. Usopp. Luffy is exhausted, now only he, Chopper and Nagalong are left. Advertisement, what happened today? What should I do? Luffy knelt on the ground in a daze, with a look of despair on his face. Rayleigh and Borsalino were still fighting, but Rayleigh seemed to be, old, sweating and panting. You must be Pluden Rayleigh, Big Bear's voice suddenly appeared beside the two of them. The next moment, Big Bear took advantage of the stalemate between the two and teleported to Rayleigh's ear. Big Bear. Borsalino was puzzled. What did Big Bear want to do? Big Bear ignored Borsalino and whispered in a voice that only he and Rayleigh could hear. Mr. Rayleigh, I am a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. We came here to save Straw Hat Boy Luffy and send him and his companions to a place where they can become stronger. Next, please stop Borsalino from getting in my way. Don't worry about Luffy and the others. Rayleigh's pupils shrank, he was silent for a breath, and asked back. You say. Do you think I will believe you? It's your freedom to believe it or not. My current position is not very good. Big Bear looked gloomy. The only good news was that he saw that Bonnie was doing well. Hey, what do you want to do? Big Bear, Perusalino interrupted the conversation between the two in a cold voice. Big Bear looked back and responded expressionlessly. As long as the world government doesn't personally instruct us to do something, as a Shichibukai, I don't have any obligation to cooperate with the Marines. For the same reason, you are not qualified to ask this question, and I will not answer it. Perusalino curled his lips and did not comment on Big Bear's words. However, he doesn't really want to know what Big Bear said to Rayleigh, because he believes in ambiguous justice. What is ambiguous justice? To put it simply, you just need to clock in and earn a salary every day and live as long as you can. As for offending others or causing trouble, he would never do anything like that. This is also the reason why he came to the Sabaody Islands and kicked one of the terrifying monsters and kicked one of the supernovas, but he only wounded them and did not capture any of them. After he became a general, he became more comfortable. In your free time, it's so nice to find a few friends, drink good hot tea, chat and joke together. Advertisement. What a beautiful thing it is to be able to live such a beautiful life until the end. Why should we fight for a better future, just to help the celestial dragons who rule the world? What about the offending person that caused him to be beaten to death? He doesn't want to do such a thing that is harmful to others and not beneficial to himself. Hey, Big Bear, hurry up and shoot Straw Hat Luffy away, or tell him where you want to send him. Qin Yun saw that Da Shang and the three of them seemed to be in a strange stalemate, and couldn't help but urge them. Mr. Qin Yun, don't be impatient, don't worry, I am not a person who goes back on my word. I will certainly not regret what I promised you. Besides, I don't dare to send them into your clutches. Big Bear really doesn't dare. No matter who it is, being sent to the Amazon Lily Kingdom will lead to death. After a brief fight with Qin Yun, he also had a rough understanding of Qin Yun's strength. He was definitely at the level of a general or 4 emperors. Ah, by the way. Are you two so incompatible that you are actually plotting something secretly? A Shichibukai, a strong man with a bounty of 300 million, is really terrifying. Perusalino said he was scared, but there was no trace of worry on his face. You disgusting B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** bear it anymore and squatted down, shouting, "Second gear." Just as he was about to rush towards the big bear teleported away and appeared next to Chopper, who had transformed into a giant monster. Chopper. Ouch. The current Chopper is still unable to control his huge monster form. He is just an irrational beast who only knows how to kill, and cannot understand Luffy's frightened calls. Bang! Chopper instinctively patted the big bear that appeared in front of him, but was easily slapped by the big bear and disappeared. Luffy was dumbfounded, and his companions left one after another. This hit him more painfully than killing him. In a flash, the big bear appeared in front of Luffy. The bear's paw waved down, and Luffy remained motionless. Luffy! Nagarin shouted loudly, shaking Luffy awake. Then he stepped in front of Luffy and accepted Big Bear's bear paw rescue, one step ahead of him. Chapter 146. The murderer is too cunning. No, Luffy's despair has reached its peak at this moment. He couldn't catch up with him, he couldn't defeat him, and he couldn't escape from him. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out how to deal with such an enemy. I couldn't even save one of my companions, and I even caused trouble for my companions. Luffy fell to his knees, pounding the ground frantically. He hated Borsalino's dominance, the bear's ruthlessness, and even more so his own powerlessness. Big Bear looked at this scene with complicated feelings, not knowing what he was thinking. Qin Yun's sudden intervention disrupted his plans for the Straw Hat Pirates. Fortunately, he was well prepared and had at least 3 travel plans for each person, so this unexpected incident did not disrupt his plans. Borsalino saw this and walked up to Big Bear and reminded him indifferently. "Are you going to swat him away and end this farce? I won't cover up for you. Have you figured out how to explain this to the world government? The death of the celestial dragons is a major problem that has rarely been seen in the past few hundred years." Big Bear did not answer. He certainly knew the seriousness of the problem, but he had his reasons for saving Luffy. When Qin Yun heard what Borsalino said, he immediately guessed that the Marines were putting the blame for the killing of the celestial dragons on Luffy again. This was also within his prediction. The audience saw Luffy fighting the celestial dragons. After Marine tortured them to get information, he naturally identified Luffy as the culprit for the murder of the celestial dragons. However, the death of the celestial dragons and being beaten are two completely different things. The Sabaody archipelago may receive a buster call from the world government. Big Bear walked silently to Luffy and said indifferently, "Straw Hat Boy Luffy, we will never meet again." Hearing this, Luffy stopped his self-harming behavior, raised his head and stared at Big Bear blankly, feeling a little at a loss. Goodbye forever. Big Bear no longer hesitated, and with a clap of his big hands, he instantly sent Luffy high into the sky and flew away into the distance. That direction is. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed. He only had a rough understanding of the geographical issues of this world. We can only guess that Luffy was flying back to the Grand Line, but we don't know which island he was going to. What is certain is that that direction is not the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Advertisement. It seems that you have made your choice, Big Bear. Think carefully about how to explain it to the world government. Borsalino's tone was full of regret, because he and Big Bear had the relationship through Vegapunk, so they were considered acquaintances. You don't need to worry about this. Big Bear glanced at Borsalino indifferently, nodded at Qin Yun, and left directly. Dad. Bonnie's eyes were fixed on Big Bear the whole time, greedily wanting to see him a few more times. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Borsalino glanced helplessly at Rayleigh and Qin Yun, shook his head in disdain, and muttered. Zon Tamaru, let's go too, haha, it seems you guys don't want to bother me anymore, then I'll leave first. Rayleigh smiled and lifted the wine flask at his waist, drank from it and walked away. Qin Yun curled his lips. The development of the Sabaody archipelago incident was proceeding as he expected. The next step is to see when Luffy will arrive at Impel Down. He also had hidden troops planted in Push City. With the help of the ability of the Mimic Fruit, Feng Clay easily sneaked into Impel Down, monitored everything there, and delivered information to Baroque Studio. Without speaking to Borsalino, Qin Yun turned into a flash of lightning and left. Hey, old man, are we just going to let these pirates go so easily? Zon Taowen seemed a little unwilling to accept the fact that he had gone on a rare mission, but ended up returning empty-handed. Borsalino shook his head and gave a very appropriate reason. No, we tried hard to keep them, but their strength should not be underestimated. Pluden Rayleigh, Emperor Qin Yun, no matter which one we want to capture, we need to make adequate preparations before the war. Ha! Rayleigh has no problem with you saying that, but I see Qin Yun came here and did nothing, just like a spectator. Is such a person worth being afraid of? Zon Taowen curled his lips. He felt that Borsalino just wanted to be lazy. He didn't do anything. Do you believe that? Borsalino was able to sit in the position of general not only because of his extraordinary strength, but also because he was very sensitive to the smell of conspiracy. You just don't know what he did. The purpose of other people can be traced, but that man's purpose is something that even I can't guess. Advertisement. Maybe he is the real murderer who killed the celestial dragons. No matter what, there will always be a day when the truth comes out. I just hope that your jaw won't drop when the time comes. Borsalino's words did not convince Zon Taowen, but instead made him more certain of his inner thoughts. Tisk. I think you are just exaggerating, old man. Maybe Qin Yun is just here to watch the fun. I hope your guess is true. As the two figures walked away, the battle on island number 12 in the Sabaody archipelago came to an end. But, the impact of the death of the celestial dragons may cause even greater storms and undercurrents. Holy Land Marihoa, between the rights. You mean, the Roseward family, was suddenly murdered in the Sabaody archipelago, and the murderer is still unknown? Saint Vokuli looked down at the warring states who was standing quietly in the distance, with an indifferent look as if he wanted to kill someone. Zon Guo shook his head and said softly, to be precise, Saint Roseward and Saint Charlos were both killed, and Pallas Shalulia's body has not been found. But according to the speculation of the people at the scene, I'm afraid that Shah Lulia Palace is also in danger. Someone actually dared to attack the celestial dragons. This is a provocation to the world government. Nesujiro Sei said something with a cold expression that made Sengoku helpless. We must catch the murderer. Zon Guo. I want to see the murderer's head within 3 days. Zon Guo looked embarrassed and shirked the responsibility. The murderer is too cunning. The surveillance cameras at the scene were destroyed by the murderer. There is no way to investigate. Seiden Shang snorted coldly, put down the Den Mushi he had just finished talking to, and looked unhappy. Chalulia Palace must have met with an accident, and her celestial dragon ship has gone out. Saint Moshe waved his hand and gave the final order with an indifferent look on his face. Alright, we need an explanation from the celestial dragons. Let's initiate the buster call. We need to block all information and wipe out Island 1 in the Sabaody archipelago. Don't leave a single person alive. Chapter 147. Morgan's determination. Multiply the bounties offered at human auctions several times and increase the efforts to capture them. We must bring them to justice even if we have to send a marine admiral. I understand. After Zon Guo finished speaking, he left the power room with a solemn expression. He knew that the death of the celestial dragons was just the beginning, and he would probably have endless things to do in the future. Alas, I think it's time for me to retire. 2 hours later, New World, an unknown island somewhere in the Calm Belt. This is the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. In the center of the isolated island, a tree nearly 100 meters high rises into the sky. Its interior was hollowed out and made into office rooms. In an office at the highest point, an albatross wearing a light blue shirt sat upright on a chair. He is Morgan's. At this moment, he is leisurely drinking afternoon tea and enjoying his rare leisure time. In front of him was a monkey-faced dwarf who was busy typesetting the next day's newspaper. At this moment, a special Den Den Mushi's rapid cry broke the silence of the office. Morgan's eyes lit up, and he threw the teacup in his hand aside, then suddenly appeared next to a dark-bodied Den Den Mushi as if he had teleported. You know, only news that is shocking enough to shock the world can be directly transmitted to Morgan's through this Den Den Mushi, so it is no wonder that he is so excited. Poga, Moses. This is more goes. Morgan's was extremely excited. Every time the Den Den Mushi rang, the influence of the World Economic News Agency in the world would be significantly expanded. Big event. Lord Morgan's. What I am going to tell you next is definitely the big event you have always dreamed of. The voice on the Den Den Mushi end sounded incredibly young, and its excited tone was almost as excited as Morgan's. Advertisement? Oh. Carlosla, stop keeping me in suspense. You know I've been waiting for good news from you. Don't be scared when I tell you. You must be joking. What kind of scenes have I not seen? Even if the world were to be destroyed tomorrow, I would not be shocked. Carlos laughed evilly and shouted. The descendants of the creator, Draco, were killed at the human auction on Island 1 of the Sabadi archipelago. Moreover, 3 of the Tianlong people died in this one attack. 2 of them were beaten to pieces, unrecognizable, and 1 was even mutilated. What? Morgan's couldn't believe his ears. For so many years, no one dared to kill the celestial dragons, not to mention the people who dared to speak harshly in front of them. Now, someone dared to kill the celestial dragons. Not only that, listen to Carlos' tone. It seems that the Tianlong people were still being slaughtered in an extremely cruel way. Isn't this a blatant provocation to the descendants of the creator? How could such news be spread and obtained by you? Haha, I'm not very talented, but I still have some connections in marine, Carlos added calmly. This matter is of great importance. In order to give an explanation to the celestial dragons, the world government has launched a buster call against Island number 1 in the Sabadi archipelago. Whether it was pirates or civilians, even a passing dog was killed by the Marines on the island. Anyone who appears on the island today will be charged with various crimes and be offered a bounty and arrested, especially those who appear at the human auction. Wait, don't we know who the real murderer is yet? Morgan's went straight to the point of the incident. The surveillance cameras at the scene have all been destroyed, but most of the information obtained from the people at the human auction pointed to one person. Who? The Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 250 million berries, Monkey D. Luffy. It's him? The last name Monkey. I remember his identity is not simple. Advertisement. It's not simple indeed. His father is Monkey D. Dragon, the world's most vicious criminal, and his grandfather is Monkey D. Garp, the marine hero. It's not too much for such a person to do anything outrageous. However, the world government doesn't care about this. They plan to label everyone who appeared at the auction as an accomplice in the murder of the celestial dragons, especially the pirates. In addition to the Straw Hat Kid, they also identified Pluton, Silverbaz Rayleigh, Emperor Qin Yun, Eustace Kid, and Trafalgar Law as the culprits who committed the same crime as the Straw Hat Kid. The bounty is even higher, it doubled. Ha 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 ha. The death of the celestial dragons has had too much influence on the world government. I'm afraid they want to use these methods to warn the world again. However, these are probably far from enough. Morgan's has recovered now. He just feels that the blood in his body is boiling because of the news. Who knows? Anyway, don't forget to transfer my share of the royalties. As for whether you dare to send it out. Haha, I don't care about that. Poga. Morgan slowly put down the Den Den Mushi in his hand, his eyes filled with the fire of his ideals. Big news. This is big news, it must be published. Even if the world government sanctions me, I will never let such valuable news be buried in my hands. Everyone has the right to know everything. The monkey-faced dwarf heard this and said to Morgause with a sad face. But, Master Morgans, if we spread the news that the celestial dragons were killed, it will surely lead to the ruthless strangulation of the world government. I'm afraid our defenses cannot prevent CP0 from infiltrating. So what? Morganus sneered calmly. If I am afraid of both the world government and CP0, how can I, Morgans, face my old friends? I, Morgans, will never let anyone control my World Economic News Agency. I must decide what I want to publish in the newspaper. Morgan's face was full of determination. Publishing content that shocks the world was his belief in founding the World Economic News Agency. You heard what I just said, right? Hurry up and format all of this for me. No, such important news should be created by me personally. Work overtime. Overtime, I have to finish it even if I don't sleep tonight. I will publish it right after I finish it. I want everyone in the world to get this big news that will shake the world before tomorrow afternoon. Time passed quietly, and soon it was the quiet night. Often some happy things are just beginning. In the waters near the Sabadi Islands, 10,000 meters above the sky, a luxurious small villa was leisurely flying towards the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Chapter 148 The Anger of Shalulia Palace. A lot of things happened today, and Bonnie had just parted ways with Big Bear, so he felt a little tired both physically and mentally. He simply fell asleep in Qin Yun's fortified city without any hesitation. In a room filled with a pink atmosphere in the villa, Qin Yun reached out to grab the fortified city. The big hand easily grabbed Shalulia Palace's delicate body and took her out. As soon as Shalulia Palace left Qin Yun's fortified city, she returned to her normal size and was held in Qin Yun's arms and carried to the soft couch beside her. Celestial dragons. I don't know if Shalulia has a talent for singing. How is it different from the melodious singing of Nami and Robin? Oh, no. Now is not the time to think about this. The focus should be on identifying the hidden dangers in Shalulia Palace. There were no angels around, so Qin Yun had to do it himself. The electromagnetic field swept across every inch of Shalulia Palace, searching for any place where electronic equipment might be present. After 3 rounds of electromagnetic field scanning, Shalulia Palace's delicate body was no longer a secret to Qin Yun. At the same time, he also confirmed that she did not have any electronic equipment on her. Very good, then, the next step. To be on the safe side, Qin Yun also considerately took off Shalulia Palace's astronaut-like uniforms piece by piece. She was left with only a shirt on, exposing her delicate white skin to the air. Looking at this erotic and alluring scene, Qin Yun couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a celestial dragon, you are doing a great job in skincare. In fact, Qin Yun misunderstood. The real reason why Shalulia Palace's skin is so fair and elastic is that she is still young, and skincare only plays a supporting role. Qin Yun did not get distracted and continued to complete his work. After removing all of Shalulia Palace's clothes, he held them in his hands and observed their structure. However, he did not find anything special about it. Perhaps this garment only serves to protect against external intrusions? Advertisement, it doesn't matter. Qin Yun opened his mouth and sprayed out a brilliant flame that instantly spread to the clothes that Shalulia Palace took off. Then he threw it casually, using the power of the door to throw it into another space and let it be burned to ashes by flames. Now Shalulia Palace only has the iconic bubble mask of the celestial dragon on her head, proving her identity as a celestial dragon. It was not Qin Yun's mistake to leave the bubble mask behind. The existence of the bubble hood can always remind him and Shalulia Palace of their identities. Isn't this a different kind of fun in the wonderful life ahead? The basic risks have been removed, but I don't know if Marihoa has the lifeguard of Shalulia Palace. According to the arrogant character of the celestial dragons, they would not let others use their noble bodies to make anything, even if it was just a nail that could be metabolized. In Qin Yun's expectation, the world government should be able to use the identity chip of the celestial dragons to perform many functions such as positioning, blasting, and recording. Otherwise, the identity chip of the celestial dragons would be useless with only the function of recording identity information. However, it is also possible that in order to protect the safety of the celestial dragons, IM has made it mandatory for every celestial dragon to get a lifeguard. No matter what, Qin Yun will carry the Shalulia Palace with him inside the fortified city to deal with any crisis that may arise at any time. This is not the end yet. Qin Yun naturally cannot let Shalulia Palace wake up like this. He took out a wide-sleeved fairy dress engraved with peonies and butterflies and put it on her. He also tied a golden belt around her waist to symbolize nobility, and a jade pendant next to it. As the most honorable descendant of the Creator in the world, Shalulia Palace naturally wears clothes that are as pure, noble, unattainable, and sacred as possible. In this way, Qin Yun's inner desire for conquest can be better satisfied. Everything is ready. It's time to start the first survey of the Shalulia Palace. A pleasant journey to reshape the worldview and understand one's own situation. Qin Yun's mind moved, and the power of the strong city formed a magnificent golden dragon throne. He sat on it and used electromagnetic force to make Shalulia Palace kneel in front of him. Wake up! Shalulia Palace. The healing power lingered in Qin Yun's hands and passed through the bubble cover above Shalulia Palace's head. He stroked her pretty face, continuously inputting healing power into her fair and rosy cheeks, and freed her from the coma caused by the Conqueror's impact. Rayleigh's Conquerors only made her unconscious for a while, and the subsequent coma was caused by Qin Yun adding more Conquerors. Advertisement: the healing fruit is worthy of its claim to be able to heal everything. The effect was so quick that just as Qin Yun infiltrated the healing power into Shalulia Gong's body, she opened her eyes in a daze. Where is this place? Shalulia Palace murmured subconsciously and then realized her situation. He actually dared to use his extremely dirty and stinky hands to touch her noble face. Her noble and flawless body was so dirty. Not only that, she actually bowed down to a lowly, low-class parasite. You know, even her father can't afford such a gift. Only when the celestial dragons hold a grand event and go to the Pengu city in Marihoa will it be possible to kneel and worship before the empty throne. The man sitting on the throne in front of her actually dared to look at her with such a cynical look. This was unacceptable to the pride in her heart, and the anger in her eyes was like boiling magma that would erupt at any time. How dare you, a lowly ant, look down upon me in such a condescending manner? How audacious! I will have Admiral Marine and CP0 capture you and bring you to the arena in Marihoa, so that all the celestial dragons can witness your shredded death. Shalulia Palace became more and more excited as she spoke, and she struggled to straighten herself up. But it seemed as if a tremendous force was exerted on her body. Except for her head and hands, the rest of her body was unable to move. Qin Yun listened to Shalulia Palace's scolding with great interest, and the more he listened, the more comfortable he felt. This is not because he is a pervert and has awakened some strange habit. He could only look at Shalulia Palace and could only talk, but he had no power to resist at all. This look of impotence and rage was very interesting to Qin Yun, who was in charge of the strategy. Shalulia Palace was furious when she saw Qin Yun showing an expression of enjoyment despite her scolding. But her motionless body made her feel something she had never felt before, and that feeling was called fear. She forced herself to suppress the discomfort in her heart and on her face, and shouted loudly. What have you done to me? Let me go, Chapter 149 Bullying Sha Lulia Palace. Nice to meet you, Sha Lulia Palace. Welcome to my world. Here, you are still a celestial dragon, but all your rights as a celestial dragon will disappear. Qin Yun chuckled and explained Sha Luliagong her current situation. What? Who do you think you are? How dare you judge me? I am the descendant of the creator. Except the knights of God, no one is qualified to judge me, Sha Lulia Palace retorted unhappily. If she didn't think highly of herself, she would have opened her mouth to bite off the strange hand that Qin Yun was playing on her face. Everything you had before today is in the past. You now only have one identity, to be my concubine. Qin Yun pinched Sha Luliagong's little face and pulled her to his face until he could smell her sweet scent. Similarly, Sha Lulia Palace could also smell Qin Yun's unique masculine scent. Get away! Take your dirty hands off me! Who allowed you to get close to me? You are such a lowly person, and you want to get your hands on the descendants of the creator? You are just daydreaming? Even though Sha Lulia Palace guessed that she was kidnapped, she still refused to give in. She didn't believe in her heart that anyone would dare to kill the celestial dragons. Oh, it seems that you still don't realize your situation. Well, I can only let you taste the bitterness first. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he stood up and started to make preliminary preparations. What? What do you want to do? Sha Lulia Palace became more and more frightened as she saw Qin Yun's actions. Although no one had ever dared to show this scene in front of her, as a Tianlong, how could she not know what Qin Yun was going to do? You, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by Admiral Marine in CP0? Let me go, I will pretend that none of this happened, and I will forgive all your crimes. Marine General? CP0? In their eyes, I'm afraid you have become like the dust in this mortal world, and have ended up dead and gone. Advertisement, what? How dare they? Do this? Why not? Have you forgotten what happened before you fainted? Seeing that Sha Lulia Palace seemed a little confused, Qin Yun chuckled and gave her a brief summary. Before you fell unconscious, your brother, St. Charlos, was killed by the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, and even your father was kicked to death by his brothers. You were so proud that you felt that they had offended your celestial dragons and wanted to shoot the target they wanted to rescue, but you were stunned by Pluton Rayleigh's Conqueror's impact. With Qin Yun's reminder, the scene during the day gradually became clear in Sha Lulia Palace's mind. How could that be possible? How dare those lowly creatures do that? Why not? Everyone knows that the dignity of the celestial dragons cannot be offended, but there are people who want to offend the dignity of the celestial dragons. Those people you saw are such people. Even I want to offend you, but the one I want to offend more now is you. As Qin Yun spoke, he playfully stroked Sha Lulia Palace's hair. You? Sha Luliagong twisted her head to avoid Qin Yun's evil hand, but how could she avoid it when she could only move her head? Why? Even at this point, you still haven't let go of your pride as a dragon. Qin Yun shook his head and waved his hand, controlling Sha Lulia Palace's delicate body to fly towards the soft couch. If you hadn't looked so pitiful in your unconscious state, and if you had been killed by mistake in the chaos, I wouldn't have bothered to save you from Pluton Rayleigh. Sha Lulia Palace opened her mouth, not knowing how to refute Qin Yun. Fortunately, she felt that her body was no longer so stiff on the soft couch and felt much more comfortable. Poor Sha Lulia Palace, she was born noble, and she didn't know what kind of coercion she would accept at this point. In fact, whether it is the death of St. Charlos or the death of St. Roseward, it is insignificant to the Sha Lulia Palace. The arrogance of the celestial dragons is not only directed at ordinary people, but also at other celestial dragons. This also leads to an indifference between the celestial dragons that cannot be ignored even between fathers and sons, or brothers and sisters. This kind of indifference comes from the root of the celestial dragons. Changing it is not a feat that can be accomplished overnight. Advertisement similarly, they do not understand what love is, and only know that they can enjoy endless physical pleasure in the process of reproducing offspring. Oh, by the way, you don't know my name yet. My name is God Qin Yun. Before I recognize your level of obedience, you can call me Master or Lord. God? Qin Yun? How dare you call yourself such a god? What on earth do Admiral Marine and CP0 do? How dare they allow someone like you to exist? Sha Luliagong mocked unhappily, but when she saw Qin Yun showing his strong arms, her face quickly turned red, and then she turned her head away in fear. When she turned her head, she finally realized something was wrong with her body. Her clothes that belonged to the celestial dragons were gone. Because of the bubble cover, she still thought she was wearing the same clothes. I didn't expect that a lowly person like Qin Yun would have such a comfortable dress. She felt that this dress was as comfortable as the exclusive clothing of the celestial dragons. No wonder she didn't notice that her clothes had been changed for so long. No, you are focusing on the wrong point. At the moment, there were only her and Qin Yun present. Doesn't this mean that it was Qin Yun who changed her clothes? Where are my clothes? Palace maid Sha Lulia was numb. Even though the truth was obvious, she couldn't help but ask. That dress was so ugly. As soon as I got it, I replaced it and destroyed it. Seeing Sha Lulia's unhappy expression, Qin Yun chuckled and added. Don't worry, I will change your clothes myself. No other man will see it. Damn it, it would be the most terrifying thing if you saw it, Sha Luliagong muttered fiercely with gritted teeth. Well, before I punish you, I will ask you one last question. Do you realize your current situation? Are you willing to submit to me? Qin Yun asked with a smile, and it looked like he was greeting a friend. You are dreaming. Even if you torture me to death or make me lose my mind, I will never succumb to you. Sha Lulia Palace spoke in a firm tone, and her decisive attitude even made Qin Yun look sideways. It's not that serious, but I still hope your mouth can be as hard as your belief. Don't worry, I will try my best to make you change your mind right away and submit to me willingly. Chapter 150 The Spiritual Victory Method of Sha Lulia Palace. Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. He smiled and prepared a table of food for Sha Lulia Gong, asking her to fill her stomach first. Time passed and soon it was midnight. Oni-chan, no more, although I love pizza, there's no need to give me so much. Little Bonnie, who was inside Qin Yun's stronghold, had drool at the corners of his mouth and was mumbling in his sleep. It seemed that she was still happily enjoying the delicious food Qin Yun fed her in her dream, especially her favorite pizza. At this moment, there was suddenly a huge sound of wind and rain, as well as conversations and fighting outside the window. Bonnie was forced to wake up slowly, secretly annoyed that he woke up at the wrong time. Because this disturbed her sweet dream of living happily with Qin Yun. Oni-chan, where are you? Bonnie muttered a few words under his breath, but seeing no one responded, he pouted angrily, got out of bed and walked out. It was quiet inside the city, but there seemed to be strange cries of pain outside. She couldn't help but jump to the window out of curiosity and look out. This sight made Bonnie very worried. Oni-chan, actually? Are you giving that female celestial dragon a lesson? Is he so brave? No way, what will happen if the world government finds out? Bonnie's first reaction was not to condemn Qin Yun's bad behavior, but to worry that Qin Yun would attract the attention of the world government. It seems that she now has to temporarily play the role of Qin Yun's lil cotton padded jacket. Oni-chan always looks like she has everything planned out in front of me, so I guess nothing will happen. Besides, it's not nice for me to disturb him like this. I'd better wait until he's free to remind him. Thinking of this, Bonnie no longer felt sleepy. She just lay on the windowsill, covering her mouth with her hands, looking at Qin Yun and Sha Lulia Palace outside with a worried look on her face. She was thinking how she would help Qin Yun if the world government found out. Until she waited until Sha Lulia Palace yelled in frustration. Advertisement, no, that's enough. I give in, I'll listen to you for now. Unfortunately, Sha Lulia Palace only persisted to the point of losing consciousness before succumbing, which was still far from the death she said. Wouldn't it be better if you surrendered earlier? Why do you have to suffer so much? Qin Yun's voice softened at this moment. Perhaps it was Sha Lulia Palace's weak and vulnerable face, as fragile as a pear blossom in the rain, that made him unable to say anything harsh. Although Sha Lulia Palace had temporarily surrendered, her inner pride still prevented her from using the titles of master or lord. Qin Yun was not in a hurry to change her name. After all, in the future, he will have plenty of opportunities to make Sha Lulia Palace succumb to his clutches. So Qin Yun stopped lecturing Sha Lulia Palace. He held the power of healing in his hands and gently stroked Sha Lulia Palace's hair to heal her pain during this period. Sha Lulia Gong stared at Qin Yun's face with lifeless eyes, and could only comfort herself with the method of spiritual victory. Damn it. Just treat it as a trip to the underworld. No, it should be treated as ordering Qin Yun, this special smelly slave, to be my pet. Thinking of this, Sha Lulia Palace felt a little better. Seeing that there was nothing to see, Bonnie leisurely returned to her room and continued to take a nap. As the owner of the fortified castle, Qin Yun has 100% control over it. Bonnie's screams and her cautious movements did not escape his notice. But just watch it. He did not regard Bonnie as an outsider, and there was no need to stop her from taking independent actions. Early the next morning, Qin Yun leisurely took Bonnie, who had just woken up, out of the fortress. He also brought delicious food from the storage room to the two girls he had just captured and placed it on a large round table. Sha Lulia was worried that Qin Yun would touch her again, but she was powerless to refuse Qin Yun's arrangement and could only sit on a chair helplessly. However, considering that Qin Yun might play a trick on her, she deliberately moved away from Qin Yun. Then he just sat there thinking about life, without using his knife, fork, chopsticks or spoon to eat. In contrast, little Bonnie was very relaxed. She was so excited that she shouted, "Oh yeah, it's pizza." Advertisement. Then he rushed to the dinner table, without even having time to remind Qin Yun, and turned into a big Bonnie, starting to show off like crazy. Seeing this, Sha Lulia Palace muttered in contempt in her heart. What a lowly person who has never seen the world. He eats as if he has never had a full meal. She was now verbally convinced by Qin Yun, but her long-term self-centered situation made it difficult for her to be convinced in her heart. Bonnie didn't care about Sha Lulia Gong's contemptuous look. She just kept putting the food in her hand into her mouth frantically. Sha Lulia Palace, eat quickly, or Bonnie will finish your portion too. Seeing that Sha Lulia Palace was too proud to let go of her pride, Qin Yun had to give her a slight reminder. Bonnie's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his magic hand towards Sha Lulia Palace and began to seize the food in front of her. Seeing this, Sha Lulia looked at Bonnie with even more contempt. Now, she has not been treated unfairly by Qin Yun, and she feels that her belly is still full of healing power. She didn't feel hungry yet, and she had never experienced what real hunger felt like. After all, how could a noble celestial being like the dragon race lack food? The food they usually eat is all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, and every Tianlong person eats until they're as fat as pigs. Sha Lulia Palace asked herself, she was 1 in 1,000 who didn't gain weight. But then again, the food provided by Qin Yun, a lowly person, is not inferior to what I usually eat. Is the food in the underworld so good? Hey, Bonnie, Why are you still so excited? Qin Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although Sha Luliagong had eaten something to fill her stomach before breakfast, she still had to eat when it was time to eat. Sha Lulia Palace was so disobedient, wasn't she asking for a lesson? So, Qin Yun raised his hand and waved it, and with the operation of electromagnetic force, he forcibly dragged Sha Lulia Palace to his side. Why'd I feel so bound again? Sha Lulia Palace first exclaimed, and then felt numb. I worked hard to move the chair away from Qin Yun, but I didn't expect that I couldn't escape from his clutches in the end. Damn it. Qin Yun didn't care what she thought. He just picked up a glass of red wine and poured it into the glass. Then he held up the back of Sha Luliagong's head with one hand and forced her head close to the wineglass. Chapter 151 Oni-chan. I want one too. Wait, what are you going to do? Sha Lulia Palace was startled and tilted her head back in fear, trying to stay away from the wineglass. However, all her resistance was meaningless and could only add some fun to the game for Qin Yun. Qin Yun chuckled and looked at her sexy red lips. He pressed her head without hesitation and gently poured the red wine in the glass into her mouth. Wait, something seems wrong. Don't want? Sha Lulia Palace exclaimed and subconsciously closed her eyes. As a warm touch came from her lips, and then a trace of coolness penetrated her mouth directly into her lungs, she could only whimper. Woo woo woo, at this time, someone will ask, where did the veil of the Sha Lulia Palace go? Qin Yun. Sorry, I accidentally tore it off during the duel. Bonnie, who was eating and drinking at the side, saw this and inexplicably felt that the pizza in his mouth didn't taste so good anymore. Out of curiosity, she transformed herself into little Bonnie and moved closer to Qin Yun and Sha Lulia Palace, observing closely the process of Sha Lulia Palace being fed. When Qin Yun let go of Sha Lulia Palace, little Bonnie yelled. Oni-chan. I want it too, I want you to feed me like this too. Sha Luliagong's eyes were still in a daze. She came back to her senses when she heard Bonnie's voice, and her face was instantly covered with a rosy blush. She turned her head away and lowered it, not knowing what she was thinking about. This. A hint of hesitation flashed across Qin Yun's eyes. This is not because of the innocent look in little Bonnie's eyes. The truth is that she hadn't eaten the pizza yet, and he couldn't eat the pizza crumbs in little Bonnie's mouth. Okay, Oni-chan, just promise me. Little Bonnie even paid attention to the difference between her and Sha Lulia Palace, then his eyes rolled and he turned into Big Bonnie again. Advertisement Big Bonnie's coquettish voice finally softened Qin Yun. He had no choice but to put his hand under Big Bonnie's armpit, and with a little force, he picked her up like a child and put her in his arms. Then he gulped a mouthful of red wine into the glass, gently brought it to Big Bonnie's tender face, and poured all the rain and dew in the glass into Big Bonnie's mouth. Big Bonnie didn't take it seriously at first, but as she felt the warmth, she shuddered all over. Then her body softened until she subconsciously activated her power of years and turned herself back into little Bonnie. Shameless Qin Yun. If he wasn't a god from the kingdom of God, he would have been caught by the divine soldiers and thrown into prison. Even if ignorance is innocent, he still has to be beaten with 2 sticks. At this time, Sha Lulia Palace beside her seemed to have come back to her senses, and the blush on her face had mostly dissipated. Only a faint pink remained, still telling of her inner unrest. Seeing that Qin Yun and little Bonnie seemed to have entered a deserted place and fell into a state of ecstasy, she secretly said something harsh in her heart. Damn Qin Yun. Don't let me find a chance to return to Mary Schwa's, or I will definitely arrest you and make you my slave day and night. The more Sha Luliagong thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply turned her grief and anger into appetite and vented all her resentment towards Qin Yun on the delicious food in front of her. The small teeth are extremely cute, but they bite the food in their mouth viciously. If Qin Yun saw this scene, he might not be able to help but feel chilled in his heart. After drinking and eating, Qin Yun and little Bonnie hugged each other briefly and rested for a while. When little Bonnie began to move uneasily in Qin Yun's arms, he gently coaxed little Bonnie back into the strong city, and then unceremoniously sent Sha Lulia Palace to another room in the strong city. Calculating the time, we should be almost at the waters near the Amazon Lily Kingdom, right? After Qin Yun took the small villa back into the fortified city, he estimated the direction, diffused the site in electromagnetic field, and continued flying into the distance, looking for 9 Snake Island. Windless Zone, 9 Snakes Island, Amazon Lily Kingdom. 9 Snake Island is also called Daughter's Island by the world. There is no doubt that this is a country where only women exist. The residents of the island would regularly take fertile women who wanted to have children on their boats and go to surrounding countries to plunder strong men. After they became pregnant, if they gave birth to a boy, they would abandon it on the spot. Advertisement: if a girl is born, she can become a citizen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and be taken back to 9 Snakes Island. This is also a major mission of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Abandoned boy. It's over. This high-end game. On this island, there is an absolute norm that has been passed down for hundreds of years. That is, no man is allowed to land on the island. Once a man attempts to land on the island, he will be surrounded and killed. However, because most people on the island have never seen a man since they were born, they have no idea what a man looks like. There may be situations where a man comes to the island without being recognized by them. Thunder flashed in the sky, and the next moment, Qin Yun appeared in the sky above 9 Snake Island. Looking at the Hydra statue on the huge mountain in the middle of the island and the word, 9 Snakes, below, he knew he had found the right place. This is 9 Snake Island. The buildings here actually make me feel like I'm back at home. This is indeed the case. The buildings on Nine Snakes Island are all arranged in the style of Blue Star. It is no wonder that Qin Yun can feel the familiarity that he has not seen for a long time. After Qin Yun briefly looked at the layout of Nine Snakes Island, he went straight to the highest point of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Nine Snakes City. However, he turned into lightning and walked around the palace of Nine Snakes City twice but found no trace of Boya Hancock, not even Sanathonia and Marigold. Are they going out to sea to hunt now? Qin Yun knew that Hancock was most likely taking the Nine Snakes pirates out to sea for hunting. He is not the sway of fate. It is impossible for him to encounter everything just right. It is also within his expectation to come here temporarily and make a comeback. In order to confirm his guess, Qin Yun randomly found a woman who looked like a housekeeper in the palace, appeared behind her, and asked calmly, "Ma'am, do you know where Boya Hancock is?" Boya Hancock? Bella Chunna was stunned. Someone actually dared to call Lord Snake Princess by her first name? She frowned, turned her head displeased, and looked at the rude person. I haven't seen this person before. Is it the sisters who just joined the palace work? Close black lens bracket. Seeing that the visitor was quite pleasing to the eye, Bella Chunna's expression softened a little and she asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? Don't you know that calling Lady Snake Princess by her first name is a grave sin on Nine Snake Island?" Chapter 152. Eat, Sleep, and Play. I am Hancock's friend on the sea, and I am here only to discuss something important with her by candlelight. Do you know where she went? I searched all over Nine Snake Island but couldn't find her. Qin Yun tried to use words to induce Bella Chunna to reveal the answer he wanted. A friend of Snake Sama? There was a hint of doubt in Bella Chunna's eyes, but Qin Yun looked calm and composed, and he definitely seemed to be confident, and didn't seem to be lying. The whereabouts of Lady Snake Princess are not something that we, the subjects, can speculate. If you want to see Lady Snake Princess, just wait for a few days on Nine Snake Island. I, Bella Chunna, am notoriously tight-lipped in Nine Snake Island. Do you think I would tell you that Lady Snake went out to sea to plunder supplies in the Kingdom of Inox? How is that possible? Oh, so Hancock went to the Kingdom of Inox. Thank you for the information, goodbye. The effect was unexpectedly significant. Qin Yun stopped chatting with Bella Chunna and turned into a flash of lightning and left. Bella Chunna was left with a stunned expression that turned into disbelief. What happened? How did she guess where Lady Snake was going? Close black lens bracket. That's right, Bella Chunna, who had never seen a man, thought Qin Yun was a woman, and she never imagined that there was someone in this world who could read other people's minds. Back to Qin Yun, after he flew over Nine Snake Island, he fell into a brief dilemma. Should I take advantage of this time to eat, sleep and play doo-doo with Shah Lulia Palace in the villa, or should I go to the Kingdom of Inox to continue looking for Hancock? While thinking about it, Qin Yun focused his attention on checking inside the fortified city. Little Bonnie was reading some comic books he had prepared for her in the room, with a variety of fruits beside her, looking like she was on vacation. The Shalulia Palace is a 2-star venue. She was actually picking out the clothes Qin Yun had prepared for her one by one from the closet. At this moment, she had just changed into a sexy milky white fishtail skirt and was admiring her beauty in the mirror. Not bad, not bad. It seems that Shah Lulia Palace has quickly adapted to her new identity. It's worth my efforts. What Qin Yun didn't know was that for someone like Shah Lulia Gong, who had never suffered from hardship since childhood, the temporary hardship actually made her feel a fresh taste. She even regarded the punishment Qin Yun gave her as Qin Yun's careful service to her. Advertisement. While thinking, Shah Lulia Palace gracefully began to take off her fishtail skirt, as if she wanted to change into the next dress. I don't seem to have a choice. Qin Yun curled the corner of his mouth, took out the room where Shah Lulia Palace was located from the fortified city, and flashed into her room. Ah, how did you come in? Shah Lulia Palace's exclamations were no longer so sharp. The scene seemed more like a young wife at home acting coquettishly to her husband who came home from work in the evening. Wait. No, although Shah Lulia Palace is not a princess among the celestial dragons, her identity as a celestial dragon is enough to make Qin Yun have special feelings for her. Coupled with the buff that I just captured, I can't let her go. As the most noble family in the world, it is natural for the Shalulia Palace to receive Qin Yun's favor. I just don't know whether Yimu, who sits on the empty throne, is a man or a woman. If she is a woman, how stunningly beautiful is she? All of this will be revealed when Qin Yun has enough power to overthrow the rule of the world government. All we have to do now is cherish the beauty in front of us. Let Shah Lulia Palace sink into his clutches and enjoy supreme care until she becomes irresistibly dependent on him. Shalulia Palace, let me see your fishtail skirt. Don't want. Be obedient, or I will use all my means to teach you a lesson later. Ooh. You damned big devil. Shah Lulia Palace's resistance was in vain. In desperation, she could only beg Qin Yun to leave unless necessary. On the Grand Line, a large ship is moving slowly, being towed by 2 huge snakes. Using 2 giant serpents as the brake system of the ship, this ship is undoubtedly the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock's vehicle, the perfumed serpent. At this time, the 9 Snakes pirates had just robbed a merchant ship and were on their way back to Nine Snakes Island. Just then, a passing newsbird chirped several times, asking for the wishes of the people below. Advertisement boy Sanasonia waved calmly and bought the latest newspaper from the newsbird. She casually opened the newspaper and her eyes widened immediately. She saw the title in big bright red letters. Big event. 3 celestial dragons were massacred in Sabaody Archipelago. Is this revenge? Or conflict? Is this a provocation to the world government? Or is it a disdain for the authority of the celestial dragons? The celestial dragon is dead. Sandersonia was horrified and quickly put the newspaper in her arms, then rushed into the cabin, eager to tell Hancock and Marigold the good news. As soon as Sandersonia climbed to the second floor, she ran into Marigold, who was about to go downstairs. Without time to explain, she simply dragged Marigold upstairs. "Second sister, what are you doing? Something big has happened. Let's go find sister together, and you'll know soon." "Hi." Marigold followed Sandersonia's footsteps with a helpless look on her face and came to Hancock's room. Seeing the two of them in such a hurry, Hancock couldn't help but chuckle and said lightly, "So it's you two. I thought the Nine Snakes pirates were attacked." Sandersonia closed the door like a thief, then handed over the newspaper in her hand and whispered excitedly, "Sister, take a look at today's newspaper. It actually records the death of the celestial dragon." Celestial dragons. Hancock's pupils shrank visibly, and painful memories flashed through her mind. Although she is now the Emperor of Amazon Lily, her experience as a slave of the celestial dragons is still lingering in her mind. Until now, she is still afraid that others will know that she was once a slave of the celestial dragons, and lives in fear all day long. In order to hide her painful past, she forced herself to put on a mask, and ruled the Amazon Lily Kingdom as an arrogant and willful tyrant. "Sister, sister." The worried calls of Sandersonia and Marigold woke Hancock up. She came to her senses and looked at the newspaper that appeared in her hands with her two sisters. Chapter 153. Big news that shocked the world. We are unable to identify the culprit who killed the celestial dragons, but many clues can help us identify some candidates. The news comes from a lone wolf warrior who wishes to remain anonymous, and it is completely credible. The information it provides is 100% accurate so far. Close black lens bracket. Is Morgantz so brave? He dared to spread such news all over the world. When did he become so powerful? Isn't he afraid of being besieged by the world government? The most wanted criminal. 1 Piece's right hand, Pluton, Silver Baz Rayleigh. After the death of Roger in One Piece, he remained silent for many years. But now he is back in action and is involved in the death of the celestial dragon. What kind of ambitions does he have? Close black lens bracket. Mr. Rayleigh, how did he get involved in this matter? The second most wanted criminal, Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy. Act recklessly and disregard the law. Some people at the auction witnessed them launching the first attack on the celestial dragons. He is in no way innocent of the deaths of the 3 celestial dragons. Close black lens bracket. Why is this bounty officer smiling like a fool? Criminal number 3. Divine Emperor Qin Yun. He is the owner of the Thunder Fruit, which is said to be the strongest Logia. He is also a great man who can calmly fight against the marine hero, Garp, to an evenly matched strength. He undoubtedly has the ability to slaughter the celestial dragons with ease. Close black lens bracket. The angle of this bounty. Could it be that Marine was bribed? Boring. Criminal number 4. Captain Eustace Kidd, a moody, brutal, and unscrupulous person. He who loves to slaughter civilians actually tortures the descendants of the creator. Close black lens bracket. Criminal number 5. Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. How could he, who is known for his calm character, plan to assassinate the celestial dragons? Advertisement. Whether he is a wanted criminal remains to be discussed. Close black lens bracket. Why are they all stupid men? Hancock curled her lips imperceptibly, but seeing the news that the celestial dragons were killed was undoubtedly good news for her. Sister, tell me, who has the guts to kill the celestial dragons? They were killed in a brutal way. Aren't they afraid of retaliation from the world government? Sandersonia looked curious, and so did Marigold. The two of them have been protected by Hancock since they were slaves, and their fear of the celestial dragons is much less than that of Hancock. No matter which one or which group of these wanted criminals, they will all pay the price they deserve. However, being able to earn a little satisfaction from that person's behavior makes my trip to this world worthwhile. If you ask me why, that's right, because I am as beautiful as a fairy. As Hancock spoke, she leaned back, put one hand on her waist, straightened her chest, looked up at the sky, and pointed her index finger forward. This unique posture fully demonstrated her pride and disdain for others. Sister, you are so beautiful, Sandersonia and Marigold echoed with their eyes full of love. Hancock looked back and smiled, then gave the order in a tender voice. Pass the order down, have the soldiers advance at full speed. When we return to Nine Snake Island, our entire nation will celebrate the death of the celestial dragons. Yes, sister. Sandersonia and Marigold gladly accepted the order and left Hancock's room with a happy step, leaving her alone to think. The celestial dragons. Whenever Hancock mentioned these 3 words, it was painful, and the hoof of the sky-soaring dragon on her back seemed to still be aching. She will never forget that day. That hateful old fat woman Tianlongren said that she was doing this for their own good, but she ruthlessly used the branding iron of the sky-flying dragon's hoof to brand their backs, leaving a mark of shame on her and her 2 sisters. After adjusting her mood briefly, Hancock looked at the newspaper again and murmured, "The Divine Emperor Qin Yun." For some reason, she felt uncomfortable when she saw Qin Yun's bounty order and always had a bad feeling. This was her observation hockey warning her that something terrible would happen as soon as she met Qin Yun. If Qin Yun were here, he would definitely be able to answer Hancock's questions. Advertisement. It's very simple. Hancock will be convinced by Qin Yun. New World, Whitebeard pirates, most of the captains have gathered, and some captains of other pirate groups have also arrived on the ship. Dad, the newspaper is here, today's news might even surprise you. The captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, is dead, so the one delivering the newspapers now is of course the captain of the 1st Division, Pineapple Head. Oh no, it should be Phoenix, Marco. Newgate let out a long breath. The many IVs and infusion tubes inserted into his body showed his current condition, but he still held the wine glass in his hand, which he never let go of. Under the helpless gazes of the doctors and nurses, Newgate took another sip of the liquor and said loudly. Gulala. Read it out loud, Marco. Yes, Dad. Upon hearing this, Marco began to read the newspaper in his hand slowly, and the words were clearly heard by every captain. As Marco read, the captains' faces began to become solemn and surprised. Even Newgate's mouth slightly opened as if he couldn't believe what was said. That's it, Dad. Maybe after this incident, the Celestial Dragons will ask the world government to order the Marine to arrest the wanted criminals mentioned in the newspaper. Then, the possibility of us rescuing Ace will be greater. Maybe, Marco, no matter what, we must prepare for the worst. With Dad's help, are we afraid that we can't take down a small Marine headquarters? The filial son, Big Vortex Spider, Squar said with a gloomy face. No one knew that he would soon inflict a very painful blow on Whitebeard. That's right. If Daddy takes action himself, who in the world can stop him? Daddy is known as the strongest man in the world and it's not just something we make up. Squirt's words were echoed by the captains and captains. Looking at this heartwarming scene of his sons, Newgate had a smile on his face, but in his heart he knew very well what state he was in now. However, this is exactly the choice he wants to make. It is better to die standing than to suffer from illness and spend a miserable old age. After rescuing Ace, perhaps he can add an extremely blazing fire to the Great Pirate Era, opened up by his old friend Roger. Unfortunately, the development of things was different from what Newgate had expected because Ace was mocked by Sakaski and acted impulsively. Chapter 154 My sword is not bad either. Marco, are the captains and captains ready? Ready, Dad. Newgate nodded, waved his hand, and announced. Then let's get rid of those troublesome eyes first, and then get ready to go. Go save Ace. Oh, Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Office. Morgans, how dare you do that? Zhongguo's face turned pale, and he angrily crumpled the newspaper in his hand into a ball and fed it to the shredder goat beside him. At this moment, a masked figure in white suddenly appeared in the center of the office, looking at Zhongguo with an expression neither sad nor happy. CP0? Warring States Fleet Admiral, the 5 elders invite you. Damn it, these guys. And Morgans, why don't they stir up trouble at any other time, but have to keep doing it these past few days? I have to go to that place again. Zhongguo complained in his heart, but his hands moved quickly. After simply tidying up the desk, I followed Guernica to the power area of Marihoa, the Holy Land. After another round of scolding, Saint Vokuli said indifferently. Guernica, Sengoku, the two of you find a way to find the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency and bring me back the head of that guy Morgans. I want to let him know what to say and what not to say. The price of offending the world government is not something he can afford. Yes. X2 When you have worked for a long time and come to a time when being scolded becomes the norm, it is time to retire. This is probably what Zhongguo thought. In a small town somewhere in New World, the red hair pirates take a break here. Boss, the Celestial Dragons are dead, and Luffy has become a wanted criminal in the eyes of the world government. Don't we have to do anything? Lakilu bit the big chicken leg, seeming to miss the days when he played with Luffy. No need. This little setback won't faze him. The tide of the times is coming. Advertisement, what we need to do is to control the trend of the wave. Shanks smiled and shouted loudly. Let's have a party. We will be busy from now on. Oh, Wongguo, Big Mom pirates. Mamama, even the world noble was killed? Come to think of it, I haven't had a child with Tian Longren yet. There was still delicious cream cake on the corner of Charlotte Linlin's mouth. As she yelled, the cake mixed with her saliva sprayed towards the children in front of her. Charlotte Snaggle, one of the 4 stars of desserts, smiled and suggested. Mom, should we cancel the marriage with the divine Emperor Qin Yun? After all, he has become the 3rd most wanted criminal who killed the Celestial Dragons. If the world government targets us because of him, wouldn't that be very bad? It is not yet the era of the 3 generals of dessert. Charlotte Snaggle was removed from the 4 generals of dessert 2 years later after being defeated by the strange monk, Uroge. Close black lens bracket. That's not necessary. Linlin waved his hand domineeringly. I'm not afraid of a mere world government. Wano country, beasts pirates. Woo ha ha ha, these damn new pirates, they didn't ask Lousy to help them with such a big thing. Lousy will cut them into pieces. Kaido, who was drunk, scolded unscrupulously. The pirates on the side didn't dare to say much, for fear that Kaido would swing his mace at them if he was unhappy. No, I can't miss the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines again. Unfortunately, Shanks will not agree with Kaido's willfulness in making the situation more chaotic. At the same time, a marine warship even larger than the Perfume Serpent was speeding towards the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Lieutenant General Mole of the Marine Headquarters stood at the bow, looking towards the direction of Nine Snakes Island with a serious expression. He was deeply worried about the impending war situation, and all he could do was to complete the work at hand diligently and responsibly. I hope Boa Hancock won't cause any more trouble otherwise. Advertisement clang. The samurai sword on the mole's waist was instantly unsheathed, emitting a sharp sword energy. With a flash of sword light, the huge Poseidon-like creature that suddenly appeared from behind the ship and attacked the warship was cut in half. My sword is not bad either. 2 hours later, the afternoon sea breeze was very hot, and Qin Yun and Sha Lulia Palace were also in a very hot mood. 10,000 meters above the sky, a villa stood still under the influence of the floating force. Inside the villa, Sha Lulia Palace fell asleep on the couch with her eyes closed. The sweet and soft body is wrapped in clothes and bedding, looking just like a sleeping beauty. Qin Yun waved his hand casually, and the electric current surged, evaporating some of the wine that was accidentally spilled on the table, so that he wouldn't be unable to resist the urge to drink another glass later. He glanced at Sha Lulia Palace, who was pretending to sleep with a relaxed look, and said calmly, "Not bad, I am very satisfied with your performance now. As long as you behave like you did today, you will have meat to eat every day if you have a meal with me." Have food to eat every day? Sha Lulia was shocked, but she dared not say anything. She could only pray that Qin Yun, the evil demon, would leave quickly. Her prayers were useful, Qin Yun said, then he straightened his clothes and left the villa. After taking the small villa back into the fortified city, Qin Yun habitually spread his observation hockey and electromagnetic field into the distance again. 2 ships? Hancock should be back, and the other ship should be Marine? Not bad, not too early or too late, just in time for me to finish my dinner and grapes. Without hesitation, Qin Yun turned into lightning and struck the perfume snake. At this moment, because the 9 Snakes pirates were celebrating their return to 9 Snakes Island as soon as possible, they asked the 2 water snakes to go at full speed, causing them to return to the waters near 9 Snakes Island ahead of time. The Marines led by Mole had just dealt with another Poseidon, and not long after, they saw the flag of the 9 Snakes pirates. What a hassle. These Poseidon-like monsters. Luckily the 9 Snakes pirates didn't keep me waiting too long before they came back. Hurry up and finish your work, and leave this annoying sea area. The Mole sighed and complained in his heart until the perfume serpent was almost on par with the Marine, then he shouted loudly. 9 Snakes pirates. I am the Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, Mole. 7 warlords of the sea, Pirate Queen, Boa Hancock. Come out and see me, I've been ordered to take you to the Marine Headquarters. Alan chuckled. As a cadre of the 9 Snakes pirates, she would not look favorably upon the Mole Captain when she saw his aggressive momentum. Chapter 155 Great Benefactor. Alan glanced at Marine with disdain, then rejected her coldly. You are the Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters? What a pity, our Lady Snake will not come out. As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted undisguised ridicule from the other members of the 9 Snakes pirates. The Mole remained calm, ignoring these low-quality pirates, and issued another notice. Boa Hancock. You clearly responded that you would immediately respond to the call of the world government, but I have been waiting for a long time and have not seen any signs of you coming. Now, the time and place of the public execution of Portgas d'Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, have been announced to the world. Put away your willfulness. We won't tolerate your perfunctory attitude any longer. If you refuse the order of the world government's Shichibukai to force you to call, your agreement with the world government will be broken, and you will be stripped of your title of 7 warlords of the sea. I think you know better than anyone what this means. If you don't want to think about it, I'll tell you. Once they lose the title of Shichibukai, the 9 Snakes pirates will lose the right to do whatever they want under the protection of the world government. Next, you will face the endless pursuit of the world government and Marine. Do you understand, Boa Hancock? After the words fell, the Mole's persuasion seemed to be effective. A barely perceptible sound was heard from within the cabin of the perfumed serpent. As time passed, the sound became louder and louder, until everyone could vaguely hear the source of the sound. Da, da, da. The crisp and pleasant sound of high heels stepping on the ground echoed in the void, and the field suddenly fell into a tacit silence, carefully capturing the sounds lingering in their ears. At the moment when the gate of opening of the 9 Snakes pirates' cabin was about to begin, everyone was concentrating and staring at the cabin, when suddenly a brilliant flash of lightning flashed across the sky, forcing everyone to squint their eyes slightly. Buzz. Advertisement. The boundless conqueror's color attacked everything on the field wantonly. The Marine warship and the perfume serpent were both destroyed by this conqueror's color, which was strong enough to affect the physical body, and the sound of wooden boards cracking was heard. Before the Marine and the pirates could react to what was happening, they began to hear the sound of bodies falling and hitting the deck. At the same time, a cynical teasing broke the silence at the scene. Ah, what a coincidence, I think I came at the right time. Hearing the sound, the few people who were still awake quickly looked back. He was surprised to find that Qin Yun was sitting casually on the head of Lion Majesty in front of the perfumed serpent, with one foot slightly bent and stepping on the snake's head, and the other foot dangling under the snake's head. Cold sweat was visibly forming on the foreheads of the 2 Lion Majesties. They seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, not even daring to move their eyeballs. Qin Yun's domineering attitude made everyone at the scene realize that a very important person must have come. Squeak. Feeling the strong impact from the outside world, Hancock was surprised, but she did not change her pace and walked out of the cabin lightly. Hancock looked around and saw that among the members of the 9 Snakes pirates, only Sandersonia and Marigold were still conscious. This was the result of Qin Yun holding back on them. On the Marine side, only Vice Admiral Mole remained conscious with a serious expression, while the rest fainted on the ground, at the mercy of others. Is it the same conqueror's hockey as mine? No, this power seems to be several times stronger than mine. Hancock looked surprised. Conqueror's domineering owner was very rare. It is said that Conquerors is something that only one person among millions of people can own, and there are even fewer people who can master Conquerors and develop it to a certain level. Anyone who sees it will probably be stunned for a while. The mole was the first to react, and drew his samurai sword instantly, and asked solemnly. God Emperor Qin Yun. Why are you here? Could it be that the Nine Snakes pirates are colluding with you? He is Qin Yun. Strange, how could he appear near Nine Snake Island? Hancock was confused, but she remained calm and watched the situation. Are you the mole? Qin Yun asked instead of answering. Advertisement. He glanced at the mole, then turned his head away to admire Hancock's graceful figure. Vice Admiral Mole is a veteran elite vice admiral of the Marine headquarters, but he did not show the justice in his heart to the world. Instead, he is deeply loved by the Marine and the world government. Because of his serious and earnest character, even rigid, he always completes the tasks assigned by his superiors excellently, and is a real tool for completing tasks. However, his experience of completing tasks ends here. How dare you ignore me? The mole was not angry, he was no longer young and frivolous. You rude fellow. If you don't stop looking down on me, I won't mind digging your eyes out. Hancock scolded Qin Yun with a haughty look on her face, her eyes fixed on her. This arrogance was exactly her consistent attitude towards the outside world. Hey, is it necessary to be so harsh on me? You know, in a sense, I am your great benefactor. Qin Yun was not angry at Hancock's attitude at all. Not to mention Hancock's personality, he himself never thought that his appearance could reach the point where he would be loved by everyone and flowers would bloom wherever he went. This is not good. The mole felt very sad, because he knew that Qin Yun would never appear in this place for no reason. Judging from the rumors that Qin Yun is greedy for beauty, he must have come today to cause trouble for Hancock, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Unfortunately, he knew that he was not strong enough to stop Qin Yun's actions. What's even more painful is that for him, who has always regarded protecting his subordinates as an act of justice, it has become a luxury for him to take his subordinates away from this place alive. Great benefactor. Hancock was shocked and subconsciously thought of the newspaper that was just published today. Could it be that the culprit who killed the celestial dragons was the man in front of her? No, impossible. There is absolutely no way he knows my past. Even though she thought it was impossible, the fear she had felt over the years still made her body tremble uncontrollably. She dared not look directly at Qin Yun's figure and turned her face slightly to avoid his gaze. Seeing Hancock's big reaction, Qin Yun was puzzled, but he remained calm and comforted her softly and tentatively. Hancock, don't be afraid. You and I are not enemies, and no one else knows about this. Boa Hancock. She is known as the Pirate Queen and the Snake Princess. She is regarded as the most beautiful woman in the world, by the world because of her peerless beauty. She is tall and graceful. She calls herself concubine, and is usually arrogant, willful, and extremely contemptuous of others, but quite simple and loyal in terms of feelings. Once they fall in love, they will ignore all the surrounding environment and try to please their lover endlessly. They are typical. Love-brained. Chapter 156 Death of Lieutenant General Mole. Hancock seemed to understand what I meant, but the celestial dragon was just killed yesterday, and it's only the second day now, and Hancock already knows about his death. Close black lens bracket. What Qin Yun didn't know was that the death of the celestial dragon had such a huge impact on the world that it was no exaggeration to say that the whole world was shocked. Yesterday afternoon, Morgans began to typeset the newspaper urgently, and it was completed late that night and distributed to newsbirds to distribute the newspaper to all parts of the world. That was why Hancock had just seen this newspaper and was able to understand the deeper meaning of Qin Yun's words. It's over. The mole felt as if he had heard something he shouldn't have heard. Although he didn't understand what it meant, it must be some shocking secret that could make the Pirate Queen look so uneasy. You. What nonsense are you talking about? How come I don't know what grudges and entanglements there are between you and me? Hancock calmed down and quickly stopped Qin Yun from continuing. Her mind was full of thoughts, but her brain was not enough, so she decided to use force to change the subject. Are you trying to get close to me by this? Why didn't you say it earlier, then surrender to my beautiful face? Hancock put on a sweet smile, made a heart shape with her hands, and said softly. Beautiful, 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 open black lens bracket sweet and sweet wind, close black lens bracket. Ah, how can you do that to me? This will give me a headache. Qin Yun moved in an instant, leaving Tianshan and Ganfang's attack range, and appeared at the railing on the second floor of the perfume snake, looking down at everyone. As soon as he made this move, Hancock regretted it. Qin Yun's words showed that he knew the secret she had hidden for many years. If he was killed like this, what if he had a backup plan and let more people know about it? Thinking of this possibility, she froze in place, not knowing what to do. Advertisement, sister. Realizing that Hancock seemed to be staggering, Sandasonia quickly transformed into a snake man and stepped forward to support her, with a fierce look in her eyes to guard against Qin Yun's sudden attack. Ah, never mind. I'll get rid of the guy who's in the way first, and then we can talk about our little secret in depth. Hancock's worries were all within Qin Yun's expectations, and this was also the key to his subsequent strategy to conquer Hancock. Hancock did not respond, thinking in her mind how to deal with Qin Yun's threat. Lieutenant General Mole, I have to say that your luck is really terrible. A major event that could change the world is about to happen, but you have to suffer the consequences. Qin Yun had a look of regret on his face. If you ignore the flickering lightning in his hand, it looks like he is thinking about the mole. Haha, you pirates are all moody scum. Don't say these confusing words anymore. How can my belief in justice be shaken by your few words? The mole held up the samurai sword in his hand with difficulty. In Qin Yun's electromagnetic field, endless electromagnetic force continued to act on the mole, strongly restricting his movements. In addition, the endless conqueror's impact on his mind also restricted his thinking to a certain extent. With all the negative buffs, he doubted whether he could strike out a normal sword energy. Really, Qin Yun chuckled and was about to swing the thunder in his hand, but he heard the mole groan. It turned out that the mole pulled out a knife and stabbed his thigh in order to get rid of the slowness of thinking caused by the conqueror's impact. This situation is similar to the situation in the original timeline where he broke free from Hancock's sweet power. The mole endured the severe pain and said harshly, "If you have anything to say, please come to me. I only ask you to spare my subordinates' lives and let them return alive." "Don't be ridiculous, Lieutenant General Mole. You've lived for so many years, don't you understand? Once you step into this vortex called world, no one can escape unscathed. Do you think this is just a game of pirates playing house?" Qin Yun was not moved by the mole's determination. Without the mole, these miscellaneous soldiers under his command would become thin meat to fill the teeth and fall into the mouths of Poseidons. In that case, let's show our true strength. I want to see how capable you are to have managed to escape from Garp's men. Advertisement. After the mole finished speaking, he leapt into the air with a determined look in his eyes and slashed forward with his samurai sword. A sharp and huge sword energy made a crane cry sound and rushed towards Qin Yun. But, Qin Yun is riding on the perfumed serpent of the 9 Snakes pirates. "Mole, how dare you attack my ship?" Hancock didn't dare to sit idly by and watch the mole's sword energy fall on the ship. Qin Yun could easily dodge it, but her ship couldn't. Kiss the gun. God's judgment. Although the sword energy is fast, how can it be as fast as Qin Yun's thunder? The mole's sword energy was destroyed the moment it touched the lightning pillar, but the thunder continued to move forward, and in the blink of an eye, the mole was submerged in the boundless sea of thunder with a look of despair. "Lieutenant General Mole, die. This is not the end yet." The marine warships under Vice Admiral Mole were also unable to escape and were baptized and sublimated in the Sea of Thunder. With the all-round blessing of magnetic force on the power of thunder, its power is almost half of that when his thunder fruit was awakened. The marines who were still in a coma walked towards their death unconsciously. Perhaps such a painless death was a luxury for the wanderers on the sea. I just don't know if there is any war death compensation for marines who died while on duty at the marine headquarters. This devastating scene made Hancock's beautiful face look solemn. She couldn't imagine how many of her people would be slaughtered if Qin Yun used the same divine judgment on her perfumed serpent in 9 Snake Island. After a moment, the sea of thunder covering the marine warship gradually disappeared. Instead, there was a circle of boiling seawater, and several Poseidons that were implicated by God's judgment underwater floated to the surface with their bellies turned upside down. Fortunately, under Qin Yun's control, the perfumed serpent had left that sea area and headed for the 9 Snake Island without being eroded by the scorching seawater. "Hey, Hancock, all the people who are in the way have disappeared. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Let's talk about some little secrets that only you and I know." Qin Yun lightly landed on the deck from the second floor of the perfumed serpent, but his nonchalant attitude did not seem to make Hancock let down her guard. "Hey, I think this is the first time we meet today. You and I don't have anything in common." Hancock's angry scolding also seemed to have a unique charm. Chapter 157. Goodwill is limited. Don't be so sure. I believe you will be very interested in the topic I will talk about next. Seeing the alertness in the eyes of the 3 Hancock sisters, Qin Yun stopped and stood not far from them. He looked at her intently, and Hancock's pure and elegant appearance and soft, graceful and delicate figure made his eyes light up. Hancock was wearing a long red dress, revealing her beautiful belly inconspicuously. She also wears a white cape on her shoulders, showing the penultimate style of the pirate queen, which makes people fall in love with her at first sight. Her long jet black hair was combed into the hairstyle that noble princesses love to show off the most. Her smooth and flat forehead was so beautiful that even the most beautiful woman in a century would want to have a kiss on her. The corners of her deep blue eyes were long and delicate, and her almond-shaped eyes revealed a hint of indifference. But in Qin Yun's opinion, Hancock's almond-shaped eyes seemed to be saying the most beautiful love words to him. If Hancock knew Qin Yun was thinking this way, he would probably shout, "Shrimp headman, how dare you think this?" A high nose bridge, a small and delicate nose, and lips so soft that there is not a single wrinkle, perfect. All I can say is that Hancock deserves to be called the most beautiful woman in the world. With such a gorgeous face, even Qin Yun, who was used to seeing beautiful women, began to get excited and wanted to hold this beautiful forehead in his mouth, trying to taste how warm and smooth she was. The big devil in Qin Yun's heart also began to howl, as if he would not relax and give up if he could not eat Hancock's unique delicacy today. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Qin Yun suddenly began to beat his chest and blame himself in his heart. I originally thought that Hancock's beauty was just like that, but when I actually met her in person, I realized how naive I was. It's no wonder that Hancock is honored as the most beautiful woman in the world by the people of this world just because of a bounty portrait that shows less than 70% of her beauty. Now it seems that the real person is 10 times or even 100 times more beautiful than the portrait. This is indeed the case. Qin Yun didn't have the ability before and could only express his endless love to Hancock through the big screen. But now he can do more than that. I don't know if it's because I can't feel the sweetness outside the big screen. In short, The recognition of Hancock as the most beautiful woman in the world, in the real world, has now risen to more than one level. Advertisement. When he thought that he would be able to win such a beauty in the near future, he yearned for a happy life in the future even more. The amazement flashing in Qin Yun's eyes could not escape Hancock's eyes. She snorted and said proudly, "It seems that you are the same as most men. Once you see my beautiful face, you will be stunned and unable to walk." Qin Yun did not deny Hancock's words. Even though it only took him a moment to take in Hancock's beautiful face and charming figure, he was still stunned for a moment. It is a man's natural disposition to like beautiful women. Unless that person is a cowardly to the extreme or a disabled person with an underdeveloped body. Otherwise, men will always be lustful from birth to death. It's just that some people with extraordinary talents are born to hide their talents and wrap themselves up very well. Oh, there was a hint of surprise in Hancock's eyes. It was the first time she heard Qin Yun's remarks, and coupled with his undisguised attitude, she actually felt that what he said made sense. "So, should I praise you for living an open life?" "That's not necessary. However, Hancock, you let the guests chat with you on the deck like this. This is not the way to entertain guests in your Amazon Lily Kingdom, right?" Hearing Qin Yun's sarcasm, Sandasonia could no longer sit still. She shouted loudly, "You are not our guest. Nine Snake Island will not allow any man to enter." Am I talking to you?" Qin Yun glanced at Sandasonia and Marigold indifferently, and the conqueror's domineering aura hidden in his body burst out again towards the surroundings. This time, he didn't hold back. In the conversation between the two kings, any other mortal who dares to interrupt and say a word may be regarded as being wiped out. Wait a minute. Hancock also understood this, but the two sisters beside her were her dearest and dearest sisters, and she could not just sit back and watch. Then, she glared with her almond-shaped eyes and released her conquerors to protect her two sisters. Advertisement. However, although Hancock's conquerors are strong, Qin Yun's conquerors are more domineering. Buzz. Sandasonia and Marigold felt like they were a small boat drifting on the rough sea. At this moment, they deeply realized how insignificant their strength was in front of Qin Yun, and then the two of them fell to the ground with a bang. Qin Yun raised his eyes slightly, and the indifference in his eyes made even Hancock, who had plundered on the sea for many years, shudder. He said expressionlessly, "Hancock, I'm sure you know that I come here with good intentions. Otherwise, your two sisters would have fainted like the others and wouldn't be awake now. If I had bad intentions towards you, why would I be chatting and laughing with you here? With my personality, if the enemy was in front of me, I would have unleashed my boundless thunder and killed him on the spot. Although my kindness is great, it is also limited, Hancock. I hope you can understand the value of this kindness." Hancock's expression was moved. With her pride, she would naturally respond to soft words rather than hard ones. But she is not alone. If she really offends Qin Yun, I am afraid the final outcome will be difficult to settle. Well, just listen to what the other party wants to talk to her. If Qin Yun really knew the secret that she was once a slave of the celestial dragons, no, this is absolutely impossible. She looked determined and said calmly, "I understand, come in with me." After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the cabin. Qin Yun curled the corners of her mouth. Although Hancock's tone was cold when she spoke, the meaning of her words showed her submissive attitude. "Next, it's time to test your acting skills. As long as he changes his attitude appropriately and shows his soft side to the other person, it will not be difficult to win Hancock's heart. What's more, he really likes Hancock, whether it's her appearance or her personality. Especially when she fell in love with him, she became like a little bird and he liked it very much." Chapter 158 Dream. Therefore, it is not so appropriate to call it acting, it should be called the true feelings are revealed. While thinking, Qin Yun took a step forward and followed, hanging not far behind Hancock. There was no conversation throughout the whole process. Qin Yun, led by Hancock, came to a living room on the second floor of the cabin facing the bow. Hancock did not even invite Qin Yun to sit down, but sat on the throne made of the curled body of her pet python Salome. "I am the emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and I still have many political affairs to deal with. Time is running out, just tell me what you want to say. Stop talking nonsense about secrets." "No hurry, no hurry." Qin Yun walked to the seat next to Hancock and sat down in a friendly manner. His free and easy attitude made him feel like he was back home. "Who is not an emperor, but I am not here to discuss state affairs with you." Qin Yun paused for a moment and said seriously, "I'm sure you've already guessed what I'm going to tell you next. This painful experience is like a thorn in your side. I really don't want to reveal it to you. But in order to free you from the pain, I must reveal it again." Hancock's face changed slightly. She suppressed the fear of her secret being exposed, put on an impatient expression, and scolded coldly, "Don't keep me in suspense. What do you want to say?" Just then, Qin Yun noticed the newspaper placed casually on the table. "Isn't that the world's most handsome guy with a handsome face above him?" "Hancock, I am really impressed. There are people who are more narcissistic than me." Qin Yun raised his hand, and the electromagnetic force acted on the newspaper, bringing it steadily back to his hand. "This is tisk tisk tisk. Morgans is really an extraordinary person. Is his efficiency so high? What happened yesterday was reported all over the world as news today." Qin Yun understood instantly. No wonder Hancock could understand what he said to her when he first came over. It turned out that it was Morgan's newspaper that gave Hancock a heads up in advance. In fact, if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. The impact of a celestial dragon being beaten and a celestial dragon being killed is completely different. Advertisement. This is also the reason why the celestial dragon incident was not reported so quickly in the original timeline. Oh, Hancock's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yun notice the newspaper, then he immediately retracted his curious look and asked calmly. You seem to be a participant in yesterday's incident. It also says that you were one of the culprits. Could it be that you killed those 3 Tianlong people? Qin Yun put down the newspaper casually, stared at Hancock's eyes, and admitted frankly. Yes, the death of the celestial dragon that shocked the world yesterday was caused by me. The others who were labeled as the culprits were just pawns I left behind to confuse the world government and the people of the world. To be precise, only 2 of the 3 Tianlong people died, and the other one was imprisoned by me in a place where only I or my people can go. That celestial dragon named Sha Lulia Palace will be punished and scolded by me day and night in the future. The fortified city is under 100% control of Qin Yun. Without his permission, people inside the fortified city cannot find out what is happening in the outside world. Close black lens bracket. What? Hancock was shocked when she heard these shocking remarks, and she could no longer keep calm. She never expected that Qin Yun would admit his identity so directly. Isn't he afraid that she will betray him and reveal his identity as the culprit who killed the celestial dragons? Now is not the time for you to be shocked, Hancock. Do you know why I traveled thousands of miles and used all means to murder the celestial dragons? Qin Yun's eyes were filled with blazing sincerity. Anyone who saw it could tell that he was about to say something from the bottom of his heart. No, I don't know. Hancock was caught off guard by Qin Yun's unreserved honesty towards her, and she could only respond in a helpless and hesitant manner. Qin Yun stood up with a bang, and with a flash of lightning, he teleported directly in front of Hancock. He stretched out his trembling hands to support Hancock's shoulders and shouted excitedly. Everything I did was for you, Hancock. Hancock widened her eyes and looked at Qin Yun. Looking at the trembling pupils in his eyes, she had never seen such a look before. She was inexperienced and did not understand the profound meaning of it. Advertisement, but she vaguely understood one thing, that Qin Yun seemed to have complex feelings for her that were different from those of ordinary stinky men. For myself? That's right, Hancock. Qin Yun's face showed pain and reluctance, at the right time, but in the end he still resolutely told the big secret buried in Hancock's heart. I know everything about your childhood, Hancock. As early as the moment I learned about your tragic past, as early as the moment I came to this world, I began to plan a series of actions against the world government and the celestial dragons. All of this is for the purpose of overthrowing the world government and the rule of the celestial dragons one day. Blow the horn of revenge for your tragic experience. You. When Hancock first heard that Qin Yun really knew her past, despair immediately appeared on her face. Just when she thought Qin Yun would use this as a handle to threaten her future, she heard Qin Yun's words that went straight to her soul. Thus, Hancock's despair turned into hope. After hearing Qin Yun's words, the hope on her face turned into unbelievable and incredible expression that remained unchanged for a long time. But we have never met before. How could you plan for so long and do such a shocking thing just for me? Hancock. Do you believe in dreams? The enthusiasm in Qin Yun's eyes did not seem fake. He looked at Hancock expectantly, like a child sharing a toy. When I came into this world, I had such an incredible dream. In my dream, I am a golden thunder that exists among all things. It was because of what I witnessed about you that I transformed into a human and came to this world to prepare for your revenge. Establishing a country, establishing oneself as an emperor and a god, all the while quietly accumulating strength in the dark. One day, I will completely overthrow the nearly 1,000-year rule of the celestial dragons and the world government. Compared to the unbelievable talk of traveling through the world, it would definitely be easier for people to accept if all of this was based on the illusory revelations in dreams. Dream. What a ridiculous statement this is. Chapter 159, Refreshing Cognition. But Hancock believed it in her heart, because apart from this, it seemed that Qin Yun had no other possibility to know everything about her. After all, the people who knew her past experiences were the ones she trusted the most, and there was no way they would betray her. Hancock couldn't help but get so nervous when she suddenly heard such a big thing that she broke out in a sweat. Looking at Qin Yun's passionate eyes, for some reason, her heart suddenly seemed to be pulled violently by someone, and began to beat clearly. This feeling was something she had never experienced before, like peach blossoms reflected in spring water, with a youthful impulse that was particularly heart-wrenching. Hancock suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and asked the last necessary question. What you said seems a little too unrealistic, but I can feel the sincerity in your eyes. However, I cannot believe you so easily. Do you have any way to prove that you are not lying to me? Method. Qin Yun kept his hand on Hancock's smooth shoulders and pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly had an idea and said slowly. I do have an idea, but I don't know if you can accept it. Oh, Hancock was stunned. Is it true? She was just talking casually and didn't think that Qin Yun would have a way to prove that his dream was real. Tell me about it. I'm really curious. Qin Yun let go of Hancock's shoulders, stretched out a hand to linger around Lei Ting, and said lightly. Everyone knows that the secret treasure of the sea, the incarnation of the sea devil, the devil fruit. A person can only eat one devil fruit at most. If one consumes more than one devil fruit in order to gain more power, the person's body will explode because it cannot withstand the curse of the devil fruit. Do you agree with these? Of course, Hancock answered affirmatively. Her eyes were full of curiosity, and she didn't understand why Qin Yun suddenly talked about these irrelevant topics. Next, you just wait and see. Qin Yun raised his hand and displayed Lei Ting in front of her. The bounty issued by Marine says that I am the user of the Logia Thunder Fruit. The lightning in my hand is the power of thunder. Advertisement. After hearing what Qin Yun said, Hancock should see a neurosurgeon if she still didn't understand what he meant. She murmured in disbelief. Could it be that? That's right. Qin Yun stepped forward, took Hancock's hand like a gentleman, and gently pulled her up. With a wave of his hand, a door to another dimension was opened. This is the power of the gate that I plundered by chance. Hancock, if you believe me, why not go in and experience the scenery of the other dimension for yourself and see if I am using a trick? I believe you. Hancock was aware that she was extremely sober at this moment, and was definitely not unconscious as if she had been drugged. Qin Yun chuckled, took Hancock's hand and walked leisurely into the door to the other dimension. Next, Qin Yun took Hancock through the alien space and visited every corner of the perfume serpent. When they returned to their original place from the alien space, Hancock felt as if she was in another world. Nothing is more unbelievable than having the truth known to everyone shattered right in front of their eyes. So, you can actually possess multiple devil fruit powers at the same time. You can actually become a multi-fruit ability user. Hancock came to her senses and didn't even realize that Qin Yun had taken advantage of her so much without leaving any trace. In other words, she seemed to have complicated feelings towards Qin Yun and had no intention of trying to get rid of his closeness. That's right. One person cannot obtain the abilities of two devil fruits. This is just a disadvantage of devil fruits. And I can ignore the rules of devil fruits and possess multiple devil fruit abilities at the same time. At this point, Qin Yun chuckled, lowered his head to Hancock's little face, and said softly. How about it? Now you should believe me, right? I believe it. What else can Hancock say? The ironclad facts are before us. Qin Yun can break the rules and become a user of multiple fruit abilities, so it is no longer a fantasy for him to see her childhood experiences through dreams. Wait, what Qin Yun just said, everything he did was to help me get revenge. Hancock finally responded. Advertisement. A person can give everything for her, plan for many years, and put himself in her shoes. He even went so far as to offend the world government and the celestial dragons, who stood at the highest point in the world and ruled the world. What other soft words could compare to Qin Yun's down-to-earth behavior? Absolutely not. Hancock's heart was moved to the extreme and began to beat violently. Do you like it? No, it's fear. She was afraid that Qin Yun had done so much for her. How could she face Qin Yun, who was so devoted to her? She asked herself, as a woman with a tragic past, she was not worthy of Qin Yun, a stranger, doing all this for her. As if he had sensed Hancock's inner hesitation, Qin Yun held Hancock's hand tighter. He gently hugged Hancock's soft waist and said softly, Hancock, although I did all this for you, I don't expect to win your heart. You don't even need to care about these. You can just regard everything I did as the wishful thinking of an ambitious person who wants to rule the world for his own goals. Of course, I am also hopeful. If I can really win your heart, it would be such a wonderful thing. You. Qin Yun. Qin Yun's words were too straightforward, but it was precisely these words that expressed his true feelings that constantly struck Hancock's ignorant heart. However, faced with a sudden emotional storm, most people would subconsciously avoid it, right? Hancock was no exception. She frowned slightly, with a look of worry on her face, like a sick and weak beauty who had suddenly fallen into poverty. If I have to use one person to describe her, it can only be Lin Daiyu. Oh, that's right. Qin Yun suddenly seemed to remember something, and when he flipped his hand, a photo shell appeared in his palm. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you. This item is called the Image Shell, a specialty of the Kingdom of God. It records the image of me brutally slaughtering those two celestial dragons. If you still have some fear of the celestial dragons in your heart, you might as well take a look at this photo shell. Perhaps you will be able to understand how these descendants who claim to be the creator differ from ordinary people when they die. Hancock heard this and looked at the photo shell in Qin Yun's hand with a complicated expression. Qin Yun actually trusted her so much? Chapter 160. Heartbeat. You know, if she had evil intentions and handed this photo to the world government, Qin Yun would probably be hunted down by the world government and the celestial dragons. No need, I believe you. You'd better destroy this photo as soon as possible. If you accidentally fall into the hands of the world government, I'm afraid you will have endless troubles. In fact, even if Qin Yun did not produce the evidence of the murder of the celestial dragons, Hancock actually believed what Qin Yun said. Oh, are you concerned about me? Qin Yun put away the photo shell casually. In order to make Hancock overcome her fear of the celestial dragons, it is not necessary to make her watch the bloody scenes of the celestial dragons being killed. HMPH, if you say so, then so be it. Hancock tried to twist her body, but found that she could not break free from Qin Yun's big hand, so she just let it go. After all, Qin Yun had done so much for her, so it wouldn't be a big deal to let him hug her for a while, right? Maybe. Hancock was still too naive. Little did she know that her behavior of not rejecting Qin Yun would only lead to him becoming more unscrupulous and aggressive. Until Qin Yun took her from the forehead to the heart, bit by bit into his mouth, savoring her carefully. Haha, don't worry, with my speed, unless I underestimate the enemy, no one can easily touch the corner of my clothes. Qin Yun's confident smile is contagious. Hancock seemed to realize something, and two blushes crept up her cheeks. She lowered her head slightly and muttered. That would be best. Qin Yun smiled, buried his head in Hancock's hair, and sniffed her unique, love, fragrance. This beauty made him feel that the will he had just fought with was beginning to show off its might again. Hancock lowered her head, her thoughts in a mess, and she had no idea what to do. Her consistent dislike for men seemed to have lost its effect on Qin Yun. Instead, there was an indescribable feeling of reluctance to be separated from Qin Yun. Just like that, Qin Yun gently hugged Hancock and fell into silence for a long time. Advertisement Qin Yun was waiting for Hancock to recover from the impact of the flood of information and the subversion of his cognition. After a moment, Qin Yun saw that Hancock's eyes had regained their former liveliness, and her body became even more relaxed, with all her weight resting on Qin Yun. Seeing this, Qin Yun stroked Hancock's hair, breaking the silence between the two, and said softly, "Hancock." Qin Yun's calling her by her name made Hancock feel as if she was wearing a wedding dress, and Qin Yun was wearing a suit and proposing to her like an elegant gentleman. Strange. Why would I think this? Hancock shook her head, feeling that something was not right with herself today. She suppressed her inner awkwardness and listened attentively to Qin Yun's words. "I also have a devil fruit ability called the healing fruit. As the name suggests, the user can exert healing power to heal all injuries and illnesses of living creatures. Although I just got this healing fruit not long ago, the terrifying effect it has shown even amazed me. Hancock, if you don't mind showing me your back. Perhaps, you will soon be able to remove the restraint of the Sky Dragon's hoof with my healing power." At this time, Qin Yun's mention of the Sky Dragon's hoof hidden behind Hancock would no longer scare her. Healing fruit. Hancock's eyes were filled with surprise. She had long wanted to get rid of the flying hoof of the dragon behind her, but she had tried everything she could to no avail. After all, how could the slave mark of the celestial dragons be so easily removed? What's more, she was engraved with the Sky Dragon's flying hoof by the female Sky Dragon when she was a child. After so many years of sedimentation, it has become a stubborn existence. The news that the Sky Dragon hoof could be removed dispelled Hancock's inner shyness. Her charming eyes fixed on Qin Yun's eyes, and she asked seriously, "Do you really need to take off my clothes before you can heal me?" "That's right. This is a necessary step." Qin Yun also looked serious, and it was impossible to tell that he was fooling Hancock. Advertisement, that's right. How could the healing fruit be so rubbish? Qin Yun squeezed the healing power in his hand and slapped it on Hancock, which was able to heal her physical injuries and remove the mark of Tianlongshang's hoof. But, as the saying goes, when you want to win someone's heart, you must not miss any opportunity to deepen your emotional relationship with that person. If you can always be in an ambiguous atmosphere with the other person, you can greatly narrow the distance between the two hearts. At that time, even two people who have no emotional foundation will no longer reject contact with each other until the relationship between the two is a natural outcome. This is also a common routine used by protagonists in ancient chivalrous novels or films and TV shows. The beauty was injured and had to take off all her clothes in order to transfer her inner strength for treatment. If it's an ugly woman or a man, just slap it with your hands, the internal force will surge, and the healing will be completed in an instant. There's something even more outrageous. The beauty is stuffed with a rare aphrodisiac poison that only appears once in 1,000 years. Only people with special physiques can be cured by injections, otherwise they will explode and die. At this moment, the protagonist happened to be something like the nine-yang body. Not only does the beauty have to take off all her clothes, but the protagonist also needs to give her several injections in order for her to survive. Back to the topic, after hesitating for a moment, Hancock decided to follow Qin Yun's arrangements. Because she no longer avoids her inner self, she, who has always hated men, no longer has this aversion to Qin Yun. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, which was enough for her to change herself. Moreover, compared to the ugly and shameful Tianlong soaring hoof on her body, it didn't seem so difficult for her to accept being seen by Qin Yun, who was willing to offend the world government and the Tianlong people for her. Hancock looked determined, raised her head slightly, smiled charmingly at Qin Yun, and said softly, "Qin Yunjun, I believe in you. When can you help me remove that mark?" "Of course it's now. This matter cannot be delayed. The sooner I can remove the Sky Dragon's hoof from you, the sooner you can gain inner freedom." Qin Yun had a serious look on his face, with no evil desire in his eyes, really. And he looked like he was completely thinking about Hancock. "Since you said so, I can only let it go." Hancock's eyes were shy and she signaled with her eyes. Qin Yun understood and let go of the big hands that were restraining Hancock. At this moment, the perfume serpent was controlled by Qin Yun and stopped 1 kilometer away from Nine Snake Island. 5 centigrams Chapter 161. Removing the dragon's hoof, all the Marines died under the judgment of God, and all the members of the Nine Snakes pirates, except Hancock, were knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's impact. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a world of two for Qin Yun and Hancock. Hancock stood up gracefully and walked slowly towards her room. As she walked, she twisted her waist slightly, causing the hem of her skirt to flutter slightly, which was particularly charming and eye-catching. There is no doubt that Qin Yun is suffering from this persecution, and his eyes cannot leave Hancock's graceful back. When Hancock walked to a small door that looked very noble, she suddenly stopped, turned around, smiled, and said coquettishly, "Why don't you come quickly? Do you have to wait for me to personally invite you before you come?" Qin Yun praised. "This smile is really charming. Here I come." Open black lens bracket. "My sister is here." Close black lens bracket. Then, Qin Yun appeared behind Hancock in a flash of lightning and followed her light footsteps closely. After entering her little room, he considerately closed the little door. Hancock was not afraid at all even though they were alone in a room. She moved gently but not slowly as she unbuttoned the white shawl, one on the left and one on the right. Then he grabbed the white cloak and smiled playfully, then suddenly threw it at Qin Yun, who was concentrating and looking forward to the follow-up. While the white cloak blocked Qin Yun's sight, as Hancock expected, Hancock spun in the air and took off the red robe on her upper body. She continued to move, took off her high heels, jumped lightly, and landed on the couch. She turned her back to Qin Yun and brushed her waist-length hair aside. But what kind of person is Qin Yun? These vague little games have been played with Nami and Robin since their first encounter. How could they fall for it? He took the white windbreaker without hesitation and placed it on a chair carved with a plum blossom pattern beside him, witnessing Hancock's long hair flying in the air. Qin Yun looked intently, observing Hancock's jade back. Advertisement under the light, Hancock's back skin seemed to be coated with a thin layer of golden light. It is delicate and lustrous, like a newly blooming petal, tender and fairy-like. If you wear light clothes and let them sway gently in the wind, it may add a bit of elegance and mystery, which will make people fall in love with it. Looking closely, the lines on Hancock's jade back are clear and elegant, like a slender silver stream flowing slowly on smooth skin. The silver stream leads the gaze downward to the graceful waist, showing an indescribable beauty of curves. There is a kind of cuteness in it that makes people want to possess it and savor it carefully. Unfortunately, in the center of the jade back, there is a mark in the shape of a western dragon's claw mark, the hoof of the soaring dragon, which abruptly destroys the beauty of Hancock's jade back. Qin Yun collected his thoughts, walked forward, and sat cross-legged behind Hancock. "Hancock, I'm about to start." Hancock hummed softly and said no more, but it was not difficult to see her inner nervousness from her trembling body. Qin Yun did not hesitate. With healing power lingering in his hands, he gently stroked Hancock's jade back. The next moment, the healing power instantly covered Hancock's entire body. The effect was immediate, and he easily wiped out the sky dragon's hoof. Even the hidden injuries on Hancock's body caused by years of plundering at sea and being blown by the sea breeze were all removed by him. After Hancock let out a soft moan, her face turned pale with shame and she quickly covered her mouth to prevent any further sound. Fortunately, Qin Yun acted quickly and cured Hancock in just a few breaths. There is no need to be greedy and take advantage of these small advantages now. In Qin Yun's opinion, Hancock has come to this point and has fallen into his clutches. "Okay, Hancock, look at your back, it has returned to its most beautiful state." Qin Yun considerately took out a mirror and reflected Hancock's back for her to see. Hancock shuddered when she heard that, and she carefully turned her head to look at her own jade-like back in the mirror. After a moment's silence, she choked up and threw herself into Qin Yun's arms, sobbing softly. Qin Yun was speechless and held her silently in his arms. The best comfort is silent companionship. Advertisement. After a while, Hancock's crying gradually stopped. She looked up suddenly, and her crystal almond eyes seemed to be making a final confirmation. "Qin Yun, you just said, everything you did, killing the celestial dragons, was all for me." "That's right, letting those two Tianlong scum be shot to death was done for you," Qin Yun said in a relaxed tone, as if he had done something insignificant. How could a fool like you exist in this world?" Hancock could no longer suppress her inner emotions, and tears flowed down like a flood. She collapsed weakly in Qin Yun's arms, her hands tightly grasping the soft blanket to relieve the pressure in her heart. "You dared to challenge the world noble without caring about your own life, all for me." Having said this, Hancock realized that her tears were flowing down and soaking the carpet. She quickly covered her face, not wanting to show her weakness. In the original timeline, Hancock was so moved by Luffy that she burst into tears just by seeing the newspaper about the celestial dragons being beaten. It's not too abrupt to make her cry after so much preparation here. Over the years, she has been working hard to prevent anyone from knowing the past of the three sisters. She was willing to do anything, even if it meant deceiving the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom. Her cold and indifferent attitude towards everyone was also to protect the three sisters. Because once this flaw is revealed, even if no one threatens her, she will fall into the dilemma of self-collapse. Seeing Hancock's performance, even Qin Yun, who had witnessed countless life and death scenes, couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. "Hancock, I will be by your side in the days ahead, accompanying you and protecting you. All pain will leave you, and happiness and joy will always be with you." Hancock was stunned. After a moment of silence, he asked in a low voice with some fear. Would you look down upon me, a former slave?" After saying this, Hancock's delicate body began to tremble uncontrollably. Although she lowered her head, her hands were tightly grasping Qin Yun's collar, as if she would despair and die on the spot if Qin Yun said no. Qin Yun did not answer, but directly proved his determination with his actions. He gently held up Hancock's pretty face, which was tearful, and as she looked at him in surprise, he gently kissed her alluring forehead. Tears mixed with the scent of Hancock expressed their deep affection. Chapter 162. Love. This kiss lasted for a long time. Qin Yun kissed Hancock until she stopped crying and her body became limp, then he let her go with a chuckle and said softly, "Now, do you know my answer?" Hancock nodded slightly, smiled brightly at Qin Yun, then lowered her head shyly and muttered, "Well, I understand, Qin Yunjun, I like you too." "Hancock, your words are the most beautiful thing I have heard today." As long as you are happy. That's good," Qin Yun smiled slightly and held Hancock's hand tighter, but he was not satisfied with this. Seeing Hancock's breath slow down, he kissed Hancock's forehead again and began to express his love frequently. In the interaction between men and women, if one party shows sufficient initiative, the other party will often be shy and timid at the beginning. Qin Yun was the active party, and Hancock's shyness at this moment was just the beginning. From now on, given Hancock's personality, she will probably turn from passive to active and continue to pester Qin Yun. He didn't have even a shred of free time left, all was taken away by her. Qin Yun did not eat Hancock so carelessly. This is certainly not because he is tired or unable to do it, but because the time is not right. The time left for them was not enough. If the two of them fought with real guns and knives, it would probably take at least until the next day. And, compared to eating Hancock in a daze on the perfumed serpent, Qin Yun has a more brilliant idea. For example, let Hancock wear her most gorgeous imperial uniform in her imperial chamber. After creating an ambiguous atmosphere, he removed Hancock's elegant imperial coat and became a family with her. Then, slowly and carefully savor Hancock's unique charm, which is known as the world's most beautiful woman. So, Qin Yun and Hancock hugged each other on the perfumed serpent, talked about love, expressed their feelings to each other, and were affectionate for a long time. Advertisement Hancock was wrapped around Qin Yun like an octopus, her snow-white little hands gently stroking his big hands. When the two of them were chatting about something interesting, they would give each other affectionate looks from time to time. It seems that Qin Yun and Hancock do not need the passage of time to deepen their relationship. The two of them now look like they are deeply in love. When Qin Yun felt that the time was almost up and the people on the boat were about to wake up, he reluctantly let go of Conqueror's intimidation of the two lion majesties on the bow and said softly, "Hancock, the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates are about to wake up. Why don't we go to your country first and continue our conversation?" Hancock nodded happily and replied softly, "Okay, I'll listen to you, Qin Yun." Qin Yun smiled slightly, stroked Hancock's hair, then stood up while hugging her soft waist. Hancock was still wearing only a shirt because she was treating the sky dragon's hoof on her back, while Qin Yun was wearing a black shirt with his jacket aside. So Qin Yun and Hancock had to help each other put on their coats. However, Qin Yun's gentle movements aroused a burst of coquettishness from Hancock, and she let out a series of silver bell-like laughter, which was extremely charming. Both of them were emperors, and they were usually dressed by palace maids, angels, to serve them. Now that I have my other half, there is a different kind of romance when we serve each other. The two of them put on their clothes and walked onto the deck hand in hand. Hancock looked at the female warriors who had fainted on the ground around her, and felt as if she were in another world. In just a few short hours, she felt that her life seemed to become more vivid. In the past, she was like a pool of cold, stagnant water, but after Qin Yun's redemption, the stagnant water was infused with the vitality of life. Perhaps, her future life goal is to live a loving life with Qin Yun for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Hancock blushed. After secretly glancing at Qin Yun, he collected his thoughts, but he couldn't hide the smile on his lips no matter what. "Anyway, let's go back to Nine Snake Island first. Don't just stand there, set sail back to Nine Snake Island." At Hancock's command, two giant serpents hissed and began to drag the perfumed serpent towards Nine Snake Island. Advertisement: the short 1-kilometer journey did not take too much time. Just as the perfumed serpent appeared within the sight of Nine Snake Island, cheers were heard from the female warriors on the island, welcoming the heroes of their country, the Nine Snake Pirates. "Snake Lady, welcome back home. Cheers, our warriors are back. Kyuba warriors, you've worked hard." As the perfumed serpent sailed into the port, the cheers of the residents of Nine Snake Island gradually subsided. Because people gradually discovered that the female warriors on the ship seemed to have fallen on the deck without knowing whether they were dead or alive. The only good news was that their Lady Snake was still standing at the bow with a haughty look on her face as always. Qin Yun stood beside Hancock with an expressionless face, quietly observing the people of Nine Snake Island. Hancock was still a little embarrassed and wanted to maintain her cold and arrogant image in front of the people. Qin Yun naturally would not refuse her small request. Wait, there seems to be a strange face on the boat. Close black lens bracket. After noticing a strange figure beside Hancock, most of the female warriors were just puzzled, but some female warriors who had been to sea were horrified. Because they recognized it was a man. It has been an iron rule in the Amazon Lily Kingdom for hundreds of years that men are prohibited from entering the Nine Snake Island. But now Lady Snake has openly returned with a man? Although the female soldiers felt that it was outrageous, they did not dare to say anything. After all, as the Emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Hancock still has a lot of prestige among the people. The ship entered the harbor of Nine Snake Island, and Kikyo, the captain of the National Defense Warriors, jumped onto the ship lightly. She took in everything around her calmly, and then asked in a low voice, "Snake Princess, what are our companions doing?" "They just fainted. It's okay. Take the rescue personnel and wake them up one by one." Although Hancock's voice was plain, it drew waves of cheers from her people, which shows how popular she is in the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Yes, Lady Snake. Kikyo didn't ask who Qin Yun was. It was not something she should worry about. After Kikyo led Hancock and Qin Yun off the boat, she called on the female warriors to go on board to wake up the crew of the Nine Snakes Pirates and carry the spoils looted from outside down the boat. Chapter 163. Mother-in-law's worries. Surrounded by the crowd, Hancock and Qin Yun got on the royal carriage and headed towards Nine Snake City. After a while, with the shouts and shaking efforts of Kikyo and others, the warriors of the Nine Snakes pirate group woke up one after another. They looked around in confusion and began to whisper about what happened before they fell into a coma. The same thing happened to Sandasonia. She touched her aching head and thought carefully about what happened before she fainted. "Where is my elder sister?" As if she had thought of something, Sandasonia quickly straightened up and exclaimed. "Snake Princess has returned to Nine Snake Castle." Kikyo answered in a low voice. While no one was paying attention, she leaned over to Sandasonia's ear and whispered. "Your Highness Sandasonia, I saw that Lady Snake seemed to have brought back a man. Do you know what this is about?" Kikyo asked this question not because she had 8 trigrams in her heart, but because as the captain of the Amazon Lily Kingdom's national warriors, she had the responsibility to confirm the harm that outsiders, especially a man, could do to the country. Yes, that man. Sandasonia remembered and looked at Marigorud, who was still sleeping soundly beside her. She breathed a sigh of relief. At least her sister was safe. In other words, that man returned to Nine Snake Castle with my elder sister? Yes. Kikyo answered affirmatively. Sandasonia lowered her head and pondered, did my elder sister bring that man back to Nine Snake Island under duress? Or was there some kind of agreement reached? Considering that their power was not enough to stop Qin Yun's misbehavior, she decided to be conservative and find an opportunity to find her elder sister in private to understand the situation clearly. Captain Kikyo, I don't know much about that man either. Anyway, you should lead the soldiers to be alert and be ready to flee at any time. I will go to ask my elder sister for clarification. Escape. Kikyo was a little confused. She had lived for so many years, but this was the first time she heard someone say these 2 words to her. Even when she had been with the Nine Snakes pirates, it was difficult for others to escape from them. That's right. Without further ado, I will take Marigold to Nine Snakes Castle. Advertisement. After Sandasonia said this, she turned around and patted Marigold's big belly, finally waking him up. Marigorud rubbed his eyes in a daze and climbed up, then was forcibly dragged away from the perfumed serpent by Sandasonia. In an inconspicuous corner of the port, Grandma Za was holding a newspaper and muttering with a look of concern for the country and the people. Really, at this critical moment for the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the Snake Princess actually brought a man back to the Nine Snake Island. This is a heinous act that no emperor in history has ever done. Ah, the future of this country is really worrying. Can't I worry less? As the emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom several generations ago, she is indeed qualified to make these comments. However, she seemed unwilling to realize that it was actually because her own old age life was too boring and she felt guilty for the wrong things she did when she was young that she took the initiative to care about national affairs. Back to Qin Yun, he and Hancock got on the carriage and arrived at Nine Snake City before they could even talk for a few words. There is no way. Nine Snake Island is still too small. Although Nine Snake City is called a city, it is just a small place with not a large population. Passing through the scattered residential areas on the periphery is the core area of Jiashe City, the royal palace. Goldbroom, the chief steward of the Nine Snakes City Palace, received the news that Hancock had returned and was waiting at the door early. The carriage slowly drove to the gate of the palace. Under the dumbfounded gaze of Plantagenet, Qin Yun got off the carriage first, extended a hand like a gentleman, and said softly, "My lovely emperor, we have arrived at Nine Snake City, let me pick you up." Hancock threw a coquettish look at Qin Yun in a reproachful manner, then returned to her cold and arrogant expression, hummed lightly, and stretched out her hand to get off the carriage with the help of Qin Yun. Seeing this, Goldbroom finally came to his senses. Regardless of the turmoil in his heart, he quickly called out to everyone and shouted, "Snake Lady, well, Gorse, go and prepare for the bath." Hancock gave the order calmly, and the hands she and Qin Yun were holding not only showed no signs of loosening, but also became tightly clasped. "Yes, Lady Snake, I will go down and issue the notice immediately." Plantagenet obeyed the order respectfully, then led the way, leading Hancock into the palace. Although she was very curious about why Hancock was so close to a man, it was not something she should ask as a housekeeper. Advertisement. Looking at the ancient buildings of Blue Star around him, Qin Yun admired softly. "Not bad, coming to your place, I feel like I'm back home." "Really? I was afraid you wouldn't be used to it." As soon as she returned to the palace, Hancock relaxed. Everyone in the palace was her trusted subordinates, so she could show her true self without any worries. "How could that be? I'll take you to my Kingdom of God later. The houses I ordered my men to build there are in the same style as the ones you have here." "Oh, I have heard that there is a country called the Kingdom of Flowers in the outside world. The architectural style there is similar to that of mine." Hancock stamped her feet, showing a cute self-blaming expression, and continued. "But please forgive me for my ignorance. I have been traveling on the sea for so many years and have never heard of the Kingdom of God you mentioned. It's normal that you don't know, because the Kingdom of God exists at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The people on the sea only know the legend of the Sky Island. It's actually Sky Island. It turns out that the Kingdom of God is Sky Island." "Oh, it seems you've heard about it?" A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. There was news of an empty island on Nine Snake Island, which was located in the Windless Belt. "That happened when I was a child. I heard it from the former emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom." "The former emperor? That would be Shaki, I see. Since I heard it from Shaki, who is famous for his intelligence work, it makes sense." The two chatted and laughed as they came to the Kingdom Hall hand in hand. Hancock pulled Qin Yun to sit on the throne. "What a treason this is! How can a foreigner be allowed to sit on the throne of a country?" Plantagenet was angry for a moment, then politely took her leave and went to prepare for her bath. By the way, is it really okay to just throw your two sisters on the boat? Qin Yun sat calmly on the throne, while Hancock sat sideways in his arms. Her two slender hands were hooked around his neck, and she looked at Qin Yun with lustful eyes, looking like a loving couple. Chapter 164 Waterfight. It doesn't matter. This place is in the doldrums anyway. No one dares to attack here. Even the only outsider, Marine, was wiped out by you. Hancock added silently in his heart. My sisters can accompany me anytime, but we have just started to get along with you, and I can't bear to leave you even for a minute. Sandersonia and Marigold. So, what happened to our vow to stick together? You two are true love, and your sister is just an accident? In this way, Qin Yun smelled the elegant fragrance of Hancock, leaned against her soft body, talked to her, and waited for news from the broom flower. Ding ding ding. Plantagenet struck the big bell in the center of Nine Snake City, making a series of pleasant sounds. She loudly announced. Lady Snake is going to take a bath. Leave the city immediately. As soon as the words fell, the people who were busy in Jiaxie City put down what they were doing and ran out of the city. Soldiers on duty, take your positions. The soldiers responded by closing the gates of Nine Snake City and drawing curtains with the Nine Snake Head logo around the palace. From now on, no one is allowed to enter the city for 2 hours. All these things to do before bathing are to prevent the flying dragon hoofs behind Hancock and her two sisters from being accidentally seen by others. They even made up a legend for this purpose. The 3 Hancock sisters slaughtered the monster snake-haired witch, Gorgon, during an adventure. But he was also cursed because of this, and a huge eye grew on his back. Once anyone saw it, they would turn into stone and die. Now that Qin Yun has removed the sky dragon's hoof from Hancock, perhaps this rule, which is euphemistically called protecting the tribe members, can be removed. As Plantagenet arranged the bathing arrangements, Princess Qin Yun carried Hancock to the bathroom. With a thought, the curtain in front of the bathroom door was pulled back to both sides by electromagnetic force. The bathroom was filled with steam, and the hazy feeling was full of ambiguity. Qin Yun stepped in, and with every step he took, he could feel Hancock's delicate body trembling for a moment. Is she scared, or excited? Qin Yun didn't know, he only knew that Hancock had returned. No matter what he does next, it will automatically beautify itself in Hancock's mind. Hancock had a lot of thoughts in his mind, which were outrageous but not evil at all. Advertisement from wearing a white wedding dress and entering the marriage hall with Qin Yun, to their children being born and growing up, and even to the point where the two of them grow old together. Hancock? Qin Yun's call put an end to Hancock's wild thoughts. Hancock looked up and realized that they had reached the edge of the bathing pool. Qin Yunjun, you come. Or do I come by myself? The meaning of Hancock's words was self-evident. Qin Yun chuckled and said softly. Of course I will serve our emperor, so, Qin Yun gently and slowly placed her on a chair beside him and began to apply some hair protective medicine on her hair. Hancock cooperated shyly, raising her hands subconsciously to protect her blushing cheeks. Little did she know that these actions made Qin Yun look even more attractive. Beautiful, very beautiful. At this moment, Hancock was like a crying lamb waiting to be slaughtered, waiting for Qin Yun's favor. After Qin Yun used the medicine to evenly apply to Hancock's hair, he smiled and let her go. Thump. Hancock was finally so shy that she couldn't stand Qin Yun's gentle look anymore. Seeing that Qin Yun didn't make any further moves, she pretended to be displeased, snorted, turned around, crossed the shallow water area, and jumped into the bathtub. Qin Yun couldn't help laughing when he saw that Hancock was so cute even when she was shy, and thought to himself that he had found a treasure. He wanted to jump into the bathtub as well, but suddenly alarm bells went off in his heart and he sensed an inexplicable murderous intent. It seemed that if he dared to take a step forward, he would die. So he quickly gathered his thoughts, left the bathroom and went to another one. Then, he also jumped into the bathtub with a splash, secretly sighing that it should be okay. With the help of the misty water vapor, Hancock was like a mermaid, hiding her beautiful figure in the deep water of the bathtub. No one could detect her location. Hancock, where are you? Qin Yun shouted at the top vent between the two bathrooms. With the electromagnetic field sheet, Qin Yun certainly knew Hancock's location, but if he cheated even at this time, wouldn't he be a person who didn't understand romance? Then what fun would there be? So, Qin Yun threw the pool water to the other side of the bathroom and began his hunting time. Advertisement. Qin Yun did not cheat, but Hancock did. Using her observation hockey to sense the movements in the bathtub, she easily dodged Qin Yun's attacks again and again. Then, not wanting to be outdone, he used his observation hockey to lock onto Qin Yun's position, splashing water towards the other side of the bathtub. ... Time passed slowly, and 2 hours of warmth passed quickly. After Qin Yun and Hancock put on their clothes, they came to the outer bathroom at the same time. They smiled at each other and walked forward hand in hand. Hancock stared blankly at Qin Yun's profile, reflecting on his own abnormal behavior. What's wrong with me? I can't refuse any of Qin Yun's requests. But, I don't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, I feel very happy. If my mother-in-law heard this, she would probably shout with full conviction. This is love. As the proverb in the East Daxia Sea says, love always comes like a storm. Passing through the curtain in front of the bathroom door, Goldbroom, accompanied by 2 maids, held a set of gorgeous and noble dresses in their hands. When they saw Qin Yun and Hancock, she hurriedly said respectfully. Sister Snake, your crown and robes are ready.
Hancock came back to her senses and let go of Qin Yun's big hand. Qin Yun wanted to put on the emperor's robe for Hancock himself, but Hancock stopped him with a sweet smile. If I put it on myself, you won't be so surprised. Why don't you wait here for a while, and after I put it on in the side room, I'll let you feast your eyes on it. How do you think?
Anyway, in the end, it was Qin Yun who took them off piece by piece. Qin Yun thought about it carefully and found that there was no problem. Besides, stripping Hancock, this little lamb, little by little would definitely be more conquest-oriented than dressing her tediously. That's right. Everything is up to you. Hancock smiled and stood on tiptoe to give Qin Yun a kiss. Then he ordered, come to the side room and help me put on the crown and clothes. Yes. Lady Snake. Gorse led the way. After opening the door of the side room, Hancock walked in with light steps. Qin Yun didn't wait too long before he heard the sound of crisp footsteps coming from the door of the side room. This is high heel? No, it's a speed shoe. Chapter 165 The Shocked Sisters. Qin Yun, is this imperial robe beautiful in my concubine? As soon as Hancock walked out of the side door, her charming and seductive voice entered Qin Yun's heart. Qin Yun looked intently, his eyes full of amazement. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and observe carefully, not wanting to miss any corner. Hancock's face was cold and noble, and her eyes and eyebrows revealed an otherworldly temperament, as if nothing in the world could catch her eye. But when she gazed at Qin Yun, her deep eyes would flash with dependence and joy. She is obviously a dignified empress, but she reveals such a little girl's expression. I have to say that the contrast is too perfect. Every inch of detail of her crown and robes has been meticulously crafted. The lapels, cuffs, and hems of her skirt are all embellished with delicate embroidery. The patterns are exquisite, and the colors are gorgeous but not coquettish, exuding elegance and luxury. The color of the crown is deep and solemn, with red being the dominant color, which fully demonstrates her heroic appearance and cleverly highlights the delicate and fair skin. The most dazzling part was the phoenix crown on her head, which was inlaid with various rare gems, rubies like fire and sapphires like the sea. When Qin Yun thought that such a beauty not only fell in love with him, but also had the exciting identity of a female emperor, he couldn't let go of Hancock. He wished he could start the final duel with her right now and have fun every day. As Hancock walked towards Qin Yun with light steps, her clothes swayed gently, like blooming lotus flowers or rippling water, making her figure even more graceful and charming. Looks good? You underestimate yourself, Hancock? Peerless, stunning, and stunningly beautiful are not enough to describe your beauty. Perhaps the only thing that can describe it is my eyes and my love. Ah, hate it. I am not as good as you say. Seeing Qin Yun's exaggerated words, Hancock hurried forward and gently covered Qin Yun's mouth with her bare hands, but her charming eyes were curved like little crescents, and she was obviously very happy. Qin Yun chuckled, raised his hand and held the jade hand beside his mouth in his palm, stared into Hancock's eyes and said seriously, I'm not kidding, you deserve all the praise in the world. Qin Yun. When Hancock heard this, her body softened and she became very charming. She was so moved that she blinked her eyes and offered her little hand. Advertisement Qin Yun put his arms around her soft waist and held her hand without hesitation. He would never let go of any cute little thing like this. Oni-sama. X2 Just when Qin Yun and Hancock wanted to continue looking at each other affectionately for a while, two unbelievable screams interrupted their love-making like a newlywed couple. Hancock was startled and quickly broke free from Qin Yun's arms. After adjusting the sleeves in her hands, she looked at the person who came as if nothing had happened. No. Why am I so panicked? It's you too. Why did you come back just now? The order prohibiting anyone from entering the Nine Snakes City naturally could not stop Sandasonia and Marigold, who were also the Gorgon sisters. We came back a long time ago. We heard from Goldbrum that we didn't disturb my sister because she was bathing. Sandasonia explained casually, and then murmured a little uncertainly. Sister, what are you doing? Hancock didn't hide it. She hugged Qin Yun's arm and held it between her arms, and admitted directly. Yes, just as you guessed. I fell in love with Qin Yun at first sight and decided to get married, have many babies, and spend the rest of my life together. As she spoke, Hancock's voice became lower and lower. She suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did she confess all the things in her fantasy? So, she quickly and quietly launched the force of withdrawal. Ah, why did you say what was in your heart? Just pretend you didn't hear it. Nani? X2 Sandasonia and Marigold were stunned. If it weren't for Hancock's lively and clear eyes, they would have suspected that Hancock had taken Qin Yun's drug and was under his control. Gorse pulled the corner of her mouth. Is this what she should hear? Advertisement, however, with Lady Snake's unrivaled beauty, no matter what she does, even if it violates the rules set by the ancestors, the people will forgive her. What's wrong? Sandasonia, Marigold, you will support your sister, right? Hancock gently brushed her hair behind her head with her bare hands. The charm she revealed would make even a beautiful woman fall hopelessly in love with her. Marigold was the first to respond affirmatively. Of course. We unconditionally support whatever sister decides. Marigold only needed to simply express his support, but Sandasonia had to consider many things. Yes. But, how can we explain this to our people? No need to explain, just inform them directly, and the people will forgive my willfulness. If you ask why, that's right. Because of my beauty that is like a fairy. Hancock looked confident, and that was indeed the truth. Although there were not many people in the Amazon Lily Kingdom, more than 99% of the citizens had deep trust in Hancock.
Sandasonia and Marigold looked at the place where Hancock and Qin Yun were close together, and muttered to themselves. Qin Yun is so lucky to be favored by my elder sister. I don't know how he managed to charm my elder sister.
Hancock, speaking of which, your two sisters also have that, right? The curse of the snake-haired witch. Gorgon, Qin Yun reminded subtly. Yes. I was thinking of asking Qin Yunjun to help. Hancock glanced at the people in front of him and gave an order calmly. Gorse, you can go and remove the access control of 9 Snake City. If there is nothing else to do, you can take a rest. Yes, Lady Snake. Goldbroom accepted the order respectfully and called the 2 palace maids to leave. Hancock nodded and said to Sandasonia and Marigold, let's go to my bedroom together. Sister, could it be that what Qin Yun just said was? Sandasonia was confused. Qin Yun and Hancock's few words undoubtedly showed that he knew their biggest secret. That's right, come with me, you will know later. Hancock didn't explain much, she just took Qin Yun's arm and walked forward. Sandasonia and Marigold looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Anyone who has been hiding a secret for so many years would feel extremely worried and panicked. Chapter 166 You are so fast, brother-in-law. Fortunately, Hancock's calmness infected them, and they gritted their teeth and followed. 9 Snakes Castle, Hancock's bedroom. Qin Yun and Hancock walked into the room and took a quick look. The decoration here is both luxurious and warm. The huge 4-poster bed is carved from precious wood. The bed curtains hang low and the gauze dances, revealing a hazy beauty. The bed was covered with soft silk quilts embroidered with delicate patterns. Perhaps, tonight, there would be a delicate bright red plum blossom print on it. How is it, Qin Yunjun, is my little palace still pleasing to your eyes? Hancock giggled, put her arm around Qin Yun's arm, and led him to the light pink girlish bed in the center of the bedroom. Very good, but compared to these, I prefer to appreciate their owners. Qin Yun sat down on the big pink bed, and Hancock leaned beside him, putting her beautiful legs wrapped in her skirt across his legs. This ambiguous posture is just right. Qin Yun only needs to let his hands hang naturally to easily touch Hancock's slender legs. HMPH, what is there for me to appreciate? Looking at the 2 people who were shamelessly showing off their affection, Marigold was slow to react and was still happy for her elder sister. Sandasonia sighed quietly, feeling that she and her sister shouldn't be here to disturb their sisters, but there were some things she had to figure out. Sister, could the curse of the snake-haired witch, Gorgon, that Qin Yun mentioned just now be? Hancock calmed down after hearing this and said seriously, yes, Qin Yunjun knows everything we have been through. How could it be? X2 Sandasonia murmured. How did he know? The only people who know about our past should be those few people, and it is impossible to learn this from them. This matter is very complicated, so you don't need to ask any more questions. You just need to know that Qin Yunjun is a friend, not an enemy. Advertisement, and he will become my husband one day in the future, your brother-in-law. Someday in the future? Qin Yun shook his head imperceptibly. It should be today. Brother-in-law. Sandasonia nodded in approval. It was what they all longed for, that their elder sister had a home and someone to rely on. Woo-woo, is my elder sister going to leave us? Qin Yun, you must be good to my elder sister, otherwise, I will never let you go. Marigold suddenly started crying with a sad look on her face, causing Hancock to hold her forehead with her hands. Marigold. Don't worry, Marigold, I will take good care of Hancock. Qin Yun promised solemnly that he could not ignore the questions asked by Hancock's sister. I will always remember your promise. Marigold's eyes were full of determination. Who said I'm going to leave you? Marigold, stop imagining this. Hancock hurriedly stopped the rumors spread by Marigold. If this woman couldn't control her mouth, everyone on 9 Snake Island would know about it the next day. Ah, I thought my elder sister would leave after she got a brother-in-law. Marigold touched her head angrily. If I leave, I will take you with me. How could I abandon you? Hancock stood up and walked forward, hugging her 2 sisters to comfort them. Seeing that Marigold had regained her composure, she went straight to the point. I asked you to come here to deal with the Sky Dragon's hoof. Qin Yunjun's fruit ability can erase it for us. The mark on my back has been removed by him. Hearing the name of the Sky Dragon's hoof, both Sandasonia and Marigold showed strong fear in their eyes. Sandasonia murmured uncertainly. Remove the dragon's hoof? Can something like that really be removed? Why would I lie to you? You two should show the Tianlongshang hoofs on your backs, and let Qin Yunjun use the power of the fruit to remove them for you. Then you will know when you look in the mirror. Advertisement. Sandasonia and Marigold nodded. Now that things had come to this, they certainly would not refuse their elder sister's arrangement. Then I'll leave it to you, my brother-in-law. As soon as the words fell, the 2 of them raised their hands, tied their long hair in front of them, and then turned their backs to Qin Yun. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain. Qin Yun walked behind them, his hands filled with healing power, and patted their backs, one on the left and one on the right, which were branded with the Sky Dragon's hoof. Hancock looked at Qin Yun from behind with an admiring look on her face, deeply worshipping the omniscience and omnipotence of her future husband. Sweet fantasies about her and Qin Yun's future emerged in her mind again. In less than 3 breaths, Qin Yun withdrew his hands and said calmly, Okay, you can find a mirror and take a look. Is that all? Why don't I feel anything? With such doubts in mind, Marigold turned around in confusion. Sandasonia was also surprised and exclaimed, You have already removed the dragon's hoof that has troubled us 3 sisters for many years? You are so fast, brother-in-law. Huh? Qin Yun reminded him with a frown on his face. You can say that my treatment efficiency is high, but you can't say that I'm fast, do you understand? Oh, Sandasonia and Marigord nodded, not quite understanding, and then helped each other to observe their backs, exclaiming. It's actually been removed. After all, confirmation from others is not as reliable as seeing it with your own eyes, so the two of them couldn't wait to find a mirror to check their backs. Seeing that his back had regained its smoother texture than before, they both breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Yun with gratitude. The two of them originally thought that no one in the world could be worthy of their elder sister, but after Qin Yun's treatment, they changed their attitudes and only wished Qin Yun and Hancock a happy future. Support. Seeing the two people's hesitant expressions, Hancock smiled and said, Okay, we are all family, there is no need to say more words of gratitude. Sandasonia nodded deeply and said teasingly, Well, then, elder sister, we won't disturb you and your brother-in-law from spending time together. After saying that, she pulled Marigold away quickly without waiting for Hancock's reply, causing Marigold to shout helplessly. Second sister, slow down, slow down. The purpose of the sisters coming to Hancock was to make sure that their elder sister was safe and sound. Now that the matter was done, they naturally would not be a light bulb here. Chapter 167 The World's Number One Wife. As if she realized something, Hancock lowered her head shyly and turned her back, muttering to Qin Yun in a voice as thin as a mosquito bite. Really, I didn't chase them away, why are they in such a hurry to leave? Maybe they really want to repay me by letting me spend more time alone with you tonight. Qin Yun walked forward and hugged Hancock's soft body from behind while talking and laughing. He only felt the warmth of jade in his arms, and even the atmosphere around him became unusual. Sniffing the alluring fragrance coming from Hancock's hair, Qin Yun murmured calmly. Hancock, Hancock snorted shyly, then closed her eyes and let Qin Yun do whatever he wanted. Qin Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, leaned over, picked up Hancock by the waist, and put her on the chair in the center. Looking at Hancock, who was dressed in the emperor's robes and looked so noble that people dared not even think of disrespecting her, Qin Yun felt as if a raging fire was surging in his heart. Then, it's time to become a family with the pirate queen, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, right? My Hancock. Hancock didn't answer. She gave Qin Yun a shy wink and then just looked at him with a smile. Qin Yun filled a glass of red wine for the two of them and said with a faint smile, After today, you will get a new title. What title? Hancock showed a hint of curiosity. The world's best wife, Ignoring Hancock's slightly opening and closing mouth in surprise, everything was ready. Qin Yun handed the wine glass to Hancock, looked at her tenderly, hooked his arms around her, and drank the wine from the cup together, which symbolized marriage. Then, Qin Yun held Hancock's little face, put his forehead against hers, and looked into her passionate eyes. In this way, Qin Yun and Hancock became a family. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the afternoon of the next day. Advertisement: The Nine Snakes City has gained more vitality due to the return of Empress Hancock. The people held a banquet and cheered all night last night, completely unaware that their emperor has married a man. In Hancock's bedroom, Qin Yun suddenly felt an itch on the top of his head, as if someone was tickling his forehead, causing him to frown slightly. After a while, with the sound of a soft and gentle laugh, Qin Yun's consciousness returned to his mind. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw Hancock, with tears in her eyes, beside him. She was looking at his handsome face with affectionate eyes. Hancock's eyes seemed to have their own filters. In her field of vision, the already handsome Qin Yun seemed to sparkle, attracting her so much that she couldn't take her eyes away. Qin Yun chuckled, tapped Hancock's forehead, and said softly, When did you wake up? Why didn't you wake me up? Hancock smiled sweetly, took Qin Yun's hand, and said coquettishly on Qin Yun's face. I just woke up not long ago, and I don't want to disturb you, but aren't you awake because of my gaze? That's right. Qin Yun thought about it and it seemed that there was no problem. After all, no matter what method Hancock used to wake him up, he could wake up. Speaking of which, Conis, Vivi, Kaya, Moda and other goddesses have one thing they like to do most. That is, she would run to his temple every day to observe him. If he was sleeping, she would wake him up in all kinds of pranks, under the pretext of missing him. What else can Qin Yun say about this? While feeling gratified, I could only let the goddesses do as they please. Qin Yun shook his head, cleared all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and began to chat softly with Hancock in front of him. Half an hour later, Hancock slowly put on a pink suspender dress. She was about to go back and clean up their wedding room, but found that Qin Yun had already started before her. My dear husband, how come you and I have the same idea? The title of husband was what Qin Yun taught her last night, saying that it could give him a different feeling. By now, Hancock was so familiar with the phrase that he could blurt it out subconsciously. Qin Yun was stunned, and casually displayed the wine utensils he had just folded in front of her, muttering. You said this, it means that we have a tacit understanding and both want to keep this treasure as a souvenir. Advertisement. Qin Yun counted carefully and found that he probably had dozens of such treasures stored in the storage room. As the emperor and god of a country, he is still far from having 3,000 beauties in his harem. I just wonder if the number of these treasures will exceed 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 when he overthrows the rule of the world government and reigns as the only true god. Perhaps, when he and his consorts have eternal life, as time goes by, his consorts will probably increase in number until. No matter what, eternal life is the premise of all these, and Qin Yun is working hard and struggling for this. That's right, Hancock walked to Qin Yun with a smile. Then you should keep it with your husband. It's definitely not as safe for me to keep it here as it is with you. Qin Yun nodded, reached into his stomach, put the treasure into the treasure room inside the fortified city, then put his arm around Hancock's soft waist and said softly. Let's go. I'm afraid your two sisters have been waiting for you outside for almost a day. Maybe they have something to ask you. Oh, Hancock was stunned. Her mind was completely immersed in the loving relationship with Qin Yun, and she neglected to perceive the outside world. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Then, the two left Hancock's bedroom hand in hand.
They walked and stopped along the way, chatting and laughing. On the way, Qin Yun suddenly discovered that Hancock had a problem with his legs and feet. After a brief thought, he understood and chuckled. Hancock, why didn't you tell me that your thigh was uncomfortable? It would be inconvenient for you to walk. Don't forget that I have the power of the healing fruit. Well, I don't want to trouble my husband. Besides, I am not a weak little woman, I can still endure it.
Hancock pursed her lips, stared at Qin Yun's eyes seriously and said coquettishly. Besides, I have my husband holding my hand and walking forward, so I won't find it too difficult to walk. How can this be possible? I'd better heal you. Qin Yun said this, raising his other free hand and patting Hancock's slender thigh, infusing it with healing power. Hancock is not a masochist, so she would not stop Qin Yun from taking the initiative to make efforts. Chapter 168. Warring States urge. Speaking of masochism, perhaps the Jade of Push Castle, the chief jailer, the commander of the 4 jailer beasts, Little Sati, has such potential. After a breath, Hancock felt the strange feeling in her thigh disappeared, so she opened her mouth slightly and whispered. Are you done? All right. Qin Yun withdrew his hand and saw Hancock, who had been staring at him. The two looked at each other for a moment, then smiled and continued to walk forward, talking and laughing. The two of them stayed in the courtyard for a while before they leisurely arrived at the palace of Jiashe City. As soon as they saw Hancock and Qin Yun entering the hall, Sanasonia and Marigorod's eyes lit up and they blurted out. Oni-sama, why do you seem even more beautiful today? Really? Hancock chuckled. She was very happy to receive compliments from her two sisters. I'm not sure either, maybe it's because of my husband. Marigold looked at Hancock, who seemed to be wrapped in pink flowers, with her eyes full of hearts, and murmured. Could it be that? This is the state mentioned in the legend of Nine Snake Island? What status? How come I don't know? Sanasonia looked confused. Marigold cleared his throat and explained loudly. Legend has it that female warriors out at sea may, due to some unexpected circumstances, meet a man who swears to protect her for the rest of her life. If the female warrior agrees to be protected by that man, they will fall into a mysterious place called the River of Love. Both their body and mind will be nourished by the River of Love. At that time, many benefits such as longevity, radiant complexion, and a clear mind will befall you. Come to think of it, my sister really fits the description of someone who is in love. Sanasonia took a look at Hancock's complexion and found that what Marigold said was indeed quite relevant. During the conversation, Qin Yun and Hancock walked to the top of the hall and sat on the throne together. Forget about whether we love each other or not. You've been waiting here for the whole morning, wanting to find us but not daring to disturb us. I'm afraid you have something to say, right? Advertisement, right? Sanasonia slapped her head, quickly took out a Den Den Mushi from her arms and muttered. The Den Den Mushi that the world government gave us has been ringing non-stop since last night. Oni-sama has something to do, so we didn't want to disturb her without permission, so we didn't answer it. I think it's very likely that the world government is urging sister to respond to the call and go to the Marine headquarters, Marigold guessed. Oh, Hancock murmured after a moment's silence. Come to think of it, yesterday the Marine headquarters lieutenant was easily dealt with by my husband. Could it be that the Marine called? It's possible. Bulbul. Before Qin Yun finished speaking, the Den Den Mushi in Sanasonia's hand opened its eyes and started ringing. Sanasonia looked at Hancock, seeking advice. Hancock nodded and signaled. Let's put it through. Boga, 7 warlords of the sea, Boya Hancock. Why are you just picking up the phone now? Don't you know the seriousness of the recent situation? Or are you willing to be expelled from Shichibukai by the world government? The phone bug vividly imitated Sengoku's stern expression and scolded him. From the sound of his voice, you could tell that Sengoku's mood was not that wonderful. It's the Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Shichibukai will only recognize some orders from the world government. Marine has no right to instruct me to wait, Hancock retorted in a cold voice with an indifferent look on his face. HMPH, now I represent the world government. Now, answer me truthfully, Boya Hancock. Warring States snorted coldly, and then asked loudly. Lieutenant General Mole reported to the headquarters yesterday that he had visited the waters near the Amazon Lily Kingdom, but within a short while, his lifeguard was suddenly burned out. Do you know what Lieutenant General Mole went through? Or, you, who was the only one in that sea area, violated the Shichibukai rules and attacked Vice Admiral Mole, a Marine. When Hancock heard this, he pretended to be angry and said, don't just put hats on other people's heads. Warring States Fleet Admiral. Advertisement, I don't care if you killed Vice Admiral Mole. Portgas Diaz is about to be executed. Marine has no spare Vice Admiral to pick you up. With the sailing speed of your 9 Snakes pirates, if you don't set off to Marine headquarters, I'm afraid I won't be able to come. I know you understand the consequences if you refuse the forced convening of the world government. I hope you can make the right choice. Boga. Warring States didn't want to argue with these lawless pirates anymore. He knew that even if he kept asking, he couldn't get the cause of Lieutenant General Mole's death from Hancock, so he simply urged him again. Qin Yun's reaction to warring states was not surprising. Warring states had too many things to consider in the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. A mere Lieutenant Mole wouldn't make him go to war. If the Marine hero Garp, who was also a Lieutenant General, died here, Sengoku would definitely have a different attitude. Open black lens bracket respond to the call of world government. Close black lens bracket. A trace of hesitation flashed in Hancock's eyes. If she went to Marine headquarters, she would have to be separated from Qin Yun, which she didn't want to see. But, if she hadn't gone, what would they have done if they had lost the title of Shichibukai and protected the Amazon Lily Kingdom? Seeing that Hancock was hesitant to speak, Qin Yun couldn't help but ask softly. What's wrong, Hancock? Are you thinking about what the Warring States period said about the summons? It's okay. Hancock turned from worry to joy, and burrowed into Qin Yun's arms with a happy face, his green-white jade fingers beating constantly on Qin Yun's body. My lord husband, I just want to be with you now, and I don't want to go anywhere. After all, it was love that went to her head. As soon as Hancock saw Qin Yun appear in her eyes, he couldn't care about other things. Shi-ji, an old voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Qin Yun's words. Everyone looked at Grandma Yi, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere with questions, and heard her murmuring inexplicably. I heard that you brought back a man yesterday. It seems like this is the man next to you. What a lucky man. He was able to win the favor of Langao Snake Lady. No prizes, no prizes, my luck has always been good, Qin Yun replied with a slight smile. Qin Yun's yearning for eternal life became even stronger when he saw his old and shrunken mother-in-law. Many people may not know how beautiful and tall my mother-in-law was when she was young.
Chapter 169. Gentle Land, Hero's Tomb. But the world seems to have a grudge against beautiful women. Many beauties not only become ugly when they get old, but also, reverse their growth. Their bodies begin to shrink and they become little old women. Speaking of which, among his concubines, not to mention the youngest, the oldest seems to be Tina.
32-year-old Tina shows absolutely no signs of aging. Both her appearance and mentality show that she is still in her 20s. Generally speaking, 40 years old is a watershed, and women tend to begin to age precipitously between the ages of 40 and 50. Of course, it is possible that people with good physical condition and enhanced care may begin to age precipitously in their 50s. In this case, the time left for Qin Yun is neither too much nor too little. In addition, since he possesses the power of healing, if he cannot complete the series of operations for immortality before Tina begins to age, then he should consider finding a piece of tofu to hit himself to death. Why are you here, mother-in-law? Also, you should address me as Lady Snake Princess. Although the grandmother was older than her, her disrespectful attitude made it impossible for Hancock to respect her. Haha, Snake Princess. My lord, please don't be so mean to me, the mother-in-law made a teasing face and winked. By the way, it's been a while since I've seen you show your true feelings. Over the past few years, I thought that the once lovely Snake Princess had completely turned into a cold and frosty person. Hancock looked helpless and was about to go forward to send away her mother-in-law personally, but found herself still in Qin Yun's arms. If my husband saw my fierce and violent side, would he be afraid of me? Thinking of this, Hancock didn't want to give her mother-in-law a bad look, so she said calmly. No, you just saw it wrong. Why, Grandma, why are you here? Sansonia asked in surprise. Grandma Za walked over to Marigold with a smile and explained.
One is for the man that Lady Snake brought back yesterday, and the other is for the big event that is going to happen soon. I didn't expect to see Lady Snake looking like a little woman when I came here just now.
Advertisement. These are not your concerns, Grandma. If there is nothing else, please leave. Hancock immediately asked them to leave. She didn't want to listen to her mother-in-law complaining non-stop. Snake Princess, I read the latest newspapers, and I also heard the call Marine made to you just now. Grandma shook her head and said seriously. If you ask me, you can't be so blind to the overall situation. You should consider the people of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and respond to the call of the world government instead of trapping yourself here because of love affairs. Hey, no matter what decision I make, my people will support me. Hancock looked proud and calmly ordered, Sansonia, Marigold, take Grandma out of the palace and rest for a while. Yes, sister. X2 After Marigold finished speaking, she and Sansonia picked up the small body of Grandma Za, one on each side, and walked out. I'm sorry, mother-in-law. No, Snake Princess. You can't do this to me. Don't forget who brought you back. The mother-in-law's final struggle was of no avail. She was covered by Sansonia's hand before she could even finish her words. So, she was taken out of the palace by Marigold with a helpless look on her face.
Well, my dear husband, you won't be angry because I treated your mother-in-law badly, right? Hancock looked at Qin Yun with a pitiful expression.
Qin Yun pinched Hancock's little face lovingly and responded firmly. How is that possible? I have always been a person who helps my relatives and not my friends. Besides, this mother-in-law should not be qualified to give orders to you as the emperor, right? No, she was once the emperor of this country several generations ago. However, for her own selfish reasons, she abandoned the people who loved her at the time and left the country to live in the outside world. Hancock changed the subject and said something good about her mother-in-law. However, she has a favor to my three sisters. It was she, Mr. Rayleigh, and Senior Shaki who led us back to Nine Snake Island. I see. Qin Yun nodded, raised Hancock's chin, and talked about his plan. In 2 days, I will take advantage of the fact that Marine is busy and go to the great prison Impel Down Under to plunder some devil fruits. After that, I will go to Marine headquarters, Marineford, to participate in the fight and reap the benefits. Advertisement, my dear husband, are you going to leave me?
Hancock's eyes flashed with attachment and reluctance to Qin Yun. For her, this was the sweet moment of their newly married life and should not be disturbed by any other factors. Looking at Hancock's pitiful little eyes, Qin Yun couldn't say anything harsh. But as the saying goes, a land of gentleness is the home of heroes. If Hancock was always by his side, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist drinking too much and ruin things. So, he said softly, it doesn't matter whether we are separated or not. To be honest, I still possess the power of the fortress fruit. If you want to leave with me, you can enter my inner world. You are so good, Qin Yun. How come what you think is completely different from what you say?
Well, in the end, Qin Yun let his love for Hancock prevail over his will. That's good. Hearing that Qin Yun would not abandon her, Hancock breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her head, took the initiative to stretch out her little hand and hold Qin Yun's big hand tightly, giving him her hand-holding reward. Qin Yun felt the warmth on his hands and couldn't help but smile. He continued. Not only that, I'm sure you've also heard of the name of the flying pirate, Admiral Shiki the Golden Lion. I know that he is a man who can rival Roger and Whitebeard. Could it be that my husband? Yes, not long ago, he fell at my hands, and his floating fruit became my trophy. You are indeed my husband. You can even kill such a famous warrior in the sea.
Haha. Qin Yun was very pleased with Hancock's praise. He put his big hand around Hancock's soft waist and said softly. I'm sure you've heard of the power of Piao Piao. Now that you've become my wife, you should naturally enjoy my protection. Wife. Hancock's eyes were full of stars, and her delicate body became even softer and more boneless in Qin Yun's arms. Qin Yun nodded and continued, after that, I will take 9 Snake Island and you to the new world. It will be called Shichibukai. You can take it if you want it, and it doesn't matter if you don't want it or give it up.
Advertisement chapter 170. What more could a husband ask for with a wife like this? Just now Sengoku said that you should respond to the call and go to the Marine headquarters. If you want to keep the title of Shichibukai, you can also go to the Marine headquarters. I understand. Hancock's eyes were filled with emotion. Qin Yun said so much, didn't he just want her to be in trouble between Qin Yun and the country? The reason why I accepted the title of Shichibukai was also for the consideration of the citizens of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Now that I have my husband here, I naturally don't need this useless title to restrict my actions. As Qin Yun expected, he nodded and heard Hancock mutter. However, I don't want to be separated from my husband for even a moment, so. From now on, whether you go to the great prison under the sea or to the Marine headquarters, let me follow you in your husband's inner world, okay? While speaking, Hancock prayed with her watery eyes, and her little hands kept climbing up and tightly wrapped around Qin Yun's arms. Looking at Hancock's expression that said, I'll do anything you ask me to do, Qin Yun agreed a lot and had no intention of refusing at all. Okay, how can I not obey you? Hancock's face lit up, and then she murmured with a worried look. But if this happens, will it affect my husband's work? How is that possible? Qin Yun looked very confident, as if no difficulty could stump him. My husband, I am very strong. Let alone taking you with me, even if you lie in my arms all the time, it will not affect my work. That's good, my husband, I feel relieved now that you said so. Hancock breathed a sigh of relief, but her face turned red when she thought that her husband would always be with her. In order to repay Qin Yun for his love for her, she decided to give him a small reward. It was definitely not because she drank too much. So, Hancock's eyes flickered as she murmured, my dear husband, I want to stay here and watch you carefully.
Qin Yun understood what Hancock meant and naturally would not refuse Hancock's invitation. He waved his hand and electromagnetic force swept across the entire hall.
Bang! The door of the hall was closed, and even the curtains on both sides fulfilled their duties. Then, Qin Yun played with Hancock's hair and agreed with a smile. Okay, shall we start drinking? Advertisement? Yes, my dear husband, let's go. Well, don't worry, I'm experienced and I know how much I can drink to avoid getting drunk. In this way, Qin Yun and Hancock started a new round of drinking and chatting. At the same time, somewhere on the Grand Line, on Spring Island. Bang! The sudden sound of the falling body disturbed the tranquility here, causing the birds in the woods to chirp and run around. Luffy was escorted all the way by the bear's paw protective shield, and after flying in the sky for a day and a night, he finally reached his destination. The place where he landed happened to be a dense forest, but the strange thing was that at the root of each large tree that had grown to a certain size, there was a long metal coil connecting them, extending to a very far distance. Here, I didn't expect that Senior Big Bear really sent Straw Hat Luffy here. From the distant jungle came the intermittent shouts of men. When they came closer, they looked at Luffy who had fallen into the bear's paw pit curiously. They were dressed in plain clothes like those of villagers, but each of them had a machete on his waist, and many of them even had pistols. It was obvious at first glance that they were not to be trifled with. After a brief silence, Luffy opened his eyes in confusion. No, he couldn't open them because he was too hungry. The energy in his body could only support him to slightly squint his eyes. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from a distance. The sound came closer and soon appeared beside Luffy. Dubo looked left and right, carefully sizing up Luffy, then suddenly laughed. Ho 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 ho, I won again. Mr. Big Bear really sent Straw Hat Luffy here. This time I must ask Lindbergh to buy me another set of advanced equipment. Where is this place? Luffy struggled to get up and asked Dubo with a weak face. Ho 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 ho, Straw Hat Boy. Welcome to Lindbergh's secret laboratory. I'm the second most important person here. Bet on football. Advertisement Dubois pulled his big crescent-shaped beard and winked at Luffy. His chubby and familiar appearance made Luffy feel good about him. In this way, Luffy finally arrived at the training place arranged by Big Bear for him. A secret laboratory of Lindbergh, captain of the Confederate Army of the Revolutionary Army. Under Lindbergh's arrangement, Luffy may be able to sneak into the Great Prison under the sea, impelled down in a more unexpected way than in the original timeline. 9 Snake Island, the Royal Palace. Time passed slowly, and soon it was night. After Qin Yun spent an afternoon toasting with Hancock, he immediately disinfected the wine that they had spilled on the table. The two talked for a long time. Qin Yun introduced Hancock to the Kingdom of God and his concubines, as well as his special ability to become stronger by chatting with her and the concubines. When Hancock heard Qin Yun talking about other women, her expression immediately became pitiful, as if she was jealous, but she did not show any surprise. The voice said, "Marine has described you as a mediocre person who loves beauty. I am already prepared for this. What's more, as an emperor, with such a special way to become stronger, it is normal for you to have countless beauties. Put yourself in their shoes. If you don't make good use of this ability to become stronger, that would be a waste of God's gift. If my husband becomes stronger, I will also benefit from it and become stronger. How could I be jealous of other women?" Seeing the strange look in Qin Yun's eyes, Hancock had no choice but to pout and admit, "Okay, I am jealous, but I know that if I want to fulfill my husband's ideal and overthrow the rule of the world government, I cannot miss any opportunity to become stronger. Besides, my husband has done so much for me. I am naturally confident that I can occupy a place in my husband's heart." What else can Qin Yun say? How could he not love Hancock when she let go of her pride, only saw him and accepted everything about him? With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? He secretly made up his mind that he must give Hancock more love in return in the future. The two chatted for a long time and changed their clothes leisurely. Chapter 171. If you don't have enough strength, everything you do will be in vain. At this time, Hancock was wearing a floral nightgown, nestled in Qin Yun's arms, looking at Qin Yun's face tenderly, and whispering softly, "My dear husband, I have a question for you. Ask if you want to. Can I stop you from talking?" Qin Yun stroked Hancock's soft hair with a look of satisfaction, his fingertips filled with endless tenderness. "The 2 days I spent with my husband were the happiest time in my life. I often thought that it would be great if I could have met my husband earlier. It makes me feel like all these years have been wasted." Wasting time? Qin Yun smiled secretly in his heart. He made Hancock feel loved. However, in return, Hancock also made him experience incomparable warmth and love. Hancock blinked her bright eyes and murmured doubtfully, "Then, why did my husband come to see me now?" This. Qin Yun thought, "I also want to come earlier, but I have only been here for a few years, and my strength is not up to par, so it will be in vain whatever I do. Because I'm afraid, if I come too early, we might become enemies." How could that be? "I have only been in this world for a few short years. I have been accumulating strength and looking for opportunities to kill the celestial dragons. I think that only by killing the celestial dragons and avenging them can you believe my feelings for you. Otherwise, if I do nothing and just rely on sweet words, even if I can win your heart by chance, it will still be inferior. What if you get upset and petrify me, your husband, and kill me on the spot? With my love for you, I can't withstand the power of your sweet fruit." Hancock was stunned. A blush instantly climbed up her cheeks, reflecting her extremely amorous feelings, and she seemed to be about to faint. Qin Yun hurriedly supported her delicate body to prevent her from sliding down. "My husband has said, 'I love you,' to me again. Really, how can I bear it if he says this to me every day?" It turned out that Hancock misunderstood Qin Yun's words. "With my love for you," as, "I love you, Hancock," causing her to be overwhelmed by happiness, and her consciousness ran away to Qin Yun, an imagined future. Advertisement. Someone asked, "Why did Hancock change so much?" "There's nothing you can do about it, that's just how she is. She's quite simple and loyal in her emotions. Plus, her self-imagination and love brain are too strong, so it's not surprising that she shows shyness or distraction at any time." Hancock. Seeing that he couldn't wake Hancock, who was lost in her own world, Qin Yun chuckled and stopped calling her, just enjoying the rare tranquility with the beauty in his arms. After a while, Hancock seemed to come back to her senses. She opened her mouth slightly, hugged Qin Yun's neck, and began to rub his neck carefully with her little face. Seeing this, Qin Yun did not mind the smoothness of her little face. He cooperated with her movements and felt her childlike attachment. "Oh, by the way, my husband hasn't answered my question yet." Hancock suddenly straightened up, with a charming look in her eyes, looking forward to Qin Yun's answer. "Alas. There's really nothing I can do about you." Seeing how cute she looked, Qin Yun had to repeat his answer again. "It seems what my husband said makes some sense." Hancock did not misunderstand this time. She thought about it carefully and felt that she was not the kind of woman who could be deceived by sweet words. If anyone dared to do so, he would probably be petrified on the spot before he could even say a few words, and then be crushed to death by the stone. In comparison, a practical person like Qin Yun would touch her heart more. "No, if it was my husband, no matter what he did, I would definitely fall in love with him. Then we'll walk into the wedding hall together, create the fruit of love together, and give birth to many, many cute babies." Close black lens bracket. Hancock thought about it, and seemed to be falling into deep fantasy about her sweet future with Qin Yun again. Unfortunately, someone was coming, so Qin Yun had to use his inappropriate big hands to stroke Hancock's hair to stop her from continuing to fall into her own world. Qin Yun, my dear husband. Hancock murmured softly with misty eyes. Her rosy face made Qin Yun love her. Hancock, your two sisters are here again. Our battle has come to an end. Should we let them in this time? Let them in, they won't affect us. Advertisement. Qin Yun nodded and controlled the door of the hall to open. Plantagenet, Sandersonia and Marigold, who had just approached the hall, were delighted, knowing that they were allowed to enter. Without hesitation, several people walked into the hall together. Sandersonia first carefully observed Hancock's condition, and then breathed a sigh of relief when she found that she was not hurt. But Marigold didn't observe. She shouted directly, "Brother-in-law, are you bullying my sister?" Qin Yun was stunned for a moment, then retorted, "Ah, how is that possible? Then why couldn't we open the door even though we came here several times today? We had no choice but to return home disappointed." After Marigold said this, Qin Yun was speechless. In a sense, he did bully Hancock severely and made her fall in love. Hancock explained with a smile, "Marigold, you think too much. It was Qin Yun who had something to discuss with me, so she closed the door. What could have happened that would make Oni-sama so unwilling to listen to even the two of us?" This. Hancock thought for a moment and muttered vaguely. "Don't worry about it, anyway, I'm fine. So, tell me why you came to see me. Is it just for this matter?" Seeing that Marigold wanted to ask more questions, Sandersonia quickly pulled her behind her and signaled Plantagenet to come forward with her eyes. Goldbrum nodded, stepped forward and said, "Sir Snake, the ministers have been piling up their memorials since you last went to sea. I wonder." There was a hint of surprise in Qin Yun's eyes, and he looked at Hancock strangely. He had previously thought that Hancock's statement that many political affairs had not yet been dealt with was just an excuse to evade him, but he didn't expect it to be true. It seems that Hancock is a wise ruler who actually manages things. However, the Amazon Lily Kingdom is not a big country, so I think the things it deals with are just trivial matters. Let Sandersonia deal with that kind of thing, Hancock ordered calmly. She had more important things to do. Yes, Lady Snake, Sister, Goldbrum and Sandersonia responded in unison. Chapter 172 Little Cook Hancock, Sandersonia, go and inform the people of the Amazon Lily Kingdom that everyone will. Hancock hesitated for a moment, touched his belly, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and changed his words. No, we should ask everyone to go to the arena tomorrow afternoon. I want to announce something important there. Yes, Sister, the arena is an important place on Nine Snake Island, located below Nine Snake City. Usually, fighting competitions are held among the warriors of the Nine Snakes Island for the public to watch. This is a great form of entertainment for those who advocate fighting. The reason why she changed her mind and chose the afternoon was because Hancock took into consideration that she and Qin Yun might have been busy working on state affairs until very late the day before and could not go to bed. Qin Yun felt a little strange. What was the big event Hancock was talking about? Hancock was pleased to see the women accepting his orders and nodded. As the sky outside the window darkened, he suddenly realized a problem. My husband has just arrived, and I was so busy flirting with him that I forgot to give him something to eat. No, I have to make porridge and rice for him myself, and then feed him mouthful by mouthful, close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Hancock couldn't wait to act, and she suddenly stood up. Under Qin Yun's puzzled gaze, she walked to a nearby distance and said in a sweet voice with a sweet smile. My dear husband, it's almost time for dinner. Please wait in my bedroom for a while. I will let you taste my cooking skills later. Okay. Qin Yun had no objection. He smiled faintly as he watched Hancock looking back every 3 steps and throwing seductive glances at her. He reluctantly left the hall with the women. Hancock is so cute. I really want to hold her in my arms and continue chatting with her. Wrong. Qin Yun always felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally remembered it. He was so busy flirting with Hancock that he forgot about Shalulia Palace and Lil Bonnie. Advertisement with a thought, Qin Yun looked inside the fortified city. Shalulia Palace seemed to have recovered from the great changes in her life yesterday. She was leaning on the couch and reading the story collection in her hands. Various delicacies were neatly arranged on the table. Although Shalulia Palace seemed to be in good spirits, she had a small appetite and did not eat much. Little Bonnie's situation was terrible. Her clothes, toys and other things were scattered everywhere, and she even ate up all the food he left, enough for an ordinary person to eat for 3 days. Little Bonnie was also not idle. She was reading the domineering cultivation method he left behind, wanting to become stronger. Seeing this, Qin Yun controlled the power of the strong city and sent the food in the storage room to her. Arigato, Oni-chan. Eat slowly, if you don't have enough, call me loudly. Okay. Qin Yun nodded, collected his thoughts, and walked towards Hancock's bedroom, and began to think about the layout of the impel down and the war on the top. After a while, the moonlight just slanted into Hancock's bedroom. The sound of high heels falling to the ground sounded slowly, pulling Qin Yun's heart to beat along with it. With a happy smile on his face, Hancock slowly walked into the palace pushing a dining cart full of freshly baked and fragrant food. She was dressed in a playful little chef's costume, not like a maid, but like a virtuous wife who had just cooked for her husband. On the dining car, a variety of delicacies are placed on top of each other, from exquisite snacks to steaming main dishes. Each dish exudes an alluring luster. There is no doubt that these delicacies can instantly awaken people's sleeping taste buds. Yes, although Hancock is the emperor of a country, she has superb cooking skills. Qin Yun saw this scene from a distance, and a warm current surged in his heart. Not only did such a virtuous and lovely woman thoughtfully prepare a large table of delicious food for him, but she also saw his figure everywhere, and she fell in love with him completely. He couldn't help but feel complacent about this situation. With a movement of his body, he turned into lightning and cut through the sky, instantly appearing behind Hancock without making the slightest sound. He gently hugged Hancock's slender waist, put his head close to her ear, and pushed the dining car filled with love forward together. The two figures looked particularly tender in the interplay of light and shadow. Hancock, Qin Yun's voice was gentle and full of magnetism, like the spring breeze blowing on his face, gently blowing away the broken hair on Hancock's forehead. Advertisement, do you know how beautiful you are right now? When Hancock heard this, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks. She turned her head and looked at Qin Yun, her eyes shining with happiness. She smiled softly and said, "My husband has such a big reaction, is it because you like the delicacies I cooked for you? For example, this octopus Poseidon-like meal. These are just additions, the real key is you." When Hancock heard this, he was as satisfied as if he had eaten honey. The two of them came to the dinner table while chatting and laughing. Qin Yun waved his big hand, and the electromagnetic power surged out, carrying the food and flying up, filling the dining table. Braised pork, steamed sea bass, Poseidon-like meat and fish soup. Looking at the dining car with most of the food left, Qin Yun knew that there was more of Hancock's love in it. He smiled and said, "This table of rice is full of color, flavor and fragrance. It seems that if I don't eat it all, wouldn't I be living up to your kindness?" Hancock pulled Qin Yun to sit down, then twisted his waist and sat on the chair next to him, pointed at the table of food and muttered, "My husband is doing real physical work, which consumes a lot of energy. Naturally, you need to eat more and take good nutrition in order to maintain more energy to do things." Doing things? Qin Yun understood that Hancock was afraid that he would be tired due to being too busy, but she was obsessed with love and forgot that he had healing power and could continuously restore his energy. However, Qin Yun didn't expose it. Hancock did not hesitate to take it upon himself to bring him these loving delicacies, so he could just enjoy them honestly. While talking, Hancock used chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pork on the dining table and put it into Qin Yun's mouth. Qin Yun closed his eyes and chewed slowly, savoring the taste. After swallowing, he opened his eyes and saw Hancock's expectant eyes. Without hesitation, Qin Yun immediately praised with a smile. "What you made is so delicious, isn't it? It seems that you want to whet my appetite so that I can't live without you." Hearing Qin Yun say this, Hancock looked satisfied. Nothing is more satisfying than the fruits of hard work and the unabashed praise after being eaten by your lover. "That's right, eat quickly, I just want to make your husband unable to live without me." Hancock became more enthusiastic, raised his wineglass and took a sip, then filled up the wineglass in front of Qin Yun, and moved the wineglass to Qin Yun's mouth lovingly. Chapter 173 Violating the Decision of the Ancestors. Qin Yun understood, grabbed Hancock's slender hand, and held the wine glass she handed over. A warm and cool feeling came over him, and Hancock poured the red wine in her hand into his mouth. In this way, the two of them ate for a long time in Hancock's bedroom, the aroma of delicious food and the sweetness of love intertwined together. Qin Yun finally lived up to Hancock's love and ate all the food she cooked. Seeing this, Hancock was very happy and muttered that she wanted to let Qin Yun know how good her cooking skills were. Qin Yun nodded with a smile, and readily agreed that she could continue cooking for him in the future. Time passed slowly. Hancock sat beside the harp and gently plucked it. Qin Yun listened carefully to the melodious sound of the harp, and unknowingly came to midnight. Inside the bedroom, Qin Yun and Hancock were snuggling and chatting at the dining table. Qin Yun smiled and asked softly, "Hancock, what big news are you going to announce tomorrow afternoon? It won't be about me, right?" Qin Yun's guess was not groundless, because Hancock did not do anything in the original timeline, so this big thing must have happened under his influence. "Huh. My husband actually guessed it." Hancock stared with her big watery eyes in surprise. She smiled and said calmly, "Then I will not hide it from my husband. Tomorrow afternoon, I want to introduce your identity to my people." "Oh, what's your identity?" Qin Yun's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he guessed uncertainly, "Your queen?" "What queen? You are not a woman. You should be the emperor's husband." Hancock was amused by Qin Yun's words. Her sweet smile presented a charming and graceful scene, which made Qin Yun's eyes unable to leave her face. "Oh, yes. The husband of an empress can indeed be called the emperor's husband. Why do you want to announce my identity now? Aren't you afraid that your people will complain about it?" Hancock shook his head, put his hands together in a praying position, and said with hearts in his eyes, "Because I want all the people of the Amazon Lily Kingdom to know of your existence." Advertisement. Hancock put down his hand, looked at Qin Yun's face emotionally, and murmured, "My lord, do you know? Among the previous emperors of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, several emperors have been unwilling to violate the iron rule of Nine Snake Island that men were not allowed to enter the island in order to avoid condemnation from their subjects, even if they had loved ones. Their endings were all tragic. Either they left their people and went out to sea for love, with no one knowing whether they were alive or dead, or they died inexplicably on Nine Snake Island. But I am different from them. I am not afraid of being condemned by my people. My love is to be open and vigorous, even if it goes against the iron rules of Nine Snake Island and the decisions of our ancestors." Qin Yun's expression was moved. The deep love in Hancock's words was clearly visible in her eyes, making him feel like he was swimming in the ocean of Hancock's love. Hancock continued, I believe that my people will forgive me. If you ask me why, it's because of my beauty. While speaking, Hancock deliberately left her seat, stood up and did her signature backbend pose. Yes, your people will forgive you. Qin Yun nodded with a smile, admiring Hancock's iconic posture at this moment. At this moment, Hancock's eyes rolled, and she pretended to be unsteady and fell backwards. Qin Yun quickly leaned over and grabbed her, holding her steadily in his arms. Hancock's face flushed with shyness. She pretended to be dissatisfied and gently patted Qin Yun's shoulder, saying coquettishly, My dear husband, I am lucky to have you, otherwise I would have collapsed. Of course Qin Yun would not expose Hancock's performance, and continued to talk to her in a soft voice. At the same time, somewhere in the sea in the first half of the Grand Route, a precise detection eye is tirelessly carrying out its mission, like an eagle's eye in the night sky, silently guiding the giant under the sea. A submarine comparable in size to a marine warship. It cuts through the deep blue at an astonishing speed, and its swiftness is probably beyond the reach of ordinary marine warships. Inside the submarine, the atmosphere was solemn and tense, like the calm before a storm. How scary. Straw Hat Luffy hasn't stopped eating since he regained consciousness. I know. According to the general public, the stronger a person is, the more they eat, because the speed at which they consume and transform energy is different from that of ordinary people. You're talking nonsense. Why don't I need to eat so much? Advertisement. After these words came out, the others were speechless for a moment, and they all looked at the man with foul language with strange eyes, as if to say, Are you a strong person? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Luffy, who was at the center of the discussion, seemed to be in another world. There was only one thing on his mind, to eat like crazy until every cell in his body was filled with strength. He knew that only in this way could he have enough energy to rescue his brother, Portgas d'Ace, during the next journey to the great prison under the sea. At this moment, a huge cat head appeared in front of Luffy, and Lindbergh laughed and said, Meow meow meow, Luffy, remember, after we enter the great prison under the sea from the calm belt, you must first meet up with Ivankov according to the life card. With his help and the lightning, you will be able to thrive in it. He paused, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. If the situation changes and Ace cannot be rescued immediately, you and Ivankov will find an opportunity to board the marine warship and use the Delta Current to reach Marineford. You don't need to worry about the Gate of Justice. I will open it when the time comes. I understand. Luffy shouted in his heart with determination in his eyes. Wait for me, Ace, I will definitely rescue you. The next afternoon, the sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear and the air was fresh. Below the Nine Snakes City, the arena. The fighting arena was circular and had 3 levels. At this moment, the surrounding auditoriums were already filled with women. Between the audience seats and the fighting arena, there is a deep trench covered with sharp knives. That is where the death row prisoners go after losing. Some prisoners who are about to be executed will be sent here to fight with the giant Black Panther Bakula until they die in battle or eaten. Happy National Day. Thank you very much for your reading and support. May you live forever and have endless wealth. I'm asking for some free love power here, thank you so much. Chapter 174 Lady Snake. You must be happy. In front of the arena, on a multi-story tower, Sandasonia and Marigorud stood on both sides, guarding Qin Yun and Hancock who were sitting in the middle. Plantagenet held a loudspeaker and solemnly read out some opening remarks praising Hancock's military exploits and beauty. Finally, she shouted loudly. Please ask Lady Snake to give new instructions for the next step of development for our Amazon Lily Kingdom. Oh, Snake-sama, Snake Lady, look this way. As soon as Plantagenet finished speaking, the people in the audience suddenly burst into warm cheers, and waved their arms with hearts in their eyes. Looking at the people of Nine Snake Island below, Qin Yun's heart did not experience a single ripple, nor did he show any surprise. Although the citizens of the Amazon Lily Kingdom are all women, as a fighting nation, they believe that strength equals beauty. Everyone is born to be trained as a warrior, shouldering all the family burdens and serving as a labor force. Basically, everyone is strong and heroic, and those who can be described as beauties are rare. Haven't you seen how slender Hancock's sister Marigold was when she was little? Although she cannot be called beautiful, she is also normal. But, after she returned to Nine Snakes Island, she felt insecure and kept eating sumo hot pot and doing muscle training all year round in order to become stronger. She had become so big that she was super obese. Hancock, wearing a gorgeous robe, stood up calmly, holding Qin Yun's hand. She walked forward slowly, and every step seemed to step on everyone's heartstrings, causing ripples. As Hancock stood still and raised her hand to press down, the screams and cheers in the field disappeared instantly, which shows how high Hancock's prestige is. In the silence, only the sea breeze could be heard, brushing across Hancock's beautiful face. Hancock glanced at her people, her gentle but firm voice piercing their hearts as she announced a shocking news. Everyone, today, I am standing here to tell you a major decision concerning the future of our Nine Snake Island. Advertisement. Since I seized the status of 7 warlords of the sea, I have protected this land with the help of the pressure from the world government. But times are changing, and the world government is not on the same path as us after all. In order to better protect us from outside interference, I have decided to give up my identity as a Shichibukai. Because today, Nine Snake Island will no longer fight alone. We have gained a powerful ally, the Divine Emperor Qin Yun. Qin Yun responded and walked up to Hancock, smiling at her. He will lead us to the new world along with the Nine Snake Island. There, we will be far away from the rule of the world government and return to a time when no one can threaten the Nine Snake Island. As soon as these words were spoken, there was first a dead silence in the crowd, followed by bursts of exclamations and discussions. Give up the 7 warlords of the sea? Lady Snake should have done so long ago. Divine Emperor Qin Yun. Although I have never heard of him, this name sounds very domineering. Maybe he is an admirer of Lady Snake. 9 Snake Island is so big, how much strength is needed to take it away? Snake-sama, I love you. The people were shocked, but more importantly, they had a mysterious confidence in Hancock. Their eyes were shining with fanatical trust, as if they had seen a brighter future for 9 Snake Island. They all raised their arms and shouted, Lady Snake, your wisdom and beauty are unparalleled in the world. No matter what the road ahead holds, we will follow your steps. Cheers and screams intertwined and resounded through the sky. There is no doubt that the people of the Amazon Lily Kingdom have unwavering trust in everything Hancock does. Snake Princess is so adventurous. Grandma looked worried. As someone who had been to sea before, she knew exactly how unfathomable the power of the world government was. The cheers were overwhelming, and seeing that her subjects were completely tireless, Hancock had no choice but to raise her hand once again to silence the entire audience. Immediately afterwards, before Hancock could finish her words, 2 blushes quickly appeared on her face. Finally, she smiled brightly and said in a delicate voice, I have a private matter to share with you. Although the sound was small, it was still clearly audible to everyone at the scene under the blessing of Qin Yun's electromagnetic force, causing everyone except Qin Yun to look forward to Hancock's next move with curious eyes. Discourse. Advertisement. Qin Yun and I share similar interests and personalities, and have quietly developed a deep affection for each other. As the emperor of a country, everything I say and do is open and above board. Therefore, I hereby announce to the world that Qin Yun is my husband. He is the husband of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. As soon as she finished speaking, Hancock took Qin Yun's hand and raised it above her head, unabashedly proving their relationship. There was a moment of silence on the field, and then there was a burst of endless congratulations. Mr. Shiji. Mr. Qin Yun. You must be happy, Snake Princess. Woo woo woo, I'm heartbroken. You have broken the tradition of 9 Snake Island. You are truly worthy of being Lady Snake. We will always support you. Perhaps many people do not understand why Hancock did this, but no one questioned it, and everyone blessed Hancock and Qin Yun with the words they could think of. Even my mother-in-law was shocked and murmured, Snake Princess, I never thought you would be so bold to make such a statement. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Aren't you really afraid that your people will oppose your decision? My mother-in-law doesn't understand, but she respects me. Because she also knows that it is so hard to have love. Qin Yun also felt a surge of excitement. After winning the heart of a female emperor, the female emperor openly announced their relationship to her people. This unique sense of penultimate achievement is rare. There is no doubt that Hancock really cares about him. Just like that, amid the congratulations of the people, Qin Yun and Hancock slowly left the scene. The cheers lasted for a long time, until the sound gradually faded away, and then Plantagenet announced loudly. Everyone, be ready for takeoff and gather all the valuables around the island. Tonight, Master Qin Yun will use his divine power to take 9 Snake Island to the New World. After hearing this, Grandma Zha finally reacted. She murmured uncertainly. It can lead the 9 Snake Island to the New World. Could it be the float fruit? No, how is it possible? After a long silence, she turned and left, her doubts growing stronger. Chapter 175 Luffy invades the prison. That golden lion guy, isn't he already dead? Even though she was not a member of the original Rocks Pirates, she has good intelligence skills and is very familiar with the ability of the golden lion's fruit. Being able to float an island into the sky, in her opinion, apart from the possibility of 4 Emperors Kaido, only the golden lion has such ability. The bright moon hung in the sky, and the people of 9 Snake Island did not rest, waiting for the big event that was about to happen on the island. 9 Snakes City, inside Hancock's bedroom. Hancock's face was ruddy, and she held the wine glass in her hand, reluctant to put it down. Her pair of watery eyes took Qin Yun in emotionally, and she was reluctant to leave. Qin Yun smiled slightly, raised his hand to take the wine glass from Hancock's hand, and said softly, Hancock, it's time. I'm going to drag the 9 Snake Island into the sky first, and then I'll come back and drink with you. After saying that, Qin Yun tapped Hancock's smooth forehead and pretended to leave. But the next moment, his hand was grabbed by Hancock. Her pair of jade hands were like a sticky snake, firmly hooking his big hand. Hancock said softly, No, I want to go too. I have never seen my husband use the power of the float fruit. Actually, you've seen it, but maybe you didn't pay attention. Qin Yun's scientific thinking began to diverge, trying to make sense. No matter what, I am already like this. Can you really bear to leave me? Hancock was relentless and used her pitiful expression to tease Qin Yun's heart. Qin Yun was soft-hearted, so seeing this, he could only rub Hancock's hair lovingly and agreed softly. I really can't do anything with you, I'll just take you to heaven. Qin Yun possesses healing powers, so he is not worried that Hancock, who is drinking and sweating, will catch a cold or have a stroke because of going out. Anyway, whenever he has time, he will inject healing power into Hancock, so she will never get sick. After thinking about it, Qin Yun no longer hesitated. He leaned over and scooped her up. Hancock hung on his arm like a koala. He chuckled and slowly flew outside. Soon, they embraced each other and arrived above 9 Snake Island. Qin Yun glanced around and said softly, Hancock, watch out. Piao Piao Earth Dragon tumbling. Advertisement open black lens bracket 9 Snake Islands, take off, close black lens bracket. The next moment, layers of fine ripples appeared on the sea surface around 9 Snake Island, and then floating power surged out from every part of the island. The trees, rocks, and even every grain of sand on 9 Snake Island swayed gently under the caress of this force. Suddenly, the air around the island became unusually light, as if even gravity had lost its former restraints. The 9 Snake Island slowly rose up, and the waves rolled under the island, but they could no longer touch its foundation. They could only turn into pieces of white foam and watch the island go away. As the island rises, the surrounding scenery begins to change dramatically. The originally vast sea gradually shrank and turned into a vast expanse of blue under our feet. The sky was getting closer and closer, and the clouds were within reach. It seemed that with just a slight leap, I could merge into the endless whiteness. The moonlight shines through the clouds, casting a myriad of light and shadows on Madara. The residents and creatures on 9 Snake Island, either surprised, curious, or excited, walked out of their homes and looked up at this unprecedented sight. They had never felt so close to the moon. It's true, Lady Snake is not kidding, 9 Snake Island is really flying. They either stood on the top of the mountain or on the beach, marveling at the miracle created by Qin Yun in their own ways. The children cheered and jumped for joy, chasing each other's shadows and having fun on the brand new 9 Snake Island. The 9 Snake Island is being presented to the world in an unprecedented posture, because under the influence of the floating force, the mountains, rivers, flowers, plants and trees that are usually hidden under the sea are exposed, adding to the scenery. Is this the power of the legendary float fruit? No wonder Shiki the Golden Lion can compete with One Piece Roger, Whitebeard and others. Hancock hugged Qin Yun's neck and looked at the 9 Snake Island rising slowly into the sky in amazement. Even the redness on her face disappeared for the most part. If my husband gets Whitebeard's tremor fruit, it's hard to imagine who else can compete with my husband. Qin Yun shook his head and said calmly, the world government has been able to rule this world for nearly 8,000 years. The depth of their secrets is unfathomable. It is too early to say that they are invincible now. However, one thing I can confirm is that once I obtain the tremor fruit, I will be able to defeat 99 of the strongest men in the world. Looking at Qin Yun's domineering attitude, Hancock couldn't help but feel her heart soften, and a heart-shaped love began to appear in her eyes. She whispered softly. My dear husband, let's go back, advertisement. How? Still drinking with me? Good, how could Qin Yun refuse his lover's request to stay by his side? Qin Yun immediately flashed with lightning and took Hancock back to her bedroom. Afterwards, Hancock began to enjoy the world of two people with Qin Yun until they were drunk. 3 days later, the great prison under the sea, Impleton. Beneath the blue sea, an advanced submarine shuttled silently. Inside its cockpit, Lindbergh and several members of the Revolutionary Army were concentrating on operating various precision instruments on the console. His eyes revealed determination and resoluteness, because this mission was of great importance, and it was ridiculous to say the least. Because he wants to send Monkey D. Luffy, the son of his best friend and immediate superior dragon, safely to the depths of the great prison on the seabed to carry out an unprecedented rescue operation. Dorag. Lindbergh, I heard that you were the one who sent my son to prison. Lindbergh smiles proudly. That's right, it was your son who begged me to go. Crackling. Dragon beats Lindbergh severely. Lindbergh shook his head. What was he imagining? Dragon has to thank me for sending Luffy to prison, so how could he possibly beat me? Meow meow meow, Luffy-kun, are you ready? This journey is not like usual. Lindbergh's voice came through the communicator with a hint of subtle worry in his tone. After all, this is the world's #1 prison, and only one person has ever escaped from it since its founding. And that person is the legendary flying pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. Haha, Uncle Lindbergh, don't worry. I want to be the man of One Piece, so this little challenge is nothing. Although Luffy was tightly bound inside the special torpedo, his laughter was still contagious, as if the cold seawater around him could not affect him at all. Chapter 176. Reckless Rescue Trip. Confidence is a good thing. I hope everything goes well for you. Then let me start this crazy adventure for you. Lindbergh smiled and pressed a red button. The next moment, a powerful stream of water instantly spurted out from the tail of the torpedo, pushing it through the launch port of the submarine like an arrow and heading straight for the great prison on the seabed. As the depth increases, the surrounding light becomes dimmer and dimmer. Only the faint searchlight in front of the torpedo illuminated the narrow and deep passage ahead. Luffy looked at everything around him curiously through the transparent observation window of the torpedo. All kinds of strange-looking marine creatures appeared and disappeared in the darkness, making his eyes sparkle with golden light and drool at the corners of his mouth, full of envy. As a user of the devil fruit, he lost the qualification to swim in the ocean since the day he gained the ability. Now is the perfect opportunity for him to enjoy the underwater wonders. Uncle Lindbergh, these fish look weird. Will they attack us? Although Luffy appeared relaxed on the surface, he was a little nervous in his heart. After all, this matter concerned Ace's life and death. Don't worry, they are not interested in male products. Besides, my torpedo is specially made. Even the most ferocious sea beasts can't do anything to it. Lindbergh's voice came again, full of confidence, but he added something in his heart. However, the huge Poseidon class can easily squeeze these metal products to crack or tear them into pieces. Close black lens bracket. After a thrilling voyage, the torpedo finally reached the underwater hatch of the great prison on the seabed. The prison's huge hatch was incredibly strong under the strong water pressure, but Lindbergh had already prepared a countermeasure. Through the remote control system of the submarine, he activated the miniature electromagnetic pulse device installed on the torpedo, which instantly disrupted the prison's defense system and caused the iron gate to burst open. But this also means that there was a brief malfunction in the control room inside the great prison under the sea. If anyone notices something is wrong, it will inevitably lead to increased precautions within the prison. Luffy, it's up to you now, remember, safety first. You can definitely rescue your brother, Lindbergh gave his final reminder on the communicator. Got it, Uncle Lindbergh, thank you. When we meet next time, I will definitely treat you to the best wine. Advertisement. Luffy responded loudly, and then the device inside the torpedo started up, and it went into the wide open hatch, and only released Luffy slowly after it emerged from the water. Lindbergh was driving a submarine, waiting quietly in the distance, ready to provide support at any time. Luffy jumped out and stood on the wet ground, but found something wrong around him. He looked up and saw. Good job. There were dense and flashing scarlet lights all around, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be emitted by the bloodthirsty eyes of the Brewy. There is no doubt that Luffy was discovered as soon as he arrived here. No, rather than being discovered, it would be more accurate to say that Luffy just happened to break into the base camp of the Bluebliss. They are fighters of the sea, tall and strange in shape, and each Brewy holds a large axe in his hand. They are responsible for collecting food for the prison by hunting sea beasts, and are a special existence that is indispensable for advancing the city. Oh, this doesn't look good. Can I ask what level this is? Luffy asked with a wry smile, but his feet kept moving, trying to leave here. Ouch. A strange roar was heard, and the Brewy rushed towards Luffy at the same time, trying to tear his body apart. Luffy was shocked, but he was quick-witted. He shouted, "Rubber, rubber," and began his reckless rescue journey. A few hours later, the moonlight was blurry. In the sea near the Great Prison on the seabed, the Nine Snake Island is hanging 10,000 meters in the sky. Nine Snakes City, inside Hancock's bedroom. The flickering candlelight illuminated the clinking wine glasses of Qin Yun and Hancock. The air was filled with a faint fragrance that made people intoxicated. There is no doubt that the two are immersed in tenderness and sweetness, completely in another world, with only each other's heartbeat and breathing intertwined, becoming each other's favorite melody. Advertisement. However, this tranquility did not last long. A subtle but rapid telephone call sounded quietly, breaking the silence in the room. Bulu Bulu. Qin Yun frowned slightly, but then regained his composure. Apart from his concubines, the only other person who could call him so late at night was Feng Clay, who was lurking in the great prison under the sea. He signaled Hancock with his eyes to be patient, and he gently broke away from her arms and sat aside, trying not to break this rare intimacy. He raised his hand and the electromagnetic force surged and brought the vibrating Den Den Mushi outside the house over. As soon as he saw the shape of the Den Den Mushi, Qin Yun immediately understood and said softly, "Hancock, it seems that there is news from Impelled Down." Hancock smiled sweetly to show her understanding, then twisted her body to sit next to Qin Yun, looking at him with love on her face. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction, then answered the Den Den Mushi and said, "Hello? Moshi Moshi, President, it's me, Feng Clay." Feng Clay's familiar voice came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi, with a hint of anxiety and excitement. As you expected, Monkey D. Luffy has successfully entered Impelled Down and is now causing chaos inside. Your plan has taken an important step forward. Qin Yun heard this, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes, and he said calmly, "Very good, Feng Clay. Now you find a suitable time and go to the prison gate to wait for my arrival." "Yes, President." Although Feng Clay's voice was lively, his loyalty was unquestionable. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yun did not leave Hancock's bedroom immediately, but turned around and held her hand again to express his feelings. "Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing," he muttered to himself, while secretly thinking about Blackbeard's movements. "Marshal D. Teach, why haven't you come yet? How can this big drama be without a key role like you?" Hancock felt Qin Yun's unconscious movements. She raised her head slightly, stared at Qin Yun in a daze, and said nothing. Qin Yun came back to his senses. He bent down and kissed Hancock's forehead, then released his observation hockey and electromagnetic field, and the movements of the entire underwater great prison clearly appeared in his mind. In this way, he held Hancock's little hand, enjoying the solitude between the two of them, while paying close attention to every subtle change in the great prison under the sea, waiting for Blackbeard's arrival. A few hours later, dawn arrived. Today is the day of Ace's execution. Chapter 177. Blackbeard is coming. Impelled Down, Director's office, outside the toilet at the door. Director Magellan. Good morning. Domino stood still with a serious look on his face. "Sorry, I have diarrhea now." Magellan replied helplessly that as a user of the poison fruit, he would be in a state of diarrhea due to the poison gas that he accidentally inhaled into his body. "Then please hurry up, it's almost time to send the death row prisoner Portgas d'Ace to the execution ground." "I try to." Gululu, Domino frowned slightly. Fortunately, the quality of this toilet was quite good, and the poisonous gas discharged by Magellan's diarrhea would not leak out. After a while, Magellan finally felt comfortable and called Domino and some jailers to take the elevator to level 6, Eternal Hell. A group of people slowly came to Ace's cell door, and then Magellan pronounced in a cold voice. "Portgas d'Ace, you will be taken to the town where the execution platform is located, Marineford." Ace gritted his teeth and said nothing. Without Hancock's reminder from the original timeline, he naturally didn't know that Luffy had come to Impelled Down to save him. But he had already sensed it in his heart, vaguely feeling that there was an extremely important person nearby. Clang. The cell door was opened by the jailers, who first untied the seastone handcuffs on Ace's hands. Domino then handcuffed her with the seastone handcuffs, and finally the jailers opened the seastone chains on Ace's feet. Magellan nodded, waved his hand and said, "Then let's go." At this time, there are still 6 hours left before Ace's public execution. In less than a moment, Magellan escorted Ace to level 1 Crimson Hell. After putting down the Den Den Mushi that had just spoken to Hannibal, Magellan snorted coldly, turned around and said indifferently, "What a shame, Portgas d Ace, just now, Straw Hat Boy Luffy arrived at level 6 Eternal Hell and just passed by us." Advertisement, Luffy? Ace looked up suddenly and stared at Magellan in disbelief. "How is it possible? How could he come here? Oh, it seems like the relationship between you brothers has reached the point where you two are willing to live and die together." Magellan suddenly understood, waved his hand to signal the jailers to move on, and muttered, "He invaded Impel Down a few hours ago, what a bold man. We have just activated the hypnosis gas used for emergencies, it is only a matter of time before the Straw Hat Boy is captured by us. Locking him in the freezing hell would be too gentle on him. As luck would have it, your cell is vacant. Next, let him face brutal torture at level 6. Unfortunately, Ace was still in shock that Luffy came to save him. He felt extremely guilty and began to regret his rash decision. Otherwise, his brother Luffy wouldn't have risked his life to come to Impel Down to save him. Luffy. Thinking of this, Ace's eyes fixed, and regardless of the weakness brought by the seastone handcuffs, he attacked boldly. He kicked out with his left and right feet, knocking the two jailers behind him to the ground, and then rushed towards the lift. But the next moment, Magellan appeared behind him, clapped his hands, and easily pressed Ace's head, pinning him to the ground, where he could only tremble slightly. "Don't you understand what's going on? Give up the pointless resistance." At the same time, the seastone fence protecting the elevator was lowered, extinguishing Ace's hope of jumping in and seeing Luffy. Ace became even more furious and shouted angrily, "Luffy! Don't shout. Your brother is a pirate. Coming here is his destined destination." Looking at Ace with bloodshot eyes, Magellan sighed quietly, thinking of Luffy who was knocked to the ground by his poison not long ago. Come to think of it, no matter how powerful a person is, being poisoned by that level of poison is fatal. How did you survive? Straw Hat Boy. Close black lens bracket. Although the relationship between Ace and Luffy is lamentable, Magellan still fulfilled his duty and brought Ace to Demon Spider. Ghost Spider looked at his watch, nodded, and said, "It's exactly the time we agreed on." After the Hell Spider signed the acceptance document, Magellan said solemnly, "Now hand over the felon, Portgas d Ace, to the Marine." Advertisement. After he finished speaking, Ace walked to Ghost Spider on his own without the need for the jailers to escort him, and then looked towards the Impel Down city with a look of melancholy. Qin Yun looked at the two teams handing over Ace strangely, muttering to himself, "Isn't this Ace? It's strange, why didn't Whitebeard come to Impel Down to rescue Ace? It can't be that he is afraid of Magellan." Apart from anything else, at the moment there is only Magellan as a high-end combat force, let alone Ghost Spider. A mere vice admiral of the Marine headquarters is not even worthy of being brought to the table. Logically speaking, if Whitebeard can lead the pirate group to the Marine headquarters through the coding method, he can naturally come to Impel Down as well. The possibility of rescuing Ace in Impel Down is undoubtedly much higher than in the Marine headquarters. Even if Marco turned into a phoenix and flew in the sky waiting for people, he could easily rescue Ace at this time. Could it be that Whitebeard chose to go to Marine headquarters to fight head-on because he wanted to save his own face? Or maybe the legend that only one person in the city of Impel Down had successfully escaped from prison in thousands of years frightened Whitebeard, making him think that there was a master here. 10 minutes later, a Marine warship ignored the jailers' attempts to stop it and brazenly arrived at the port at the city gate. Blackbeard led his pirate group and strode towards Impel Down. Qin Yun, who was far away in the sky, had a flash of light in his eyes and murmured, "Is he finally here, Blackbeard?" The Marines guarding the city noticed something was wrong. An officer on the warship near the port murmured solemnly, Why would a guy like that come here? Go investigate the interior of the warship they are on." "Yes, sir." The Marines took action and poured into the warships brought by Blackbeard. As they pushed forward through the city gate, the jailers broke out in cold sweats. A jailer sergeant stepped forward to stop them and said, "Please wait a moment. Impel Down City has not sent out a request for support. This is a critical period and we cannot be held responsible for your actions. We need to contact Marine headquarters to confirm your qualifications." "It doesn't matter, aren't we companions?" Blackbeard explained casually and walked straight past the person who was trying to stop him. However, under no circumstances are the pirates allowed to enter Impel Down. Before the jailer sergeant finished his words, a huge mass of darkness swept over from beneath him. Chapter 178. Blackbeard is down. Not only that, the darkness continued to spread, instantly covering the gate of Impleton. Buzz. Bang. The sound of the gate and iron fence breaking was heard, and Impleton was completely defenseless and open to Blackbeard. He stood in the center of the Blackbeard pirates, waved his hand, and said proudly, "I represent the world government." "Wow, what an amazing place." Giza's Bajis raised his arms high, eager to give it a try. "Thief, ha 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 ha." Blackbeard laughed and took the lead to step forward. The jailers behind him fell into endless darkness and died on the spot. Report. All the Marines on the warship that Blackbeard was on were killed. At this time, the Marines who entered Blackbeard's warship also brought news. What did you say? Marine Major General Scotchy was stunned, but immediately reacted and shouted. Stop the Blackbeard pirates. Yes. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, the Marines surrounded Blackbeard and his men, pointing guns at them. Blackbeard smiled sinisterly and shouted, darkness is liberated. The next moment, a large mass of dark power loomed over the Marines. The iron bars, sundries and even the jailers who died in the dark that Blackbeard had stored in advance all smashed towards Marine, catching them off guard. Thief, ha 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 ha. No one can stop us now. Blackbeard walked into Impleton with a wild laugh, and began to formally invade level 1 Crimson Hell with Badgers and others. Scarchy sighed quietly and gave the order calmly. Everyone, drive all the warships away from Impleton immediately. I want to see what these pirates can take to leave here. Yes. Marines, in action. More than 10 minutes later, when Qin Yun's electromagnetic field detected that Blackbeard and Magellan were about to collide. He smiled faintly, and gently put aside Hancock's delicate hand that was gently caressing his face, and said softly. Advertisement, it's time, Hancock. Do you want to wait for me here for a while, or enter my fortress and go to Impleton with me? Hearing this, Hancock stepped forward again and held Qin Yun's face in her hands. Her eyes were full of emotion and she said in a tender voice without hesitation. Of course I will follow my husband. I have said that from now on, no matter where we are, Kakuzu will stay by my husband's side. After saying this, Hancock was afraid that Qin Yun would not take her away, so she rushed to tidy up her dress. In that case, how could I not take you with me? Qin Yun was enveloped by Hancock's tenderness and smiled and pinched Hancock's cheek to comfort her. Then he raised his hand and took out the attack speed shoes that Hancock usually wore, took the little feet that Hancock handed over, and gently put them on for her. All right. Qin Yun nodded, took Hancock's hand and said, come in, Hancock. Okay. Hancock did not hesitate. As she approached Qin Yun, her body size continued to shrink under the power of the strong city. The next moment, she entered Qin Yun's fortified city, and then looked at the outside world through the window. In the past few days, Hancock had already entered the fortified city, so she would not be curious now. She had also met with Shalulia Palace and Little Bonnie. Qin Yun even invited Hancock to watch him drink and chat with Shalulia Palace. Hancock naturally agreed readily, and even took the initiative to plead for Shalulia Palace and volunteered to drink more wine. At that time, Shalulia Palace looked at Hancock with a grateful face, but Hancock had no intention of recognizing her as a celestial dragon. After all, the Tianlong people will be the targets of her and Qin Yun's destruction in the future. In the end, Hancock didn't drink enough and was defeated. He put down his glass and said he gave up. She deeply realized that Qin Yun was by no means a match for her. He was so gentle to her before just to pity her and agree with her. Fortunately, Qin Yun knew the priorities, and he didn't just get her drunk. She also had some sisters she had never met who could help her. At this time, Shalulia Palace was also within the fortified city, and Little Bonnie was temporarily arranged by Qin Yun to stay with Sandersonia and Marigold to learn the domineering cultivation methods of Nine Snake Island. Returning to Qin Yun, he flashed a flash of lightning and appeared above Impleton, looking indifferently at the great prison on the seabed below. Luffy. Blackbeard. Hee ha 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 ha. Don't even think about running away. This is your burial place. Piao Piao Electromagnetic Twilight of the Gods, advertisement. Inexplicable power is brewing in the sea. The water in the far distance is awakened by Qin Yun and is about to rise into the sky and turn into an unstoppable huge wave. Impleton, Level 4 Searing Hell. Director, help me, Director. Little Sadie screamed repeatedly, and at this time she was restrained in the air by the long whip she usually wielded. Little Sadie, what happened? Magellan rubbed his head, looking puzzled. Well, Ivankov. Was defeated. Little Sadie twisted her body angrily, her long golden hair rising and falling with her movements. What a shame. Well, if I don't take revenge, what fun will I have in living? Well. Magellan was helpless for a while, and he spat it out, and a stream of venom accurately hit the top of the rope, corroding it until it broke. Then he said calmly. Little Sadie, you can untie the rope yourself. I have to catch up and stop those pirates. I hate it. The director really doesn't know how to show mercy to the beautiful girl. Magellan was so embarrassed by Little Sadie's artificial and melodious voice that he turned around and left without saying anything more. Ta. At this moment, the 5 members of the Blackbeard Pirates also walked to the middle of the central long bridge, and an invisible aura spread out, making Magellan frown slightly. Thief, ha 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 ha. Are you Magellan? Blackbeard said as he walked. Magellan snorted coldly and said indifferently, Blackbeard, right? Blackbeard raised his eyebrows with an arrogant expression, it's lousy. That's right. Magellan flashed a sharp look and took action boldly. Poison Dragon. Magellan transformed into a purple poisonous body, and a giant dragon suddenly rushed out of her body, and then grew bigger and bigger, opening its huge mouth to bite the Blackbeard pirates. This is. Blackbeard and the others were startled, their eyes widened in horror, and then they were swallowed by the poisonous dragon. They quickly closed their eyes and withstood the impact of the poisonous dragon. After a breath, the poisonous dragon swept across, and the 5 members of the Blackbeard pirates were all shaken, and the pain on their faces was visible to the naked eye. I don't have time to ask you why you came to Imperial. Magellan walked past several people indifferently, no longer caring about them. Chapter 179. Special Prisoner. In his opinion, if they were hit head-on by the poisonous dragon and no one had an antidote, they would be dead. Ah, ah. The severe pain made Blackbeard unable to answer Magellan's words, and even standing became extremely difficult. It hurts so much. What on earth is this? Blackbeard's roar couldn't even affect Magellan's steps. He fell to his knees, muttering with bloodshot eyes. Is it poison? Damn. That be asterisk 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 D. How sad, how lamentable. If Blackbeard could put aside his contempt for Magellan, he would never be killed so easily in one move. After all, the dark power that can devour everything is not just a boast. It is easy to swallow the monstrous poison into the darkness. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Blackbeard was poisoned, and with the dark fruit's properties, his body was forced to absorb the damage, so he was more sensitive to pain than an ordinary person, almost twice as much. Under the severe pain, he could not actively use darkness to devour the poison, and could only wait for the darkness in his body to absorb it instinctively. However, this efficiency was too slow, and the time left for him was not enough to escape from danger. When Magellan walked to the side of Hannibal who had fainted on the ground, he couldn't help but stop and half knelt to check on Hannibal's condition. Hannibal, you've done a great job to have held on till this point. Now, leave it to me. At this time, the jailers shouted. The director and the deputy director came to Magellan. Magellan saw this and stood up and said, treat him immediately. Then he continued walking forward, anger brewing in his heart, thinking about the culprit. Straw Hat Boy, you were clearly poisoned by me. How did you survive? The situation in Impleton has come to this point, all because of him. Straw Hat Boy. I must put that boy to death completely. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Magellan no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Straw Hat Boy, I will never let you escape. The sound was so loud that even Luffy and the others who were in level 3 starvation hell could hear it clearly. The next moment, a violent burst of venom suddenly erupted from Magellan's body, transforming into a venom channel that carried his body up rapidly, directly to level 3. Imperial, at the gate. Qin Yun stretched out his body, surrounded by lightning, like a god of thunder, and instantly descended in front of the gloomy and majestic city gate of Impleton. The city gate looked dilapidated after being eroded by Blackbeard's dark power. Madara's iron chains swayed gently in the breeze, making dull sounds, as if whispering the hopeless future of this prison. As soon as Qin Yun stepped into the dark threshold, a depressing atmosphere hit him in the face, but his expression did not change. His eyes were as sharp as torches, and he walked straight forward. At this moment, in the shadows on one side, a figure dressed in the uniform of a prison guard quickly approached Qin Yun. He danced ballet with light steps and made almost no sound. Mr. President, you are finally here, the man whispered, with some excitement and awe in his voice that was difficult to conceal. He quickly raised his hand and wiped it across his face, and the makeup instantly faded away, revealing a weird and slightly exaggerated face. It was Feng Clay. Possessing the power of the mimicry fruit, he is an expert at lurking and assassinating, and being assigned as a spy in Impleton is the perfect choice. Feng Clay, how is your exploration of Impleton going? Qin Yun asked in a calm voice, looking around sharply, sighing inwardly at the ease of death. The place is littered with corpses, corrupted by darkness, broken limbs chopped off by swords, including pirates, marines, and jailers. Everything is under control, President. Feng Clay responded respectfully, with a proud light in his eyes. I used my identity as the chief jailer to successfully infiltrate the core area of Impleton and collected a lot of important intelligence. However, level 6 Eternal Hell's defenses have been strengthened recently, which has cost me a lot of effort. Level 6. Qin Yun frowned slightly, then relaxed. It's okay. This is all within my expectations. You did a great job. Let's go and put an end to Blackbeard's pirate journey. Yes, sir. Advertisement. Feng Clay nodded in agreement, then he slapped his head and thought of something, lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. One more thing. I have a rough idea of the criminals you asked me to investigate. Not long ago, I accidentally learned a rumor about special prisoners. It is said that they were imprisoned deep in level 6. Perhaps, once we reach level 6, everything will become clear. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. The criminals he asked Feng Clay to investigate were nothing more than the top strong men imprisoned at level 6. Such as Baloric Redfield, Burndy Waldo, Deathless Bullet and others. They have never appeared in the official plot, but they all have their own theatrical versions, and Qin Yun cannot guarantee the certainty of their existence in this world. There is a way to find out from newspapers, but who is a good person who can keep such old newspapers? Even if there was, he didn't know who that person was. While thinking, Qin Yun waved his hand, and a door to another space was opened. He was the first to step into it. Foncrane, follow me closely. Feng Clay shuddered, then immediately jumped into the different space. In the other dimensional space, there is a strange green world. The two of them seemed to have become spectators in the real world, and no one could detect their existence through space. Under the influence of the power of the door, the two men felt like they were back in their own backyard, going deeper and deeper into Impleton. This power is truly amazing. It can ignore all obstacles and travel through space so freely. Feng Clay exclaimed, his eyes flashing with infinite admiration for Qin Yun. As they were moving forward quickly, they ran into Magellan who was chasing them. Luffy, Ivankov and others were desperately fleeing in front, and all kinds of poisons were thrown at Luffy and others. The scene was tense and exciting. However, Qin Yun and Feng Clay's eyes only briefly met with Magellan and others, and then they tacitly chose to ignore it all. Because the most urgent task is not to argue with Magellan and others, but to go to the Blackbeard pirates and grab the fruits of victory. As the layers of hard ground were turned into doors by the power of doors for them to pass through, the temperature of the surrounding environment gradually rose, and a suffocating burning sensation filled the air. Chapter 180 Blackbeard at the end of his road finally, when they penetrated the last layer of obstacles, the cruel scene of level 4 burning hell appeared before their eyes. This is the hottest layer of Impleton, where flames and magma interweave into a sea of fire, engulfing everything in endless darkness and high temperature. Even the most resilient prisoners would find it difficult to stay here for long. In such an environment, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were huddled on a large ball of purple poison, looking extremely embarrassed. Blackbeard himself was pale and breathing weakly, and it was obvious that he was on the verge of death. Mr. President, there. Feng Clay pointed to a place not far away and obviously discovered Blackbeard and others. Qin Yun knew Blackbeard's location without Feng Clay's reminder. As early as the moment Blackbeard arrived in the waters near Impleton, he wrote down the electromagnetic field information emitted by Blackbeard and others. It seems that we have arrived at the right time. Qin Yun used electromagnetic force to wrap up Feng Clay and slowly flew him to a place not far in front of Blackbeard. He scanned everything in front of him with a stern gaze, feeling both indifference towards the plight of the Blackbeard pirates and excitement about the dark fruit that was about to be obtained. That is. At this moment, Qin Yun discovered something interesting. Behind a huge gate not far from Qin Yun and the others, a slightly plump figure was hiding in an imperceptible shadow. Yes, that person is Shiryu. Shiryu had a playful smile on his face and was smoking a cigar. The blood on the famous sword Leiyu had not been wiped off, and drops of blood fell to the ground. Even the dark ground was stained with a strange black and red color. He was released before on the pretext of stopping Blackbeard, so he had already met Blackbeard in level 1 Crimson Hell. But after finally regaining his freedom, how could he continue to obey orders? Blackbeard asked him to destroy Impleton's monitoring room in exchange for taking him away from here. Shiryu agreed indifferently. After all, with Magellan suppressing him in Impleton, he couldn't kill to his heart's content. Advertisement, it seems that Shiryu has been here for a long time, and he looked at Blackbeard and his men suffering from the poison with a nonchalant look on his face. Could it be that he was enjoying the miserable plight of Blackbeard and his men? Ignoring Shiryu in the dark, Qin Yun waved his hand, the door to the other dimension opened, and he slowly walked out of it. The footsteps attracted the attention of the Blackbeard pirates. They opened their eyes with difficulty, trying to see clearly who was coming. Marshal D. Teach. Qin Yun's indifferent voice startled Blackbeard, and he immediately realized that the visitor was definitely not a friendly force. It's really hard for you. You worked hard in the Whitebeard pirates for most of your life and finally got the dark fruit, but in the end. Haha, but you were hit by Impleton's director Magellan's poisonous dragon move and stood at attention. I'm afraid that even if I didn't come here, you would have died from this horrible poison. Blackbeard clenched his teeth. Magellan's poison could cause unbearable pain and even hallucinations, making him look dazed. You are. Blackbeard endured the burning sensation on his body and saw the person's appearance clearly. It's actually you, Divine Emperor Qin Yun. Oh, I didn't expect that you still knew me? Qin Yun looked surprised, but his expression did not change at all. What Qin Yun didn't know was that when Blackbeard saw that he was the user of the Thunderfruit, he also had the idea of plundering the Thunderfruit. Unfortunately, Qin Yun was always floating in the sky, like a dragon that could not be found, and Blackbeard had no chance to meet him at all. Thief ha. Blackbeard showed his signature smile. He was able to stand upright despite Magellan's poison and the double pain. This shows how strong Blackbeard's character is. Qin Yun, we are not enemies. If you save me, I can tell you a big secret that will shock the world. We are not enemies. Before the joy appeared on Blackbeard's face, Qin Yun's next words made his expression change drastically. However, this does not prevent me from stopping your pirate career here. Boss, why don't we fight him? Even if we die, we want him to see that we are not easy to mess with. Badgers staggered and squirmed, but ultimately failed to stand up. Advertisement Van Oka, Lafayette, and Poison Q remained silent. Did they not want to speak? Or was it that the severe pain in their bodies left them no time to care about anything else? Damn. That be ******* D. Magellan. At this moment, Blackbeard hated Magellan even more for knocking them to the ground. That's it, Blackbeard, sayonara. Qin Yun appeared above Blackbeard's head with a flash of lightning. He raised his hand and condensed a lightning sword, ready to pierce his body. At this moment, the fire was extremely hot, but it could not warm Blackbeard's cold heart. This hero, who was once known for his cunning and greed, now knelt down under Qin Yun's cold and determined gaze. His clothes were torn, his face was covered in dust and blood, and his former arrogance was long gone, replaced by endless fear and pleading. Wait a minute. Lord Qin Yun, please be merciful, let's talk nicely. Faced with life and death, Blackbeard unleashed unprecedented potential. His voice trembled, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I am willing to be your most loyal subordinate, serving you at all times and going through fire and water for you without hesitation. He looked up, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes amidst despair, but combined with his rugged face, he looked particularly hideous. Qin Yun was unmoved. He just raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, your loyalty is worthless to me. Seeing this, Blackbeard immediately increased the stakes, shouting with almost all his strength. I still have countless treasures, gold, silver, jewelry, rare treasures, devil fruits. As long as you are willing to let me go, they are all yours. Enough for you to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and glory. Qin Yun chuckled, but there was no warmth in that smile. Blackbeard, there's no need to joke about this. You and I both know that money is something outside of our body. Besides, if I want it, I can get it inexhaustibly. Do you think I would lack such a thing? Sweat was pouring down Blackbeard's forehead. He knew that his life was hanging by a thread, so he spoke more urgently. I can also capture countless beauties for you. They are all stunningly beautiful and will definitely satisfy you. First, remember Marine once said that you like beautiful women. Qin Yun's eyes flashed with disdain, and he said slowly. Beauty? Haha, if I, Qin Yun, want a woman, I will capture her myself. How could I let another man do it? Chapter 181 Dark Fruit. Blackbeard, just go with peace of mind. Don't worry, no one else will ascend to the throne of One Piece. Blackbeard seemed to have grasped the last straw. He lowered his voice and said in a whisper. Master Qin Yun, I still have a big secret. A secret about how I became a multi-fruit ability user. This secret is enough to change the whole world. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to confess everything. Qin Yun's eyes finally showed some fluctuations. He knew very well how rare and powerful those with multiple fruit abilities were. Because he himself is a user of multiple fruits, the secret of Blackbeard becoming a user of multiple fruits is indeed extraordinary. Even if he could easily create multiple devil fruit users without the side effects of devil fruits, it would require him to do it himself, which was really cumbersome. If he could obtain the secret of Blackbeard's body, he would be able to use bloodline factor technology to create a group of artificial devil fruits plus multiple fruit ability users. However, Blackbeard is a sinister and cunning man, a treacherous thief, so how could he reveal the secrets of his body? Even the threat of death is impossible. If we can find the answers to his body's questions, we can just take his corpse away for research. There's no need to listen to his nonsense. Qin Yun curled the corners of his mouth and stared at Blackbeard coldly, as if he wanted to penetrate his soul. Your secret may indeed be priceless. But I am not used to giving in to threats, and compared to this secret, your dark fruit is more worthy of my effort. After saying that, Qin Yun slowly raised the thunder sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Blackbeard's throat. Blackbeard closed his eyes in despair. He knew that Qin Yun was determined to kill him and he could not escape death in the end. Is that the end? Whoosh! The lightning sword pierced Blackbeard's neck, and then the sword body turned into a powerful electric current, continuously impacting Blackbeard's brain. Boss, Captain. Blackbeard's followers all widened their eyes. They had never felt the breath of death so close to them. Blackbeard's scream suddenly reached its highest point, and then his vocal cords were damaged by the electric current, and he could no longer make any sound. Advertisement Marshall D. Teach, dead. In just a few breaths, Blackbeard went from twitching all over to collapsing on the ground powerlessly. His vitality was so strong that it was amazing. However, due to the continuous attack from the poisonous force and Qin Yun's thunder attack on his head, Blackbeard died in the place where his dream was about to take off. The information from the electromagnetic field also told Qin Yun that Blackbeard was really dead. Call. Qin Yun's eyes condensed, white lightning leapt between his fingers, and he boldly penetrated into Blackbeard's body, plundering the power of the dark fruit. Without hesitation, Qin Yun continued to slap the dark fruit into his body. After 2 breaths, Qin Yun couldn't help but smile as he felt the newly increased strength in his body. It's done, ha 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 ha, dark fruit. Qin Yun's left hand turned into thunder and his right hand turned into darkness, carefully experiencing the power at this moment. With the help of the dark fruit, he has a natural advantage in fighting against most devil fruit users thereafter. Having gained so much power, it would be a pity not to have a satisfying battle. Perhaps, the stage of the Battle of Marineford was the beginning of his declaration of invincibility. The screams of the Blackbeard remnants interrupted Qin Yun's thoughts. He calmed down and looked at the remaining 4 people. What a pity. You guys are also rare talents, but you found the wrong people. Kill me. Kill Lousy quickly. If Lousy frowns, he is your grandson. Badger's roar made Von Clay's eardrums burn. Was he doing this because he was loyal to Blackbeard, or did he want to end this pain as soon as possible? Giza's Badgers. He is a loyal man. Qin Yun nodded in approval. The shadow under his feet was filled with endless darkness, mixed with lightning, which swallowed him up mercilessly. Dark acupoints. The boundless darkness was still churning, spreading towards the other 3 members of the Blackbeard pirates. This is fate. My fate? Van Oka began to hold his pistol tightly as if he was possessed. It was extremely strange, yet seemed unusually sacred, as if he was embracing death. Advertisement, damn it. Blackbeard, how could a man like you fall here like this? And how come Qin Yun also has the dark fruit? How did he plunder it? Lafayette was powerless to struggle and could only watch himself being enveloped by darkness. Then endless pressure and lightning began to surge, madly crushing and tearing his body apart. Oh no. Am I finally going to die? It's really not easy to live in this world. Poison Q faced the invading darkness, but a smile appeared on his face, and he calmly accepted his death. Hiss. Du Q's beloved horse followed his master's temperament and had no intention of struggling at all. It hurts. My old friend. Qin Yun watched all this with indifferent eyes. After a few breaths, the darkness faded away, the lightning dissipated, and only the corpses of the losers were left on the ground. Qin Yun walked slowly forward and plundered their devil fruit abilities one by one. Bahas doesn't have a devil fruit yet, he only got the power fruit after Luffy went to Dressrosa. Van Oka also learned the teleportation fruit 2 years later. So, Poison Q's sick fruit. This devil fruit is pretty good. It can make people sick and even change their genes. For example, Poison Q once changed Law's XY chromosomes to XX chromosomes, turning Law into a woman. Then a big patch appeared, which was read out through Luo's mouth. The fruit ability cannot be affected by excessive domineering. Although the Bingbing fruit is powerful, Qin Yun still decides to seal it up temporarily. He doesn't want any terrible infectious disease to be developed and bring disaster to his world. Poison Q's favorite horse, Zhuangzhuang's animal system Mama fruit mythical beast Pegasus form. This devil fruit is pretty good. It's a waste to feed it to a horse. The Pegasus form not only gives people powerful combat power, but also gives Qin Yun a lot of fun. What's interesting? That's the mythical beast Pegasus form. Just give it to a lovely goddess to eat. Hee hee. Centaur girl. Centaur young woman. Centaur little loli. Ahem. Finally, there's Lafitte's devil fruit. In the original timeline, Lafitte's devil fruit ability has not been revealed, but we can guess a little from his huge white wings. Chapter 182. Shiryu is a good person. Time is running out and Qin Yun has no time to test Lafitte's abilities. He could only seal it together with several other devil fruits in the treasure room inside the fortified city, and then return to the kingdom of God to test it again. After doing all this, Qin Yun finally had time to pay attention to the rat hiding in the dark. He raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Come out, there is no one in this world who can lurk beside me without being discovered by me." Feng Clay was stunned for a moment, then began to look around and became alert. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Shiryu was startled at first. His body tensed involuntarily. He quickly adjusted his breathing, trying to blend into the shadows. He did not respond in a hurry because he was not sure whether Qin Yun was cheating him. At this moment, his eyes were as sharp as torches, but he could not hide his inner shock and excitement. He had actually been hiding aside for a long time, just wanting to make the Blackbeard pirates suffer more. Unexpectedly, his momentary evil taste actually made him witness the death of the Blackbeard pirates. That's right, those few people who were so arrogant and killing indiscriminately just now died so rudely at the hands of Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun took the credit for Magellan's work, how sharp was Shiryu's vision? As soon as Qin Yun made a move, Shiryu knew that Qin Yun was not someone he could handle. Seeing no one respond, Qin Yun's eyes turned cold, and his words were filled with unquestionable majesty. "If you don't come out now, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to experience the vastness of this world for yourself." Well, Shiryu knew that continuing to hide would only put him in more danger. Helplessly, he slowly walked out of the shadows until he was not far from Qin Yun and Feng Kele. Shiryu put on an awkward and forced smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere in this way. "Haha, what a coincidence. Lord Emperor Qin Yun, I didn't expect you to be here too. I'm Shiryu, just passing by." With this appearance, the deaths of the 5 members of the Blackbeard pirates became more conspicuous. Shiryu silently took back the antidote that he was about to take out, and decided to find an opportunity to destroy it later. Advertisement. After doing all this, Shiryu muttered calmly. "Alas, it seems that fate is not on your side, Blackbeard." "Passing by? I don't think so. I noticed your presence as soon as I arrived. You haven't appeared for a long time. Could it be that you are secretly enjoying the miserable groans of the Blackbeard pirates who are suffering from the poison?" This. Shiryu smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Qin Yun looked at Shiryu indifferently, secretly thinking about whether he should stay or go. Time is running out now. If I waste some time here with Shiryu, I'm afraid it will waste a lot of time. Moreover, it seemed unnecessary for him to waste time on Shiryu who had no devil fruit ability, and taking Shiryu's head was not worth his effort. Besides, Shiryu's combat power is quite good. As the captain of the second ship of the Blackbeard pirates in the original timeline, and with the same strength as Magellan, it's not too much to say that he is at the level of a vice captain, right? If we ignore the shortcomings of such a person, such as his bloodthirsty nature and his frequent killings of criminals, he would be a good sharp knife. It would be a good idea to subdue him rather than kill him and let him deal with some of the 4 emperor's deputies that he will meet in the future. As for loyalty, for Shiryu, as long as he is stronger than him, his loyalty is beyond doubt. Thinking of this, Qin Yun determined what to do with Shiryu. "Shiryu Rain, I have heard about your swordsmanship for a long time. You are a rare talent. However, you are nothing to me now. You can kill with just a raise of your hand." Qin Yun's voice was calm and deep, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. "Impleton's turmoil may be a new beginning for you. Now, I give you a chance to become my subordinate and a killing knife for me." When Shiryu heard this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Blackbeard was dead, and the agreement between them naturally no longer existed. Now things have turned around and he has gained Qin Yun's favor. He could tell Qin Yun's mystery from reading the newspapers. Such a strong man came to Impleton at this special time. He undoubtedly had huge ambitions and plans. Perhaps, following such a person would be a good choice. Moreover, he also needs to find a good protective umbrella to deter him from the pursuit of the world government and marine. At this moment, getting Qin Yun's active invitation is undoubtedly a turning point in fate for Shiryu. Shiryu lowered his head slightly and pressed down the handle of the knife to show respect. Then he raised his head and said firmly. "Advertisement, Boss Qin Yun, your reputation is like thunder in my ears, and your power has also made me aware of the vastness of the world. Troubled times are coming, but I have lost my direction. Even if I continue to lead this dark Impleton, my future will soon come to an end. I have been waiting to meet a man like you, and now it seems that I finally got the favor of fate. Boss Qin Yun, I am willing to dedicate my sword and loyalty to you. As long as you don't wantonly block the steps of killing, I will always be a sharp knife in your hand. Damn it. Is this guy Shiryu so winking? What kind of reputation does he have? With a mere 300 million reward, I'm afraid that in front of a truly strong person, the reward order wouldn't even be worthy of being on the table. Qin Yun smiled slightly, recognizing Shiryu's knowledge and interest, and casually began to draw a pie. Very good, Shiryu. Your choice will be the most correct step in your life. Under my command, you will no longer fight just for your own selfish desires, but for a more ambitious goal, to change the pattern of this world. Your sword will be the sharp weapon I wield in this world. Change the pattern of this world? Shiryu's heart moved, and he felt more and more that Qin Yun's ambition was not simple. He grinned and whispered. Thank you for your appreciation, boss. From now on, my life and sword, Shiryu, will be in the hands of the boss for the time being. Okay, time is running out. Imperial has a lot to do, so you and I don't have to be polite. That's what the boss said. I heard that you were imprisoned in level 6 Eternal Hell by Magellan? That's right, could it be? Take us to level 6, and let you, Chief Warden Pelton, see the end of the remnants. Qin Yun's meaning is self-evident, and Shiryu can naturally understand it. A trace of bloodlust flashed in his eyes, and he said excitedly, then I can look forward to it. Qin Yun nodded and turned to look at Feng Clay. Feng Clay, take Blackbeard's body with you. I'll be of great use. Yes. Mr. President. Qin Yun waved his hand and opened the door to the different space again. After glancing at Shiryu, he ordered the two of them. Come with me. Chapter 183 Bararic Redfield. After saying that, he took the lead to step into the different space. Then, Feng Clay carried Blackbeard's body into the different space. After hesitating for a moment, Shiryu decided to follow him. Impleton, level 6. Level 6 at this moment was in a state of disarray. The ground was littered with corpses. They were the jailers who had released Shiryu. The lift was sealed shut by the shearing force of lightning, creating a hole in the sky. Looking at the neat gap, it seemed that it was cut open by lightning using the power of scissors, which allowed him, Luffy and Ivankov to escape from here. At this moment, a door suddenly appeared in the void, and Qin Yun walked out with Shiryu and Feng Clay. The darkness could not obscure Qin Yun's vision. He raised his eyes and took in all the prisoners in the prison. At the same time, a big doubt began to emerge in his heart. Logically speaking, after Marine captures these pirates with bounties of over 100 million, he should kill them all. Even if we consider not wanting the devil fruit to escape into the sea and be eaten by pirates to continue causing unrest. Then those pirates who don't have devil fruit abilities should be killed. How could they be left alive? For example, Bararic Redfield and those pirates with ordinary faces. Very unreasonable, and they are still letting them waste food here. Isn't the world government, WT, too kind? Hey, look who are these? The three new little mice. No, 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 these are obviously my dear warden. What? They were just let out, and they're back so happy. Ha ha ha. Have you guys come to the wrong place? This is the real abyss of hell. Are you ready to accept our warm welcome? A bunch of idiots, didn't you notice? They appeared out of thin air. Save me, I am willing to give you all my treasures. Advertisement. The barking of the prisoners interrupted Qin Yun's thoughts. These damn guys lived in this dark cage all day long. After a long time, most of them would suffer from some mental illness. You rats in the gutter can only talk big and satisfy your momentary pleasure. Shiryu curled his lips and continued to smoke his cigar. Qin Yun moved his mind, and an invisible electromagnetic field instantly enveloped the entire level 6, looking for the real strong man here. When the electromagnetic field fed back information, Qin Yun raised his lips slightly, walked slowly into the depths, and chuckled. I seem to smell the scent of the strong becoming weaker and weaker. I've never seen such a strange face before. Hey, kid, if you let me out, I will be merciful and take you in as my vice captain. Ignoring the noise of the dying man, Qin Yun came to a single room. To be able to enjoy a single room in level 6, where there are so many powerful people, there is no doubt that the person must be either a heaven-defying person or the strongest of the strong. I have long heard of your name, the lone red, Bararic Redfield. Hey, I didn't expect that someone still knows of my existence. There was a faint sound of iron chains crunching in the prison, and Redfield responded casually without any emotion. He was tall and thin, and looked extremely haggard due to being trapped in prison for so many years. Coupled with his head full of white hair, anyone could tell that he would not live long. Qin Yun was not surprised that Bararic Redfield, a character designed by WT himself, could actually appear in this world. He is known as the Lone Red, and the Red Earl, and he alone is able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger and the Whitebeard pirates. Because he possesses an extremely powerful observation hockey, he can see through people's hearts and even read their memories. But he also got used to the ugly inner world of people. Over time, he developed a strong aversion to human beings. As a creature, developed a solitary personality, and adhered to loneliness as his creed. In fact, his fighting ability is still somewhat behind Roger and Whitebeard, as Redfield said in the plot. After realizing this, he gave up his dream of becoming one piece. Qin Yun raised a meaningful smile and said slowly. The twist of fate allowed me to unexpectedly see you, Redfield. Advertisement. In this abyss of silence for losers, your existence is like the brightest lone star in the night sky. Why don't you take this opportunity to break free from the shackles of the past, become my subordinate, and together we can create an unprecedented new world? I promise, I will bring you back to the top. Together we will create a new era and let the world witness your glorious rebirth. When Redfield heard this, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, followed by a deeper sense of amusement. Oh, become your subordinate? Hee. Kid, your courage and ambition really impress me. But since you know my existence, you still dare to let me go? You are really ignorant and fearless. Wait. At this point, Redfield's eyes flashed. A strange observation hockey aura surged out from him, attempting to invade Qin Yun's body and mind, but was blocked by an invisible barrier and could not get close. Then his observation hockey was actually bounced back. Redfield groaned and murmured. Interesting. I can't even read your mind. It seems like you are an extraordinary person. No wonder you dared invite me out. Redfield could not read Qin Yun's thoughts, and Qin Yun naturally could not read Redfield's thoughts. Qin Yun said expressionlessly, "It seems that your answer is no." Redfield was overwhelmed by Qin Yun's weirdness, and his tone became more serious. I have been wandering all my life and have witnessed too much of the glory and darkness of human nature. I have long transcended the shackles of the world. I am who I am and will not associate with anyone else. But you also have the same special observation hockey as me, so why would you become companions with these ugly humans? This self-inflicted choice really puzzles me. Become companions with ugly humans? It seemed Redfield had misunderstood him. The people of Sky Island, Fishman Island, etc., all exist as his subordinates. In other words, these people are his tools to conquer and manage the world, and all their actions are in accordance with his will. So, to Qin Yun, the ugliness in their hearts is meaningless as long as it does not affect his journey to conquer the world. As for the ugliness of the concubines, it doesn't exist, okay? They are all sweet and soft cute girls with great advantages. They cannot be called ugly at all. At most they can be called vicious. Chapter 184. The verbal persuasion failed. Please welcome the next victim. Qin Yun shook his head slightly, with a determined, deceptive light flashing in his eyes. Redfield, everyone in the world has value. I chose to walk with them because I saw the desire in their hearts. I just exist as a guide among them. And if you really don't want to be bound by the past, why don't you give yourself a chance to continue your legend in a different way? After all, the value of life does not lie in whether it obeys someone's will, but in whether it can bloom with its own brilliance. Redfield was silent. He stared at Qin Yun, as if he was examining a long-lost confidant or an old enemy he was about to face. Finally, he spoke slowly, with a hint of relief and determination in his voice. I no longer have any desires in my heart. Submitting to the will of others is equivalent to death to me. What a pity. Those who cannot be used by me are all uncertain factors. Redfield, I know you are not someone who is willing to accept death, but why are you not willing to bow your head slightly and be of use to me? Redfield shook his head and sighed. The cycle of life and death cannot be completely controlled by human power, but my principles and beliefs are as unshakable as a rock. My boy, I appreciate your invitation, but please remember that everyone has his own path to take, and my path has already been determined. After saying this, Redfield turned around, his back looking particularly lonely and determined. Is that so? Qin Yun frowned slightly and shook his head slowly. It seemed that his mouth persuasion was not strong enough and it didn't work when facing such a determined person. Redfield. He clearly wanted to survive in this world, but he took his belief in loneliness more seriously. Should we praise his noble character for sticking to his beliefs? Or should we say that he doesn't understand the absurdity of living as everything? You can't have both survival in your beliefs, Redfield. You have no chance. Qin Yun's words were a little helpless, but also revealed an unquestionable determination. Upon hearing this, Redfield smiled bitterly, with a hint of relief and self-mockery in his voice. Advertisement, haha, maybe that's true. I hope that in my next life, I won't be able to read other people's minds. When the time comes, maybe I can really find a few close friends and drink a pot of old wine in my spare time. Goodbye, Redfield. After saying that, Qin Yun attacked boldly, and as his sleeves fluttered, brilliant thunder exploded. Thunderbolt. Under the high pressure, Redfield's aging body was pierced instantly. Redfield accepted his death without resistance. When the smoke cleared, Redfield disappeared, leaving only a burning hole at the scene to prove his existence. Baruric Redfield, die. Redfield is not yet a person with special abilities. He obtained his animal type, mythical beast type, bat fruit, and vampire form in the sleeping ancient town in the New World after escaping from prison. However, Shuigu town is on an extremely remote island. There are very few clues to find its location, and a thorough search will probably be necessary. After a brief silence, a prisoner murmured in disbelief. Wait, did I see that right? That's the power of the thunder fruit? That's something Lousy has always dreamed of getting, but I didn't expect that this kid would get it. Oh my god, you are so unfair. Buzz. Thunder passed by, and the person who spoke was killed on the spot. Seeing that Qin Yun's methods were so cruel, the criminals dared not talk big anymore. Previously, they thought they could use the prison door to avoid being attacked, but they didn't expect Qin Yun to be able to step over the prison door and kill them directly. If they dare to speak rudely again, they will probably be the next to die. What a bunch of useless scum. Qin Yun's expression turned cold as he pronounced indifferently. You scum, your years of life as a prisoner must have corrupted your dreams. You'll spend the rest of your life waiting for death here anyway, so why not take a gamble? Advertisement. First, you will fight to the death with the people around you in your prison. Those who survive may be invited by me to become my loyal dog and regain their former freedom. How about it, are you tempted? Then, let's start the battle. Oh, as soon as the words fell, the prisoners began to look fiercely at the enemies around them, and a big melee between the strong was about to begin. No one asked whether Qin Yun's words were true or false. Just as Qin Yun said, instead of waiting for death here, they might as well take a chance and become the last person alive in the prison. Maybe they can get a new life. How despicable. Do these losers on the sea really need to return to the sea? Shiryu put on a grim smile and began to enjoy the loser's last song with great interest. While the prisoners were killing each other, Qin Yun used their screams as background music and continued to walk deeper into level 6 until he came to another single room. Looking at the little bit of sweat left on the ground, Qin Yun's mouth twitched. He really worked hard. Bullet. Even in prison, he was able to continue practicing for more than 20 years in a state of extreme mental concentration. You know, Bullet is a devil fruit user. He was trained under the restraint of Seastone, and his strong will is rare in the world. The devil's heir, Deathless Bullet, is worthy of being called the heir of demons. His eyes are really sharp. Qin Yun looked at Bullet with regret. He wanted to subdue Redfield just now only because he did not have the ability of the devil fruit. But Bullet in front of him possessed the fusion fruit and was notoriously undisciplined, so Qin Yun had little intention of taming him. And now Bullet only believes in his own strength, and is determined to become the world's strongest One Piece, surpassing Roger, attempting to kill all the strong people including the 4 emperors and the marine admirals. If you ask who is the least likely to be conquered, it is undoubtedly Bullet, whose faith has reached its peak at this moment. Bullet heard this and sneered, staring at Qin Yun with a sharp gaze. HMPH, what's that look in your eyes? Take it back. When Lousy was sailing on the sea, you didn't even know where to suckle. You don't think you can compare with me, do you? Bullet was very familiar with Qin Yun's eyes. That was the look he used to look at the weak. Qin Yun shook his head gently, his eyes showing no sign of fluctuation. He said slowly. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else, I just feel a little emotional. Chapter 185 Deathless Bullet, Die. You have been practicing hard for so many years, just to be able to revive and make a comeback one day, but unexpectedly. Today, you will face the end of your life. This persistence and hard work will eventually come to nothing. It is really a pity. Bullet laughed in anger, his voice deep and powerful. Oh, you think you can kill me by yourself? How ridiculous. After saying this, he swung his iron fist suddenly. Along with the sound of iron chains and roars, the solid wall collapsed instantly, leaving a shocking big pit, as if to say that he still had the power to resist even if he was bound. What, do you have the guts to have a real fight? Bullet took a step forward provocatively, and the sound of his anklets dragging on the ground was extremely eye-catching, as if he was about to break free from his restraints in the next moment. Qin Yun responded calmly, with a confident smile on his face. Your impotent rage will only expose your weakness, Bullet. You are bound by the sea stone. Even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 of you, to me, you are nothing but an ant trying to shake a tree. Bullet's expression froze for a moment, and then his face twisted with anger, but he could only angrily yell. How despicable! How can you be considered a strong man? You don't even have the courage to confront me head-on, and you only dare to play these conspiracies and tricks. Conspiracy? It's not me who locked you up here. Qin Yun was unmoved, his eyes became more determined. Besides, there is no need for me to fight you. Fighting is just a process, life or death is the result. As for me, I just need to achieve the final result. Bullet, I accept your fusion fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, there seemed to be a faint light flickering around Qin Yun. What? Bullet was shocked. Micro God's judgment. The powerful thunder destroyed the prison in front of Qin Yun. When God's judgment came before Bullet's eyes, time seemed to be paused. All the past events continued to magnify in Bullet's eyes. Under the strong light, he opened his eyes wide with disbelief on his face. Only then did he realize that he might have really reached the end of his road. Advertisement, then what is the meaning of his hard work and practice over the years? My ambition. Is it dead just like that? Boom. The thunder passed by and no one answered him. Even if someone did, he could not hear it. Qin Yun raised his hand and pulled Bullet's remains in front of him. Looking at this body full of scars from war, he showed no mercy, and the white thunder leapt and easily plundered his fusion fruit. Bullet obtained the fusion fruit when he was young, 13 years old, close black lens bracket. Although the name of the fusion fruit sounds a bit evil, its function has nothing to do with evil. The power of combination can arrange and combine all objects at will, making them combine into new forms. From this perspective, this devil fruit is just average. The reason why he is so powerful in Bullet's hands, and even drives an oversized Gundam, is because his development of the fusion fruit has reached the point of awakening. And if one can develop a devil fruit to the point of awakening, what fruit ability would be weak? Especially when combined with domineering power, its combat power will be raised to a higher level. After storing the fusion fruit, Qin Yun continued to walk deeper, secretly sighing that level 6 of Impleton was a really good place. Everyone here is strong. Because of years of prison life, they don't have enough food every day. In addition, they are bound by Seastone, so they are all strong and can be slaughtered at will. It can be said that this is a good place for him to pick up leaked devil fruits. If WT wants to make a theatrical version in the future, it can completely use the reason that Blackbeard started the riot again, and then create another strong man from here to become the main villain of the theatrical version. While thinking, Qin Yun suddenly felt a chill. He curled the corners of his mouth and looked towards the source of the chill. It was a prison with its door covered with icicles, and inside the prison, there was a huge piece of solid ice. Not bad, not bad, another big harvest, world destroyer, Brindewaldo. That's right, within the ice, it was Brindewaldo who was framed by the world government's intelligence organization, Chipar, causing the crew to rebel and attack him, causing him to be imprisoned in a frozen state of suspended animation for 30 years. After 30 years of not eating or drinking and being unconscious, he was able to wake up in the end. This terrifying vitality made me cry. His Momo, multiplication, fruit is also a bud level ability. Advertisement: it can amplify the speed, strength, volume, weight, etc. of objects it touches by multiples, up to 100 times. Unfortunately, the Momo fruit cannot make any creature other than those with special abilities grow larger. Wait, bigger? In this way, the Momo fruit seems to encompass the effects of the expansion fruit? After all, the ability of the expansion fruit is relatively simple, it only makes one's body larger. San Juan the wolf can reach a height of 180 meters, which is about 10 times the height of an ordinary giant. However, San Juan wolf probably did not use the power of expansion to its fullest, and the tenfold expansion was not the end. After all, the expansion fruit only has a single ability. If it can't compare to the Momo fruit in enlarging its own track, it would be too bullying for the fruit. In this way, he only needs to get the Momo fruit. Once he develops a little, it should be no problem for him to be able to enlarge himself 3 times his size, and eating Shirahoshi will no longer seem like a worrying thing. Of course, being too big is not good either. What we want is for everyone to be happy, not for one party to be uncomfortable. The expansion fruit can be given to Mansurely when the time comes. In this way, Mansurely can actually eat the food, instead of only being able to eat some uplifting food without being able to enjoy the fun of it. Or when prosperity leads to disaster, the power of expansion will be transferred to other beautiful little people. You can also give it a try to Nami, Robin and other goddess consorts. They are already gifted and may be able to let him experience a powerful trampoline that is different from Shirahoshi's. Thinking of this, Qin Yun's eyes flashed with excitement, and then he couldn't wait to walk through the prison and come to Brindewaldo. Without hesitation, incomparable darkness began to rise from under Qin Yun's feet. In a few breaths, the ice that enveloped Brindewaldo was completely corroded. Soon after, Brindewaldo was also compressed and crushed by the infinite power of the darkness. Finally, he died unconsciously. The Momo fruit is mine. White lightning leapt from Qin Yun's fingertips, snatching the Momo fruit from Brindewaldo. Then he slapped himself and waited for the Momo power to appear. After a breath, Qin Yun felt the extra power in his body and applied it to his hands. It's getting bigger. Chapter 186. Playing Qin Yun clapped his big hand, and the dust lingering on the ground was scattered by him. Sure enough, killing and plundering are the fastest ways to get rich. Immediately afterwards, he began to continue trying, becoming a bigger foot, a bigger head, a bigger body, a bigger black dragon. Wait, something got mixed in. Regardless, after a simple experiment, Qin Yun stopped playing. Some things still require the cooperation of the concubines to complete the final test. Moreover, this place is a prison after all, but there is too little room for movement, so he cannot experience new abilities without restraint. After retracting his racing thoughts, Qin Yun took a deep breath and stepped into the depths of Imperialton again. The lights along the way flicker on and off, seeming to add a strange atmosphere to this cage where countless souls are imprisoned. Another single room. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows. Before he even got close to the cell door, a musty smell hit his face. In the room, a withered skeleton lay quietly in the corner. The white bones were dense and the eyes were empty, seeming to be telling the endless regrets and unwillingness of his life. Qin Yun took a closer look and found that there were some shriveled bandages vaguely wrapped around the skeletal fingers, and an almost unrecognizable pirate flag pattern carved on the black bricks beneath him. Perhaps, this person was once a strong man who dominated the sea, and maybe he even had a famous name. Qin Yun sighed secretly in his heart, shook his head and continued to move forward. Along the way, he explored several similar rooms and saw more and more dead bones, but there were no more ability users for him to plunder. Time is ruthless, even the former overlords cannot escape the judgment of time. Qin Yun's heart was full of mixed emotions, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and his desire for eternal life became even stronger. Finally, after a futile search, Qin Yun reluctantly returned to the area where Shiryu and others were. Advertisement: Shiryu was leaning against a stone wall, observing the criminal's every move with sharp eyes and an imperceptible smile on his lips. After returning with no more gains, Qin Yun walked up to Shiryu and Feng Kele. While Qin Yun was exploring the depths of level 6, the prisoners killing each other also came to an end. Most of the prisoners had fallen. Only Abayo Pizarro, Katarina Deem, San Juan Wolf, Basque Shode and others are left. All of them were in ragged clothes and covered with scars, but they still stood upright, with a desire for freedom shining in their eyes. Qin Yun had a mocking smile on his lips and looked at these final survivors casually. It seems that you are the best among these scum. It is really rare to be the ultimate winner in such an environment. The King of Evil, Abaro Pizarro, spoke first. His voice was very strange, and his words sounded like a female cat meowing. Hey, it's time to let us out, right? How about we compete again, and the one who is still standing in the end becomes the captain? Meow. Crescent Hunter, Catalina Demi chuckled and confronted Avalo Pizarro without any hesitation. Hoo, he's thinking about becoming a captain before he even leaves the prison. I think we don't need to take this guy with us. The huge battleship, San Juan Wolf is quite a contrast. Although he is tall, he likes to hide in the shadows and laugh. Fight, fight. Big Barrel. Basque Chode had an evil smile on his face. Although he was suppressed by the sea stone and could not use the power of wine, his skin still showed a drunken red color. Can I kill you all? You are useless in this world anyway. Qin Yun shook his head, a look of regret appeared on his face. He had no intention of letting these pirates leave here alive from the beginning, because they were used to lawlessness and would not obey his discipline at all. Shiryu was an official after all, and he knew how to follow orders. However, his long years in prison had changed his character, and he began to enjoy killing criminals. Unfortunately, you made the wrong bet. I let you kill each other just to save me some time of killing. I never intended to let any of you walk out of this cell alive. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the surviving prisoners instantly turned livid, anger burning in their eyes. No one would look happy after being played with like this, right? Shiryu looked at Qin Yun in surprise. He was also deceived by Qin Yun and thought that he would recruit a few pirate thugs as his subordinates. Unexpectedly, the boss he had just recognized was even more murderous than him. From this perspective, didn't he just kill a few evil prisoners? That's not a big deal. He was unexpectedly convicted by the hateful world government and imprisoned by Magellan. Avalo Pizarro clenched his fists and said in a trembling voice, "Boy, how dare you deceive us?" The eyes of San Juan Wolf were as deep as the abyss. He growled in a low voice. "Woo woo, how terrible, are we going to be killed?" Basque Jot's smile became even more evil. He patted his big belly and cheered. "That's right, killing and death are the main themes for all of us." Katarina Dme tried to activate the Nine-Tails Fox ability to transform herself into a peerless beauty to seduce Qin Yun, but suddenly realized that her ability was still suppressed by Seastone. Seeing that she couldn't directly take measures to save herself, she could only make a final struggle in fear. "Wait. Captain, I am a user of the animal system, the dog fruit, the mythical beast, Nine-Tails Fox form. I can transform into the most beautiful woman in the world for you to play with as you please. If you have a girl you like, I can also transform into her and let you ride her at will. As long as I can touch anyone, I can transform into anyone." Qin Yun curled his lips in disdain, not at all moved. The mythical beast species Nine-Tails Fox form is really good, and it can perhaps be considered a superior fruit to the mimicry fruit. The person with this ability can use the Nine-Tails Fox power to collect information about others, and then transform into the person whose information is collected. Even their clothes and height can become exactly the same. If Qin Yun were to give his evaluation, he would praise the mythical beast species Nine-Tails Fox form as a very affectionate and interesting fruit. But he could have taken the medicine from his divine consort and played some role-playing, twin games, etc. with him. Why did he have to endure the disgust in his heart and attack Katarina Dme? Well, it has been happily decided. After plundering the mythical beast Nine-Tails Fox form, I will find a suitable goddess to eat. Hancock, who was in Qin Yun's stronghold, was relieved to see Qin Yun's performance. She didn't want to share a husband with such an ugly and rough-looking woman. Chapter 187. A Great Harvest of Devil Fruits. Qin Yun looked at these prisoners indifferently as they begged for mercy or cursed at him. No matter how angry they were or how they struggled, they could not change the decision Qin Yun had made. Qin Yun slowly raised his hand, and a powerful dark force began to surge around him and spread into the prison. This dark force was like an abyss, ready to swallow up everything. Just go with peace of mind. Perhaps one day in the future, your devil fruit can become part of my power. Qin Yun's voice echoed in the darkness, carrying with it endless coldness and determination. The prisoners began to struggle and fled deeper into the prison, trying to get away from the rolling darkness. But their resistance was in vain, and in the end they could only watch in despair as the darkness swallowed them up bit by bit. Then, boundless pressure began to squeeze their bodies, trying to crush them into powder. Only then did they realize that their fate had been determined from the moment Qin Yun stepped into Impleton. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape Qin Yun's clutches. They foolishly believed Qin Yun's words and fought desperately for their freedom. Just like that, accompanied by inhumane and desperate screams, all the prisoners in level 6 were crushed and shattered by the darkness emanating from Qin Yun's body, and died completely. The prisoners could only watch their lives slip away bit by bit, and their dreams of freedom were completely shattered in this darkness. The instigator of all this remained expressionless. Seeing that all the prisoners were dead, Qin Yun's lightning flashed several times, and he plundered all their devil fruits into fruits and stored them in the fortified city. Dog fruit, mythical beast, Nine-Tails Fox form, expansion fruit, sake fruit, island fruit. It is not certain whether Avalo Pizarro had the island fruit during this period, but he did not say that he did not have it. Let's assume that he had it. He was known as the king of evil government. Maybe he used the island fruit to dominate the country, and he gained a bad reputation by exploiting the common people. Shiryu just observed Qin Yun's actions silently. He was just glad that he, the new boss, was able to plunder the devil fruit. He was thankful for Qin Yun's strength, but also thankful that he did not have a devil fruit and would not be spied on by Qin Yun. Perhaps, he will be able to obtain a powerful devil fruit in the future by relying on his loyalty to Qin Yun. Advertisement. Thinking of this, he grinned and looked forward to the future even more. Qin Yun raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looked around with satisfaction, and said slowly, "The harvest is not bad. It's time to go to the upper level of Impleton to meet your old friend." Shiryu heard this, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and said, "Are you talking about Magellan? Haha, That be asterisk 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 D with diarrhea. So many criminals died in Impleton. I'm afraid that even if we don't cause trouble for him, the world government won't let him off easily. Qin Yun shook his head. That may not be the case. As the strongest person here, he will at most be demoted. After 2 years when the limelight has passed, he will still be the director of Impleton. Shiryu nodded slightly, his eyes full of approval. That's right. As the world's #1 prison, the importance of Pelton is self-evident. Without a strong defender like Magellan, it is indeed difficult to maintain its stability and order. Qin Yun nodded, looked at the hole in the ceiling, and said with a smile. Let's go, time is running out, there is still a big show to watch later. After that, Qin Yun used his precise control of the electromagnetic field to quickly lock onto the location of an inconspicuous corpse at the door of Impleton. Then, Qin Yun suddenly waved his hand, and a dark force so thick that it could almost drip water rushed out from his sleeves like a wild horse. The long river of darkness rushed in with a devastating force, breaking through and corroding the solid walls above their heads. Dark passage. Excuse me, Magellan, can you lend me your moves? As Qin Yun silently chanted in his heart, a deep, twisted dark passage suddenly took shape above their heads, leading directly to the top level 1 Crimson Hell. Come with me. Qin Yun glanced at Shiryu and Feng Klei, and took the lead to step into the dark passage. Shiryu and Feng Klei did not hesitate and followed Qin Yun into the dark passage. Just like that, the 3 people in one corpse, swept by the dark power, ignored all physical obstacles and moved rapidly upwards like ghosts. In a short while, they arrived at level 4, the burning hell. The reason for stopping here was that Qin Yun suddenly noticed some weak electromagnetic field signals around him. Advertisement: most of the prisoners in the prison were released by Luffy and Buggy. Those who appeared here were undoubtedly the staff of Impleton. Is that the infirmary? Shiryu looked at the small room in the distance and murmured uncertainly. Infirmary. Looks like someone is injured. However, I'm more concerned about whether I can find another chance. Qin Yun chuckled, and the lightning dissipated and flashed towards the infirmary. The atmosphere in the infirmary was extremely tense. Hannibal was seriously injured and had lost consciousness. After being carried back by the jailers, he lay motionless on the hospital bed. The spine, is broken. The person who spoke was little Sadie. She held her lower back and murmured in pain. Ivankov, that be asterisk 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 D. Unforgivable. At this moment, the jailer outside the infirmary door shouted in panic, as if reminding the people inside the infirmary to escape quickly. Shiryu, you can't go in. Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. What a joke. How did I become an outsider? Shiryu sneered and did not comment. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows and looked at the prison guards who were pointing guns at him, feeling inexplicably amused. It's been a while since anyone dared to point a gun at me, right, Shiryu? After saying that, Qin Yun ignored several jailers and walked straight into the infirmary. Shiryu understood and gave an evil smile, then flashed, and with the flash of swords and sabers, the jailers could only let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground helplessly, dying on the spot. Shiryu raised her eyes and followed Qin Yun's steps. Once we entered the infirmary, we saw another group of prison guards on duty. Most of them were hiding here because of Pelton's riot. Qin Yun was wearing a neat black cape, walking steadily with sharp eyes, and Shiryu followed closely behind him. Upon seeing this, the jailers hurried forward to stop them, their weapons flashing coldly, but when they thought of the screams outside, their legs couldn't help but tremble in fear of the approaching death. Get out of the way. Shiryu's voice was deep and powerful, with unquestionable majesty. Chapter 188. Could it be that he likes me? The jailers looked at each other, but finally made way, praying secretly that the impending trouble would not affect them. Qin Yun broke into the infirmary, passing through the jailers who dared not say a word, and quickly glanced around. In the somewhat messy medical facility, he noticed the dying Hannibal and little Sadie, who was holding her lower back with her mouth slightly open. Little Sadie, the head female prison guard who was famous for her beauty. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Little Sadie was lying on the hospital bed, trying to treat herself, looking towards the door in a somewhat helpless manner. Her face was delicate and picturesque, but her eyes were blocked by a pair of sexy bangs. I really don't know how she can see the outside world. Is there a gap in her bangs? Or is she using her observation hockey to sense the outside world? Her curly blonde hair fell like a waterfall, and she was wearing a pink leather bodysuit with a crop top and tight flared pants that outlined her figure in a way that made people unable to take their eyes off her. She was also one of Qin Yun's goals for this trip to Impleton. Although he had no interest in studying mathematics, little Sadie wanted to learn some, so he could satisfy her. Of course, Qin Yun will be the attacking party. Little Sadie looked at Qin Yun and the other uninvited guests. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She licked her lips, revealed a seductive smile and hummed. I didn't expect. You are also an intruder, Mr. Qin Yun. I really want to hear your moans. It must be very nice. Oh, it seems you recognize me, little Sadie. Do you want to come with me and leave this dark place? I will let you hear enough of my moans. Qin Yun curled his lips and urged little Sadie to change jobs. Well, no, I would rather enjoy the pleasure brought to me by your painful groans in the prison. Well, while little Sadie was speaking, the tender flesh on her little face twitched slightly. Seeing the pain in little Sadie's brows, Qin Yun swept his electromagnetic field and instantly understood the pain in little Sadie's body, so he took a step and walked straight towards little Sadie. Wait. What are you going to do? Little Sadie secretly blamed himself for not being able to control his mouth and starting to provoke others, and then a hint of expectation appeared on his face. What are you looking forward to? Maybe you are looking forward to imprisoning Qin Yun in prison. Don't worry, I won't hurt you for now. I'll have plenty of time to play with you later. Listening to Qin Yun's inexplicable words, little Sadie tried to leave the bed and avoid Qin Yun's close approach, but the pain in her spine made it difficult for her to move. He could only watch Qin Yun walk up to him and extend a hand. Advertisement, wait. I was wrong, please don't punish me. Don't be afraid, it will be fine soon. Qin Yun's voice was gentle and firm. His palm was filled with healing power. He gently removed the hand that was supporting little Sadie's lower back, and covered her lower back with his own hand, slowly injecting it into her body. The power of healing. Then, a warm and gentle force spread from little Sadie's spine. As the healing power spread, little Sadie felt the pain in his spine gradually dissipate, and even the fatigue in his body and mind disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. Little Sadie widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't expect Qin Yun to have such magical abilities. Could it be that he likes me? That's really embarrassing. Little Sadie was secretly happy, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. She was already imagining that Qin Yun was imprisoned in the Great Prison and accepted her exercising her rights as the chief jailer of the Great Prison. In fact, the moment she saw the bounty order for Qin Yun, she began to look forward to Qin Yun being thrown into jail. Then she used her power as the head warden of the Great Prison to make Qin Yun fall hopelessly in love with her and enjoy everything she brought him. And she, while listening to Qin Yun's voice full of love, reached the state of bliss. Hey, restrain yourself. Your comfortable expression can easily make people think of something wrong. Qin Yun gently stroked little Sadie's delicate neck, and he actually had a desire to bite her. When little Sadie heard this and felt Qin Yun's gentle palm, her guess was further confirmed. Her little hand touched her weapon inconspicuously, but she said coquettishly, Mr. Qin Yun, you are so gentle. Can you agree to a small request from me? Let me hear your moans right now. I can't wait. Before little Sadie finished speaking, Qin Yun's mouth curled up in mockery. Can't wait? Then wait a little longer in your sleep. He suddenly withdrew his hand, his eyes widened, and Conqueror's domineering aura surged out. This domineering aura swept through the entire infirmary like a violent storm, causing little Sadie to lose consciousness instantly, and her body fell limply into his arms. Qin Yun waved his hand lightly, and little Sadie disappeared without a trace, and was taken into the fortified city by him. Shiryu, I leave these people to you. Qin Yun ordered coldly, without any emotion in his voice. Advertisement. Shiryu nodded, the sword in his hand flashed, and he began to clean up the other people in the infirmary. Qin Yun turned and left the infirmary, walking towards the dark passage he had just created. Imperial, ground floor. You damn pirates. Do you think you can escape by running here? Magellan's deep and powerful voice penetrated the thick stone walls and echoed throughout the prison. His figure was wrapped in a poisonous coat, like a Shinigami in the night, easily slaughtering prisoners one after another. Even though Luffy was facing a strong enemy, there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. However, facing Magellan's almost unsolvable venom attack, even he felt unprecedented pressure. He had suffered a great loss before, and still hadn't figured out how to deal with it. In the original timeline, with the help of Mr. 3, Gardino's wax fruit, they were able to briefly compete with Magellan. But what should they do now to deal with Magellan? This is not a solution, we need to think of a solution, Luffy thought to himself. At this moment, Ivankov suddenly stepped forward, with a strange smile on his face, and shouted. Straw Hat Boy, are you ready? Let me spice things up for you. Without waiting for Luffy to react, Ivankov quickly activated the ability of his hormone fruit, making his 10 fingers as sharp as syringes. Then, he flashed and came behind Luffy, put his hands on Luffy's lower back, and began to reveal an inexplicable smile. The next moment, Luffy's body began to change drastically, and his entire body was tightly wrapped in layer after layer of death cocoons. These cocoons are not ordinary cocoons, but the product of Ivankov using hormone regulation to temporarily enhance Luffy's physical defense. Little Sadie. Her catchphrase is, she has bangs covering her eyes, a sexy figure, and a seductive little mouth. She has a serious sadomasochistic tendency and becomes very excited as long as she hears other people's moans or screams. Chapter 189. I underestimated you, Buggy the Clown. But now it has only one function, and that is to isolate the invasion of Magellan's poisonous power. What the hell is this? Luffy was surprised, but he also felt the power surging in his body. It seemed that Ivankov not only created these cocoons for him, but also provided him with some recovery power. Damn it. This is so ugly. Luffy suddenly fell to his knees, crying with tears streaming down his face. Ugly? Haha. I don't think so. As long as we can stop Magellan's poisonous erosion, it's fine. Ivankov laughed. As the legendary king of shemales, his aesthetic taste was naturally different from that of ordinary people. Really, little Eva, I feel relieved when you say that. Luffy took a deep breath and prepared for the upcoming battle. This is the defense cocoon I specially customized for you. It can greatly improve your defense and combat power in a short period of time, but remember, it also has a time limit. Ivankov explained, with a cunning look in his eyes. Light. Luffy nodded, a surge of fighting spirit in his heart. Come on, Gear 3, Bone Balloon. With a roar, Luffy's body swelled rapidly, like a huge rubber balloon. Combined with the defense of the death cocoon, he rushed towards Magellan like an unshakable mountain. When Magellan saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by the will to fight. Humph, how boring, Straw Hat Boy, do you think you can stop me like this? He waved his hands, and purple-black venom rushed towards Luffy like a tide. But this time, Luffy's defense miraculously blocked most of the attacks, and only a small amount of venom touched the ground behind him, quickly corroding the surface. It seems that you do have some ability. Magellan's voice became more serious. But don't forget, this is my territory. Let me see how long this layer of dead skin of yours can hold out. So what? As long as I'm not defeated, I won't give up, I want to be the man of One Piece. Luffy responded firmly and attacked again. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and every collision seemed to shake the entire prison. But even someone who can't fight can tell who has the upper hand. Advertisement Magellan performed with ease, and every attack of Luffy could only hit the poisonous dragon, and could not cause any damage to Magellan. On the other hand, every time Magellan's poisonous dragon hits Luffy, a layer of Luffy's thick callus is corroded and falls off, which is heartbreaking. Ivankov and Lightning, who were watching the battle on the sidelines, had not yet healed from their injuries and could not directly participate in the battle, but their eyes were full of trust and support for Luffy. This kid can always create miracles. Ivankov muttered to himself, while Lightning clenched his fists and cheered for Luffy. On the other side, Buggy led a group of prisoners with different expressions and hurriedly came to the port of Impleton. Their eyes searched around anxiously, hoping to see a ship that could take them away from this horrible place. However, the only response they got was the empty sea and the occasional sound of waves lapping. Buggy opened his mouth wide and muttered in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Didn't they say there were a lot of warships here? How come there isn't even one warship? Not only are there warships, there isn't even a single marine or jailer here. How could this happen? Then we are helpless. Is there nothing we can do? Then we can only wait here for Magellan to arrive. Damn it. What a joke. Hope gradually turned into despair, and the prisoners' faces were filled with helplessness and fear. Many prisoners even dropped their weapons in shock, knelt on the ground with their heads in their hands, and prayed for God's forgiveness. At this time, many people have realized that the reason why Impleton is called the world's #1 prison is because it is located in the doldrums. There are countless large Poseidons on the seabed. They are Impleton's biggest defense wall and do not need the protection of marine warships at all. Just then, a strange but clear cat cry broke the silence. Buggy the Clown. Go and inform Luffy and the others. When you arrive at the port, don't hesitate and jump directly into the sea. There was actually human language mixed in with the cat's meow, which surprised everyone. Advertisement Buggy frowned, looked around, and shouted. Who are you? How can you be called a hero hiding in the dark? Why should we listen to you? After hearing what Buggy said, Lindbergh did not show up, but continued to urge. Meow meow meow, if you want to live, just be obedient. Buggy the Clown, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. Hearing the sound, Buggy was still looking around, but a prisoner with a ferocious look had already found the location where the sound came from. He took the thing out, and everyone discovered that the thing that was talking was actually a Den Den Mushi. The prisoner grinned, his eyes full of admiration for Buggy, and exclaimed loudly. Boss Buggy, I found it. You found it just now, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have pointed here and asked me to get the Den Den Mushi. This. Buggy's expression froze. When did he point there? Never mind, he said loudly with a proud look on his face. Yes, you are not bad. You can actually understand my instructions. It seems you're not stupid after all. I really underestimated you, Buggy the Clown. Den Den Mushi imitated Lindbergh's expression, with a sneer on his face, and said. I have no interest in saving you pirates. You are just taking advantage of Luffy. To tell you the truth, if it weren't for Luffy, I wouldn't care about your life or death. Upon hearing this, Buggy's expression turned even uglier, but he couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart that at least now he had a glimmer of hope of escaping, even though this hope came from such a strange and elusive mysterious man. HMPH, since you are Luffy's friend, we will trust you for once, Buggy said calmly, but his heart was still full of doubts and uneasiness. Lindbergh smiled contemptuously, said nothing more, just raised his hand lightly and hung up the Den Den Mushi. Then, Buggy stood at the door of the prison, with a frown on his face and a helpless expression. He looked around and found that besides himself, there were only those dejected prisoners. He sighed and said to a prisoner beside him, You, yes, you, go in and tell Luffy and the others to come out quickly. The situation is urgent now, don't dawdle. The prisoner was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Buggy to choose him. Chapter 190 Magellan is dumbfounded, but when he saw Buggy's unquestionable look, he had no choice but to nod and turn around to run deep into the prison. After waiting for a while, Buggy walked around anxiously, looking up at the prison exit from time to time. Finally, Luffy, Ivankov, Lightning and others ran out one by one. They all had a little fatigue on their faces, but their eyes were full of determination. But then, Buggy stopped laughing. Because Magellan was hanging not far behind them, and the huge figure was looming in the body of the poison giant soldier. The poisonous giant soldier roared and stretched out a hand as big as a mountain, intending to completely kill Luffy and others. Seeing this, Buggy turned pale with fear and shouted, Luffy, get out of the way. However, Luffy and the others did not seem to panic. They turned around and faced Ivankov's body, ready to take off at any time. Ivankov suddenly turned around, her eyes flashing with a strange light, and a sharp gust of wind instantly shot towards the poisonous giant soldier's hand. Death. Winks. The poison giant soldier paused for a moment, clearly affected. Then, under the reaction force of the death glare, Ivankov rushed towards the crowd at the port with her huge body. Everyone, grab little Eva's hair. Upon hearing this, everyone subconsciously followed Luffy's orders and grabbed Ivankov's hair tightly when he was about to fly in front of them. Bang! Ivankov's huge head was so terrifying that he pushed Luffy and the prisoners out of the port. I'm going to fall. They were like kites with broken strings, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and finally falling into the sea with a plop. Buggy was stunned. As a devil fruit user, he could imagine the consequences of falling into the sea. Moreover, this was in a calm zone full of giant Poseidons. But then he became stupid, because at this moment, countless flathead whale sharks suddenly rushed out of the water, with their bloody mouths wide open, looking extremely ferocious. Advertisement: just when Buggy thought he was going to be killed by the whale sharks, he was pushed out of the sea by the whale sharks. That's right, these giant whale sharks did not attack Luffy and the others. Instead, they carried Ivankov's huge head and rolled away. The prisoners were struggling in the water, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but show expressions of surprise and gratitude. If someone could listen carefully at this time, they would find a strange sound constantly coming from under the sea, which sounded very much like the call of the fishman. So, Luffy and the others were carried away from the port by the giant whale shark on Ivankov's hair, and their figures gradually faded away on the rough sea. At the port, only Magellan was left standing there in amazement. He looked at the prisoners' receding backs and felt like he was dreaming. He felt mixed emotions. He never expected that Luffy and the others would do such a thing. Under the sea, Lindbergh was in the submarine, watching Luffy and the others going farther and farther away, and couldn't help but smile. It seems that the fish summoning sonar I made by imitating Haku's voice is not bad. What? So that device was used for the first time? Lord Lindbergh, you are too bold. The Revolutionary Army at the side looked at Lindbergh in dumbfounded upon hearing that. Well, even if Luffy falls into the sea, we are still here, right? That's true, but what if they get eaten by a giant Poseidon-like creature underwater? This. Meow 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 meow, they're unlucky. Lindbergh smiled awkwardly, staring blankly at the person who spoke. The revolutionary soldiers standing by were speechless. They didn't expect that their boss would be so irresponsible. Lindbergh coughed lightly, looked toward the deep sea outside, and muttered. Then let's leave too. Oh, the revolutionaries responded loudly. However, can prisoners like Luffy, Ivankov, Buggy, etc. really escape so easily? Imperial, ground floor. Qin Yun walked through the dark passage and came to the corridor on the first floor. Advertisement: he was not in a hurry to fight with Magellan, Luffy and others, but under the guidance of Feng Clay, he flew to the office of Domino, the deputy warden of Impleton. That's right, Domino is also one of his goals on this trip. There are 2 lovely golden flowers in Impleton. Since he has come here so easily, he must pick them all. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to visit this dark and damp place of Impleton again. Unfortunately, he didn't meet Domino along the way. In the end, Qin Yun could only speculate in her heart that after helping Magellan send Ace away, Domino might have wisely chosen to avoid this sudden riot and hid in her relatively safe deputy warden's office. As he slowly approached the tightly closed door, a faint electromagnetic field fluctuation quietly entered his perception range, which was a sign of life unique to humans. Who else besides Domino could be in the deputy warden's office at this moment? Qin Yun walked forward and used the force of the door to gently push it open, trying not to make any noise, in order to give the person inside a big surprise. In the office, soft light shines on a slightly old office chair. Domino sits there quietly, as if blending into the surrounding environment. She was wearing a simple apricot-colored uniform with a thin belt around her waist, which made her figure look both capable and feminine. The most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly her crimson high boots and long gloves, which make her slender legs and hands look exceptionally slender and long. Her long golden hair was casually combed to one side, with a few strands of hair gently falling on her forehead. She wore a hat that symbolized the deputy warden, covering her right eye lightly, adding a bit of casualness to her charm. Her eyes were staring out the window at this moment, revealing an indescribable complex emotion, including helplessness about the current situation and confusion about the future. There was no way. The reason she was able to sit in the position of deputy warden was not because of her superb ability, but because she was able to arrange all kinds of affairs in Impleton in an orderly manner. Faced with the riot in Impleton, she had no choice but to sit in the deputy warden's office to protect herself, so that she could play her greatest role after the riot. Qin Yun coughed lightly, trying to attract Domino's attention. Domino suddenly came back to his senses, and quickly turned his gaze to the door. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his tone became trembling. God Emperor Qin Yun. Why are you here? It's getting bad. I won't end my career so hastily. Domino. Slim yet voluptuous, with an elegant temperament, seemingly indifferent, but actually reserved. She handles things in an orderly manner, +1 for the blonde beauty. Chapter 191. Panic. Domino. Her voice was exceptionally gentle even though it trembled slightly, and looking at her frightened expression, it was obvious that she had not expected someone to invade her office at this time. Qin Yun walked into the room with a smile and closed the door. He glanced at Domino, as if confirming something, and then said in a calm voice. I came to Impleton for many reasons, one of the biggest reasons being to get you. The firmness in his words seemed to be answering Domino's question, but in fact it was judging Domino's fate. Domino's doubts grew even stronger after hearing this. She stood up, protecting herself with both hands, and said in a tone of disbelief. For me? Qin Yun, did you make a mistake? I don't know you at all. Why did you come for me? Could it be? Domino thought of Marine's evaluation of Qin Yun and couldn't help but think of a terrible possibility. Domino frowned slightly and said with a tone of disbelief. Could it be that you are interested in me and have taken a fancy to me? No way. I don't seem to be that famous. Why are you targeting me? But, Qin Yun is so domineering, it's not unacceptable to be snatched away by him. If it's successful, his wife. What should I do? Close black lens bracket. The more Domino thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed, and a blush of shyness instantly appeared on her little face. The corner of Qin Yun's mouth twitched. He didn't realize that Domino was still a reserved player. In the original timeline, she was able to fall in love with Hancock's beauty. Even with the blessing of sweet power, it is not difficult to see that she is a face control. Now, with Qin Yun present and the rumors about him, it is normal for Domino to behave like this. Yes, I am indeed very interested in you. So, do you choose to follow me obediently? Or do you choose not to follow me obediently, but still follow me? Domino is going crazy. I have to follow you no matter what I choose, right? Domino shook his head firmly, with an unshakable determination in his tone. No, I can't leave. Impleton needs me, my duties and my colleagues also need my arrangements, I can't leave him behind. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this, and said half jokingly and half seriously. Interesting, I really underestimated you. You dare to choose when I ask you to? However, from your answer, it sounds like you chose the second one. Advertisement. Domino interrupted him. At this time, she had regained her composure because she knew that panic would only make Qin Yun more presumptuous. No, that's not right, I didn't choose the second option. If you really have the guts, just try to kidnap me, otherwise, I will never leave Impleton. It's over. I hope this won't piss him off. Qin Yun nodded, but did not act in a hurry. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand with his palm facing up. An invisible electromagnetic field instantly spread out, covering the entire office, carefully examining Domino's current condition. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the fluctuations of the electromagnetic field, and found that there was nothing wrong. Then he opened his eyes, with a hint of admiration in them. Not bad, not bad. You are very smart and protected yourself very well, you didn't get hurt. Domino was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Qin Yun to do this. She was about to open her mouth to refute, but she saw Qin Yun's eyes suddenly flash, and a powerful conqueror's aura instantly burst out, like an invisible wave, enveloping her completely. Domino only felt an irresistible force surging, his eyes went dark, he lost consciousness and fell limply to the ground. Qin Yun saw this and a smug smile appeared on his face. This conqueror's domineering aura was the only way to capture people and clear the field. He waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force lifted Domino's delicate body gently, and she flew towards Qin Yun like a light feather. As Domino's delicate body got closer to Qin Yun, it began to shrink, and finally fell asleep soundly on a soft couch inside the fortress. After doing all this, Qin Yun stood at the entrance of the office, looking into the distance with deep eyes. In this way, the two most beautiful golden flowers in Impleton are in my clutches, he whispered to himself with some certainty in his tone. Compared to the little pervert, little Sati, Qin Yun is actually more optimistic about the value that Domino can bring to him. Because his subordinates are not short of combat power at the level of little Sati, but lack a secretary as versatile as Domino. He can help him solve his problems and manage state affairs. There are very few good women like Domino. Robin is one, Hancock is another, Vivi is still learning, and the others either have no intention of taking charge or have less talent in this area. Advertisement, Khalifa pretends to have amnesia and cannot take charge of things. Close black lens bracket. For Qin Yun, being able to snatch such a talent from the enemy world government is a double blessing. Next we have to see if Nika will show up early. But Qin Yun didn't think that Luffy would awaken Nika early. If Luffy was given another 2 years, he might awaken at any time. But, it's too early now. How can Luffy, who doesn't even know hockey, beat the drum of liberation? Calculating the time, the backup plan I set up will be here soon. Qin Yun's mind was as clear as a mirror, and he flew towards the port without haste. The sea area near Impleton is showing signs of impending storm. A huge whale shark is swimming slowly towards the Gate of Justice. It acts as a ship, carrying Luffy, Ivankov, Buggy and others. Luffy lay weakly on the back of the whale shark, accepting Ivankov's embryo healing hormone, again. Buggy, with a look of smug delight on his face, felt an unprecedented pleasure among the prisoners. Oh my god, I can't believe we did it. I thought I was going to die in that damn place, one prisoner shouted excitedly. Yeah, who would have thought that we could get out of that prison that was said to be inescapable? Thanks to everyone's unity and wisdom, we were able to escape together. That's right, we are a team, an inseparable whole. How can we escape without Boss Buggy? Why don't we beg Boss Buggy to accept us as his subordinates? Now, we can finally enjoy our freedom. I never want to go back to that dark place again. Yes, we must cherish this opportunity, live well, and never return to that nightmarish prison. Chapter 192. A huge wave of despair. Just when a group of prisoners were filled with joy and relief at having finally escaped from the desperate Impleton prison, there was suddenly an unusual smell in the air. A sharp-eyed prisoner named Jack noticed something was wrong. He suddenly stopped cheering and raised his hands. His eyes pierced through the clouds and mist, his face suddenly changed, and he pointed to the distance and shouted. Everyone, look! What is that? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a huge wave. Laughing wildly, on the sea level in the distance, the one they had never seen before. The huge waves seemed to have locked onto them, and was surging towards them with an unstoppable force. The huge waves contained the wrath of heaven and earth, and every drop of water shone with a heavy momentum. The height of the waves almost covered half of the sky. What was even more frightening was that the direction of this huge wave was heading directly towards the place they had just escaped from, Impleton. What is going on? Luffy gasped, his eyes widened, and muttered to himself in disbelief. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. This is a doldrums zone. How could there be such a big wave? Ivankov frowned and tried to analyze the situation. Could it be that some mechanism in Impleton was triggered? But I have never heard of them having such a method. Lightning remained calm. Maybe there was a drastic geological change on the seabed? Buggy looked horrified and said in a trembling voice. No. No matter what the reason is, we have to find a way to get out of here. This wave is enough to swallow us all. However, the reality is cruel. Without the support of a boat, they were like a tree without roots, and could only helplessly move forward with the whale shark below them. If they continued like this, they would sooner or later be thrown off the whale shark's huge back. As the huge waves approached, an unprecedented sense of oppression made it difficult for everyone to breathe. What to do? What on earth can we do? No one could answer this question. They could only watch helplessly as the huge waves swallowed them up. In less than a moment, the huge waves finally hit the whale shark and them, and the powerful force instantly swept them up. The prisoners, along with a group of nearby whale sharks, were ruthlessly swept away by the huge waves and rushed towards the horrific place they had just escaped from, Impleton. Hold on tight, everybody, advertisement Luffy shouted, and even though he himself was staggering, he still tried his best to lend a hand and tried to grab every companion he could. Gululu, the next moment, Luffy fell into the waves and could only hold his breath as he was helplessly carried away by the waves. What does this prove? You can do things according to your ability. Damn it. We just escaped this time, and now we are really doomed. Buggy screamed in despair, but even in such a desperate situation, his eyes still flickered with the desire to survive. He tried to grab his feet and fly up into the sky, but his speed was as slow as a turtle's in front of the waves. How could he possibly escape from the waves? Ivankov took a deep breath and used all his strength to try to use his hormones to buy a glimmer of hope for Luffy and the others. Don't give up. As long as you have breath left, there will always be a chance for success. Death winked. The fierce gale hit the huge waves, but it was like a drop in the ocean, unable to create a single ripple. Amid the roar of huge waves and the struggling of whale sharks, the fate of Luffy, Ivankov, Buggy and the prisoners are once again tightly bound together. Whether they can find a ray of hope in this sudden disaster and regain their freedom is still unknown. After a while, Impleton came upstairs. Magellan sat blankly at the port, regretting his actions. His usually invincible poison fruit was actually neutralized by someone without an antidote. Ivankov. What kind of ability does he have? He can turn into a man, and he can also turn into a woman. The most terrifying thing is that he can even cure my poison. SX changing fruit. No. Could it be that the Monster King and Miracle Man, is it an animal type, human fruit, mythical beast, and human monster form? Oh, forget it. Let me go back to Impleton to deal with the follow-up matters. I'm afraid my position as director is no longer secure. While thinking about all sorts of things, Magellan's face suddenly turned bitter and the feeling came. The feeling of diarrhea. Advertisement. Just as Magellan was about to return to Impleton, a large number of screams suddenly came from the sky. Magellan stopped immediately, looked in the direction of the sound, and looked towards the sea in the distance. What is this? At the end of the skyline, there was a hazy fog, but it seemed that an ominous dark blue was quietly spreading in it. Then, a huge wave as towering as a mountain appeared. What the hell is this? Magellan was dumbfounded. He had lived in Impleton for most of his life, but he had never seen such a huge wave. He witnessed this unprecedented spectacle, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Why? The sea area where the Impleton Great Prison is located is a doldrum. As the name suggests, this place is always calm and peaceful, with not even a trace of wind. But today, this inherent impression in Magellan's mind was completely broken. Quick! Notify everyone and prepare emergency measures. Although Magellan was shocked, his sense of responsibility as the prison warden made him come to his senses quickly. While giving orders, his eyes were always fixed on the huge wave that was getting closer and closer and blocking out the sky. However, before the order was fully conveyed, accompanied by a deafening roar, a huge wave crashed down on the first floor of Impleton like a mountain. Luffy, Ivankov, Buggy, and the prisoners were scattered like leaves swept by a storm. This time, due to the effect of seawater, Luffy did not have time to use his abilities and could not act as a buffer for the prisoners like he did when he fell in Marineford in the original timeline. In this case, how can the fate of these prisoners be described as tragic? Some prisoners were lucky enough to land in softer places and were able to catch their breath, but they only suffered injuries such as broken legs, hands and spines. But more of them tragically crashed into hard stone slabs or sharp reefs, losing their vital signs instantly, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and despair. Under the huge wave, Impleton suffered an unprecedented impact. The entire first floor was destroyed, and even level 1 and level 2 below were squeezed beyond recognition. Chapter 193 There can only be one master of the world. Magellan moved his mind and instantly wrapped himself in layers of poison. Relying on his poisonous giant form that could withstand everything, although he was under the huge waves, he was miraculously unharmed. He slowly stood up from the rubble scattered by the huge waves, and with a sharp gaze, he scanned the devastated port and the prisoners who were alive or dead, with a grim smile on his face. HMPH, although I don't know the reason for the formation of this wave, it seems that God is helping me. Magellan's voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Straw Hat Boy, Ivankov, and you prisoners who are trying to escape, you never expected that today's luck is not on your side. In Impleton, your dream of freedom will eventually come to nothing. Bang. Luffy struggled to crawl out from the pile of debris, soaking wet, but his eyes remained firm. Looking at the seriously injured Ivankov and lightning around him, he murmured. Little Eva, little crab. Damn it, how could this happen? Luffy was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up and shook off the water droplets on his body, then pronounced. Even so, I won't give up, Ace is still waiting for me, I will definitely find a way to reach Marineford. As a user of the human fruit, mythical beast, and Nika form, Luffy will not suffer any harm even if he falls to the ground from space. But at this time, he was already exhausted after several rounds of fighting. He was able to fight with his strength because he received several injections of embryo hyperhormone from Ivankov, but this help had immeasurable side effects. Because this will overdraw Luffy's lifespan, that's not all. After the effect of the hyperstimulating hormones wears off, Luffy will still suffer from excessive fatigue, severe pain and many other costs. That is to say, as Nika, he has the ability to do sit-ups and can abuse his body like this. If someone else had come, they would probably have fainted crying after being given an injection of embryo hyperhormone. Oh, really? Magellan sneered and slowly approached Luffy. Then let me see how long your so-called determination can last in front of this iron wall of Impleton. Bang! At this moment, a cloud of thick black smoke suddenly burst out from the center of the first floor of Impleton. Advertisement, paw, paw, paw. Then, strange applause was heard from the black smoke. Everyone was startled and realized that something was wrong. Magellan? Monkey D. Luffy? This is really a good show for me, ha 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 ha. With Qin Yun's arrogant laughter, he slowly floated to the gate of Impleton with Shiryu and Feng Clay behind him. Luffy looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes widened and his face solemnly murmured. You are the person who appeared at the auction at that time. Oh, it seems you still remember me? It's not easy to make you, a thick-skinned person, have some impression of me? Qin Yun smiled faintly, then looked at Luffy with a complicated expression. This moment was his first real confrontation with the protagonist of this world. But it seems that he hasn't encountered any special obstacles yet? To be honest, if we ignore Luffy's identity and he can really be a pirate honestly, even if he eventually becomes One Piece, it will not affect Qin Yun's future plans. But, how could I not ignore his identity? Qin Yun and Luffy will definitely become enemies in the future. Why? As Qin Yun is determined to rule the world, he will inevitably become enemies with the world government, marine, and the revolutionary army in the future. Luffy's grandfather Garp would also clash with Qin Yun's forces due to his duties and eventually die at the hands of Qin Yun. Garp died, how could Luffy just sit there and watch? Luffy's father, Dragon, will also launch a final battle with Qin Yun for the power of the world. How could Qin Yun be soft-hearted? Of course he would send Dorag to death. Don't ever say that two forces with completely different organizational structures can develop harmoniously and eventually become one family. There is only one world, and there can only be one master of the world. The idea of the world's unity is deeply rooted in Qin Yun's mind, and he will never share the supreme authority of the world with others. Perhaps Qin Yun and Dragon will form a short-term alliance under the pressure of their common enemy, the world government. Advertisement, but it is definitely not now, and it will not prevent Qin Yun or Dorag from tripping each other up and restricting each other's development. What a pity, Straw Hat Boy, perhaps today is the end of you. Even if Qin Yun was confident that if he gave Luffy another 2 years, he would still be able to suppress Luffy. But, again, as the protagonist of this world, Luffy may explode at any time. Qin Yun is not a berserker who craves for battle, so how could he let Luffy grow up for 2 years before fighting him? That's something a brainless villain would do. What Qin Yun has to do is to ruthlessly kill Luffy in the cradle while he is still young. God Emperor Qin Yun, why are you here? No, you are also an invader from Impleton. Magellan looked solemn. Thinking of the black smoke that had just appeared, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He stared with uncertainty and guessed. Could it be that you killed Blackbeard and the others? And you just happened to eat the newly reborn dark fruit? Qin Yun was not angry at all when his thoughts were interrupted. He chuckled and responded calmly. You guessed right, don't guess again next time. Magellan frowned. He felt the powerful aura emanating from Qin Yun. With an idea in his mind, he shouted, let me see how capable you are. Poisonous Dragon. The next moment, a purple dragon head sprang out from his poisonous coat, opened its huge mouth, and bit towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged as he faced the poisonous dragon's attack indifferently. Whoosh! The sound of swords breaking through the air was heard, and a sharp blood-red sword energy flashed by, easily beheading the poisonous dragon. Then, in the flash of swords and shadows, the poisonous dragon's head was destroyed. How can you attack the king first? If you want to see Master Qin Yun's ability, you have to get past me first. Shiryu pointed his sword at Magellan, smoking a cigar, and seemed calm. Block. He actually blocked it. The prisoners who were afraid of Magellan shouted loudly. Magellan frowned and murmured unhappily, Shiryu, you be asterisk 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 D. Don't forget that I was the one who let you out. Shiryu snorted and retorted, that makes sense. Why don't you just tell me that it was you who sentenced me to death row on probation and locked me up in level 6 in the first place? Chapter 194 Sweeping the whole place. Qin Yun's lips curled up into a playful smile. Was it because of the strongest competition between Pelton's warden and director? It was really interesting. Qin Yun's eyes swept across everyone present, and finally stopped at Magellan, his eyes revealing an unquestionable dominance. Then, I will be in charge of Impleton from now on. All of you will be chess pieces that are about to fall. Use your last remaining energy to please me. This will be your only way to survive. Hearing this, everyone's expression became complicated. Some were angry, some were terrified, some were in disbelief, but most were dismissive. Qin Yun's mere bounty of 300 million was not enough to scare the powerful people present. Ivankov struggled to get up, his eyes gleaming with an unyielding light. What an arrogant guy. Luffy, our top priority is to leave here and head to Marineford. We don't have time to get entangled with them. Buggy hid in the corner and whispered. These guys are really a bunch of lunatics. I can't just sit there and wait for death. How can I escape? Luffy clenched his fists, fighting spirit burning in his eyes, and took a defensive stance. Little Eva, I know. You try to find a solution first, and I will stop their attack. Qin Yun just smiled faintly, waved his hand gently, and signaled Shiryu to go forward and entangle Magellan. Are you ready? Accept the coming of death? Qin Yun's voice echoed in the vast ocean, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Then, he suddenly opened his right hand in an almost god-like manner. In the palm of his hand, a deep and bright blue lightning ring suddenly appeared. It spun wildly in his hand like a living thing, releasing heart-pounding energy fluctuations. Thunder method. Ring of annihilation. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth curled up into a cold and confident smile, as if he had already planned for everything that was about to happen. Following his command, the lightning ring seemed to be given life and was suddenly slammed towards the ground beneath his feet. Advertisement buzz. In an instant, the lightning ring expanded rapidly as if it had exploded, and its coverage area expanded several times in the blink of an eye, releasing indiscriminate destructive force, ruthlessly sweeping across everyone present. No matter they were strong or weak, they all trembled under the wrath of thunder. Feng Clay was floating in the sky due to Qin Yun's electromagnetic force and was not affected. Shiryu's face suddenly changed when he saw Qin Yun's actions. Without the slightest hesitation, he performed moonwalk and his body turned into a stream of light, rushing straight into the sky. He escaped from the range of the lightning ring at an astonishing speed, his face full of relief at having survived the calamity. But he was secretly complaining in his heart. Hey, why are you using such an indiscriminate attack right from the start? Aren't you going to spare even your own people? In fact, it was Qin Yun's trust in him. If he didn't even show this hint, his fighting strength would probably be lowered a level in Qin Yun's heart. Buggy, with the help of Conqueror's luck, just flew into the air and was ready to escape, thus escaping the disaster. Magellan quickly surrounded the poisonous dragon, trying to fight poison with poison and resist the invasion of the Thunder Ring. However, even so, he was still pushed out by the irresistible force and crashed heavily into the ruins not far away. Although he suffered a considerable impact, he did not seem to have any obvious injuries. Luffy has the power of Nika flowing through his body, and this power of the Sun God gives him natural immunity to lightning. He stood there in a daze, totally confused as to why such drastic changes had suddenly taken place around him. At this moment, he couldn't help but think, how nice it would be if he had a more powerful devil fruit. As for others, they were not so lucky. Death winked. Ivankov used the reaction force of the death gaze to push his huge body into the sky, but he was a step too late and was swept down into the sea by the thunder, causing a huge splash of water. Lightning was electrocuted to the point of losing consciousness and fell unconscious on the spot. The remaining level 1 to 5 prisoners were already seriously injured, and now the situation was made even worse by the ravages of the lightning ring. Advertisement: their hair stood up due to the electric shock, and electricity surged under their skin, causing them unbearable pain. Eventually, they foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground powerlessly. Their life or death was uncertain. The scene was horrifying. The ground floor, which had been hit by huge waves, was already in ruins, and it was even more horrible under the impact of this thunder force. The aftermath of the Thunder Ring was like an invisible giant hammer, smashing hard on the ruins, causing the already crumbling walls and broken buildings to instantly turn into powder and permeate the air. The rocks were torn into tiny pieces by lightning and flew everywhere, like countless sharp blades, cutting everything around them. Some larger stones were actually evaporated into nothingness under the bombardment of lightning, leaving only charred marks to prove their existence. The remains in the ruins, whether it was rusty metal fragments or rotten wooden structures, were all unrecognizable after being baptized by lightning. Some of the building debris that were barely able to hold on collapsed under the impact of this force, completely turning into a sea of ruins. The entire scene was a doomsday picture ravaged by lightning, filled with despair and destruction. Qin Yun looked at the devastating scene around him and nodded with satisfaction. Although he has about 10 devil fruit abilities at this moment, the most developed and powerful one is the power of thunder. After all, the difference between the power of an awakened fruit and the power of an unawakened fruit is basically like the difference between heaven and earth. Ahem. Magellan waved his hand to blow away the dust around him and muttered in disbelief, with a question mark on his face. Is your bounty really only 300 million berries? With such power, your devil fruit ability must have awakened. Devil fruit ability. Awakening? Luffy quickly grasped the key point and suddenly turned around to look at Magellan with a puzzled look. You don't even know this. But that's right, ordinary mediocre people are not qualified to awaken. It's normal for a mere pirate like you not to know this. Magellan supported himself, stood up, and explained to Luffy with a grim face. Generally speaking, all devil fruits can only use some basic abilities during the development process. But when a devil fruit develops to the awakening level, even the most useless devil fruit will become incredibly powerful. However, what I said is not comprehensive enough. After all, I only learned it from some seniors. Chapter 195 I will definitely knock you away. I have lived in Impleton for most of my life, and I have rarely had the opportunity to go out and meet a person with the ability of the fruit, awakening. I didn't expect that I would gain new insights today, such power. It must be true. Qin Yun did not build up his momentum, but he caused such a huge destructive force. Even if the thunder fruit is known as one of the top-level devil fruits in terms of destructive power, it is impossible for him to do this. He must have awakened. This is far from enough. Magellan, Qin Yun slowly landed on the ground and said teasingly. Even if you haven't seen me in action, you should have seen Borsalino, Kuzan, and Sakaski in action. Compared to that, what does a small appetizer like me count for? No, I haven't seen the 3 Marine Admirals take action. Magellan corrected Qin Yun's wording with a serious face. Then I really wronged you. Qin Yun shook his head, then looked at Luffy with a strange look. Is this Nika fruit really immune to lightning? Just because rubber is not conductive, in the original timeline, poor Enel was so frightened that his attitude suddenly changed, and he was defeated in the end. Yeah, now that you mention it, how come you're okay? When did you become so powerful? Magellan suddenly realized something and glanced at Luffy with a suspicious look on his face. I don't know. Luffy's dazed look did not seem fake, but the next moment, his face suddenly changed, his knees went weak, and he fell to the ground with a look of dejection. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with surprise. The information from the electromagnetic field proved that Luffy's condition was extremely bad. He guessed. The sequelae of the hyperactive hormones? Luffy didn't have the energy to answer Qin Yun's question. He bent over with difficulty and looked around, then he widened his eyes and murmured. Where's little Eva? And the little crab? How come they also fell down? Qin Yun's eyes flashed and he answered Luffy's question. Before this, Magellan had already beaten them to the point of being seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even if you left Impleton for a short time, it seems that you didn't have time to use the power of hormones to recover, right? The long and fierce battle has already pushed their physical condition to the brink of collapse. Every cell in their body is expressing extreme fatigue. They have long been worn down. After forcibly taking my Thunder Annihilation Ring, haha, it's a miracle that they can hold on until now. After saying this, Qin Yun immediately disappeared and appeared next to lightning in an instant. He held the white thunder in his hand without mercy, penetrated into his body, and plundered his scissors fruit. Advertisement Lightning is a male in battle and a female in leisure time. But was the original Lightning a man or woman? Qin Yun had no interest in exploring this question. In fact, Ivankov must have a lot of beautiful women under his command. But they think that their gender is neither male nor female, but they have created a gender for themselves, which is called New Human. Many people even speculated that Crocodile was once a woman, but his S*X was changed by Ivankov, which became a handle for Ivankov to control him. Qin Yun had no interest in this kind of New Human, no matter how sweet and attractive she looked. He is not a pervert. What he wants to capture must be a pure female heart and body. Isn't it just making yourself uncomfortable to look for these New Humans, whether they are men with female bodies or women with male bodies? It is inevitable that the goddesses and concubines have to live together and play together. He doesn't want to have a big green hat on his head for no reason. Little crab. Lightning's death came too suddenly, and Luffy seemed to be a beat slow. His calls were full of disbelief and grief. His empty eyes were fixed on Qin Yun's hand that had just delivered the fatal blow, and he was reluctant to look away. An extremely excited smile appeared on Shiryu's face, restraining Magellan without leaving a trace. What? If I remember correctly, you two seem to have known each other for only a short time. How could you have developed such deep feelings for each other? Qin Yun raised his eyebrows, with a hint of teasing in his tone. At the same time, the scissors power in his hand silently merged into a fruit inside the fortified city and became one of his collections. You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* anger and unwillingness surging in his heart, but his weak body restricted his actions. This also made his roar sound so pale and powerless, as if a breeze could blow it away. Advertisement? Oh, unfortunately, you don't have this chance. There was a hint of coldness in Qin Yun's voice. Before he finished speaking, his body turned into lightning again and appeared in front of Luffy in an instant. His ability of teleportation was so strong that it was astonishing. So fast, Luffy's pupils suddenly shrank, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart, and his body subconsciously stepped back. He had only seen Big Bear teleport and had no experience with it, so he thought he hadn't seen Qin Yun's movements clearly. Qin Yun remained calm, dark power surged in his hands, and he grabbed Luffy's head and pressed it to the ground mercilessly. Dark water. As Qin Yun growled, a powerful gravitational force burst out from his palm. Luffy's head seemed to be sucked firmly by an invisible windhole, unable to break free, and even his own fruit ability lost its effect. He could only watch himself getting closer and closer to the ground, his heart filled with doubts and confusion. Bang! There was a deafening roar, accompanied by a violent tremor of the earth. Luffy's body was like being hit by an invisible giant hammer, and his head slammed into the ground. In an instant, the ground seemed to be torn apart and covered with intricate cracks, like a huge spider web. Luffy's eyes were full of confusion and pain. He couldn't understand why he, a rubber man, would feel such unbearable pain under the oppression of this power. His body was shaking. The properties of rubber lost their effect at this moment and could no longer provide him with any cushioning or protection. Luffy roared in pain, his voice full of despair and unwillingness. His voice echoed in the empty battlefield, as if it was an unyielding struggle against fate. Qin Yun stood in front of Luffy with an expressionless face. His big hands grasped Luffy's head tightly like an iron clamp and lifted it high. Under the influence of the power of the Azure Dragon, his big hands suddenly began to swell and turn into a huge Azure Dragon claw, tightly grasping Luffy's head. The dark power was also exerting its power, quickly spreading to the dragon claws. The dragon claws, which were supposed to be pink, were now rendered into an all-consuming black color, emitting a terrifying aura that made people's hearts flutter. Chapter 196 Luffy's Death. Every scale of the dragon claw seemed to contain endless power. They stuck together tightly, making it extremely difficult for Luffy to even breathe. At this moment, the door of death was waving at him, and all kinds of memories of the past kept interweaving in Luffy's mind. His grandfather taught him to be a marine, but he went out to sea as a pirate. Great memories with my good friend Shanks. A little adventure with Ace and Sabo. Of course, there are also the adventures with my partners since we set out to sea. I'm sorry, Ace, I couldn't save you. I'm sorry, Zoro, Sanji, Doros, Chopper, Usopp, Nagalon. Maybe I really have to stop here. Shanks, our agreement. I broke my promise. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Sabo, I'm here to see you. Goodbye, Monkey D. Luffy. Letting the world's first great prison, Impleton, be your burial place does not count as burying you. After you leave, I will destroy Impleton as well, as a sacrifice for you on your way to the underworld. Your brother, Portgas D. Ace, will also die today in Marineford. This way, you two can have a companion on your journey to the underworld. Oh, by the way, if you don't find Sabo in the afterlife, don't worry. He is still alive in this world, but he has lost his memory and can't come to find you. Nani? Sabo is not dead. Don't worry, within a few years, I will definitely send him to the underworld to look for you two brothers. Damn it, they won't be killed by you. Qin Yun's voice was cold and ruthless, and his words were like a cold blade, piercing Luffy's heart. The next moment, he exerted force suddenly, and the dark dragon claws contracted to the extreme like lightning. Bang! With a crisp explosion, the black dragon claw easily crushed Luffy's head, whose fruit ability had failed, and turned him into a headless corpse, falling weakly to the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and the battlefield fell into deathly silence. Advertisement: there is no awakening of Nika's power because Luffy is not qualified enough now. Without the will of the Nika fruit to take over Luffy's body, perhaps the unknowns of the animal-type devil fruit need to be further explored. There are no sudden enemies, such as Luffy's father dragon. Only Luffy's cold body lay there quietly, telling the fall of a future One Piece. Friends who have experienced death often know that if the head is gone, then the person is truly dead. Monkey D. Luffy, die. Just like that, the background king of this world came to the end of his life in Impleton, the world's first great prison. His stories, his adventures, and his smile all became eternal memories with this loud bang. Killing the protagonist of this world with his own hands made Qin Yun feel a sense of melancholy. Without this future enemy, perhaps there will be a lot less excitement. But this is not the time to be sentimental. Qin Yun's eyes condensed, and after hesitating for a moment, he chose to plunder the Nika fruit for himself. Human fruit mythical beast Nika form. Such a devil fruit ability that is feared by the king of the world, may bring unexpected gains to Qin Yun one day in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Yun's hand surged with white lightning, snatching the Nika fruit. At this moment, a blood-stained straw hat suddenly floated in front of Qin Yun. Straw hat. Are you going to choose me as the new generation owner of the straw hat? Unfortunately, this hat doesn't suit me very well. Whoever likes to wear it can wear it. Oh, this is Gold D. Roger's hat from One Piece. Shanks also wore it. Fate intersects here, Luffy, let's be buried here with this straw hat. Qin Yun raised his hand and picked up the straw hat, then slowly walked to Luffy's side. After a pause, he put the straw hat on Luffy's abdomen. Here, fall into eternal sleep. After doing all this, he glanced at Shiryu and Magellan who were fighting. They were fighting fiercely, but it was obvious that Shiryu was still at a disadvantage, dodging left and right to avoid Magellan's poisonous power. Qin Yun nodded, looked around, and found a shivering big butt in the ruins. Buggy. This is a rare, strong man, whose name cannot be reversed. Advertisements some even call him the only person in the world who possesses Conqueror's luck. Compared to Ivankov, he may be more suitable for the title of Man of Miracles. Qin Yun had no doubt that if WT continued to draw, Buggy would become the last man to compete with Luffy for the great treasure One Piece. But now, Buggy doesn't have this chance, because he will die with Luffy in Impledown. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth inadvertently raised into a playful arc, flashed to the back of Buggy's big, perky butt, and kicked him away with one kick. Ouch, Buggy cried out in pain, covered his burning and painful buttocks with both hands, and his whole body jumped upwards uncontrollably. Buggy the Clown, you are quite good at escaping. You are still in great shape now. It was hard to imagine that after so many rounds of fighting, Buggy was unscathed. The greatest injury he had suffered now was probably the kick he had just given Buggy. Then, Qin Yun appeared above Buggy's head again and swept his fleeing body like a dragon's tail. Etc. Bang! The dragon's tail was too big. Even if Buggy was torn into pieces, it could not escape the attack coverage of the dragon's tail. Buggy's entire body was slammed into the ground by the dragon's tail, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Sizzle. The strong electric current transmitted from the dragon's tail was definitely not something Buggy could withstand. Fortunately, he lost consciousness as soon as he was smashed into the ground, so he died a painless death. By the time Qin Yun lifted the dragon's tail, Buggy had already turned into a bloody mess. A person who is not afraid of being torn into pieces by a blow cannot withstand a strong blunt attack. Buggy the Clown, die. Perhaps some people still believe that when Shanks dies, Buggy will tear off all disguises, unleash his awakened power of fragmentation, and turn the world upside down. But if he really had such ability, he would not be imprisoned in Impleton. Even if he could awaken the fruit, it would never be now. The fruit is torn into pieces. In fact, it has some similarities with the bean fruit of Captain Berrygood of Marine Headquarters. They all spread their bodies apart to avoid attacks. The funny thing is that the power of splitting into pieces has a disadvantage. After the body is split, the feet must be on the ground. Advertisement Chapter 197 Qin Yun changes color in Buggy's hands. The expression is just too weak. If the fruit of splitting into pieces could split anything, its strength would instantly become top-notch. Perhaps, the awakened power of fragmentation can really do it? Qin Yun shook his head, plundered Buggy's fruit ability, and looked up at the sea, where a large bulge was floating. The power of hormones is indeed a very interesting ability. There was a hint of amusement in Qin Yun's tone, and it was obvious that he was quite interested in Ivankov's unique talent. Just before Ivankov was about to fall into the cold sea, he actually transformed his body structure with the power of hormones. His stomach seemed to be a blown-up balloon, rapidly expanding to an alarming size, and seemed to be filled with countless air bubbles. These air bladders are filled with gas, which can support his body and keep him floating steadily on the rough sea. Dark water. Qin Yun raised his hand, and with the help of dark power and electromagnetic force, the suction force became even more considerable. The huge Ivankov and the seawater beneath him were easily captured in front of him. Seawater is perhaps the cheapest way to restrain a person with special abilities. Ivankov, bound by the sea, had no power to resist. His eyes were full of despair and anger towards Qin Yun. The culprit who killed Luffy was right in front of him, but he could do nothing, not even to inform Dragon. Qin Yun's eyes turned cold, and dark power surged out like a tide, spreading rapidly and slowly devouring Ivankov. In just a few breaths, Ivankov disappeared in the darkness, and Qin Yun waved his hand to dispel the darkness. Ivankov's hormone fruit ability has also been quietly plundered by him and has become his new source of power. From now on, he can also change his gender. Oh, no, it should be said that you can change the gender of others. Of course, this is not the point. The strength of hormone power lies in the word, strange. It can control the body temperature, pigment, growth, and emotions of living things, and transform humans from the inside out. What does that mean? Control body temperature. It can make people feel as cool as winter even in the hot summer. Advertisement control pigments. Change the color of the human body, such as whitening, removing Madara, or making a white-haired beauty. Growth-controlling hormones. Some of the abilities of ripe fruits, regressive fruits, and age-related fruits can also allow people to appear in different age groups. Even if there are any concubines who are not satisfied with a certain part of themselves and want to change it, he can also help them become bigger or smaller. The power of hormones can also control the kidneys and fertility. When combined with the restorative power of the healing fruit, Qin Yun's kidney function and fertility ability have reached a higher level. There is no doubt that under such a terrifying blessing, even if all the concubines of the gods, or even all the beauties in the world, attacked Qin Yun at the same time, he would be able to stand firm and become more and more courageous as the battle went on. Control emotions. Make people loyal, develop fanatics, and even, easily win the heart of a beautiful woman. Ivankov once used this ability to change the S*X of a jailer, while inspiring the jailer's admiration for him and his excitement about becoming a woman. The power of hormones played a big role in his having so many loyal subordinates. However, if some special hormones are used too much, there will be some side effects. For example, the cost of healing hormones is a loss of lifespan, and the cost of emotional hormones is mental fatigue and drowsiness. Unfortunately, these abilities cannot provide much help to my combat power. They can only add a different touch of atmosphere when I am with the goddesses. Help, etc. Qin Yun's eyes lit up and he almost forgot about that. He suddenly transformed into a divine dragon covering the sky. Looking at his huge pink dragon body, Qin Yun tried to use the power of hormones. Change. He changed color. The pink dragon body shone with an inexplicable light, and then the color began to fade into light pink. Immediately afterwards, the red pigment is fading away and the yellow pigment is being replenished. Pink, orange, yellow, until golden dragon. Ouch. With a high-pitched dragon roar, Qin Yun completed the transformation from a pink divine dragon to a golden divine dragon at this moment. Why choose to transition to gold? Advertisement no one but handsome man. If you really want to find a reason. Gold symbolizes nobility, glory, wealth, power, light and holiness. These adjectives really resonate with him. Although pink is cute, when fighting with the enemy, Qin Yun is afraid of making the opponent laugh and affecting the atmosphere. There are also many colors worth showing off, such as the big black dragon, thick silver dragon, etc. Maybe you can play with them in the future. But now, gold will be his symbol in front of the world. Looking at the dumbfounded Shiryu below and Magellan in the form of poison giant soldier, judgment of hell, Qin Yun chuckled and shouted coldly. Now you are the only one left, Magellan, tell me, how do you want to die? Seeing this, Shiryu raised his hand and put Leiyu back into the scabbard, thinking in his heart. Now he is really with the right person, such a powerful boss, he can kill how he wants in the future. Magellan retracted his mouth that was wide open due to excessive shock, and said in a solemn voice. God Emperor Qin Yun, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you have more than one devil fruit ability. From what I just saw, there are 3. The thunder fruit, the dark fruit obtained from Blackbeard, and the pink, golden dragon on your body. I'm afraid it's some kind of phantom beast. I just don't know how it is different from Kaido's blue dragon fruit in 4 Emperors. Wait. I understand, the reason you came to Impleton is for the devil fruit here. Maybe in addition to Blackbeard's dark fruit, you also have more terrifying abilities. Did you say that you even plundered the devil fruits from those level 6 monsters? What kind of ambitions do you have that you hide so deeply? Yes, he is worthy of being called the most powerful man in Imperial. He is quite good at guessing. Qin Yun smiled lightly, raised his hand and waved the electromagnetic force, sending Shiryu and Feng Clay to a higher place. It's a pity that now you have lost the advantage of the terrain. In such an open place, you are just a living target for me. You can see the power of multi-fruit ability users before you die. This life will be considered in vain. Then, accept the coming of death. Magellan does not have the ability to fly long distances. Even if he can moonwalk, he cannot escape Qin Yun's pursuit. In the end, he will either fall into the sea and be slaughtered by others, or he will meet the end of death directly on the ruins of Impleton. Chapter 198 Magellan's Awakening. Haha. If you have the ability, come and kill me. At this point in his desperate situation, Magellan became extremely calm, and even the negative condition of diarrhea could not affect him. The poisonous power in Magellan continued to surge out, making his poison giant soldiers even larger, until they occupied half of the first floor of Impleton. In fact, Magellan had already made up his mind to die at this time. In the original timeline, after many prisoners escaped from prison, they were besieged by the Blackbeard pirates who had recruited all the crew members. Although Magellan fought hard, he was outnumbered and was seriously injured by Blackbeard and others and was on the verge of death. After receiving medical treatment and regaining consciousness, he wanted to take all the responsibilities and attempted suicide as soon as he was able to move. However, the prison guards kept a close eye on him and did not allow him to succeed. At this moment, Impleton was in a more tragic situation. The prison below was destroyed, and Magellan was the only survivor. His determination to die reached its peak. He just wanted to bite off a piece of Qin Yun's flesh before he died. Hell Dragon. Magellan's momentum was brewing, and countless huge dragon heads emerged from the bloody poisonous giant soldiers and attacked Qin Yun. It's a pity that his poisonous power has not yet awakened, otherwise he would transform the Impleton under him into a monstrous poison, and his combat power would rise by more than one level. Momo. Gigantic. Qin Yun's already terrifyingly huge dragon body expanded rapidly under the influence of Momo's power, turning into a larger, thicker, and longer golden dragon. In front of him, Magellan was like an ant on the roadside. Even the group of poisonous dragons sent out by Magellan were just a group of earthworms. How can a tiny gnat shake a tree? Even if Kaido turned into a blue dragon and came in front of him, to Qin Yun it was just a father beating his son. Dragon. Breath of fanaticism. Buzz. A pillar of scorching flame spurted out from Qin Yunlong's mouth, accompanied by the roar of thunder and the cry of wind blades, and in the blink of an eye it rushed to the blood-red poisonous dragon. Countless poisonous dragons remained in a stalemate for only a moment, and then the entire world was covered in brilliant flames. Advertisement. The light was so blinding that Magellan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He had never felt death so close to him. Could he really bite off a piece of Qin Yun's flesh? Death is inevitable. I am ultimately responsible for the destruction of Pelton. Perhaps, dying like this is a form of atonement. Although I don't know how Qin Yun plundered the devil fruit, but if there is no trace of the body left in such a fire, perhaps my poison fruit will not fall into Qin Yun's hands. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, Magellan's guilt reached its peak. After realizing that he might not be able to kill Qin Yun, he began to think about how to prevent Qin Yun from obtaining his devil fruit ability. Boom. Impleton could not withstand the blow and made a dull thud, but the sound was insignificant under the explosion of fire and thunder. After a few breaths, Qin Yun's golden dragon body continued to shrink, and finally turned into a human form, standing in the air. There is a huge hole in the middle of Impleton, which is directly connected to the seabed. The seawater tries to pour in from the gap, but it is unable to penetrate due to the burning high temperature. It's really scary. Shiryu smacked his lips and began to doubt whether the devil fruit he wanted could help him achieve such destructive power. Magellan also disappeared, as if he had never existed. Qin Yun frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Magellan should be domineering, right? Even if he wasn't domineering, if he tried his best, there was no way that he would be wiped out by this move. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared, blowing away the steam rising above Impleton, revealing Impleton's new look. The electromagnetic field swept past, and Qin Yun smiled. At the bottom of the sea in the pit, Qin Yun discovered Magellan's figure. However, his condition was not good. His eyes rolled back, his consciousness faded, and most of his body was destroyed and disappeared. Magellan miscalculated after all. He overestimated Qin Yun's destructive power. His poisonous giant soldiers still blocked most of the impact for him and prevented him from being completely destroyed. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun appeared in front of Magellan. Advertisement, Magellan. Could it be that he saw the difference in strength between the enemy and us and had already decided to die? But that shouldn't be the case. Qin Yun did not realize that Magellan would rather die than let him obtain the poison fruit. Magellan, in a sense, your goal of preventing the prisoners of Impleton from escaping has been achieved. After all, they're all dead. Go with peace of mind. After a brief consolation, Qin Yun directly plundered his poisonous fruit and placed it inside the fortified city. The power of poison is obvious to all, but this ability is more suitable for use in narrow terrain or for poisoning and assassination. Qin Yun turned around and returned to the sky. Looking at the devastated Impleton below, Qin Yun secretly sighed at how much he had gained from this trip. Enen, Momo, Nika, hormones. There are as many as 4 kinds of fruit abilities that he plundered from himself, not to mention the devil fruits he collected in the fortified city. Whether it is to enhance the strength of subordinates or concubines, or to keep it for the future as a trump card, it is a good choice. Qin Yun raised his hand and clenched it, and the floating power was controlled by Impleton. Piao Piao Hai Wan City Burial. The seawater is rotating and eventually turns into a vortex. Impleton twisted and rumbled, and eventually turned into a giant pile of rocks, sinking deep into the seabed and pressing down on Magellan's body. At this point, Impleton, along with all the prisoners and jailers inside it, turned into an underwater tombstone. It is the proof that pirates like Luffy and jailers like Magellan once existed in this world. Seeing Qin Yun flying over, Shiryu grinned and laughed. The world's #1 great prison was destroyed just like that. If those guys from the world government knew about this, they would probably have a headache for a long time. Feng Kele's eyes were full of pride, as if he was saying, "We are really awesome. Let's go. There's a big show to watch next." Qin Yun chuckled and flew towards Nine Snake Island with the 2 of them. Oh, Shiryu thought for a moment and guessed. Could it be going to Marineford to watch the execution of the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division? Yes, this is an event that can change the world. It is much bigger than our destruction of Impleton. Advertisement Chapter 199 Marineford. Shiryu nodded. He understood what Qin Yun meant. The Whitebeard pirates and the Marines would start a war. The direction of the war would determine the future world pattern. Whitebeard. Even if he is the strongest man in the world, he will never be able to defeat Marine. I remember he's already over 70 years old. How much of his fighting ability from his youth is left? As the warden of Impleton, Shiryu knows Marine's strength very well, so it is understandable that he made such a judgment. What if his strength recovers to its heyday? Qin Yun chuckled, with a hint of evil amusement in his eyes. Shiryu thought about it carefully. I have never seen Whitebeard in his prime, but I think even if he was in his prime, he would be defeated by a fully armed Marine. Really? Qin Yun did not comment. Unfortunately, Qin Yun is not a battle maniac. If Whitebeard uses his healing power to cure his heart disease and various hidden injuries, and Whitebeard becomes extremely ferocious, it would be disastrous for Qin Yun to lose control of the situation. Compared to the fighting with the strong ones, it's cool. He prefers to fight with the goddesses. Qin Yun led them to the bottom of Nine Snake Island without saying a word. He gave the order. This is Nine Snake Island. No men from outside are allowed to enter the island. You 2 should wait below the Nine Snake Island until you reach Marineford. Nine Snake Island? Shiryu was shocked. She didn't expect that this boss was actually related to the world's most beautiful woman. He was really unfathomable. The 2 nodded, and were arranged by Qin Yun to sit on a pumice stone, staring at each other. Qin Yun returned to Nine Snake City and continued to control the Nine Snake Island to fly towards Marineford. Husband. Hancock's murmur sounded. Qin Yun smiled gently and summoned Hancock. Are you tired, my husband? Let me help you relax and get rid of your mental fatigue. That's great. After the 2 of them had a brief conversation, Qin Yun lay on Hancock's lap with his eyes closed, waiting for the Nine Snake Island to arrive in the waters near Marineford. At the same time, Lindbergh, who was about to arrive at Marineford, had a determined look on his face. Luffy, wait a moment. The gate of justice leading to Marineford will open. Advertisement Marine Headquarters, Marineford. As soon as the sun reached its zenith, the Marines prepared for battle. Ace knelt on the execution platform, worried about Luffy's safety. He always had a bad feeling. Outside Marineford, 50 warships are watching covetously. In order to defeat the Whitebeard pirates, Marine summoned all the famous Marine elites from all over the world to Marineford. In the end, the total number of Marine elites reached about 100,000. Even though they are few in number, each of them is worth 10 or even 100. This battle, which is broadcast live to the whole world, absolutely cannot allow any accidents to happen. Under the influence of Qin Yun's butterfly effect, only Bartholomew Kuma and Jorikal Mahawk came to Shichibukai. Only 2 of the 7 came, which was somewhat disrespectful to the Marine and the world government. Perhaps after today, the world government will have to reconsider what the purpose of Shichibukai's existence is. With heavy footsteps, Zhang Guo walked up the stairs and arrived at the execution platform. Taking the Den Den Mushi handed over by the soldier, Sengoku walked to Ace's side and announced to the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi. Before the execution, there is one thing that must be announced to everyone in the world. The Marines were stunned. There was no such segment in the rehearsal a few days ago? Zhang Guo glanced at the whole audience and continued, Portgas d Ace, about the importance of this person's death. Ace, tell me your father's name. Ace raised his eyebrows and said calmly, my father is Whitebeard. No, Zhang Guo interrupted coldly. How can it be wrong? I only have one father, and that's Whitebeard. Zhang Guo responded indifferently and began to talk about Ace's life story. 10,000 meters above the sky, Qin Yun leisurely held Hancock in his arms, waiting for the show to begin. Marineford, Impledown and Judicial Island form a triangle and are not very far apart. An ordinary ship can reach from one place to another in about 2 hours. Even if Qin Yun flew with the archipelago, his speed would be several times faster than that of a ship. Advertisement hearing Zhang Guo mention Ace's mother, Qin Yun couldn't help but sigh. Portgas de Rouge. What a pity, I came too late, if I had traveled through time a few decades earlier. Although he had never met Rouge, he could tell from her stories that she was definitely a great mother and a great person. Qin Yun is not a thief, he just happens to like Rouge. But the dead are gone, he can only cherish the people in front of him and take good care of these beauties he has captured. While he was thinking, powerful electromagnetic field information came from under the sea, which made Qin Yun curl his lips. The Whitebeard pirates are here. At the same time, Zhang Guo also finished telling the story of Ace and shouted. Ace, your father is One Piece, Grodd Roger. As Ace's identity was revealed to the world, it instantly caused a sensation around the world. At this moment, Marineford fell into a strange silence. After everyone recovered from this shocking news, Zhang Guo continued. It was thanks to Whitebeard's protection that you were able to escape for so many years. Now, you have fallen into the hands of Marine, and your death is inevitable. Sengoku paused, then shouted angrily, even if it means a full-scale war with the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, the Marines were encouraged and danced to boost their morale. At this moment, a Marine officer with a scar on his eye rushed to the execution platform and reported loudly. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, report. The gate of justice has been opened without anyone's instructions. What did you say? Zhang Guo widened his eyes, unable to believe that such bad news would come at this time. The opening of the gate of justice means that there is a high possibility that unexpected people will arrive to disrupt the situation, which may have an impact on his strategic deployment. At this point, we can only take one step at a time and see what happens. Zhang Guo waved his hand to let the general retreat, and looked towards the direction of the bay with a serious expression. The field fell into an eerie silence again. Perhaps someone with excellent hearing could hear the buzzing sound coming from the sea far away, but as long as no one came forward to report it, the Whitebeard pirates would not be discovered. Boo bo bo. Whitebeard's pirate group gradually surfaced, raising clouds of hazy mist. Chapter 200 Whitebeard appears. The officer at the Marinefondo observation tower focused his eyes and discovered the dark shadows of dozens of ships. He was shocked and turned pale. He quickly raised the alarm and shouted. Appeared. Everyone, prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, the Marines began to take action, moving their cannons to point at the pirates in the distance. How did the pirates under Whitebeard appear? Countless Marines have this question. This is the Whitebeard pirates' large fleet. Wait a minute. Where is Whitebeard? Hurry and lock the target. The inventory is complete. There are a total of 43 pirate ships, but no trace of Whitebeard and the captains has been found. The Marines were in action. In just a few breaths, they took a clear look at the suddenly arriving pirate fleet. They were worthy of being elite Marines from all over the world. But even if the pirate fleet kept approaching Marinefondo, no one dared to fire the first shot. Because Whitebeard's whereabouts have not yet been determined, they are afraid that Whitebeard has a more terrible plan. At this moment, bubbles suddenly appeared in the bay of Marinefondo. Immediately afterwards, a huge water column spewed out, and raindrops fell on Mahawk and others. So that's it. Whitebeard. They actually lurked here from the bottom of the sea by coating the ships. Warring States took a look and immediately guessed Whitebeard's method. Then something resembling a whale's head rushed out of the water. This iconic appearance was recognized by everyone present. Moby DK is here. Before the Marines could react, the water surface stirred up waves again, and 3 foreign ships with the same shape as the Moby DK but slightly different colors emerged from the water back to back. Those are the 13 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. There is one missing Captain Nomuel of the 8th Division. Where is he? Major General Akande of the headquarters held a telescope and looked at the generals present. The officials reported the situation. Chang, 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 Chang. Advertisement accompanied by the crisp sound of Qin Yun's cutting knife handle hitting the ground. Whitebeard walked to the bow of the ship with steps that he didn't recognize, and looked at the marine formation in front of him with an indifferent expression. The Whitebeard pirates and its many pirate groups are officially here. Whitebeard looked directly at Warring States standing next to Ace through the heavy encirclement, grinned and said. Gu la la la. We haven't seen each other for decades, right? Warring States. Whitebeard. You really dared to come. Sengoku looked solemn. He never expected that the Whitebeard pirates would invade the bay so easily. Is my beloved son okay? Gu la la la. Seeing no one answered, Whitebeard looked at Ace and said softly, wait a moment, Ace. Seeing Whitebeard loving him as much as ever, Ace couldn't help but get red eyes and shouted tremblingly, "Dad." When Whitebeard heard this, he couldn't hold back his mouth. He casually pushed Kong Yunki aside, clenched his fists and placed them on his abdomen, squatting down to prepare for attack. Drink. The next moment, he suddenly punched the void on both sides. Transparent cracks invisible to the naked eye filled the void. The water on both sides of the Moby DK was forced to jump high into the sky, surging and stirring in the form of irregular spheres. That was a sea earthquake that was enough to distort the seawater. I haven't seen this scene for a long time. Warring State's eyes flashed and he recognized Whitebeard's moves. After 3 breaths, the water on both sides of the Moby DK fell into calm again. Seeing this situation, many people who have never seen Whitebeard's ability are confused. Ace stared blankly at Whitebeard and the other 13 captains, feeling even more guilty, hating himself for not listening to his father's words and going to find Blackbeard alone. What are they doing? Why are they all quiet? Are they waiting for Whitebeard to give orders? The young Marine couldn't bear the silence and asked the surrounding veterans in a low voice. Maybe, right? The veterans were not sure either. At the same time, the highest building of the Marine headquarters is at the Sentry Tower. Qin Yun casually pinched the neck of Marine who was stationed here and looked down with a calm expression. Advertisement. Is it a sea earthquake? Whitebeard's forward swing is a bit slow. Let me add strength to this wave. He raised his hand and held it in vain, and the fluttering power quickly spread to the seawater under his feet, and the electromagnetic force added fire to it, fueling the arrogance of Whitebeard Hai Gen. Piao Twilight of the Gods. Then, let's start the fight quickly. I can't wait, hee. It's really exciting. I didn't expect that I would see such a grand show just after I left Imperial. Shiryu's eyes were filled with excitement and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Speaking of which, Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world, and Kaido is called the strongest creature in the world. Don't you think it's strange? What's weird? Shiryu was confused. Both of them are the strongest, so if the title is correct, Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, but not the strongest creature, and Kaido is the strongest creature, but not a man. This. Shiryu seemed to understand, and he had a flash of inspiration and muttered. Perhaps Kaido is indeed not a man. But, an artificial human? After all, he has been captured so many times by the world government and has been transformed into a human being. I don't know about that. Qin Yun shook his head and continued to look at the scene, as if he was looking for something, but couldn't find it. Have you seen Momonosuke, Gion? As a general candidate, why didn't you participate in such a big event? Qin Yun couldn't help but ask Shiryu. Shiryu looked left and right, finally shook his head and replied, I didn't see. Is it because Lieutenant General he didn't let her come? Or maybe she has other tasks? Qin Yun could only guess in his heart that Marine branches all over the world needed to be guarded, and he might have been arranged by he to guard Marine's branch base. At this time, Marine, who was next to the port, had already noticed an abnormality and shouted, the water surface is falling rapidly. No, the water surface is rising again. It's so nerve-wracking that I'm almost suffocating. Kebi in the mixed crowd suddenly muttered in a cold sweat. But his voice seemed too loud, attracting strange looks from the surrounding Marine elites. Buzz. Malinfondo is shaking, the earth is roaring, and the waves are rolling high. Advertisement Chapter 201. The Battle of Marineford. The Marines were swayed from side to side by the earthquake and could not stand steadily. Everyone be careful. Edward Newgate with Whitebeard is an earthquake man who ate the tremor fruit. This is a devil fruit that is powerful enough to destroy the world. Sengoku reminded the Marines with a serious look. After hearing this, the Marines suddenly realized that even though they had an absolute advantage in numbers, no one dared to guarantee that they could defeat the Whitebeard pirates. A trace of doubt flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. The tsunami he created should still be on the way. How come it arrived so soon? This sudden change made him feel uneasy. Let's go, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in unison. Oh, as the pirates shouted wildly, 2 tsunamis formed in the blink of an eye, forming a double team, ready to destroy Marineford on the spot. The Marines stared at the tsunami in amazement, especially the fear on Kobe's face, which made people laugh. What kind of power is this? He is worthy of being called the strongest man in the world. At this moment, no one doubted Whitebeard's status as the strongest man in the world. Just as the huge waves blocked the sun and the shadow spread to Kuzan, his eyes flashed, and he leapt into the air, opened his hands wide, and the freezing power in his hands rushed to both sides. Whoosh! Ice Age! Buzz! The power of freezing was expanding, and in an instant it turned the 2 huge waves into ice waves, making them motionless. The seawater in the harbor was also frozen, but it also created a suitable foothold for both pirates and Marines. Thus, the battle officially begins. In what happened next, it seemed that Qin Yun's butterfly effect did not have much impact. Mahawk drew his sword and slashed at Whitebeard, but was blocked by Diamond Joe's. Advertisement There is also Borsellino's famous quote, as expected of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, each one is as strong as a monster. After saying that, he turned into a flash of light and stood in the sky, using the Yasukani no Magatama to hit Whitebeard, but was completely blocked by the Phoenix, Marco. Borsellino, the shining man, stayed where he was, waiting for Marco's close kick. After he took it, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly turned into a flash of light and smashed into the wall of the Marine headquarters. The destructive power was even greater than when he attacked the Whitebeard pirates. Then, he began his leisurely paddling journey. The title of Qin Yun also came from this. Of course, he wasn't the only one paddling. In the chaotic battlefield, Kobe's pink hair was particularly eye-catching. He looked terrified and stared motionlessly at the chaos around him. Kobe was screaming in his heart, "No, my legs are weak and I can't move at all." Like Kobe, Belmer's legs became weak and he even fell to his knees, shouting, "Impossible. There's no way we can beat these guys." It is hard to imagine that these two extremely cowardly guys would become members of the Marine Headquarters Secret Special Force, Blade. He was even favored by Garp, who sacrificed himself for him and was captured alive by the future Blackbeard pirates. For two cowardly guys to survive in such a battlefield, it shows how many enemies they have avoided. Afterwards, Diamond Joe's brought out a huge piece of ice stone and smashed it at the seats of the three generals, who was taken down by Sakaski's big fire breathing. Oz Jr. relied on his huge body to roam freely on the battlefield, and even the giant troops of Marine Headquarters could not stop him. Huh? A giant beauty? Come to think of it, there doesn't seem to be a giant among my concubines. Shirahoshi should be the biggest one right now. Qin Yun looked at the beauty with interest. The only female Titan Marine Vice Admiral. Unfortunately, the name of this beautiful Lieutenant General was not mentioned in the plot. She is somewhat similar to Kaya, both of them have long golden hair. When little Oz Jr. arrived in front of Shichibukai's territory, he was hit by the big bear charge, and his eyes rolled back, his fangs broke, and he finally fell to the ground. Fortunately, Doflamingo is dead and Moonlight Mariah did not come, otherwise the pain that Oz Jr. would have to endure would have been doubled. Although his huge body gave Oz Jr. great strength, it also made him a slow-moving target. Advertisement. You've revealed your weakness, Whitebeard. Lieutenant General Renzi shouted and swung his giant axe at Whitebeard, but unfortunately he made a wrong judgment and was seriously injured and nearly died on the spot. Seeing such a powerful Titan Vice Admiral being killed instantly by Whitebeard in one move, Kobe and Belmer were dumbfounded on the spot. After looking at each other, they immediately fled to the rear of Marineford and became deserters. However, they did not expect that in the town behind Marineford, they saw Sakaski executing deserters on the spot, and they were almost frightened to incontinence. It's a pity that Sakaski didn't seem to have activated his observation hockey at this time. Otherwise, seeing the two deserters, Kobe and Belembe, he might have executed them on the spot. On the battlefield, Garp, as an insider, knew the battle plan that Ace would be executed early, so he sat next to Ace and wanted to take a few more looks at Ace. But after sitting down, he could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart, and he could only burst into tears. At this time, Garp didn't know that his grandson had already gone to the underworld before Ace. How desperate must he be when he returns to his home and can't find Luffy's burned-out lifeguard? As time passed, the Whitebeard pirates seemed to have gained a slight upper hand, but they were not happy for long, as Sentomaru appeared on the periphery with a large number of pacifists and slaughtered the pirates wantonly. The battle situation was overturned in an instant. The Marines began to push the field open, allowing the pacifists to exert their power. The live broadcast of Den Den Mushi to the whole world was cut off one after another by Marine. This time, there was no buggy to snatch the video Den Den Mushi, and Sengoku's order was perfectly executed. People all over the world who were anxiously waiting for the follow-up of the battle, when they saw the projection screen that had lost its signal, began to curse. Both Marine and the Whitebeard pirates were the targets of their criticism. Just when the Marine and the pirates were busy running around, Squar quietly approached Whitebeard, and after a brief conversation, Sakaski curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a triumphant smile. Whoosh! Squar suddenly rushed in front of Whitebeard and stabbed him in the abdomen. Whitebeard was shocked. He never expected that his son, whom he had lived with for many years, would retaliate against him. He hesitated for a moment and did not choose to dodge, allowing the knife to pierce his abdomen. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was so shocked that their mouths opened wide and they were speechless. Chapter 202 Qin Yun appears. Whitebeard's blood slowly dripped on the ground along the tip of the sword. The moment Scarred and Whitebeard looked at each other, he was startled. He subconsciously pulled out the sword in his hand and looked at Whitebeard with a heavy breath. Whitebeard was stabbed. The assassin was the captain of Whitebeard's pirate group, the Great Vortex Spider. The Marines reported blankly. Schoolyard. Marco turned into a phoenix, stepped on Schoolyard to the ground, and shouted sternly. Why did you do such an act of betrayal? Tell me, Schoolyard. Stop. Stop talking nonsense, it's all you who forced me to do this. Schoolyard gritted his teeth, his eyes full of unyielding. What did you say? Do you understand what stupid thing you did? Marco was furious and cursed in his heart. How could there be such a pig teammate? Whitebeard was half kneeling on the ground. Marco quickly stepped forward to help him, but Whitebeard waved his hand to stop him. He looked at Schoolyard with a complicated expression, knowing clearly that Schoolyard had fallen into a trap. You guys, have you reached an agreement with Marine? Schoolyard stood up with a firm gaze. The Whitebeard pirates and Ace will be saved, but we miserable pirates will die here and become a laughing stock. Schoolyard seemed to want to prove the correctness of his approach, and danced and explained to the pirates. Schoolyard. That guy is saying something stupid. Most pirates are ungrateful. How much benefit have they received from Whitebeard's protection? They will never believe what Schoolyard says. Ha 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 ha. What a picture of a loving father and a filial son. At this moment, a wild and uninhibited voice suddenly spread across the battlefield. Who is coming? Who is it? Who is speaking? Marine and pirates looked around, looking for the person who spoke. Is he there? Wait. He is. On a whim, Smoker discovered Qin Yun at the tallest sentry tower of Marine headquarters. Advertisement. Everyone looked in the direction Smoker was looking at, and immediately saw the true face of the man who was mocking Whitebeard. I saw that the young man had a face like a crown jewel and a smile on his face, but his deep eyes revealed traces of indifference, and there seemed to be an emperor's look between his brows, which was unattainable. He was wearing a black robe and a white cloak, which was blowing in the wind, with the word, God, printed on it, as if thunder was bursting out from it, and his momentum was extremely frightening. A group of marines and pirates all looked up. There was silence in the field. The next moment, the young man spoke in a calm tone. You're fine, Garp, Warring States. That's the God Emperor Qin Yun, who never failed to defeat the marine hero Garp and Imperial's warden, Shiryu of the Rain. The generals in charge of the bounty quickly announced the identity of the person. God Emperor Qin Yun, why are you here and what do you want? Warring States gritted his teeth and said in a hateful voice. He knew that someone unexpected would arrive today, but he didn't expect that Qin Yun, a person who was beyond his reach, would come first. In fact, he also wanted to thank Qin Yun, because he killed everyone else who came. Especially without Luffy, the key background king, the Marines no longer have anyone to worry about their identity. Thunderboy. Garp muttered silently in his mind, stopped looking at Qin Yun, and continued to race against time to enjoy the time with Ace. It's the person with the Thunder Fruit ability, and he's also the guy who killed Namur. Whitebeard's eyes were not kind, but rescuing Ace was the key at the moment, and there was no time to avenge Namur. You be asterisk 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 D. What did you do to Dasky and Tina? If you have the guts, take me away too. Otherwise, let me let them go. The anger on Smoker's face was visible to the naked eye. Before he finished speaking, he flew up angrily. But the next moment, he was stopped by Kuzan. Smoker, calm down. Kuzan. Why? You can't beat him. Kuzan pointed out Smoker's weakness mercilessly. The two were inseparable, and he would not let Smoker die. Advertisement, the focus now is the Whitebeard pirates. Damn it. Smoker gritted his teeth. His old friend's dissuasion was very effective. He screamed helplessly and went down. Qin Yun chuckled, ignored Smoker's noise, and said in a calm tone. The battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates is a rare show in decades. It would be a pity to miss it like this. Are you here to see the show? What a bad guy. Do you think this is a place where you can come if you want? Warring States said in a serious tone. Isn't it? Qin Yun looked serious, not like he was joking. After coming back to his senses, Warring States noticed Shiryu behind Qin Yun. His expression changed drastically and he realized that they were from Impleton. Shiryu. You be asterisk 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 D. What happened to Magellan? What happened to the Imperial prison? How did you two guys get together? Shiryu sneered and said mockingly. The fact that we are here intact is equivalent to answering your question, isn't it? Lord Sengoku Fleet Admiral. If you want to know more information about Impel Prison, you might as well drive a boat to Impel Prison to confirm it yourself. In short, I am now going to devote myself to the great god tier Ming Dynasty. Master Qin Yun. If I encounter you at sea in the future, please give me some advice. Shiryu. Faced with Shiryu's attitude, Sengoku further confirmed his suspicion. Sir Sengoku Fleet Admiral. We at Impleton have been unable to get in touch 2.5 hours ago, and we don't have the extra troops to go and check. The reports from the generals made Sengoku even more troubled, but the focus now was on the Whitebeard pirates. Qin Yun waved his hand and urged. What are you looking at me for? The battle is not over yet, keep fighting. Don't let your men fight. Generals and old men with white beards, it's time to show your true strength. Move quickly and make this battle more intense. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Perusolino's mouth, as if he was not surprised by Qin Yun's appearance. He said slowly, I really didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. You are indeed a restless person, God Emperor Qin Yun. Sakaski frowned slightly, his eyes seemed to contain blazing fire. Another troublesome pirate, damn Roger. He can't live without death, he has caused so much trouble to the world. 6 centigrams chapter 203 adding fuel to the fire. Kuzan had a calm expression on his face. He gently adjusted his eye patch, with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny in his tone. Ah, it seems that this person is another remarkable person. This battle seems to be getting more interesting. Whitebeard grinned, and in just a few words he had calmed Squar and stabilized the army's morale. Seeing Qin Yun's spearhead pointed at him, he didn't even raise his eyelids and said in a calm tone. Damn little devil, you really have the guts to appear in front of me. You don't think I have forgotten the grudge between us, do you? After saying that, Whitebeard swung his arm suddenly, and with the force of shock, he punched heavily in the direction of Qin Yun, landing in the void. The next moment, Whitebeard created several cracks in the void, and the vibrating force spread rapidly. The entire Marineford was trembling under this force, as if it was about to be completely destroyed. Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged and he didn't even bother to hide. He was in the main building of the Marine headquarters, and there were people to block the shockwave for him. As expected, the shockwave was stopped by the 3 generals before it reached the execution platform. Whitebeard's attack was stopped by the admirals. The Marines cheered, feeling as if they had survived a calamity. Hey, this won't do, Whitebeard, we can't let you destroy the main building of the Marine headquarters so easily. Borsalino curled his lips, and the 3 admirals looked very relaxed. HMPH. You really use the strategy of sowing discord well. Sengoku, you have completely fooled us. Whitebeard no longer worried about Squirt's emotions and walked slowly to the bow of the Moby DK. You actually said that I betrayed my own son. Whitebeard's eyes flashed, he clenched his fists and struck to both sides. The force of the shock arrived in an instant, destroying all the ice walls surrounding Marineford. Now that the ice wall has disappeared, we can sail our ship away. Dad, he is helping us find a way out. Some smart pirates discovered the deeper meaning of Whitebeard's move. Have you come up with a plan so quickly? Whitebeard is such a difficult man to deal with. Zhongguo looked solemn. As pirates, it's up to you to decide what to believe in, Whitebeard shouted loudly, but he was worried in his heart. Ace is next to Zhongguo, who can take Ace back from him. He originally wanted to complete his mission in his later years and lead Ace into the future. But the predicament at this time made him feel more and more that his mission could not be accomplished. Advertisement, I knew Dad would never betray us. Sure enough, Squaw was deceived. This is all Marine's conspiracy. Damn you, Marine, how dare you use such despicable means to hurt my dad? At this moment, all the pirates no longer doubted Whitebeard's intentions, and the belief in unity reached its peak at this moment. Sons, if you still want to follow in my footsteps, don't care about your life and follow me. After saying that, Whitebeard jumped up and jumped off the Moby DK. Oh, the pirates were so excited to see Whitebeard joining the battle, and their morale was boosted. Get ready to fight, the strongest man in the world is going crazy. Sengoku shouted, and Marine began to fight and retreat under his command. The siege of the wall has started, hold on a little longer. Let me add fuel to the fire for you, Qin Yun sneered, and a large dark cloud quickly gathered in the sky, covering Marineford and the surrounding seas. Thunder method. All thunders destroy everything. Following Qin Yun's low shout, brilliant thunder began to rain on the field, indiscriminately attacking the Marines and pirates on the field. Accept death, and die here. The screams became more frequent. The Marine and the pirates not only had to guard against each other's attacks, but also had to pay attention to the thunder that would fall at their feet from time to time. Seeing that the casualties were getting more serious, both sides could no longer sit still. The generals and captains all glanced at Qin Yun with fierce eyes. He could be said to have raised the hatred value of both sides to the maximum. Qin Yun, what on earth do you want to do? Zhongguo glanced at Qin Yun coldly, feeling more and more that he didn't understand Qin Yun's behavior. Damn little devil, do you really think I can't spare the time to kill you? Whitebeard held the Kusukumokiri in his hand and chopped off the shells and lightning that were shot at him. Qin Yun smiled calmly and spread his hands, showing his arrogance. Ha 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 ha. Come on if you have the guts, Whitebeard. How long can you last in your current state? You have an old illness, an old body, and your son's backstab. How much of your strength can you really use? Advertisement, how about it? If you want to kill Marine, do you want me to heal you? I promise that under my treatment, you will definitely be able to display your full strength. Little Thunder Ghost, stop joking. Not to mention that you have no evidence, I have a grudge against you. Even if you really have the ability to heal me, I will not accept it. Whitebeard looked arrogant and disdained Qin Yun's kindness. I, Newgate, have been sailing on the sea for decades and have never received help from others. Really? That's a pity. I wanted you to kill a few more Marines? Qin Yun did not comment. He did have the idea of giving Whitebeard some treatment. He wanted to increase Whitebeard's strength and see if he could inflict heavy damage on more Marines. Otherwise, given Whitebeard's current condition, the ending would probably be the same as in the original timeline. Akainu was seriously injured, Aokiji was slightly injured, and Kizaru's clothes were slightly dirty. Don't even think about getting on board Marineford, Whitebeard pirates, take my sword. At this time, a giant Marine vice admiral suddenly broke through the pirates' blockade, went straight to Whitebeard, and swung the giant sword in his hand to slash at Whitebeard. That's Vice Admiral Marine, John Jando. The pirates recognized the giant Marine. Whitebeard had an indifferent expression on his face. Kurosaki blocked it casually and took John Jando's powerful attack. He snorted coldly. Stop getting in the way here, oi, little devil. Before he finished speaking, Whitebeard suddenly exerted force. Clang. John Jando was shot away by Whitebeard and looked at him in shock. It was hard to imagine that his strength as a giant was not as strong as that of the petite Whitebeard. Mukamochi was casually stabbed into the ground by Whitebeard. His eyes focused, and he hooked his claws into the air, slowly exerting force, as if he wanted to tear the air apart. Buzz. A large amount of shock force began to exert its power, and John Jando was thrown out directly. Not only that, Marineford began to tilt. The Marines and pirates were thrown to the ground, frantically trying to grab objects around them to steady themselves. Advertisement Chapter 204. The Emperor's Arena. What a powerful ability. The Tremor fruit. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at the surrounding sea motionlessly, seemingly unaffected by anything. Is this the ability of the Tremor fruit that is said to destroy the world? I'm now beginning to believe that Whitebeard can destroy the world. Shiryu inserted the thunderstorm into the ground to stabilize his body. Under the influence of the shocking force, Marineford and the surrounding seas split and separated, forming countless individuals, which were intricately tilted and crossed, like a winding giant snake crawling left and right. The base of Marineford began to break and collapse due to uneven force, hitting many unlucky Marines. After a moment, everything returned to calm. Except for the main building of the Marine headquarters, all other buildings were basically destroyed. This doomsday scene scared many Marines and made them back off. Seeing this, Zhongguo knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he asked the Marine officer beside him, "How is the encirclement wall?" Then, "The ice wall created by Admiral Aokiji is too thick, we still need some time. Get it done as soon as possible." Even if it means stopping all functions of Marineford, we must quickly raise the encirclement wall. Yes. As Sengoku's order was issued, the steel encirclement wall rose rapidly, leaving only a gap facing the execution platform and the retreat route of the Whitebeard pirates. Is this a wall? How could this happen? We are surrounded like this? The pirates were enraged and began to attack the encirclement wall, but found that their attacks were completely ineffective. Looking at the densely packed cannons on the encirclement wall, everyone felt something was not good. Damn Sengoku, he's playing these conspiracies and tricks again. Marco frowned. Although he could fly, he couldn't carry so many pirates across the encirclement wall. Sengoku was also very annoyed. Little Oz Jr. below pressed on the exit of the encirclement wall, giving the pirates another way to survive. Master Sengoku, Fleet Admiral. The wall below Oz is malfunctioning. That guy bled too much and it seeped into the wall system, causing communication failure. Damn Demon Oz. Advertisement, that's it, it's my turn. Sakaski's face was grim. He took a step forward and his arms turned into rolling magma, flowing hotly. Meteor Volcano. With a low shout from Sakaski, he suddenly raised his arms, transformed into a magma cannon with unlimited bullets, and shot the power of magma into the sky. For a moment, the hot magma made the faces of many marines and pirates red. Looking at the magma disappearing into the sky, the pirates scratched their heads, wondering what Sakaski was doing. But the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Bang, 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 bang. The strange sound of magma breaking through the dark clouds was heard, and the magma took the shape of fists, like gorgeous meteors streaking through the sky, mercilessly smashing into the many pirates and ice. This is Admiral Akainu's massacre of pirates. The Marines cheered, the dawn of victory was just around the corner. In this one-sided massacre, Whitebeard lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. But when the Moby DK and 3 other foreign ships were attacked by lava, Whitebeard could no longer sit still. He suddenly swung his fist, pointing it directly at the encircling wall. The powerful vibration created cracks in the void one after another, impacting the encircling wall. Clang, with a loud bang, countless Marines were blown away by the aftereffects of the shock, but the surrounding wall remained motionless, leaving only a dent mark. How is it possible? Dad's tremor fruit didn't work. Diamond Joe's widened his eyes and exclaimed. That is definitely not an ordinary wall. It was probably made by Vegapunk himself. Marco guessed with a serious expression. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and his eyes were trembling. It was obvious that he used a lot of strength, which caused the old and new wounds on his body to become aggravated. He turned his head and looked at the Moby DK, which was gradually being burned to ashes, and the pirate flag which turned into nothingness in the flames, and he felt mixed emotions. He knew that his old friend would die here, and he himself might also die here. I'm sorry, old man. Advertisement seeing the situation on the scene was so boring. Qin Yun shook his head helplessly and shouted. What's the point of just a one-sided massacre? Let's all fight? Piao Piao General Emperor Arena. Following Qin Yun's order, the entire island seemed to be gently lifted up by an invisible giant hand, and then began to reshape itself in an incredible way. Boom. Hearing Qin Yun's inexplicable remarks, everyone looked at him strangely, but then they discovered that Marineford was twisting and spinning. The marine, who was not strong enough, fell to the ground on the spot, and was even thrown into the sea. This is. Zhang Guo seemed to have thought of some possibility, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Then, the originally well-arranged houses began to tremble, pulled by some force, gradually rising and spreading to the outside. The tiles on the roof fell off during the vibration, turning into tiny bits of light that flickered in the afterglow of the setting sun. The trees on the island were not immune. They swayed in the strong wind, fiddled with by invisible fingers. The tree roots are deeply embedded in the soil, but are pulled out in an instant by a powerful force and then resettled at the edge of the ring structure, forming a natural green barrier. At the same time, the ground of the island began to heave violently, squeezed and kneaded by huge force. The originally flat ground became rugged and uneven, with cracks crisscrossing each other. The unlucky marine and the pirates accidentally fell into it and turned into nutrients for Marineford. However, these cracks did not last long. They were quickly filled with new rocks, forming steep rock walls that surrounded the entire island, like a natural wall, isolating this area from the outside world. In the center of the island, a vast open space gradually formed. The residential buildings and marine headquarters that were originally built here have disappeared without a trace, replaced by a flat and wide stage. On this open space, the Marines and the pirates were forcibly gathered together, and the encirclement wall of the Marines also sank deep into the ground and no longer protruded. The execution platform collapsed with a loud bang, and Zhang Guo was about to fall to the ground holding Ace's neck, but was lifted up again by a stone pillar as the ultimate goal of this war. What kind of terrifying power is this? An experienced Marine pointed to the sky with trembling hands, his eyes full of fear for Qin Yun. Chapter 205. Zhang Guo. I really admire you, old man. He turned the entire Marineford into a huge arena. That's right, at this moment, Marineford is no longer the righteous marine headquarters, but a circular arena that towers into the clouds. It is surrounded by steep cliffs and dense woods, with a vast open space in the center. Qin Yun was still at the highest point of the arena. He stared coldly at everything below him. His voice echoed in the empty arena like the sound of nature. Marine, pirates, dance, use all your strength to please me. Marineford, the symbol of justice, has been transformed into such a place full of killing. Qin Yun, you are really guilty of a heinous crime. Marine, who has a sense of justice, is disgusted by Qin Yun's behavior. Well done. Raiden brat. As the Whitebeard pirates were at a disadvantage, they were naturally happy to see that the balance of war had returned to the midpoint. How is it possible? Such an ability. Is it the float fruit? Or is it the island fruit of Avalo Pizarro? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Zhang quickly confirmed his guess. It's definitely not the island fruit. That man doesn't seem like the type who would make himself uncomfortable. The floating fruit is unlikely, and no one knows the whereabouts of the golden lion, so there is only one answer. If the island fruit is used, any damage caused to the island will be returned to the user of the ability. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yun. You hit it so well. You are not the user of the thunder fruit. You are some kind of animal-type mythical beast. Ha 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 ha. Who knows? I'm not the protagonist yet, so hurry up and fight. Qin Yun laughed and glanced at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, don't you want to save Ace? Why don't you do it? Are you unable to bear the injuries? Gulala. Little Thunder Ghost, even if you die here first, I will not collapse. Whitebeard would never show any sign of weakness. Borsellino pondered for a moment, pursed his lips and muttered. Fleet Admiral of the Sengoku period. Qin Yun is indeed the user of the Thunder Fruit. I have seen him use elemental transformation before. Oh, Zhang was stunned and glanced at Garp. Garp slapped his head and muttered nervously. I'm sorry, Zhang. When I met Qin Yun, he did show the ability to control objects to fly, which is a bit similar to the Golden Lion's floating fruit. Advertisement, Garp. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Ah, I was on vacation at that time. I was busy taking care of my grandson and forgot about it. Garp replied with a wry smile. Speaking of his grandson, he restrained the expression on his face again. Ace, the man next to him who is not his biological grandson but is better than his own grandson, is about to die, and he really can't be happy no matter what. I really admire you, old man. Our understanding of Qin Yun's fruit ability is incomplete. Zhang held his forehead, looking helpless. What kind of mythical beast fruit ability can possess the abilities of both the thunder fruit and the float fruit at the same time? Sakazuki interrupted coldly and continued to attack the Whitebeard pirates. I think we don't need to worry about it. After we take down the Whitebeard pirates, we can capture Qin Yun and torture him. That's the only way. Zhang nodded, glanced at the two executioners who had hurried back, and shouted. Prepare for execution. Yes. The executioner responded and walked to both sides of Ace, ready for the execution. The corners of Garp's mouth twitched violently. Even though his inner emotions kept urging him to stop Marine from executing Ace, the cloak of justice he was wearing pressed him down and made him unable to move. In the end, he chose to remain silent. Begin the execution. Zhang's eyes flashed, and he suddenly shouted. The pirates were shocked by Sengoku's unconventional moves, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the sharp blade that was slowly slashing towards Ace. Ace! Marco screamed and turned into a phoenix and flew towards the execution platform at high speed. But Marco was kicked to the ground by Borsellino. He chuckled and muttered. Dame I won't let you get away so easily. Ace, Whitebeard's eyes fixed, and Conqueror's domineering and unreserved rush towards the execution platform. Buzz! With a soft groan, the two executioners could not bear the strong impact and fainted on the ground. Even some weak Marines and pirates were affected by the aftermath and fell to the ground. As that? Conqueror's domineering? Zhang gritted his teeth. Advertisement. The two executioners were strong enough, but they still couldn't stand up to Whitebeard's Conqueror's domineering power. Oh, Daddy's Conqueror's domineering power has appeared. Those who are not strong enough, quickly leave Daddy's side. This is the legendary thing that only one person in a million can possess. It's really scary. Damn it. Why are all the Conqueror's domineering awakeners pirates? Why isn't there a single Marine? The pirates were celebrating, but the Marines were upset. In fact, Zhang also has Conqueror's domineering aura, written on the life card, but he rarely shows it in front of outsiders, so few people know about it. Sengoku, you are always so unsportsmanlike. Whitebeard was still releasing his Conquerors, trying to suppress Sengoku. Stop joking, Whitebeard, there is no moral relationship between me and you pirates. Sengoku's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't seem to be affected by Conquerors at all. Hey, Whitebeard snorted coldly and walked in front of the pirates. Whitebeard is coming forward. He's going to join the battle. The Marines raised their guns in panic, but no one dared to take the lead. Back off, sons, Whitebeard gave the order, and the pirates subconsciously retreated. Whitebeard held Kusagawa Kirei tightly in both hands, and wrapped the shock force around the blade of Kusagawa Kirei, and swung it heavily in the direction of Marine. Clang, a sound like glass breaking was heard, and a large number of Marines screamed and were blown away by the power of the tremor fruit. The smoke and dust cleared, and the captains came to Whitebeard. Sons, rescue Ace. Kill Marine. Whitebeard raised his arms and shouted. Oh, the morale of the pirates was boosted, and they raised their weapons to tear these dishonest Marines to pieces. Hey, in this case. Zhang's eyes flashed, and he made a decision. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan, the three of you, surround and kill Whitebeard. The vice admirals will deal with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and the others will wipe out the remaining pirates. Chapter 206 Chaos. Yes, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, sir. Pirates are the only ones in the world who fear Marines. We are the real hunters. The Marines have clear eyes and clear goals. Thunder roared, rain fell, and the real battle began. For a moment, the field fell into chaos again. Although there were a few less Shichibukai on the field, this actually increased the Marines' advantage, and the Whitebeard pirates' side suffered much more than in the original timeline. Without Luffy, the background king, the Marines will not show mercy to others, and the pirates will not be able to get close to the execution platform at all. Hey, Shiryu, don't you want to kill? Seeing this, Qin Yun urged Shiryu to go on stage. You can kill anyone below you, no matter if they are Marines or pirates. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill them. Boss Qin Yun, please stop making fun of me. It would be bad if I were targeted by Zanguo and Whitebeard in a battlefield like this. Shiryu said this, but his hands kept touching Lei Yu. It was obvious that he was still itching to go down and kill. What are you afraid of? With me here, how can they kill you? Qin Yun chuckled and ordered. Go ahead, and pay more attention to the devil fruit users. If you kill them, send the bodies to me. The plan of plundering devil fruits cannot be stopped for a moment. Since the boss has said so much, then I will. Shiryu smiled evilly, took a step forward, and prepared to enter the battlefield. Wait. Qin Yun suddenly thought of something and took out a devil fruit from the fortress and handed it to him. I heard you want the transparent fruit? You're really lucky, I have this devil fruit in my hand. This. I don't want to receive anything without merit, how dare I take this devil fruit? Shiryu was shocked. He just mentioned some devil fruits he wanted when he was chatting with Fenkale on the road. Could it be that Qin Yun heard it? What a horrible perception. In fact, Shiryu was wrong. Qin Yun did not hear the conversation between him and Fenkale, but gave it to him based on the development of the original timeline. The ability of the transparent fruit was average in his opinion. Perhaps Shiryu valued the invisible swordsmanship after taking the transparent fruit. Take it and take it. If you have no merit, then go and make some to repay me. Advertisement. Shiryu's expression straightened when he heard this, and he said seriously, Boss Qin Yun, I will be disrespectful to refuse. Next time, I will definitely kill more devil fruit users. After saying that, seeing Qin Yun nod with a smile, Shiryu took the transparent fruit in front of Qin Yun with both hands. Thinking of the rumors about devil fruits like Akashi, Shiryu hesitated for a moment, but decided to try the devil fruit to see if it tasted like what was rumored. What if, he meant what if, maybe the person who spread the rumor did so in order to prevent people from eating devil fruits and spread the rumor that devil fruits are unpalatable. After all, a person can only eat one devil fruit in his life. If he misses this time, he will never have the chance to know what a devil fruit tastes like. Thinking of this, Shiryu no longer hesitated, opened his mouth wide and bit it. Ouch, what on earth is this TNND? How can it be so unpalatable? As Shiryu took a bite, his face suddenly turned bitter. This was really as uncomfortable as eating shi. He should have swallowed it directly in one bite, so that no taste would reach his taste buds. How is it, Shiryu? How does it taste? Qin Yun asked calmly, trying not to smile. The taste is not bad, eat it whole, love it. Shiryu showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Sure. Then eat the rest quickly. What if the fruit's ability is not complete? This. Shiryu was dumbfounded. He clearly felt an extra force in his body. He thought about it and muttered. It seems to make some sense. To be safe, Shiryu suppressed his disgust, opened his mouth wider than ever before, and swallowed the remaining devil fruit in one gulp. As his Adam's apple moved, he completed the ceremony to become a devil fruit user. That's right, now the power of your transparent fruit is in its complete form, Qin Yun said seriously. It can't be said to be a lie. What if the devil fruit really has such characteristics? Eat them all, then you will have full abilities. Shiryu wiped the corners of his mouth and exhaled deeply. Boss, I'm leaving now. Qin Yun nodded and watched his figure gradually become transparent. He leapt, creating ripples in the air, and jumped onto the battlefield. Advertisement. It's not Qin Yun's bad taste to let Shiryu eat the devil fruit. But Shiryu had been with him for too short a time, and was not yet qualified to receive the devil fruit ability that he personally bestowed upon her without any side effects. After all, Shiryu was not like the rest of his people, whose loyalty could be confirmed to be high enough. Once he recognizes Shiryu's loyalty to him, he may be able to eliminate the side effects of Shiryu's devil fruit ability. At this moment, Whitebeard used Kusukamokiri covered with shocking power and slashed at the area where the Marines were most densely populated. That won't do. We need to make the Marines suffer more. Bang! A flash of fire passed by, and Sakazuki instantly appeared in front of Whitebeard, stepping on Kusukamokiri to stop Whitebeard's moves. Whitebeard, if you continue to act recklessly on the battlefield like this, the core strength of the Marines will be severely damaged. Gulala. Little lava devil, you can't stop me. The two of them looked at each other in the void, with a smile on their faces. Sakazuki swung his left fist, which turned into magma and rushed straight towards Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard was not willing to be outdone. He raised his right fist, and with the vibrating force buzzing, he struck out fiercely. The force of magma and the force of shock collided with each other, dyeing the worlds on both sides red and white. The shockwaves swayed left and right, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Get out of the way, General Akainu, we're going to get sucked in. Get behind Daddy, don't hinder Daddy's efforts. The Marines and pirates shouted and became a mess. Mihawk looked indifferent as he ruthlessly harvested those pirates who had the audacity to attack him. Shiryu was secretly harvesting Marines and pirates who didn't like to use their observation haki one after another. He seemed to know his own strengths and weaknesses, and did not rashly go to Mahawk to challenge the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Borsalino, on the other hand, looked relaxed and at ease, with light particles condensing in his hands. He slowly shot out laser beams at the pirates, seemingly looking for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard. Chapter 207. Severe injury to Whitebeard. Whitebeard was surrounded by the terrifying power released by the tremor fruit. Every time he punched, it could cause a tsunami-like vibration, as if it was going to tear the entire Emperor arena apart. Sakaski's hands turned into giant fists of molten lava, and every attack was hot enough to melt steel. During the head-on confrontation with Whitebeard, the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. The sea surface was turbulent due to the force of the two people, and even the sky was shaking. As the confrontation between the two became more intense, Whitebeard's wounds seemed to be torn, causing him to suffer great pain with every move. At this moment, Whitebeard's pupils shrank, and he staggered and almost fell to his knees on the ground. The big hole in his chest was like a flood that broke through a dam, spurting out blood. He half raised his arms, as if trying to cover his heart. At this critical juncture, his old illness and new injuries relapsed together, causing his huge body to twitch slightly and become difficult to control. Sakaski sneered and took advantage of Whitebeard's illness to kill him without hesitation. The dog bites the red lotus. Kuzan's eyes flashed, and he also found an opportunity. Frozen time capsule. He waved his hand gently, and a freezing force quickly rushed towards Whitebeard. The ability of the ice fruit was fully demonstrated at this moment, and everything was frozen into ice wherever it passed. Borsalino teleported into the sky, and his figure turned into a dazzling golden light, which even illuminated the dim battlefield as if it were daytime. At this time, except for a few people wearing sunglasses who could still look directly at Borsalino, everyone else squinted their eyes tacitly and glanced away. Yashikani no Magatama. Endless golden light spots emerged from Borsalino's body and shot onto Whitebeard's face in the blink of an eye. Magnetic explosion. God's judgment. Qin Yun curled the corners of his mouth. The dark clouds in the sky were still dropping thunder, but with a low shout from him, the dark clouds suddenly flashed, and a thick pillar of lightning fell and hit Whitebeard. Under the lock of the electromagnetic field, no one can escape his lightning. What a pity, Whitebeard, since you don't have more power to kill the generals, just die early. I can't wait to experience the power of the tremor fruit. Once I obtain the tremor fruit, my road to invincibility will be completely opened. Advertisement: Wolf Head Magma, Centipede Ice, Laser Flash, Dragon Thunder. At this moment, the attacks of the three generals together with Qin Yun came unexpectedly, like a dragnet, locking onto Whitebeard's stiff body at the same time. The four major offensives converged into an unrivaled force, exploding with a loud bang, shaking the entire battlefield. Even the sky was torn apart by this force, revealing Madara's colorful cracks. Dust and debris were flying all over the sky, and the air was surging, creating a doomsday scene. And in the center of this devastating storm, Whitebeard's fate hangs by a thread. Dad, Ace, the captains, and the pirates screamed in disbelief. Diamond Joe's eyes were fierce. He instantly flashed to Kuzan's side and took advantage of the stiffness while he was casting a spell to angrily hit him. Kuzan was unable to dodge and was thrown into the marine, implicated several major generals. When he stood up, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Roses flickered in Flower Sword Beast's eyes, and with the flash of swords and shadows, several sword energies slashed at Borsalino, forcing him back from the sky and preventing him from shooting lasers. Borsalino patted his clothes, seemingly expressing regret, but actually taking the opportunity to slack off. Lakio swung the meteor hammer in his hand, forcing Sakaski to take his attack. But, even though Sakaski was forced to retreat several steps, his eyes remained firm, and he continuously injected the magma power in his hands, intending to kill Whitebeard. There are too few pirates with the ability to fly, and they are unable to reach Qin Yun, who was at the highest point. Everyone looked towards where Whitebeard was with concern and found that the figure inside was still standing. Zhang Guo secretly thought it was a pity, and estimated that Whitebeard would not be able to hold on for much longer. The smoke dissipated and the breeze began to dance. Whitebeard's originally towering body was trembling slightly, and it seemed as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. The heat of the magma burned his battle robe and skin, leaving charred marks. The ice spread throughout his body, interacting with the magma inside and outside, creating a strong stimulation. The conflict between the two caused him unbearable pain. Advertisement: The laser flash left bloody holes on his body, each of which revealed the breath of death. The dragon's thunderbolt directly hit his crown, and the electric current ran through his whole body, causing his muscles to twitch uncontrollably, and his strength seemed to be drained away at this moment. However, even in the face of such a devastating blow, Whitebeard still did not fall. He took a deep breath, and as his chest rose and fell, some special power seemed to revive, and an unyielding light flashed in his eyes. That power is called sit-ups. Cough. Cough. Whitebeard coughed out a few mouthfuls of air mixed with blood and dust with difficulty. His voice was hoarse but full of power. You guys are just a bunch of brats, but you're still a long way off before you can defeat me. As the words fell, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from his body, shocking everyone so much that they dared not look directly into his eyes. Whitebeard slowly raised his head. Although his figure seemed a little staggering, the domineering and majesty of the world's strongest man reached its peak at this moment. Everyone can brag, Whitebeard, you are old after all. How many times can this aged body use its power of shock? Qin Yun's indifferent voice did not cause Whitebeard's expression to change. After all, his family knows his own business. That's right, don't be scared by him. Help the admirals to kill Whitebeard. The Marines suppressed their fear and prepared to take action. There was a flash of struggle in Marco's eyes, which then turned into determination. While everyone's attention was on Whitebeard, he transformed himself into a phoenix and rushed towards the execution platform. Stop Marco. He wants to rescue Ace. The Marines fired several shots and artillery fire in an attempt to stop Marco, but all the attacks had no effect on Marco. How could this be? Shooting has absolutely no effect. The Marines were dumbfounded. Sakaski's eyes fixed and he glanced at Marco. Borsellino, Kuzan, Diamond Joe's and others looked at Marco with either disdain or expectation. That guy is not looking good. Go, Captain Marco, save Ace. Marco, who was at the center of everyone's discussion, rushed forward with only determination in his eyes. Garp closed his eyes, as if making his last struggle. Just when Marco was about to reach the execution platform and Zhang couldn't help but take action. Garp moves. Chapter 208 Death of Ace. Garp gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with painful determination. He flashed, leapt into the air, and mercilessly swung his fist at Marco's head. Seeing this, Zhang sighed. Garp, you chose to do this yourself. Captain Marco, Marine hero, the legendary Marine, Monkey D. Garp actually took action. The pirates were terrified and looked cowardly. Lieutenant General Garp, our strongest guard. He finally takes action. The Marines shouted in unison, extremely excited. Now that Whitebeard was also seriously injured, their victory was within reach. Garp. You guy. Whitebeard panted, worried. If you want to reach the execution platform, you must first get past me. Garp got down from the execution platform and made a stone bench for himself with his two fists, exuding a domineering attitude. Don't let his reputation fool you, silly sons. He's just an old guy who's about to retire. Following Whitebeard's command, the pirates charged again. Ace looked at his companions who kept dying because of him, and the guilt in his heart reached its peak. Dad, I'm sorry, it's only now that I realize how precious life is. Garp heard this and suddenly realized what was happening. He lowered his head and tried hard to hold back his tears. Yes, is the stance really that important? He is already old, can he really watch Ace die and send off the young? Thinking of this, Garp began to regret hitting Marco just now, but he also knew what he should do. But his realization came too late. Marine, smash Whitebeard. At this moment, Sakaski suddenly gave orders. The Marines beside him did not hesitate either. They raised their swords, cannons and other weapons that could kill and attacked Whitebeard. Why can't you move, Whitebeard? Qin Yun's eyes flashed and he also noticed this. Whoosh. Bang. Advertisement 4 long swords pierced Whitebeard's chest and thighs, and the shells hit Whitebeard's head, causing him to fall backwards involuntarily. At this moment, Whitebeard was surrounded by Marines. But Whitebeard still did not fall down. He forced himself to steady himself and shouted angrily. You can't take me down with this level of attack. I'm Whitebeard. After saying that, Whitebeard held the Kusukume Kiri in his hand, surrounded by the power of shock, and as his body spun, the Kusukume Kiri drew a dazzling trajectory in his hand. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart by this force. The Imperial Arena was shattered by Whitebeard's attack. The next moment, a gully suddenly appeared behind Whitebeard. Rubble flew everywhere, smoke and dust rose, and the huge crack swallowed everything like an abyss. At this moment, the Imperial Arena was roughly divided into two halves. It has come to this, and you are still thinking about leaving a way out for your sons? Qin Yun sneered. Whitebeard's move was just psychological comfort. At the same time, the executioner who had just arrived was ready. Zhang Guo looked at the seriously injured and dying Whitebeard and shouted. Whitebeard, you are here only to die. Executioner, start the execution. Warring states. Even though Whitebeard could dominate the battlefield, he couldn't advance any further due to the large number of Marines. The executioner looked solemn, raised the long knife in his hand, and chopped towards Ace's head. Ace felt a chill on his neck, and he felt endless regret in his heart. He hated himself for not listening to Whitebeard's advice and going after Blackbeard alone. Is my fate going to end here? Dad, I'm sorry. Luffy. Friends. Live well. Open black lens bracket sob. Close black lens bracket, Ace. No, how could it be? Sengoku, do you think I can't stop you? It's just another conqueror's charge. Whitebeard strode forward, ignoring the swords and gunshots around him. But he had only taken 2 steps when he felt a palpitation in his heart, and then his vision became blurred. He half knelt on the ground with his hands supporting him, and vomited blood. Ace. Garp closed his eyes in pain. The marine cloak on his body was like a mountain pressing down on him and making him unable to move. He could only hope that someone could save Ace. Unfortunately, without Luffy, the unexpected conqueror's impact, Whitebeard was seriously injured and old, and could not use more conquerors domineering. Advertisement in this case, who on the field can stop the 2 executioners? Buzz. The knife flashed, and the executioner followed the order and mechanically cut off Ace's head. Portgas d Ace, die, silence, still silence. None of the pirates expected that Ace would be executed so easily. Ace. Just died like that, Ace. Has our operation failed? The pirates stared with their eyes wide open, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Garp stood there in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time, and finally collapsed to the ground, suffering severe mental trauma. That's enough. Silly sons, we have failed. There's no need to stay here. Get on the boat and escape from here. Although Whitebeard could not suppress his grief, as a leader and a father, he needed to be responsible for his other sons. Dad. The captains remained silent. Listen carefully, Whitebeard pirates. These are my last orders as captain. Finally, wait, Dad, didn't we agree to go back to the New World together? No, Dad, if you die, I won't live either. The pirate's grief could not stop Whitebeard's decision, he continued. I am going to say goodbye to you all now. You all must live well and return to the New World safely. Dad. Why? Do you really want to? I am a remnant of the old era, and there is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Whitebeard said as he raised his arm and used the power of shock to make the Emperor's arena even more fragmented, making it easier for the pirates to escape. Go, sons, you are the protagonists of the new era. Dad. Marco. Listen. Take the others and leave here quickly. I'll cover your back. Chapter 209 Unlucky Smoker. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he stopped looking back and stared at Zhongguo fiercely, shouting. Let's put an end to this, Marine. Dad. Marco looked painful. But the predicament at the moment did not allow him to hesitate even for a moment, so he immediately took action and called on the pirates to begin evacuating the scene. This is the captain's order, everyone retreat. Qin Yun was already accustomed to this scene of life and death separation. With a flash of lightning, he came to Ace, and without hesitation, he pinched the white lightning and took away the flame fruit. Qin Yun. Zhongguo was stunned. How did this guy come here? He shouted. What are you doing? Damn it, that guy, is he desecrating Ace's body? Qin Yun. You be ****************************************** D. Don't let me meet you on the sea. The pirates shouted and cursed, and some even stopped and shot at Qin Yun. Qin Yun remained unmoved. Even if an attack managed to hit his body, it would just pass through and could not cause any harm to him. What am I doing? Maybe seeing Ace off, he chuckled, then dodged away and returned to the highest point. Although Zhongguo, as a fleet admiral, will not act rashly, it is still better to be cautious. After all, he rarely made moves, and no one knew how many strange abilities his mythical beast Buddha form had. Shiryu also returned to their position, wiping the thunderstorm in his hand, with a look of regret on his face, muttering to himself. Unfortunately, there are too few people with special abilities who are good at hunting here. Too few capable people? That being said, it seems to be true. The Whitebeard pirates currently present include Whitebeard, 13 captains, and 43 pirate ships under their command. Advertisement. It is clearly stated that they are the ones who have the ability of devil fruits and display their abilities. If we count them carefully, there are Whitebeard, Marco, Diamond Joes, Brahmanke. It seems that there are only 4 of them? There are more in the marine side, but basically only high-ranking marines have devil fruits, such as Sengoku, Akainu, etc. Qin Yun glanced at Shiryu and keenly noticed that there seemed to be a trace of coldness lingering around him. He couldn't help but tease. I asked you to hunt devil fruit users, but you're not planning on hunting Marine Admiral Aokiji, are you? Shiryu quickly waved his hands and clarified, that's not the case, but it just so happens that Aokiji came to me. He paused and continued, I finally ran into a Logia user who looked good. I was going to give him a quick death, but the blade had already deeply embedded in the boy's lower back. Logia. Oh. Then why didn't you bring it back? Alas, just when I was about to decapitate him, Kuzan intervened and froze my attack angle, saving the guy. I seriously suspect that there must be some hidden relationship between that guy and Kuzan. Qin Yun was stunned. Is it related to Kuzan? Could it be Smoker? That guy you're talking about, isn't he the one who sprays smoke? Shiryu nodded and said affirmatively. Yes, it seems that the boss also knows him? Smoker is such a poor guy, he is also a poor guy. Qin Yun chuckled and said nonchalantly. I have some impression of him, but he is not worth worrying about. He is just a rookie and can't cause any big waves. Don't pay attention to him for now. Shiryu heard this and responded respectfully. Yes, boss. But I still gained something. Shiryu raised his butt and removed the transparent power, revealing a fat man with blood all over his body and bloodshot eyes. This guy is the captain of the 6th division of the Whitebeard pirates, Brahmanke. He should be a devil fruit user. He can remove weapons from the chin patch. Oh, Brahmanke, and the captain of the 6th division? Qin Yun thought about his information and knew his abilities. The bag fruit can turn any part of the body into a pocket, and the pocket can hold objects larger than the pocket itself. However, how big the prison can be and whether anyone can be released is still unknown. This is also an auxiliary devil fruit, and its ability seems to be inferior to the fortress fruit. However, it is still a good idea to let my subordinates collect the spoils. Advertisement. Qin Yun nodded, raised his hand to snatch the fruits from the bag and put them away temporarily. Seeing this, Shiryu stabbed Brahmanke directly and sent him to face the Shinigami. Then he kicked Brahmanke's body onto the battlefield with a big kick, causing a cry of surprise. That's the captain of the 6th division of the Whitebeard pirates, Brahmanke. How could he be here? Captain Brahmanke just died like that. Captain Brahmanke, if you die, I will die too. Whitebeard was burning with rage. His will had already been stimulated by Ace's death, and now seeing the death of another son, he was even more furious. So he began to force himself to boost his will, and was invincible in the war, shocking all the heroes for a time. Whitebeard. Even with all these injuries, can he still be so strong? Could that guy be immortal? The Marines fought and retreated, avoiding Whitebeard's edge and using long-range attacks as much as possible. Although the pirates were reluctant, they still followed Whitebeard's orders and jumped from various parts of the shattered General Emperor arena to the pirate ship, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Who can stop the angry Whitebeard? Marine could only watch as the pirates continued to jump into the sea and away from Marineford. Whitebeard. This guy, we can't let him kill any more. Stop him. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan. Without waiting for Sengoku's order, the three admirals walked up to Whitebeard tacitly, ready to put an end to Whitebeard's life. You are almost dead, but you are still so restless, Whitebeard. Why are you working so hard? What a scary monster. Are you really a human? Kuzan said nothing and began to accumulate strength silently. Just you three little brats. Gulala, killing you will be a heavy blow to Marine. Whitebeard growled, and the power of shock was unleashed, attacking the three people in front of him. But looking at its power, it is no longer as strong as before. The three admirals easily blocked the shockwave. Sakazuki sneered, realizing that Whitebeard would not live long. It's just the last gasp of a spent force. With such power, are you just trying to tickle the three of us? Whitebeard's face suddenly changed, and the injuries on his body began to flare up again, and he spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, opportunities are fleeting. Chapter 210 Whitebeard's death. The three generals in front of Whitebeard were all veterans of the battlefield and would not give him any chance to breathe. Before he could make any move, the three generals had already started their counterattack. Skycloud Cloud Sword, Ice Age, Big Dark Hound. Borsellino flashed and instantly appeared behind Whitebeard. The sword of light in his hand stabbed out continuously, like a rain of light all over the sky, and poked countless blood holes. Kuzan waved his hands, and two balls of freezing force attacked from both sides, completely blocking Whitebeard's retreat. The moment the freezing force touched Whitebeard, he was directly frozen. Sakazuki gathered all the magma power in his body and punched Whitebeard in the chest. Whitebeard had nowhere to hide and was pierced through by Sakazuki along with the ice. The force of magma exploded in Whitebeard's body, burning most of his internal organs until they were destroyed and disabled. The three admirals' attacks were launched almost at the same time, with such speed and strength that Whitebeard could not even move, and could only endure their joint attack. Dad. This scene made the pirates so heartbroken that they stopped and wished they could die in place of Whitebeard. Just like that, amidst the pirates' suffering and the Marines' cheers, the three admirals were not affected at all. They took advantage of Whitebeard's stiffness and continued their attack, hoping to kill him in one blow. Sakazuki continued to output the power of magma into Whitebeard's body, and the muffled sound continued. Borsellino retreated into the sky, blasting lasers. Kuzan first froze Whitebeard's legs, and then began to output freezing power to Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard's figure paused slightly in the air, and then he was overwhelmed by the attacks of the three generals like a fallen leaf blown by a strong wind. When everything returned to calm, Whitebeard's Kusanokiri had already fallen to the ground, and the three large holes in his chest disappeared. Instead, there was a huge 3-in-1 hole, with magma and blood intertwined together, which was particularly shocking. His legs and head were wrapped in the power of freezing, unable to move, and his body was covered in wounds, unbearable to look at. The only good news is that his iconic crescent-shaped white beard was preserved intact under the freezing power. Sakazuki looked coldly at the white beard that still stood proudly, without a trace of sympathy or compassion on his face. Advertisement Borsellino showed no emotion, while Kuzan looked calm, yet he could not hide the confusion in his heart. For them, this is just the end of an era and the passing of an old king. The new era will be led and protected by these marine pillars. Dad. The pirates were extremely sad. They fell to their knees and begged for God's mercy. You have managed to hold on to this point with only a paramecia devil fruit that has no recovery ability. I recognize you, Whitebeard. Seeing that Whitebeard's electromagnetic field was so weak that it was almost inaudible, Qin Yun flashed to the top of Whitebeard's head, ready to grab the fruits of victory. Bang! At this moment, the ice wrapped around Whitebeard's head suddenly shattered, attracting the attention of many powerful men. How is it possible? He is still alive after all this. What kind of monster is he? Lakulova shouted in horror. With such vitality, even he, a giant, felt ashamed of himself. I only heard Whitebeard's eyes look determined, and he shouted with difficulty. Just wait, Zhongguo. One day in the future, there will surely appear someone who dares to challenge this world. The great battle that you, the world government, fear, which will involve the entire world, is about to come. Then the world will turn upside down. At this point, Whitebeard's body trembled slightly, and he seemed to gather up his last bit of strength and shouted loudly. One Piece is real. After saying this, Whitebeard closed his eyes forever. Forgive me, sons, I got everything I wanted from you, but now, my story ends here. Open black lens bracket. What a long journey. Close black lens bracket. Goodbye, sons. Close black lens bracket. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, is dead. This battle is destined to be remembered as a legend, and Whitebeard's name will once again resound across the sea, becoming a heroic chapter passed down to future generations. Dad. The pirates witnessed Whitebeard's death and burst into tears. UB***************. D. This scene made Zhongguo's eyes tear up, and he thought of the scene before Roger's death. Advertisement. Fortunately, the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi had been cut off, so it was harmless only to the marine and the pirates present who heard it. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked in surprise at Qin Yun, who had appeared next to Whitebeard at some point. Behind Qin Yun, there is Shiryu with a wicked smile, who seems to be guarding. What on earth does this guy want to do? Is he just trying to help Marine, so he can take over Whitebeard's territory? His doubts will be revealed soon, but now is not the time to care about this irrelevant person. Marine, chase the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, don't let any of them go. Yes. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, the Marines were taking action, but the pirates seemed to be stunned. Qin Yun, what on earth are you going to do to the corpse? Ace wants to touch it, and Dad wants to touch it too. He's just a small pirate with a bounty of 300 million, I'll kill him with one shot. Don't let me meet you in the new world, Qin Yun, you will pay the price for your helplessness today. The pirates were sad and angry. If Sharp Eyes could kill, Qin Yun would have died thousands of times. They all gritted their teeth and shouted. Qin Yun, who was at the center of the scolding, seemed to be unable to hear the voices of the pirates. After plundering Whitebeard's tremor fruit, he carefully felt the changes in his body. Finally, a new force began to burst out in his body, and it seemed that just by raising his hand, he could cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to split, and all things to return to ruins. How powerful is the tremor fruit? It was called, the power to destroy the world, by the Warring States period. It is also a devil fruit known as the strongest paramecia. It is recognized by people all over the world that its destructive power and attack range are the greatest and strongest among all the 3 known devil fruits. How destructive is it? The earth shattered, the world shook, the sea split, the sky shook. How wide is the attack range? In the original timeline, Whitebeard used an earthquake punch when beating Sakazuki during the Battle of Marineford. Wanbo Island, located deep in the New World, was affected by this and the island was directly split in half. You know, Marineford is located deep in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 211 Qin Yun tests his skills. The distance between it and Wanbo Island can be said to be a world away. If ability users really use their abilities unscrupulously, destroying the world is really not a lie. At this moment, Qin Yun, who possesses many powerful devil fruit abilities, may truly be able to claim that he has embarked on the road to invincibility. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, your death is worth it. Next, it will be my time. Qin Yun let out a long roar, raised his hand to take Kong Yunki into his hand, raised his hand and waved it twice, creating a fierce wind. Oh, it looks like another monster, Perusalino mocked on his face, but he left Whitebeard's surroundings early. Sakazuki did his duty conscientiously and had already begun to kill the pirates, hoping to catch them all. What the hell is that guy doing? The Marines couldn't understand Qin Yun's operation, but the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Qin Yun grinned, and Kong Yunki swept towards the direction of the Warring States period with a shocking force. Shockwave. Buzz. The cicadas chirped in the clouds, seeming to indicate the return of the power of the earthquake. Warring States was dumbfounded. Why did this kid use another ability, and this ability is too similar to the Gen fruit? What species of fantasy beast can be so comprehensive? The Warring States period began to doubt Qin Yun's ability to rob others, or that the devil fruit he ate had strange abilities that had never been seen in the world. The shockwave swept through thousands of troops, and wherever it passed, Marines were all involved in it. They vomited blood and shock and were thrown out of the general arena. Damn it, now that things have come to this, it seems I have to take action. Warring States' eyes condensed, and he transformed into a 10-foot-long golden Buddha body, jumped into the air, and punched the shockwave. Buzz. It was as if the Buddha's murmur intertwined with the ringing of bells, attracting everyone's attention. The golden shockwave in Sengoku's hand collided with the shockwave. After a moment of stalemate, they both turned into nothingness. That's the ability to shake fruits, advertisement. How is it possible? Why can that guy use Whitebeard's ability? Shouldn't the devil fruit be reborn randomly around the world after the host dies? It's impossible to get 2 devil fruit abilities. That guy actually broke common sense? Marco frowned. Could it be that that guy is an alien like Teach? The 3 generals stared at Qin Yun's figure with stern expressions. Sengoku's face turned livid and he shouted, so that's it. You guys are here for Whitebeard's devil fruit ability. Qin Yun flicked his wrist slightly, and after Kong Yunki circled in the air for a week, he stood beside him, swept past the Marines and pirates indifferently, and said softly. Sengoku, you haven't moved your muscles for a long time, haven't you? Come on, take your Marines and please me to your heart's content. You guy, what do you think of war? Do you think it's a child's play? Sengoku stood guard in front of all Marines, ready to start a war at any time. War? To me, it's just a means of plunder. Qin Yun shook his head and pointed his sword at the Warring States period. Isn't it the same for you? By killing Roger's son and Whitebeard, Marine's reputation will increase, and he can better serve as a watchdog for the world government. It's natural for Marine to kill pirates. This is the execution of justice, Sengoku shouted. Qin Yun sneered and retorted. Don't be ridiculous. Warring States. Only the winner is justice. The losers are all evil. Your idea is too extreme. Without Marine, do you know how many innocent people would die in the world? The golden light on Zongguo's body became brighter, as if he was venting his own ideas. With the existence of Marine, there will be no more innocent people dying in the world? Qin Yun shook his head and raised his hand to point in the direction of Mary Joa. Instead of flaunting your righteousness here, you should check your own heart and solve the source of the world's tragedy first. You. Zongguo certainly knew who Qin Yun was referring to, but the celestial dragons were the rulers of the world, and Marine was just a tool for them to maintain stability. How could it possibly turn against its master? It's useless to talk if our values don't match. Qin Yun, if you don't want to die here, get out of Marineford. Marineford? Qin Yun looked around and saw devastation everywhere. The marine headquarters had long been transformed into the base of the Emperor's arena by his floating power, and was later torn into pieces by Whitebeard's shocking power. Then throw them all into the sea. Qin Yun grabbed the void with his 10 fingers and pulled it down hard. When everyone saw this action, they instantly thought of Whitebeard's moves, and hurriedly looked for fulcrums around them to stabilize their bodies, preparing to face the next great changes in the world. Advertisement a breath later, the heaven and earth were shaking, the seawater was torn into pieces, and the Imperial arena was swaying from side to side in the sea like a rootless duckweed. The ground has cracked again, everyone be careful. Marine, the pirates are fleeing, trying to prevent themselves from falling into the cracks in the earth. Buzz. Zhang Guo entered the scene brazenly, put his fingers together, and sent a huge Buddhist shockwave towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun raised his hand and punched, shattering the void in front of him. The shock force and the Buddha's impact collided with each other. For a moment, no one could do anything to anyone. Yashikani no Magatama. Borsellino caught Qin Yun's punching posture and attacked from the side for the warring states. Electromagnetic force Thunder Dragon. Qin Yun didn't even look at it. He raised his hand and threw out a Thunder Dragon to block all the lasers. The two intertwined in the air, and finally exploded with a loud bang, stirring up a large circle of strong wind, sweeping away the surrounding marines. Buzz. The power of Zhen Zhen and the impact of Buddha disappeared, and Zhang Guo murmured. The tremor fruit, the thunder fruit, and the ability that just changed Marineford. That's right. Although I don't know how you did it, the conclusion is obvious. Qin Yun, you are a multi-fruit ability user. What a monster. A user of multiple fruits, a man who breaks common sense. Borsellino showed a rare look of surprise. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Guo, what's the point of saying this? You don't think I'll be stupid enough to answer you, do you? Qin Yun raised his hand, and the swords and metal products on the field flew into the sky. Then they mixed together, arranged and combined into a gun-like shape and fell into his hands. He curled his lips, pointed the gun at Zhang Guo without hesitation, and pulled the trigger. Electromagnetic multiplication super electromagnetic gun. Buzz. A brilliant mixed purple light burst out, and as soon as it left the muzzle it expanded rapidly, heading straight towards Zhang Guo. A red light flashed in Zhang Guo's eyes, and he took the lead in taking a stance, and the power of the Golden Buddha began to burst out from his body. Chapter 212. Fighting Sengoku, Garp, and the Two Generals. Then, a golden bell-shaped cover solidified and covered Sengoku and the Marines. Clang, the super electromagnetic cannon exploded on the golden bell, emitting a brilliant aurora, dyeing the entire world into a rainbow of colors. The light faded, Qin Yun moved the super electromagnetic cannon away, and was surprised to find that the golden bell protecting Zhang Guo and others was still standing. As expected of the Fleet Admiral of Marine, Buddha's Sengoku. With such strength, it's no wonder that pirates all over the world are terrified. Apart from anything else, this unrivaled defensive power would make Zhang Guo one of the top powers. Qin Yun even suspected that the defensive power of the human fruit, mythical beast, and great Buddha form was even more heaven-defying than the barrier fruit. Luckily, there's Lord Sengoku Fleet Admiral, otherwise I would have been dead. What kind of monster is Qin Yun? Why does he seem more troublesome than Whitebeard? At least Whitebeard is injured. He looks like he can be killed. Qin Yun can't see that he has any physical strength consumed at all. Although the Marines felt desperate, they still stayed away from Zhang Guo and Qin Yun out of their instinct for survival. Qin Yun secretly praised Zhang Guo's defensive ability, and Zhang Guo was also amazed at Qin Yun's destructive power. The golden bell cover appears to be undamaged on the surface, but in fact it is because of the continuous output of the power of the Buddha from the Warring States period. Qin Yun was just testing the electromagnetic cannon. As a one-time attack, it would naturally be completely eliminated by the golden bell cover. How many kinds of devil fruit abilities do you have? Zhang Guo removed the golden bell cover and looked solemn. It seems that Marine still underestimated the threat you pose to the world. It is a dereliction of duty for Marine to set a bounty of 300 million berries for someone like you. Oh, I don't care about that kind of thing. Qin Yun sneered, first took Kong Yunchi into the fortified city, and then transformed himself into a golden dragon that covered the sky and the sun. Sengoku, if you only know how to defend, today will be the end of Marine headquarters. Qin Yun roared to the sky, and under the terrifying power of the shock force, he indiscriminately attacked the eardrums of everyone present. When Zhang Guo witnessed this scene, he was so shocked that he was speechless. Golden dragon, another devil fruit, and it's even rarer than Logia. Wait, I remember Kaido's devil fruit as the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form. The two have somewhat similar forms, but Qin Yun's golden dragon is even bigger than Kaido's blue dragon. Zhang Guo frowned, guessing Qin Yun's ability. Could it be that the golden dragon form is a higher level fruit than the blue dragon form? Zhang Guo, as a 10-foot-tall golden Buddha, seemed to be completely unaffected by Qin Yun's deafening dragon roar. Advertisement, he even had enough energy to create a golden light shield to cover all the Marines. But the pirates who were on the run were in a miserable state. They all knelt on the ground with their heads in their hands, groaning in agony. Some were even shocked to the point of incontinence. Damn it. That guy. Marco turned into a phoenix. The immortal flame on his body burned fiercely, exerting healing power. The captains frowned, struggling to resist the erosion of the shocking force. That be asterisk 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 D. This is my dad's ability, and he can actually combine it with other devil fruit abilities. Flower Sword Vista put away his sword and covered his ears, calling on the pirates to evacuate. One day or another, I will kill that B asterisk 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 D. Dad's ability must not fall into the hands of others. Diamond Joe's turned into a diamond body, trembling slightly. Shiryu, wearing thick earplugs, muttered, "Fortunately, I was prepared." Mihawk stood expressionless, watching the battle from a prime position. "Lord Mihawk, can you go up and support Lord Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" The ignorant Marine briefs pleaded miserably. However, Mihawk just glanced at him coldly and said calmly, "Fighting Qin Yun is not part of the agreement I reached with the world government. I was only responsible for helping you fight Whitebeard. Now that Whitebeard is dead, my duty is also completed. I have nothing to do now, so I just stopped and watched the show as a spectator." If Qin Yun was a swordsman, he might have taken action. Or maybe Qin Yun, like Whitebeard, has a title like the strongest man in the world, so it is possible that he will take action. Well, Briefs was helpless. He could do nothing unless Mihawk took action. If he pushed forward without knowing his own limitations, Mihawk's stance would be beyond his prediction. The dragon's roar gradually stopped. Qin Yun glanced at everyone and opened his mouth to spit. Divine Dragon Spiritual Flame. Buzz. A huge flame descended, covering the entire Emperor Arena and about to turn into a sea of fire. In the despair of the Marines and pirates, Kuzan soared into the sky and whispered like a savior. Ice Age. Solid ice spread and formed a protective shield over everyone's heads. But the ice only held out for 2 breaths before being broken by the flames. Advertisement Kuzan's expression remained unchanged as he began to block the falling Mars. Zhang Guo jumped up, jumped in front of Qin Yun's dragon head, clenched his right fist, and smashed down with great power. Buddha's shockwave. Qin Yun had no choice but to stop the spray of flames, turned the faucet, and spit again. Dragon God's judgment. The thunder and the Buddha's shockwave collided again, consuming each other. Yashikani no Magatama. Pheasant mouth. Borsellino is on the left and Kuzan is on the right. The laser exploded on the dragon's body, and the frozen giant bird spread its wings and hugged Qin Yun tightly, making Qin Yun experience the feeling of ice and fire. Is this all you are doing? Are you just tickling me? Qin Yun, the Dragon King, twisted his mouth, turned his body, and his dragon tail expanded rapidly, smashing towards the 3 people with a devastating force. Momo, dragon tail shock. Zhang Guo's expression changed, and golden Buddha Sanskrit words lit up all over his body. Borsellino flashed with golden light and retreated far away, muttering, Hey, that was a close call. I was almost hit." After Kuzan transformed into an element, he wrapped himself in an oval ice ball. One person escaped, and the other 2 were directly suppressed by the dragon's tail and smashed into the Emperor's arena. Bang! For a moment, mountains collapsed and the earth shook. Marine and the pirate were thrown into the air by the reaction force. At this moment, Qin Yun's face changed, and he felt a tingling pain in the dragon's tail, and then it was lifted up by a force. It's Lieutenant General Garp, the Marine legend strikes again. Sengoku Fleet Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp have joined forces to fight the enemy. I haven't seen such a scene in many years. Garp and Zhang Guo looked at each other, nodded, and at the same time flashed into the sky and punched Qin Yun. Fistbone impact. The wrath of the Golden Buddha. Looking at the 2 legendary Marines fighting side by side, Qin Yun became more and more excited. He clenched his dragon claws and smashed down fiercely. Chapter 213 Electromagnetic Skyfall. Shock. The power of the dragon. Buzz. The power of the fruit blooms with might, the armed color domineering and conquerors domineering interweave, and the field is filled with white noise of the sky and the earth changing color. In this top-notch showdown, everyone stared blankly. Clang, the strange bell sounded again, and Zhang Guo, Garp and Qin Yun were blown away by the shockwave that was brewing to the extreme, but they quickly stabilized their bodies and slowly fell to the ground. Garp. You guy, you finally can't help but take action, Qin Yun grinned. The last time we captured Makino in the East Daxia Sea, we were caught by old man Garp. He could only rely on the speed advantage of the Thunderfruit and fight while retreating, not daring to engage in a head-on fight. But today is different from the past. Now, even if he fights Garp head-on for 10 days and 10 nights, he will not be at all weak. He even dares to boast that he can kill him. Little Thunder Ghost. Don't forget, I am also a Marine. Garp casually grabbed the cloak behind him and threw it away. Although his face was old, the domineering look in his eyes was still as strong as before. Garp, you finally stood up. Zhang Guo looked indifferent, and his golden Buddha body was not dimmed at all compared to the beginning. Oh, this scene seems familiar. Look familiar. Zhang Guo was stunned, not understanding what Qin Yun meant, but Garp's next sentence made him understand. Little Thunder Ghost, after today, your name will surely resound throughout the world. I remember the last time I and Sengoku were able to fight together was the furious golden lion Shiki more than 20 years ago. Garp clenched his fists tightly, which were covered with dense armament hockey. Really? Qin Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and began to mobilize the surrounding electromagnetic field. Then let you feel a power even more terrifying than that of a golden lion. Qin Yun's mind moved, and his observation hockey and electromagnetic field simultaneously locked onto several, small, stars in the sky. Then, the electromagnetic field was distorted and electromagnetic force acted on the sky. Electromagnetic sky meteorite. Fujitora can use his numerous fruits to pull down meteorites tens of thousands of kilometers from the ground. It's not too much for Qin Yun to achieve the same effect as Yishao by relying on the mutual amplification of the magnetic fruit and the thunder fruit, right? Advertisement. The people on the field didn't know what was going on. Shiryu, who had been paying attention to this side, had turned transparent and left the scene in advance using moonwalk. What are you waiting for, man? Garp couldn't wait any longer and rushed towards Qin Yun first, smashing him with an iron fist. Fistbone collision. Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. He raised his dragon claws and shattered the void again. Junjen. Dragon strikes the water. Buzz. The fistwind was everywhere and the sea was shaking. The Marines were already used to it and would lie prone on the ground before the shock to prevent themselves from being thrown out. You little brat, you're really scary. In just half a year, you've grown to this point. Garp shook his numb arms, looking surprised. Qin Yun curled his lips. If Garp knew how heaven-defying Luffy's strength improvement was in the original timeline, he would probably doubt whether he had lived to such a young age in vain. In just 2 years. No, just about a month. Luffy was able to leap from a Shichibukai level like Mingo to the ranks of the strongest, which is heaven-defying. However, he did not show any ability of a strong man, and even fought with the minions before the battle for a long time. You're not bad either, Garp. You're a true marine hero. Such strength is indeed worthy of praise from the world. It's just a pity. Qin Yun replied with a faint smile. What a pity. Garp wondered. My vision is not very good. It's a pity that Marine is currently facing a period of transition. Generally speaking, those who voluntarily join the Marine from all over the world rarely become truly strong because of their unconventional backgrounds. Those with great talents can often easily gain considerable strength, begin to bring out the evil in their hearts, and become the pirates that Marine wants to get rid of as soon as possible. Marine itself has too few talents trained in the Marine school, and there are even many people who have connections with others. Coupled with the world government's suppression of the Marine Corps and the backward system of officer promotion, it is even more difficult to produce talented people. Due to the above reasons, Marine had no choice but to launch a global conscription, directly using high-level positions such as Admiral to recruit strong men. Ha, you guy. Garp sneered and didn't take it seriously. Advertisement, look, what is that? Marine suddenly exclaimed, breaking everyone's attention, and looked in the direction of his finger. I saw that the sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, seemed to have a big hole in it. The dark clouds were carrying a black object and falling down, and it was covered with lightning. That's a meteorite. Are you kidding? How could something like that appear here for no reason? It's over. Marineford was already destroyed, and now even the ruins are gone. Is this the time to worry about this? We are about to die? Great. We have a place to stay. The Marines and pirates on the ground all looked up, their eyes filled with astonishment and fear. Some people were even frightened and started talking nonsense. You little brats, it's too early to think about your aftermath now. Garp laughed and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared he was already in midair. It was as if a ferocious beast had awakened in his body. He threw a punch, and the wind from his fist turned into an invisible huge wave, which collided violently with the first meteorite in midair. Amidst the huge roar, the meteorite shattered into countless small pieces, scattered across the sky, and turned into a meteor shower that fell on the earth. Great. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp, wait, look, there are meteorites on it. How is it possible? Zhang Guo put his hands together and murmured something. A powerful wave emanated from his body, forming an invisible halo, and finally gathered in his hands. He raised his hand and pushed, and a golden chain burst out, like a golden river, rolling towards the second meteorite that was about to fall. The meteorite was forced to deviate from its original trajectory and crashed into the sea not far away, causing huge waves thousands of layers high. Before the people who witnessed this scene had time to be happy, they saw two meteorites falling closely. Is Qin Yun really a god? He won't pull down a group of meteorites, will he? It's really scary. He actually has the ability to summon meteorites, Borsellino said in a relaxed tone, revealing unquestionable confidence. Golden Jade Heavenblade. He just waved his hands lightly, and a brilliant light suddenly burst out around his body. The light gathered into a beam, pointing straight to the sky like a sharp sword, and instantly hit the third meteorite. Chapter 214 Under One Person. Bang. With a loud bang, the meteorite exploded in the light, turning into countless tiny flaming fragments that scattered across the sky and finally disappeared into the vast ocean. Ice Age. Kuzan's voice was calm and steady. He appeared beside Garp, slowly raised his hand, and tapped his fingertips. The temperature around dropped suddenly and the air seemed to freeze. The surface of the fourth meteorite was quickly covered with frost, its volume expanded, and finally it exploded in the air, turning into ice fragments all over the sky. Upon seeing this, Zhang Guo swung his fist again, and a shockwave carried the tiny gravel and ice chips in the sky and pushed them towards the huge waves. Click. In an instant, meteors all over the sky crashed into thousands of huge waves, and were then frozen on the spot by the freezing power carried by the ice chips. Wow. So awesome. Marine and the pirates were stunned. What a great teamwork. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with surprise. He certainly didn't think that the Marines would be helpless just by relying on a few meteorites. He didn't expect to see Zhang Guo and the others working together so well. What a tricky guy. Although the immediate crisis was resolved, Zhang Guo still looked unhappy. Qin Yun is so flexible that he can move freely in the sky. They became the passive party and could only watch Qin Yun launch the attack. Only Borsellino can fight in the air for a long time and can deal with Qin Yun. But Qin Yun's dragon body was so strong that even Garp's iron fist and his shockwave could hardly produce any effect. The power of the laser seemed to be insufficient to cause any harm to Qin Yun. This golden dragon must be a higher level fruit of the Azure Dragon fruit. Kaido's Azure Dragon is not as big, defensive, or destructive as Qin Yun's golden dragon. Zhang Guo secretly made up his mind to increase Qin Yun's bounty several times. No wonder there are so many battle maniacs in this world. It turns out that wantonly exerting one's power is such a refreshing thing. Qin Yun felt the endless power in his body and roughly confirmed his own strength. To put it bluntly, if Yimu doesn't make a move, it's a one-on-one solo, and he'll kill anyone who comes. Advertisement: the only thing he has to surpass is Yimu to be invincible, so he can be said to be second to none. There are many enemies at the moment, and even if they unite, he cannot kill them effectively. However, the most crucial Junjen fruit has been obtained, and his harvest is enough. Fighting with legends like Sengoku and Garp is just like using them as whetstones to hone your own fruit abilities. Open black lens bracket, then let's go to Shanks. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Qin Yun grinned and said in a low voice, "Come again." After that, he once again activated the power of vibration, thunder plus magnetic power, and fought against Garp and Zhang Guo in the body of a dragon. Electromagnetic 10,000 thunders. The sky was covered with dark clouds again, thunder roared, and the sea was rough and huge waves rolled. Qin Yun just waved his dragon claw lightly, and countless lightning bolts intertwined and fell from the sky. This scene was like a punishment from heaven, attempting to suppress the two people with the force of thunder and lightning. Good boy. Garp faced the overwhelming thunder and lightning with a proud smile on his face. Ace just died, so a hearty fight at this moment can be considered a weight event. His muscles bulged all over his body, and every move he made contained infinite power. With a punch, he dispersed the falling lightning one by one, turning it into harmless spots of light that disappeared into the air. Marineford. Alas, Zhang Guo's body suddenly swelled up and turned into a giant Buddha shining with golden light. Under the Buddha's light, the sky and the earth were dyed with a layer of gold, and even lightning could not erode it in the slightest. He raised his hands above his head and chanted aloud, forming an invisible barrier. The barrier effectively mitigated the impact of lightning and vibrations, protecting the surrounding Marineford ruins from damage. After a long battle, the Emperor's arena that Qin Yun had put together had already been shattered. There are also many pirates, and Marine has been drifting on the sea, struggling to survive. Kuzan, who witnessed this, began to use his freezing power to provide a place for the Marines to stay. Unfortunately, under the influence of the vibration force, his ice surface shattered again and again. Electromagnetic water cut off. Advertisement: the surrounding seawater was pulled by the floating force and electromagnetic force. Part of it fell into Qin Yun's dragon claws, and part of it turned into countless sharp water blades, whistling towards Garp and Zhang Guo. Garp snorted, slammed his feet into the air, and launched himself into the air with moonwalk, shooting out like a cannonball. The iron fist brought with it a storm, smashing the water blades one by one. At the same time, he released powerful armed color domineering to block the lightning attacks one by one. During this period, he tried to find opportunities to get close to Qin Yun several times, but was always forced back by the shockwaves of the shock force. He had to raise his hands to resist, otherwise he would fall down again under the reaction force. "Do you think you can defeat us with just these?" Zhang Guo's voice was like a huge bell, echoing between heaven and earth. Qin Yun sneered, and the water blade that fell into his dragon claws was spit out by him, turning into an extremely long ice blade. The armament hockey covers it, making it more destructive and indestructible. Then, the dragon's body suddenly accelerated, like a golden lightning, rushing straight towards Garp and Zhang Guo. His dragon claws carried armament-colored ice blades wrapped in shocking power, and he slashed at Garp and Sengoku with all his might. Iron Fist of Love. Garp was not at all in vain and faced it head-on. Buddha's shockwave. Zhang Guo lowered his eyes and pushed his palm again. The sword energy from the armed ice blade collided with Garp's iron fist and Sengoku's shockwave in the air, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. Buzz. The sky and earth changed color, and the powerful aftermath dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, and the surrounding marines were suppressed and unable to move. When everything fell silent, everyone realized that the pressure on them had disappeared, and they looked up quickly. Qin Yun was still in the form of a dragon, his dragon claws tightly grasping the armed ice blade, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and he seemed not to be injured at all. Even if you are injured, you will be instantly healed by the healing power and restored to your full strength. I didn't expect that the defense was too strong, resulting in less use of healing power. Qin Yun muttered, this should be a good thing. After all, the healing power can be trained by healing the injuries of the concubines. Garp was breathing heavily, but his posture remained upright. There must have been some consumption during the Warring States period, and the huge Buddha's body has shrunk a lot. Ha 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 ha. Garp, you're getting old after all. Old? Even if I am old, I am still more than capable of dealing with a young boy like you. Garp said he was not willing to give in, but he knew in his heart that he was still an ordinary human being after all. Chapter 215. Shanks appears. Human beings are subject to the necessary cycle of birth, aging, sickness and death. Sooner or later, they will be defeated by these young people. Oh, is that so? Qin Yun sneered, without commenting, and was about to swing the armed ice blade again. Unexpectedly, Garp suddenly retracted his fist and asked seriously. Hey, Thunder Kid, how's Makino? Makino? Qin Yun was stunned. Unexpectedly, Garp would ask about Makino's whereabouts at this juncture. He subconsciously thought of that gentle and lovely girl. Makino was very reserved when she first joined his big family, but she would never refuse any of his requests, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to squeeze out water. Later, as time passed, Makino also accepted his new life. He started to chat and laugh with the goddesses while eating, drinking and having fun. His excellent cooking skills made him very popular among the people. Of course, what Qin Yun values more is her big, expressive eyes. Whenever they were having fun together, she would gently hold his cheek with her little hands, stare at him intently, and express her love for him. Thinking of this, Qin Yun chuckled and said in a friendly manner. Don't worry, Garp. Makino is much better now than when she was in Windmill Village. She is clean and fair, and she has my concubines as her playmates. She is very happy. Is that so? Garp could tell from Qin Yun's eyes that he was not lying, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then you must treat her well in the future, otherwise, I will never let you go. Ha 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 ha. Garp, my woman doesn't need you to worry about her. Now, you should take care of yourself first. Be careful or you may lose your life in this war. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he wanted to continue, but he paused slightly and noticed a pirate ship speeding towards him in the distance. Shanks. Are you here just now? What Qin Yun didn't know was that in his subsequent battles with Garp, Zhongguo and others, the force that affects the sea, such as the force of shock, continues to make the sea turbulent, slowing down the speed of the Redfur's arrival at Marineford. Moreover, the position of Marineford also shifted, drifting a lot towards the doldrums. At the same time, on the other side of the Imperial Arena, Advertisement Sakaski was well aware of who the main target of this war was. Therefore, he did not choose to join forces with Sengoku and others to fight Qin Yun, but continued to hunt down the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. On the other hand, Kuzan and Borsellino had no idea what was important and even started to slack off quite a bit of the time. Sakaski was in pursuit, while captains like Marco, Flower Sword Vista and others were covering the pirates' retreat. At this moment, Sakaski seized the opportunity, and with the power of magma crawling on his arms, he knocked the captain of the 10th Division, Kulil, to the ground with one blow, and shouted. As long as I'm a marine, I will never let these heinous pirates go. Kulir. Marco's expression changed, and he and Vista resisted Sakaski's attack together, while the others took the opportunity to rescue Kulir. Marco, you can't escape today no matter what. Sakaski threatened and punched out again. The dog bites the red lotus, undying thistle. Marco took it hastily and was forced to retreat dozens of steps. Finally, he was exhausted and fell to the ground. The Phoenix's flame of life continued to burn, restoring his injuries. Phoenix. You are so durable. I want to see how many more moves you can take. Sakaski looked stern and wanted to kill Marco on the spot. That's it. At this critical moment, Kebi suddenly rushed to Sakaski, crying with tears on his face. Marine? Marco was stunned, never expecting that a marine would stop Sakaski's actions. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, Kebi raised his head and shouted sadly. Stop fighting. This is a time when lives are at stake. Every marine has a family waiting for them to go home. We have already achieved our goal, so why bother chasing these pirates? It's actually Kirby. Garp looked moved. Kabi? I almost forgot about this deserter king. If he were killed on the spot, would Garp block the attack for Kabi like he did 2 years later in the original timeline? Qin Yun curled his lips and glanced at the figure flashing towards him in the distance. Ah, who are you? How dare you waste a few seconds of my time? Marine doesn't need a cowardly marine like you. Advertisement with an indifferent look on his face, Sakaski raised his fist with the power of magma and smashed it at Kirby. Kirby. Belameb yelled. Clang, a crisp sound came out, and the power of the magma was blocked by a western sword. Sakaski frowned. Why did the touch feel wrong? He looked up at Kirby and saw Shanks standing in front of him. Well done, young marine, Shanks said softly. The time you gained by risking your life, regardless of your starting point, has saved the lives of many pirates and marines. The sudden arrival of the uninvited guest suppressed the war situation. Everyone looked at Shanks blankly, unable to believe that he would appear. Sakaski put away the power of magma and looked at Shanks solemnly. Why are the 4 emperors of New World coming here? It's red-haired Shanks. What's he doing here? Countless people have such questions in their hearts. At this time, the officers of the red-haired pirates also arrived at the port on the Redfurs. It's the Redfurs. All members of the red-hair pirates are here, Marine shouted. Looking at the many doubtful eyes, Shanks slowly put away the knife, walked aside slowly, and helped Marco who fell on the ground. I'm here to end this war. Damn red hair. Garp's eyes were fierce, thinking of his grandson who was led by Shanks to become a pirate when he was ignorant. How is it possible? Didn't red-haired Shanks have a conflict with Kaido in New World yesterday? How come he can appear here now? Red hair. Marco looked tired to the naked eye, but his eyes still showed reluctance. This time I came to Marineland to rescue Ace, but not only did I fail to achieve my goal, many brothers died, and even my father got involved. How could he let go? Marco, don't be blinded by hatred. The most important thing now is to take the rest of the Whitebeard pirates away alive. After hearing Shanks' persuasion, Marco lowered his head, clenched his fists again, and finally sighed helplessly. Chapter 216 Destruction is always easier than protection. Shanks is here, should I leave? Mahawk was ready to leave. Shanks raised his head and glanced at everyone, immediately understanding the current war situation. As he walked towards the center of the battlefield, he said calmly, "If we continue to fight, it will only increase the casualties of pirates and marines in vain. If anyone hasn't had enough, come on, let us be your opponents." While speaking, the Red Hair Pirates leaders took steps and came behind Shanks tacitly, showing an attitude of being ready to fight at any time. Seeing that no one was talking, Shanks looked coldly at Qin Yun in the sky. "Sashi ignores me, come to think of it, we haven't seen each other for a few months. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. As you said before, at this moment, it is indeed a different scene. What do you think? Qin Yun, stop it, killing more marines won't make any difference to you." Although he had never seen Qin Yun's dragon form, everyone's aura was unique. As one of the strongest men in the world, Shanks naturally remembered Qin Yun's aura the first time he met him. Shanks. Qin Yun chuckled, transformed himself, and turned back into human form, landing not far in front of Shanks. He also had the idea of ending the fight, because continuing to fight would only be a further exercise in his devil fruit abilities. But he couldn't just leave like that, he still needed to talk to Shanks and couldn't let Shanks get too much attention and affect his future plans. Ha 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 ha, it's been a while since we last met. Today's reunion is an inevitable result. Shanks nodded and said, "If we met at another time, I might invite you to drink on board again, but today is a special situation, so we can only drink next time." He had tried it before and knew that Qin Yun would not give him face, so he did not say anything like, "Give me some face." What's going on? 4 Emperors. Shanks actually knows Qin Yun. Advertisement. When did it happen? Why didn't the Marine Intelligence System record this incident? What on earth are those cipher polls for? Not only the middle-level Marines were surprised, but Sengoku was also shocked. How about it? Qin Yun, do you want to stop? You have accomplished the purpose of coming here. I have indeed achieved my biggest goal, but there are still some convenient things that I haven't done. Qin Yun's tone was flat, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Seeing this, Shiryu sneered and stood behind Qin Yun. Qin Yun's biggest goal, the power of shock, has been obtained, but the opportunity cannot be missed. Kobe and Bellemere still need to be sent to death. This saves the guy Kobe from joining Blade, according to the original timeline, and attracting Yunkyu's attention. The pirates of the Red Hair Pirates are all ordinary people, without the power of devil fruits. The only advantage of fighting with them is awakening Conqueror's Haki. He had used Shanks to awaken the Conquerors a few months ago, so fighting them now would be a complete waste of energy and would do no good at all. Maybe when he captures Uda in the future, he will invite Shanks to his and Uda's wedding. Oh, no matter what you want to do, if you want to start a war again, we will be your opponents. As Shanks finished speaking, the leaders of the Red Hair Pirates tacitly made the sounds of various weapons ready to move. But none of them was so blind as to point a gun at Qin Yun and do something provocative. Shiryu was not to be outdone, half pulling out the thunderstorm, ready to go. War. Haha, Qin Yun sneered. I just don't like these 2 stupid marines. Let their death be the end of this war. God's judgment. Qin Yun's electromagnetic field firmly locked onto Kobe and Bellemere, and 2 bolts of lightning that were enough to destroy them both crashed down. How dare you? Shanks remained expressionless. With a flash of sword light, Griffin drew 2 sword energy tracks in the air, and cut off Qin Yun's thunder, which exploded above Kobe and Bellemere's heads and disappeared. I almost died. Why did you choose me? Kobe was puzzled. Advertisement. How could this happen? I didn't do anything. Bellemere was frightened and collapsed on the ground. Did nothing? Qin Yun shook his head. He was already a deserter, but he hadn't done anything yet? So strong. The Marines and the pirate elites all had serious looks on their faces, wondering if they could survive the attacks of the 2 men. Damn it, Qin Yun, what on earth do you want to do? He's my disciple. Garp frowned, his face full of anger, ready to go forward and knock Qin Yun down at any time. Disciple? Qin Yun raised his eyebrows and said, not to mention your disciples, I dare to kill even your son and grandson. What? They're just 2 insignificant Marines. Are you going to stop me, Shanks? Ignoring Garp, Qin Yun had a blank expression on his face, as if he was going to fight with Shanks in the next moment. Shanks pointed his sword at Qin Yun and said in a serious tone, I said, I am here to end this war. If you still want to kill, just come to me. Destruction is always easier than protection. Are you sure you can stop me? Qin Yun raised his hand and clenched it, and Kobe and Bellemere lost control of their bodies under the influence of electromagnetic force, and half floated into the sky. In this case, without the physical electromagnetic force, how can Shanks stop it? My body is out of control. Kirby's eyes were filled with fear, and tears began to flow down his face again, leaving him defenseless in front of Sakazuki. Don't kill me, I didn't do anything. Bellemere was so frightened that he wanted to cover his eyes, but he couldn't control his hands. He had no choice but to close his eyes tightly and beg Qin Yun to let him go. Let go of Kobe and Bellemere, or I won't let you leave Marineford. Garp clenched his fists, ready to attack. There was a flash of surprise in Shanks' eyes. I didn't expect Qin Yun's ability to be so diverse. Looking at his posture, it seems that if Qin Yun just pinches them lightly, the 2 Marines will die on the spot. He could actually destroy Qin Yun's electromagnetic field, but his speed would definitely not be as fast as Qin Yun killing the 2 people. I wonder what these 2 little Marines have done to offend you. Why do you have to kill them all? Chapter 217 Kobe's Disgrace. UP******** me off. Not really, then why? Shanks was very confused. If I have to give a reason, it's that I have a stupidity problem. Stupidity? Shanks was full of questions, not knowing what was going on. Qin Yun moved his mind and gathered Kobe and Bellemere together, floating in the center of the battlefield. Wasn't what he just said stupid enough? Shanks thought about it and felt it was okay. Maybe this little Marine bravely stood up to stop Sakaski just for the sake of Marine and his family. How can there be no casualties in a war between Marines and pirates? He is still pretending to have achieved his goal. This is a matter of life and death. Qin Yun asked harshly. This guy said all the good and stupid things. Kobe, who do you think you are? Marine's savior? Although the little Marine's words are still very naive, his courage is still worthy of respect. Shanks shook his head, thinking that Qin Yun wanted to kill Kobe simply because he disliked him. Haha, you underestimate him, Shanks. Qin Yun turned to face the Marines and pirates who were watching the show. Marines, pirates, do you know what this guy did? Qin Yun's intention was very clear. Not only did he want Kobe and Bellemere to die, he also wanted them to die in disgrace. Did what? A Marine shuddered when he saw Qin Yun looking at him, and subconsciously continued what Qin Yun was saying. Qin Yun curled the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze to look at Kobe. Kirby, check your conscience. What on earth were you doing just now? While the Marines were fighting hard to kill the pirates on the battlefield, where were you? Kobe opened his mouth, not daring to tell the truth, and then lowered his head in shame. Advertisement? What? Don't you have the face to speak? Or do you have no mouth? Weren't you shouting quite loudly just now? Qin Yun pressed on step by step, determined not to give up until he achieved his goal. Bellemere, what about you? Tell us how you and Kobe worked so hard to kill and injure as many as 0 pirates in this war. Bellemere curled the corners of his mouth, not daring to tell the truth. He knew that once he told the truth, Sakaski would immediately wield the power of magma and execute them both on the spot. Kobe. Barumulber. Garp murmured. If he still didn't realize that something was wrong at this point, he would have lived in vain. Haha, you two ants can't say anything, so let me tell you about your heroic deeds in this war. Marines, I believe many of you know these two heroic boys, Kobe and Bellemere, unfortunately. From the very beginning of the all-out war between you and the Whitebeard pirates, the two of them hid at the back of the Marine crowd because they were afraid of death. They even fled to the town behind the Marine headquarters office building and became deserters. What? Are they two deserters? No one doubted Qin Yun's words, because everyone knew that there was no need for Qin Yun to make up a lie for the two minions. Qin Yun continued. They even encountered Admiral Sakaski, who was planning for Marine to kill Whitebeard in the rear. Unfortunately, Sakaski did not have the ability to activate his observation haki, and was saved by these two deserters. Sakaski was stunned and frowned. He felt ashamed of Kobe and Bellemere's behavior, but more importantly, he was afraid of Qin Yun. Because Qin Yun had discovered this information, but he was totally unaware of it. This is a big taboo on the battlefield. This is not the end. After escaping from Sakaski's sight, they found a safe place. The two of them were happily lying on a roof behind the Marine headquarters, watching the live broadcast of your battle with the pirates. A Marine with a broken arm heard this and shouted indignantly. Damn it! We are fighting on the front line, and these two beasts are watching from the back? What a shame for the Marines. I wonder how that kid Kobe has the nerve to stop Admiral Sakaski. Qin Yun had a hint of sarcasm on his face. As a Marine, it's fine if I don't contribute in the war with the Whitebeard pirates. He actually wants to stop other Marines from hunting down pirates? Advertisement, I really admire such talent. I really don't know how he has the nerve to say these things. Every word Qin Yun spoke was like a steel needle carrying the tetanus virus, constantly piercing Kobe's Madonna heart. Look at you, you idiot. If you think I'm slandering you, just deny what I said. What? You can run away, but you can lie. I didn't stop you from talking. Qin Yun almost pointed at Kobe's nose and cursed him. He shook his head and sighed. But that's true. Ask any Marine present and they haven't seen you two fighting on the battlefield. They only saw your weird deserting behavior. Seeing the change in Kobe's expression, Qin Yun chuckled and said mockingly. Why, are you two not convinced? How about this, if you can find a Marine who has seen you fighting pirates on the battlefield, I will admit defeat and spare your lives. It is impossible to let them go, and Kobe and Bellemere can't find anyone to speak for them. Kobe's face turned red. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were almost digging into the flesh. Bellemere was much better. After all that Qin Yun said, he didn't feel any regret at all. His face was pale, and he knew that his life had come to an end. I heard that you are also the apprentice of Marine Hero Garp. Qin Yun muttered, glancing at Garp. Hero Marine, Vice Admiral Garp, tell me, is such a cowardly deserter like Marine really qualified to be your apprentice? What can Garp say? Looking at the performance of Kobe and Bellemere, you can tell that nothing Qin Yun said was a lie. His face was so dark that ink could drip out of it, but he still murmured in disbelief. Kirby. Bellemere, is what Qin Yun said true? Kobe was silent for a moment, tears streaming down like a flood. He cried bitterly. Lieutenant General Garp, I'm sorry. Bellemere didn't say anything and he had no words to explain himself. Chapter 218. The King of Deserters dies, much to the people's satisfaction. Bellemere knew that his act of desertion had been exposed in public, and no matter what he said afterwards, it would be powerless to change the situation. You two little bastards, I shouldn't have brought you back to the Marine headquarters. Garp was extremely disappointed. Although he had not spent much time with Kobe and Belmel, he really valued them both. Especially Kobe. Since joining his team, his extraordinary efforts have made him see the shadow of his youth. It is precisely because of this that he regards Kobe as the hope of the future Marine. He taught him everything he knew and taught him carefully, even better than he treated his own grandson. If there hadn't been this accident today, he didn't know how angry he would have been with these two guys. Seeing Vice Admiral Garp speak, Marine finally plucked up the courage and announced what he had seen and heard. Yes. Divine Emperor Qin Yun is right. I just saw that kid suddenly started crying on the battlefield, and then Bellemere supported him and ran to the back of Marineford. I didn't expect that the two of them were acting just to be deserters. Yes, I saw it too. I thought he had received some orders and was going to carry out a mission in the back. I never thought that there would be such a wimp among the elites who came to the Marine headquarters. Seeing the Marines start to criticize Kobe and Bellemere, Qin Yun glanced at Shanks, snorted coldly, and said, "How about it, Shanks? Do you think a deserter from the battlefield is qualified to stand up and call on the Marines to stop hunting down the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates?" Before Shanks could speak, Sakaski could no longer sit still. A fierce look flashed in his eyes and he shouted, "Damn it! Deserters are what I hate most in my life, followed by pirates. Accept the punishment of death, you two cowards." Before he finished speaking, Sakaski kicked the ground hard and soared into the sky like an arrow. He clenched his fists, and the hot magma was drawn and gathered on the tip of his fists. Even the air was distorted by the burning. Big Spitfire. Advertisement accompanied by a deafening roar. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The red fist, wrapped in endless black smoke and magma power, smashed towards Kobe and Bellemere, who were hanging in the air and were terrified, with an unstoppable force. Oh, looks like someone can't wait to take action. Qin Yun was not angry about Sakaski's behavior of stealing the head. All that mattered to him was that Kobe and Bellemere died in agony. He didn't care who killed him. Shanks hesitated for a moment, but decided not to take action. There were sufficient reasons for the deaths of Kobe and Bellemere. Even he felt ashamed of the two of them for being deserters and for meddling in other Marines' affairs. Then, the magma, like an angry fire dragon, instantly swallowed up Kobe and Bellemere. The scorching heat made the air seem to solidify, and everything around was dyed a shocking red. Kobe and Bellemere struggled painfully under the baptism of magma, despair and fear intertwined in their eyes. The clothes on their bodies were quickly burned up, their skin was scorched by the high temperature, and a pungent smell was emitted. Kobe. Bellemere. Although Garp was heartbroken, he knew that Kobe and Bellemere's actions had angered the public, and he could not risk his reputation to save them. In this desperate magma, Kobe and Bellemere's will had long collapsed, as if they saw the cold and ruthless eyes of Shinigami, slowly waving the scythe at them. The magma was still bubbling, but Kobe and Bellemere were silent, and even the faintest electromagnetic field signal disappeared. Deserter King, Kobe, die. Witnessing the tortured deaths of the two deserters, both the Marine and the pirate felt a surge of satisfaction in their hearts, saying that their deaths were good. In fact, the black spots of Kobe listed by Qin Yun are not comprehensive. In the original timeline, Kobe finally mustered up the courage to go to the battlefield during the war, but it was to stop his benefactor Luffy from saving Ace. Advertisement Garp was stabbed in the back while trying to save Kobe on Beehive Island. When he woke up in Marine Hospital, his first words were not to save Garp, but to stop the dream of his master's grandson, his benefactor Luffy. A total ungrateful B**************. As for why he chose to stop Luffy's dream instead of stopping the dreams of the other four emperors. Maybe Luffy won't kill him, but the other four emperors will kill him without mercy. The monkey family is really unlucky to have such an ungrateful person. Seeing that there was no sign of a fight, Mihawk left the scene on his own. Zanguo also exited the Buddha form and stood in the middle of the Marine crowd. Qin Yun nodded with satisfaction, glanced at everyone, and after confirming that nothing was missed, he began to think about retreating. After getting the tremor fruit, I relaxed for a while and realized my own strength. All my goals have been achieved. No, there is still one goal that has not been achieved, that is, he has not seen Gion yet, which is a pity. Back to the topic, Qin Yun had previously fought against two veteran strongmen, Garp and Sengoku, two generals, Borsellino and Kuzan, and some Marine lieutenant generals, which benefited him a lot. In this war, he is undoubtedly the biggest winner. Everyone present, including Marine and the pirates, had no intention of fighting anymore, only Sakaski still had a burning desire to fight. Coupled with the strong intervention of the Red Hair Pirates, the end of the war is an inevitable outcome. These two little Marines are dead. Shanks took a step forward and saw that Qin Yun did not move, so he knew what he meant. Well, all the Marines and pirates present, please give me some face this time and end this war. At this moment, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were crying for the death of Ace and Whitebeard, while the Marines looked numb, staring blankly at their companions around them. Seeing no one reply, Shanks assumed that the Marine and the pirates had tacitly agreed, so he said to Sengoku. Whitebeard, Ace, please leave the affairs of these two to us. They are both dead. I think the righteous Marine will not make any more fuss about the bodies of the two dead, right? As soon as Shanks finished speaking, the Marines became furious. Who are you to take the initiative? We need to show the bodies of these two people to the world before we can declare the victory of our Marine. Chapter 219. Kong Yunki's belonging, you. Marine justice is not something you can define. Do you think we would follow the orders of a mere pirate? It doesn't matter. Sengoku suddenly interrupted the Marine's resentment. Master Sengoku, Fleet Admiral. All the Marines turned around and looked at him in surprise. Others may not be able to do it, but you can. Red hair. Zongguo looked determined and had already thought about retirement. But Doberman was still unwilling and couldn't help but dissuade Zongguo. No need to say more, I will take the responsibility. Zongguo interrupted with a wave of his hand. Without this responsibility, how could he retire? In that case, thank you very much. Shanks expressed his gratitude. Hurry up and treat the wounded. Zongguo did not hesitate and began to arrange the funeral. Seeing that Marine did not take any action and was still in shock, he took a deep breath and pronounced. The war is over. Oh, in this way, Marine launched the rescue operation for the wounded. Qin Yun looked at all this with an indifferent expression, and suddenly thought of Zephyr, Ain, and said casually. Oh, by the way, among all the Marines present here, there should be quite a few who are students of Instructor Zephyr, right? The Marines were stunned and couldn't help but stop and look at Qin Yun. There was no way, ZFA's name was too famous, and most of the Marine elites present had received ZFA's teachings to some extent. Can any Marine friends who are close to Zephyr please tell them what I'm saying? If you don't want to stay in Marine anymore, come to New World to find me. I will take you to see the new scenery of this world. Of course, the same goes for all Marines. If you want to join my team, you are welcome to come find me in New World. However, if you don't come, and you meet my men on the battlefield later, don't blame me for being ruthless. Regardless of whether someone passed it on or not, there were many Marines present, so his words would definitely reach Zephyr's ears, which would save him some effort in contacting Zephyr in the future. Of course, the lovely and charming Queen Ain will also fall into his clutches. Advertisement, damn you Qin Yun, you actually openly stole Marine's girl. Although Zongguo said this, he was not worried at all that someone might rebel. After all, most Marines work for a regular job that pays them. The powerful Marine has his own justice to achieve, so how could he join the hands of a lawless man? On the other side, Shanks led the Red Hair Pirates to assist Marco and others in collecting the bodies of Ace and Whitebeard. Where's Dad's Kurigane? Did some Marine take it away? Blenheim looked around. He had just been busy fighting with Marine. He only knew that Qin Yun had plundered Whitebeard's tremor fruit, but did not see Qin Yun use the Murasakabara. Marco was stunned and turned his head, looking sharply at Qin Yun, who was about to leave. Hey, Qin Yun, give Daddy's Kong Yunchi back, Marco. Oh, I've never heard of a victor giving up the spoils, let alone a supreme sword like the 12 skills of Kusanagi. Qin Yun sneered and did not comment. Looking at Marco's angry face, Qin Yun instead set his eyes on his devil fruit. Bird fruit mythical beast phoenix form. This mythical beast type devil fruit is also quite good. Even if the user has not awakened, it can still possess super strong self-healing and regeneration abilities. Unfortunately, this devil fruit is tasteless to him, but a pity to throw away. Because he already has the power of healing and the power of the golden dragon, the phoenix form cannot bring about a qualitative change in his strength. Even if there is an improvement, it is just icing on the cake. However, he would not give up on plundering the phoenix form because of these. This devil fruit could allow him to have an additional deputy emperor level subordinate, or allow a certain goddess to take it to add some fun. A feminine phoenix. Seems pretty good. The prey has been marked, but Qin Yun is not in a hurry to take action. Once he occupies the New World territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco will come to him and offer his head. What? Did Qin Yun take away Dad's Kong Yunki? Blenheim gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Yun with a bad face. Don't you know, just now, Qin Yun used the ability of his father's tremor fruit to imitate his father's use of Kusukimi Ki to fight. Speedo Kill came up to him and explained. Advertisement. Seeing the unfriendly expressions of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and his captains, Qin Yun said in a contemptuous tone, mockingly. What? It seems that the blow Marine dealt you wasn't enough. Too few people from the Whitebeard Pirates died. Who wants to fight me again? Just step forward and die. You. Marco seemed to be turning into a phoenix, with hesitation flashing in his eyes. Marco, calm down. Shanks appeared behind Marco and pressed his shoulder to remind him. The Whitebeard Pirates can no longer accept any more deaths. Red hair. Marco sighed softly, his tone heavy. No. Kusanokiri is the weapon that Dad has fought for his entire life. As his sons, we must get it back for Dad no matter what. Shanks was silent for a moment, then persuaded. I understand. But Marco, as a person with Whitebeard, doesn't care about these things. He cares more about the lives of you sons, but. Marco. Don't forget Whitebeard's last captain's order. Marco clenched his fists, and just when he was about to give up, he saw Qin Yun's actions. Buzz. Accompanied by Kong Yunki's soft hum, Qin Yun casually swung his sword in a flower shape and made a motion of dragging the knife. It is truly worthy of being one of the 12 skills of the Supreme Great Swift Sword. Even after enduring the ravages of the shocking force for so many years, it still remains sharp. How is it? Kong Yunki is right here. Do you dare to come forward and rob him? A-hole. I'm going to make you pay. Marco's anger was successfully ignited by Qin Yun, and he transformed into a phoenix. He was about to dash towards Qin Yun, but Shanks, who was quick-witted and agile, slapped his head to the ground, making him unable to move. Damn it. Let me go, redhead. Don't let your anger get to your head, Marco. Shanks held Marco down firmly. I've said before, if you want to start a war again, we, the Red Hair Pirates, will be there to fight. This naturally includes your Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 220 The Damned Riddler. Red Hair. Marco took a deep breath and exited the phoenix form. Seeing this, Shanks patted his shoulder and turned to look at Qin Yun. According to the rules of pirates, no matter what it is, you can plunder it from others. There is no such thing as something having to belong to someone else. Pirates' rules? Pirates still have rules? Qin Yun sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Shanks, I'm not like you. I'm not a pirate. Shanks widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that Qin Yun would say such a thing. You are so lawless that you even openly attacked the Marine headquarters in Marineford. After all these evil deeds, you still say you are not a pirate? Oh, interesting. Does a lawless person necessarily mean he is a pirate? Qin Yun has a different opinion. So according to what you said, World Noble, Celestial Dragon, is also a pirate. This. Shanks' expression froze. Good fellow, you actually compare yourself with the Celestial Dragons. Close black lens bracket. The words may be crude but the truth is there. If lawless people are considered pirates, then the Celestial Dragons can indeed be called pirates. Not only that, even many Marines are classified as pirates. Shanks thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any rebuttal. So he asked back, then let me ask you, what is a pirate? Huh? You, a pirate, are asking me what a pirate is? Qin Yun looked at Shanks strangely, shook his head, and said calmly. Pirates, as the name suggests, are pirates on the sea. However, to me, to my kingdom of God, all enemies of the kingdom of God are pirates. This includes but is not limited to you, the pirates recognized by the world, the Marine, the world government, the Revolutionary Army. Shanks was dumbfounded. He finally understood that Qin Yun wanted to make an enemy of the whole world. Judging from his tone, he doesn't sound like he's joking at all. No wonder he has such a domineering conqueror's attitude. Could it be that Qin Yun's ambition is to overthrow the rule of the world government and conquer the entire world? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Shanks became more certain of his inner guess. He shook his head and said seriously, advertisement. Let's not talk about the pirates for now, but the Murasakiri incident is of great importance and is of great significance to the Whitebeard Pirates. Qin Yun, I remember you are not a swordsman who uses a knife, right? To you, Murakumo Kiri is nothing more than scrap metal. Why don't you return Murakumo Kiri to the Whitebeard Pirates? It can be regarded as a dignified exit for the old era represented by Whitebeard. In this world, swords and knives are indistinguishable, close black lens bracket. Exit with dignity. I didn't turn Whitebeard's body to ashes, which is the most I could do. You. Marco gritted his teeth, as if he would take action the next moment. Marco is still too young now and not as mature as he will be in 2 years. Shanks waved his hand to block him and activated the ability of the face fruit. If possible, please give me some face. What if I don't give you face? Although Qin Yun was asking, anyone could tell from his tone that it was a rejection. If you don't give me face, there's nothing I can do. Shanks smiled helplessly. He knew Qin Yun would not give him face. After all, I can only act as a mediator, not a generous person. Oh, it's rare to hear you say something that isn't overbearing. There was a hint of surprise in Qin Yun's eyes. He thought Shanks was going to help the Whitebeard Pirates take back Murasakibara. Seeing Marco's unwilling expression, Qin Yun mocked, since you don't dare to rob, then shut up and pretend to be dead. Marco was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, Qin Yun, I will snatch it away, but not now, you must keep Qin Yun carefully and don't lose it. Just wait, after I sell Ace and Dad, I will come to you to take back everything that belongs to Dad. Qin Yun believed Marco's suicide declaration. He is indeed that kind of person. Unfortunately, once Whitebeard dies, the Whitebeard Pirates will fall apart. Most of the 43 pirate groups under its command would just walk away. With Marco's prestige in the Whitebeard Pirates, he could at most gather some core crew members to come to the New World to die. Oh, then you better hurry up and don't make me wait too long. After Qin Yun said this, he glanced at the whole audience and realized that the fight could not start. So he took back the Kusanokiri and signaled Shiryu with his eyes to prepare to leave. Shanks, I'm really looking forward to seeing what attitude you'll show the next time we meet. Advertisement? Oh. Shanks asked in confusion. Do you want to kill me? Or do you accept the outcome of the matter and become a helpless well-wisher? After saying that, Qin Yun raised his hand and waved it. The electromagnetic force wrapped around Shiryu and took him away from Marineford. What do you mean? Shanks frowned, feeling that there was a hint of conspiracy in Qin Yun's words. Damn Riddler. Ha 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 ha. But all that was left for Shanks was Qin Yun's wild laughter. In less than a moment, Qin Yun returned to Nine Snake Island. After placing Shiryu under the Nine Snake Island, he immediately came to the Nine Snake Castle and controlled the Nine Snake Island to fly towards the New World. After a brief exchange with Hancock, Qin Yun called Robin's Den Mushi and told her that Whitebeard was dead. Afterwards, Qin Yun asked Robin to take advantage of the fact that the Whitebeard Pirates had suffered heavy losses and were empty inside. Command the armed forces of the Kingdom of God to seize the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. After doing all this, Qin Yun finally had time to play in the water and fight with Hancock. By the way, I'll cure Hancock's lovesickness. 2 hours later. Qin Yun rested his head on Hancock's legs with a comfortable look on his face, and began to count the gains of this trip. Enen, Momo, Nika, Hormone, Gen. Destroy Impleton plus disrupt the war at the top. In just one day, he acquired a total of 5 powerful devil fruit abilities. There are more than 10 kinds of other fruit collections, and all of these more than 10 kinds of devil fruits have quite good abilities. As long as someone who is not too stupid eats it, the powerful devil fruit should be able to provide him with the combat power of about 3 to 4 vice emperors. The remaining devil fruits can provide him with the combat power of more than 10 elite lieutenant generals. In terms of his own strength, he jumped from a person with roughly emperor level strength to the strongest person in the world except for IM. As long as he continues to steadily develop the ability of the devil fruit, his strength will continue to increase steadily. But he is not sure whether he can kill IM. Chapter 221 Development Focus. Why? Because he still knows too little about IM. Only by actually fighting against him can we confirm what IM's strength is. What you need to do now is to develop your devil fruit abilities, chat with the concubines more, and steadily improve your strength. At the same time, while preparing the chips to conquer the world, he is also preparing matters related to eternal life. As devil fruit's abilities increase, his development focus will also change. After all, human energy is limited. Sigh, this is the trouble with having too many devil fruit powers. If Qin Yun wanted to develop, he would naturally develop the one that would improve his current strength the fastest and the most first. The power of thunder has been awakened, no more research and development is needed. The power of Piao Piao is currently developed to a sufficient level. Even if it is awakened, it will probably expand the range of attack moves. The power of the door is convenient, but its aggressiveness is still too low. No one can force him to use defensive moves for the time being. It won't be too late to develop this until he rules the world. The same goes for the power of the fortified city. As an auxiliary fruit ability, just use the basic ability and there is no rush to develop it. The power of the blue dragon requires more familiarity with the fighting method after changing the form, and when used in conjunction with other devil fruit abilities, the destructive power is even more impressive. The power of healing focuses on treatment, and the power of hormones focuses on having fun with the concubines. However, the power of hormones in controlling emotions is still worth developing. Whether it is to increase the loyalty of the people under your command, or to increase the adoration of a rebellious concubine, it is a very good development direction. The magnetic power was developed extremely smoothly under the awakened power of thunder. He can even use Kid's railgun 2 years later. The powerful electromagnetic force composed of thunder plus magnetic can directly pull down meteorites from the sky, achieving an effect similar to Fujidora's smile fruit. The power of Nika. Now in his hand, it is just an ordinary rubber fruit. Only by awakening into the Nika form can Qin Yun's strength be improved. But can he really awaken? Qin Yun wants to put a question mark here. As the destiny child of this world, Luffy is undoubtedly the one chosen by Nika. Advertisement: when it awakens, it is a time of life and death. The description of Nika's awakening is: the ability user will awaken when his body and mind match his ability. What kind of qualities does Luffy have who can awaken? Qin Yun knew in his heart that he and Luffy had nothing in common, and the possibility of him awakening Nika was pitiful. Therefore, the focus of the next development is the power of shock, the power of darkness, and the power of Momo. Shocking power is the devil fruit with the greatest destructive power and attack range among all the 3 known devil fruits. Its strength is unquestionable. Everyone knows that even if Whitebeard doesn't have the shock fruit, he still has 4 emperors level strength. But for him to break through the bottleneck and have the title of the strongest man in the world, his power is indispensable. With Whitebeard as a demonstration, he only needs to copy the homework and develop it. There is no doubt about the power of the dark fruit. People with abilities have infinite gravity in space like a black hole. It can suck in everything that comes into contact with darkness, and compress and crush it with infinite power. There is also the most restraint point for ability users, making the abilities of the ability user ineffective. There are only 2 ways to develop the power of darkness: increasing the scope of darkness influence and increasing the suction force that instantly sucks people into darkness. The development goal of Momo's power is clearer. When it is developed to the highest level, it can reach a 100-fold increase. Qin Yun just needs to work hard to achieve a 100-fold increase. My dear, I have had a good rest. Hancock's eyes were as charming as flowers, and her voice was so gentle that it seemed to be able to capture people's souls. Oh, Qin Yun came back to his senses and chuckled. Then I'll continue chatting with you for a few more hours. At the same time, the ruins of Marineford. Sengoku Fleet Admiral. There's news from the Marines who went to Impleton to investigate. Impleton? What happened in the Great Prison? Tell me. Brulas trembled and said intermittently. Impleton has disappeared. In its place is a tombstone buried at the bottom of the sea. What did you say? Impleton disappeared. What does the tombstone mean? Look at the pictures they sent. Brulas explained with cold sweat on his head. Advertisement. This is what Impleton is like. They say they didn't find a single Marine, jailer, or even a prisoner. What? Zhang Guo's pupils shrank and he was stunned for a few breaths. That means Magellan is also missing. All the guards, Marines, even prisoners, are dead. At present, this is the case. Brulas whispered, hesitating for a moment, and then added. The world government has issued an order, telling us not to spread the news of Impleton's destruction. Because the disappearance of the world's great prison will definitely deal a huge blow to the reputation of the world government? Zhang Guo was silent for a moment and sighed softly. Well, even though the jailer and Marine died, at least those evil pirates from Pelton were not released. Damn Shiryu, Qin Yun, they're the only two people who left Impleton. The destruction of Impleton is definitely related to these two. No, Shiryu can't do that with his ability. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Qin Yun's transformation of Marineford into the Emperor's arena. Yes, it must have been done by Qin Yun. At this moment, a guess suddenly came to Zongguo's mind, which was so terrifying that he dared not say it out loud. Qin Yun wouldn't have taken away all of Impleton's devil fruit abilities, would he? Later, in order to prevent the news from leaking out, Impleton was destroyed. At this time, Garp came to a place not far from Sengoku after commanding the Marines to complete the rescue work. Seeing that Zongguo was sweating, he asked casually, "What's wrong, Sengoku?" Zongguo came back to his senses, sighed, and said, "Impleton was destroyed, and even Magellan has lost contact. I suspect that Qin Yun destroyed Impleton after taking Shiryu away from there." The guess in his mind was too shocking. In the absence of evidence, he decided not to make it too public to avoid causing chaos in the world. "What did you say?" Garp's eyes widened, and he stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. Chapter 222 Lindbergh blames himself. The spit spurted and spat all over Zongguo's face. "Impleton is destroyed. Right." Zongguo couldn't help but frown when he saw Garp's big reaction. "After thinking about it, I suddenly realized something was wrong. The prison officer from Impleton sent a report not long ago. Reports say that Monkey D. Luffy has invaded Impledown. He even scolded Garp for this, saying that his grandson was always causing trouble for him. That is to say, Garp, your grandson is there too." Luffy. Garp's body trembled, unable to believe this. Zongguo didn't say anything else. He raised his hand to wipe the spit off his face and accompanied Garp silently. If Luffy is really dead, then today's blow to an old friend. After a moment of silence, Garp suddenly said in a casual tone, "Maybe Luffy has already left Impleton." Zongguo did not respond, looking reluctant, and could only pray that his old friend's guess was correct. "Zongguo, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first," Garp said, and turned and left. Garp. Looking at Garp's departing back, Zongguo felt that he looked even older. Even his hair, which had long been gray, seemed to be thinning and falling out. There was no time for Zongguo to feel sad. A messenger came running up to him and said sternly, "Mr. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Marineford has contacted Marines and people all over the world. Please give us your instructions." Zongguo withdrew his thoughts. The war had just ended and he would be busy for a long time, so he had no time to take care of his old friend's feelings. He thought for a moment and ordered, "Announce Marines' victory to the whole world." "Yes, Lord Sengoku Fleet Admiral." So, Marineford broadcast to the whole world the ending of Marines' complete victory, Whitebeard's defeat and Whitebeard's death. As a result, people all over the world began to cheer excitedly, celebrating the fall of a devil. Marine's prestige has reached a peak. Advertisement. Marine was very cunning and only told them news that was beneficial to them. If the people of the world knew other information, would they still be able to laugh? At the same time, Lindbergh was frustrated as he hadn't waited long for Luffy to reach the gate of justice. With doubts, he returned to the ruins of Impleton. After circling the surrounding sea several times underwater, he finally found Impleton, which was kneaded into the shape of a tombstone by Qin Yun. At this moment, he seemed to understand something and murmured self-reproachfully, "Luffy, I'm sorry, I should have acted with you. Dragu. If he knew such bad news. Lindbergh, this is not your fault. We did everything we should do. Who could have expected that Impleton would be destroyed?" The revolutionary soldiers on the side came forward to comfort Lindbergh. After a long silence, Lindbergh suddenly looked at me and came to the cab. "No, if he's alive, I'll find him. If he's dead, I'll find his body. We must find Luffy." "Yes." Next, Lindbergh first led the Poseidon class to a distance, and then began to explore the situation of the Impleton tombstone. Unfortunately, he searched for a long time but couldn't find Luffy's body. After all the bodies were mixed together to form the Great Tomb of Impleton. Even if Qin Yun were to separate the Impleton tombstone, he wouldn't dare to say that he could find the body fragments of a certain person. In desperation, Lindbergh had to record the image of the Impleton tombstone and left the Impleton site with a sad look on his face. After thinking for a long time, Lindbergh decided to call Dorag and tell him the desperate news. If Dragon had Luffy's life card, it will be determined whether Luffy is alive or dead. New World, the base of the Revolutionary Army, the White Earth Island of Baldigo. After a busy day, Dorag is still busy. In front of him were the high-ranking officials stationed at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, such as Sabo, Kurla and others. Sabo was a promising young man. At the age of 20, he became the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. But he is a little worse than Luffy. Advertisement. After all, in the original timeline, Luffy became a 4 emperor at the age of 19. If the plot continues to develop, maybe Luffy can become One Piece at the age of 19, overthrow the world government, and liberate the world. At this time, the Revolutionary Army is discussing the recent major event, the outcome of the war between Marine and Whitebeard, and how it will change the plans of the Revolutionary Army. Bulu Bulu, the sudden ringing of the telephone interrupted everyone's discussion. Dragon raised his eyebrows and looked at Den Den Mushi. "It's the Confederate Army commander, Lindbergh." As soon as Sabo saw the Den Den Mushi logo, he knew who was calling. "Answer it." Poga, Moshi Moshi, this is Lindbergh, Dorag. Are you there? Lindbergh looked solemn, as if he was carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. I'm here. What can I do for you? Lindbergh, Drago, I must report an emergency to you immediately. His voice was low and rapid, and every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the quiet air. Dorag looked up from the pile of documents, a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes, but was immediately replaced by concentration. Tell me, Lindbergh, what happened? Impleton was destroyed, leaving only a pile of wreckage that looked like a tombstone. Your son, the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, has disappeared. In Impleton, it is very likely that he has. Lindbergh uttered these words with difficulty, and every syllable seemed to be torn out from the bottom of his heart. Dorag's brows were instantly furrowed into a knot. He stood up suddenly and clenched his fists, as if trying to suppress his inner panic. Missing? How could this happen? How did you meet? What happened? Lindbergh quickly and succinctly outlines the circumstances of Luffy's last sighting, and the fact that all subsequent attempts to locate him have come to naught. He took a deep breath and continued, I'm worried that the worst may have happened. Do you have Luffy's life card? If you have any, I hope you can check Luffy's life card yourself. Without hesitation, Dorag quickly took out a round metal object from his pocket. Judging from its style, it is obviously an old item. Chapter 223. Dragon is angry, Garp is sad and scolded. His hands trembled slightly, fearing that the upcoming news would be the worst. After forcing himself to calm down, Dorag gently unscrewed the lid and instantly locked his eyes on the inside of the container. However, what caught his eye was not the bright card representing Luffy's vitality. Instead, it was a thin layer of ash, lying there quietly, silently telling a heartbreaking fact. His son, Monkey D. Luffy, is dead. Dorag's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and he felt a suffocating pain. No. Impossible. Dorag's voice was low and hoarse, as if every word was squeezed out from the depths of his throat. He stared at the ashes in disbelief, hoping desperately that this was just a cruel joke. The next second someone will tell him that all this is not true. But the reality is cruel and it will not change because of personal wishes. Dorag closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his surging emotions. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with determination and resoluteness. Lindbergh, tell me, who killed Luffy? At this point, Dorag's voice trembled slightly, but he forced himself to continue. If the murderer is still alive, I want him to know the price of hurting Luffy. Everyone was looking at Dragon with concern, but no one noticed Sabo. When hearing the name Luffy, Sabo beside him seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization. He stood there in a daze, and even the documents in his hands fell weakly to the ground. Lindbergh shook his head and sighed. I don't know, but Marine and world government must be very worried because of the destruction of Pelton. I'm sure they'll soon be able to find the person who destroyed Impleton. When the time comes, we can have the undercover agents in Marine pass on the news, and we will also have some direction. Even if the culprit who destroyed Impleton is not the one who killed Luffy, he must be involved. It's the only way. Dorag sighed. In fact, he simply couldn't spare the time to avenge Luffy. Going to Rogue Town to see Luffy some time ago was all he could squeeze out of the time. The Revolutionary Army's cause was at a stage of development. As the commander-in-chief, he was under enormous pressure and responsibility and had little free time. Advertisement, no. The strange scream attracted the attention of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo's eyes were wide open, but his pupils were shrinking and trembling. He was breathing heavily, and his tears flowed uncontrollably onto the ground. Memories, those days when I fought and laughed side by side with Luffy and Ace. It surged like a tide, impacting the depths of his forgotten soul. Sabo? What's wrong with you? Kurla looked worried. Sabo didn't seem to hear what Kurla said. He opened his mouth wide, opening and closing it constantly, as if he wanted to say something. Kurla had never seen Sabo in such a situation before. He stared at Sabo blankly for a moment, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Sabo suddenly screamed in pain, and then began to bang his head against the conference table. Bang, 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 bang. Luffy is my younger brother. Finally, Sabo collapsed to the ground in extreme pain. After an unknown amount of time, Garp staggered back to his dog-head boat. Because of the destruction of Marineford, his office was also gone, and Luffy's life card stored in the office would definitely be lost. He could only confirm whether Luffy was alive or dead by calling Kali Dayton. After struggling and hesitating for a long time in front of the Den Den Mushi, Garp suppressed his fear and dialed Dayton's Den Den Mushi. Bulbul. Bulbul. Every call of Den Den Mushi is like dancing on the tip of Garp's heart, exciting and tormenting at the same time. Poga, Moshi Moshi, who is it? Dayton's rough and hoarse voice came out. Garp was shocked, knowing that Dayton had already cried bitterly. Yes, it's me, Garp said timidly, feeling extremely guilty. Garp. Dayton was obviously stunned. I didn't expect Garp to call her at this time. Isn't this just walking into trouble? Advertisement. You old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Dayton. Okay, I'll grant you your wish. You are such a B D. I really don't know what's going on in your pig brain. Ace is your grandson, you idiot. Next, Dayton was like a machine gun with unlimited bullets, attacking Garp with all kinds of insults. She became more and more excited as she spoke, but if someone was around her, they would have noticed that her face was already covered in tears. Garp was speechless. Knowing he was in the wrong, he could only accept it. Dayton. Don't let me see you in Windmill Village, otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. Snap. In the end, Dayton became more and more angry and hung up the phone on Garp. Garp was in great pain. As Ace's grandfather, the pain in his heart could be said to be greater than anyone else's. Next, he called Dayton several times in a row, but each time he called her, he hung up. Finally, there was even a dead tone. The appearance of blind tone means that either Dayton destroyed the Dendenmushi or blocked him. This time when he called Dayton, he didn't get to know the matter clearly, but got scolded instead, which made him feel even more upset. In this case, he could only go to Windmill Village in person to find Luffy's lifeguard and confirm whether Luffy was alive or dead. As night falls, she looks haggard and Qin Yun feels pity for her. The Nine-Snake Island has crossed the Red Earth continent and arrived at the New World, and is now speeding towards the Kingdom of God. Qin Yun was in high spirits at this time. At his current stage, sleeping was no longer a necessity. Even if he didn't sleep for a year, Qin Yun wouldn't feel tired. There is no other reason, it is the confidence that comes from the strong physique forged for him by the goddesses. Nowadays, he has the power of hormones to replenish his mental state at all times. However, as sleep is a kind of enjoyment, it is better to try to maintain a normal schedule. At this moment, Qin Yun was hugging Hancock's sweet and soft body, thinking about his next plan. Bulu Bulu. At this moment, a long Dendenmushi call was heard from within the fortified city. Chapter 224. Strange, too strange. Qin Yun's expression changed. Could it be that Connie missed him, or was it that Shirahoshi? Hancock raised his head curiously when he saw Qin Yun moving. Qin Yun smiled and touched her back soothingly, indicating that it was not a big problem. He raised his hand and took out the Dendenmushi that was calling and placed it on the side. Poga, hello? God, I am Kuma's. Something terrible has happened. Brook, he is dead. Kuma's voice sounded anxious, fearing that Qin Yun would blame him. This is a big deal for him, as one of the future cash cows of the Kingdom of God. Although Brook has not yet reached the world-class level, his momentum is very strong and he has begun to continuously transfer money to the Kingdom of God. What? Qin Yun was stunned. He never expected to hear such news. Although Brook is just an insignificant money-making tool for him, it does not mean that anyone can attack his people. He let go of Hancock, straightened up and asked, "What happened? Who attacked you?" No. No one attacked. Kuma's was sweating coldly as he looked at the confused guards of the divine soldiers standing beside Brook's skeleton. No, it should be that we can't see any signs of an attack. No one attacked. Then how did Brook die? Here's what happened. We had a concert tonight, and Brook was singing on the stage. Halfway through the song, he fell to the ground without any warning. Huh? Qin Yun frowned. It was weird, too weird. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Where are you?" "We are in the Kingdom of Provence in South Blue." Kingdom of Provence? Where is that? Qin Yun was confused. The Kingdom of Provence is a country of singing, located in the South Blue Mississippi Sea, near the Kingdom of Tatasi, the Kingdom of Roba, the Kingdom of Sorbet. The Kingdom of Solbay. Finally I met one, it's near Bonnie and Big Bear's hometown. Advertisement, okay, now, take Brook's bones immediately. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yun suddenly realized that things could not be handled so hastily. What if Brook's soul leaves his body, or is captured by a special devil fruit user? Even if he crushed Brook's bones to check, he wouldn't find anything wrong. No, you must immediately seal off the scene and wait for my arrival. Contact the Kingdom of God every 3 hours to confirm whether you are alive. Anyone who dares to hinder you on the field will be shot dead. In 2 days at the shortest, or a week at the longest, I will go to South Blue to find you. Stay calm. Yes, Lord God, Poga, Brook. It shouldn't be betrayal, he has no reason to betray. So he was attacked? And his soul was sucked out? But who has such ability? It can't be an old lady, right? Or is it a devil fruit user who didn't appear in the original timeline? It's possible. Let's just take it one step at a time. That being said, Brook's death had extremely limited impact on Qin Yun and the Kingdom of God. The only thing Qin Yun needs to understand is, if Brook is really dead, how did he die? After all, Brook, who had died once, was left with only a skeleton. But Brook's skeleton is a divine artifact, in a sense. As long as Brook's soul is not annihilated by a soul attack, even if his skeleton is ground into powder, Brook can be restored to his original state. Don't forget that milk in this world is also a magic weapon. Qin Yun put away his thoughts, lowered his head, and saw Hancock who was silently waiting for him. He looked relaxed and held Hancock in his arms, continuing to enjoy their world together. At the same time, New World, the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. Big news. These are all big news. Morgan's eyes were full of satisfaction. Advertisement, print it quickly, print it quickly. I want the whole world to know this big news immediately. As the King of Intelligence, he had already received relevant news before the war on Marineford ended. Some of this information came from his undercover agents, while others came from greedy Marines and pirates who, for the sake of Bailey, took the initiative to reveal everything that happened at the top of the war and even implemented to the World Economic News Agency. Oh, the world is about to go into chaos. Gaga gaga gaga. Time passed quickly and soon it was the next day. That night, the World Economic News Agency worked overtime with all its might. Just to allow the people of the world to see the major events concealed by Marine for the first time. If the last incident of the killing of the celestial dragons only shocked the hearts of the people of the world, this time, the war on the top not only affected the hearts of everyone in the world, but also greatly changed the world's pattern. The camera comes to a village somewhere in the Grand Line, where the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates are settling down. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked as if their father had died, and no one could laugh at this moment. Marco. The newspaper is here, damn Marine. How dare they slander us like this? Buffalo, Atmos said in a low voice, his tone full of resentment. It is widely believed that the World Economic News Agency is the official one and is in cahoots with Marine. Newspaper. Marco shook his head and sighed. He was in no mood to read the newspaper. The only thing in his mind was to tidy up here for a while and then quickly send Whitebeard to Whitebeard's hometown, Sphinx Island, so that Whitebeard and Ace could be buried earlier. On the other side, Jesus BU also returned to the Red Hair Pirates with a newspaper. It's incredible, Morgans, that such detailed information can be reported in less than a day. Jesus was amazed as he read the newspaper. He must have spies in Marine headquarters. Morgans' ability is certainly worthy of praise as he has become a household name as the King of Intelligence. Shanks put down his glass. Read it out loud, Jesus, so everyone can see it. This. Jesus pulled the corner of his mouth. Oh yes, I almost forgot, you only know a limited number of words. Shanks slapped his head and suddenly understood. Ha 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 ha. Let me do it. Beckman took the newspaper from the side and told everyone the contents of the newspaper. The battle that changed the world. Marine War. Who is the biggest winner? Chapter 225 The world is shaken. Open black lens bracket Marine wins completely. One Piece the son of Grodd Roger, a man born full of sin. Fire Fist, Portgas Ace was successfully executed. Close black lens bracket. Shock. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard was killed by the 3 Marine admirals, Akainu, Sakaski, Kizaru, Borsellino, and Aokiji, Kuzan. The Whitebeard pirates were completely defeated, they fled like a lost dog. Good news. Whitebeard is dead. Bad news. The Tremor fruit still poses a threat to the world. The world's #1 grade prison, Impleton, is suspected to be destroyed by the Divine Emperor Qin Yun. Nobody knows what happened there, only Impleton's guard Chong Yu Shiryu and the Divine Emperor Qin Yun know everything. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket New 4 Emperors. Divine Emperor Qin Yun. A man who is above everything else, an incredible person who breaks the rules. Fight alone against Marine Fleet Admiral, Wise General, Sengoku, Marine Hero, Garp, Marine Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru and many Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Generals. Close black lens bracket. Why is the Divine Emperor Qin Yun so powerful? This was reported by a warrior at the scene who wished to remain anonymous. The Divine Emperor Qin Yun is an unprecedented user of multiple fruit abilities. Following the original Logia Thunderfruit, he also plundered Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. In addition to the 2 fruit abilities mentioned above, he also used the mythical beast-type Golden Dragon form and some ability to control the changes of objects, suspected to be the Paramecia float fruit, in the top war. There is no doubt that the Divine Emperor Qin Yun possesses the power to destroy the world, and is even more troublesome than Whitebeard. He also became the strongest man in the world, after Whitebeard. In addition to the few abilities known to the world, how many devil fruit abilities does Emperor Qin Yun have? How is it that he can possess multiple devil fruit abilities at the same time? Is he really a god? I'm afraid only the parties involved know all this. Close black lens bracket. Prediction by Morgans, president of World Economic News Agency. The bounty on Divine Emperor Qin Yun is very likely to increase by more than 10 times. I'm afraid the bounty could reach a sky-high 10 billion. Advertisement open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. After listening to Beckman's translation, Lakilu bit his big meat leg and said in surprise. This kid Qin Yun really made him stand out. I'm afraid that when he returns to the New World, when his bounty comes out, he will be able to be on equal footing with the boss and become one of the 4 emperors. Qin Yun is indeed a character. Judging from his intentions, he doesn't seem to have any intention of looking for the great secret treasure, One Piece. Beckman put down the newspaper and began to smoke a cigar. Perhaps we won't be enemies in the future, yeah? Shanks didn't comment. He felt okay when he met Qin Yun for the first time. But the second time, he always felt that Qin Yun and he were a little bit at odds, as if Qin Yun was trying to take away some important treasure of his. Am I too sensitive? New World, Big Mom Pirates. Baron Eggman was reading the latest newspaper in his elegant accent. Hearing the key points always causes people to exclaim. Is Whitebeard really dead? The Divine Emperor Qin Yun, what an extraordinary man. No wonder. Is the Divine Emperor Qin Yun so powerful? No wonder he asked for so much and wanted to marry all 4 of my daughters at once. Looking at it this way, it seems we have made a lot of money. Just by marrying the 2 sisters Pudding and Garrett, we can get such a powerful ally. You are indeed worthy of being called Brother Parasparrow. He realized how powerful Qin Yun is just by looking at the bounty order. Kukakuku. Charlotte Parasparrow smiled without saying anything, but she was actually extremely surprised in her heart. He just thought Qin Yun was pleasing to the eye and the ability of the Thunder Fruit was pretty good, so he just casually made a suggestion. There are no Logia Devil Fruit users in the Big Mom Pirates and their affiliated groups. If Qin Yun agrees to the alliance, it will just fill this gap. Advertisement Pudding, who was at the center of everyone's discussion, blushed and looked like a girl longing for love. Garrett had a cold and arrogant look on her face, making it hard to guess what she was thinking. Mama. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. She didn't even have time to wipe the cream cake off her mouth before asking anxiously. Parasparrow, how many days are left until the tea party? I can't wait to eat the wedding cake. Hearing this, Parasparrow estimated the time and said, Mom, there are still more than 2 months. Too slow. Linlin interrupted Parasparrow before he could finish his words. Let's hold it more than a month earlier this year. Qin Yun's power must have reached the New World. It won't be long before he becomes one of the 4 emperors. Let this tea party be a banquet to celebrate Qin Yun's ascension to the throne of the 4 emperors. Yes, Mom. Parasparrow obeyed the order respectfully and thought in his heart. Qin Yun becomes one of the 4 emperors. His status and position are different from before, so it is not appropriate to let Pokmas and Baron Dandan go. Close black lens bracket. It seems that I, as the first successor of the Big Mom Pirates, will have to show up in person, Kukakukik. Am I going to get married? Pudding looked shy on the outside, but she was extremely happy in her heart. In the Big Mom Pirates, she suffered from bullying when she was young because she had 3 eyes. Even her mother hated her eyes and asked her to cover them with bangs. Afterwards, she had to pretend to be strong and bully those who laughed at her to avoid getting hurt. Pudding's attitude towards Qin Yun is completely different from his attitude towards Sanji in the original timeline. At that time, Sanji was just a small pirate with no reputation and a bounty of only 177 million. It was normal for Pudding to look down on him. But Qin Yun is different. Now he is famous and influential all over the world. Although his bounty has not been updated yet, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qin Yun's bounty will see a surge. In addition to Qin Yun's handsome face, Pudding has long been in love with Qin Yun, but she is a little worried. Qin Yun is so powerful, he should be able to protect me. I just don't know if he will also hate my eyes. Garrett on the other side didn't think so much. She just felt that she was indeed 29 years old and it was time to get married. And she had no aversion at all to being able to marry a strong man like Qin Yun. Even she herself had to admit that she was secretly delighted. Chapter 226. Speed increased overnight. I am secretly happy that Qin Yun is handsome and strong enough. In this world where strength is everything, she doesn't want her future husband to be unable to defeat her. New World, Wano Country, Beasts Pirates. Yesterday, Yamato saw Ace's life card burning in front of him, but he was unable to leave Onigashima, so he angrily challenged Kaido's authority. Kaido was just so angry because Shanks stopped him from causing trouble for Whitebeard that he beat up Yamato. Today, Kaido saw the newspaper sent by Morgans again, and the anger that he had just vented surged up again. Damn you, Morganus, you said that the mythical beast Gold Dragon form of the Thunder Imp is a higher level ability than the Blue Dragon form of Lousy. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and roared. Morgans, Thunderkid, don't let me catch you, or I will tear you into pieces. The roar shook the sky and the Ghost Island was on the verge of collapse. Boss, calm down, Onigashima is going to fall. That's right, boss, there's no need for us to make enemies with the Divine Emperor Qin Yun. He has too many abilities. When Kaido heard that someone dared to refute him, he rushed to the man and crushed him into pieces, shouting. So what if I have more abilities? I want to let that kid know that domineering power is the power that transcends everything. Qin Yun, who is about to arrive in the kingdom of God, has no idea what the world thinks of him. He only knew that after obtaining the power of shock, he was not far from achieving his ultimate goal. The time spent on the road always passes by inadvertently. With Hancock's full support, Qin Yun increased his speed throughout the night and finally arrived at the kingdom of God in the morning. At this time, the kingdom of God is in the sky in front of the calm belt near North Blue, which is the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirates. Letting the kingdom of God stop here was also Qin Yun's plan before leaving. Advertisement. As soon as Qin Yun came back, he first placed the 9 Snake Island within the Sky Island group, and then sent Shiryu and Feng Clay to help the divine soldiers annex the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard's body was frozen in prison by him. After returning to the temple, Qin Yun spent a long time with the concubines whom he hadn't seen for a few days. After doing all this, he introduced Hancock and Little Bonnie to the concubines, allowing them to truly get to know each other. No matter how reluctant and unwilling Hancock was in her heart, at least she acted very friendly on the surface. When getting along with Qin Yun's other concubines, Hancock always called them sister, affectionately, as if she wanted to compete for seniority. The goddesses didn't care at all, because Hancock had also called them sisters during their previous phone calls. They just thought Hancock said that because she was older than them. Poor Hancock, if she knew that the other concubines thought this way, would she run into Qin Yun's arms with shame and ask for a hug? The goddesses love Bonnie very much, and after knowing the ability of Bonnie's Sway Sway fruit, they love her even more. One by one, they came close to Bonnie, wanting to see when they were at their most beautiful age. Qin Yun played with the girls for a while. Afterwards, Makino, Jessica and others prepared a delicious lunch. Upon seeing this, the goddesses let little Bonnie go and surrounded Qin Yun and came to the main hall. After lunch, you need to exercise to digest the energy in your body. So, Qin Yun and the other goddesses played and frolicked in the hot spring pool in the palace. After a few goddesses got tired of playing, Nami suggested playing the identity card game in the temple. No one objected. So, the group went into the temple and played games for the whole afternoon, thus ending this unforgettable day. At midnight, Qin Yun broke away from the concubines and came to the temple with Robin in his arms. Husband, the conquest of the Whitebeard pirates' territory is going very smoothly. We have already captured nearly 1/3 of the island. Robin's eyes were full of love, as if she was missing Qin Yun's love for her. This can't be blamed on her. Robin seemed to be unlucky today, and there were too many concubines. After an entire afternoon, she had flipped through almost half of the ID cards but still hadn't drawn hers. Advertisement until now, she used the excuse of being busy with important things to buy some time alone with Qin Yun. Occupied 1/3. Not bad efficiency. Qin Yun nodded and took her to sit on the chair. But don't worry, we can't become fat in one bite. It doesn't matter. It's easy to occupy territory in the early stages. We just need to implement a high-pressure policy. Robin spoke horrific words in all seriousness. My husband is now famous all over the world. Whenever you do something under your name, the natives on the island are so scared that they don't even dare to resist. Qin Yun nodded, not at all surprised by the situation. That's normal. The Whitebeard pirates have ruled here for many years, but their interior is not unbreakable. Although Whitebeard was very powerful, he became ill in his later years and his temperament became gentle. This has resulted in the pirates under his command being relatively weak, and the natives are used to peace and have no power to resist at all. Plus, my magic soldiers have been trained for several years, and the fishmen are naturally good at fighting at sea. As one side gains, the other loses, so it is only natural that we can easily take over these territories. Robin nodded, calculating the time and muttering. According to this trend, we are expected to occupy most of the islands within the Whitebeard pirates' sphere of influence within a week. That's great. I'll leave it to you to take care of it. I'm very relieved. By the way, at noon today, the candy minister, Charlotte Perisparrow of the Big Mom Pirates contacted the Kingdom of God. Oh, Qin Yun frowned slightly. I remember the tea party is still a few months away, right? It's really not the right time. Robin nodded and muttered. I guess the Big Mom Pirates saw your incredible power and wanted to discuss your marriage with Charlotte Pudding and Charlotte Garrett with us. Maybe we'll have to move up the tea party time then. In advance. Okay, let's ask Perisparrow to come and let. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and decided on the candidate. Let Shura discuss it with him. He's a little more sane. If it's really a tea party marriage, let them arrange it as early as possible. Chapter 227. Do you want to see my sword? Even if it's not, we should ask him to mention it and see if we can move the tea party forward. Even if we can't do it earlier, we have to find a way to get Pudding and Garrett to come visit us. Okay, I'll let you meet your two new sisters earlier. Robin covered his mouth and smiled. After discussing the serious matters, she began to think about how to do something bad. Thus, the conversation between the two came to an abrupt end, leaving only Robin and Qin Yun's breathing intertwining with each other. The environment suddenly became ambiguous, and even the air seemed to be filled with the fragrance of love. Robin's small hand gently stroked Qin Yun's chest. I don't know what she was thinking of. Her face turned red and she muttered embarrassedly. How are you recovering now? Can we have another fight to the top? Qin Yun chuckled. You really can't help but say this, Nico Robin. Oh, Robin, you underestimate me. Things are different now. Even if I continue to fight until the world is destroyed, I will not feel tired at all. Oh, what gives you the courage? Robin asked curiously. Have you forgotten? I got Monshiri's healing power, and now I also got the power of hormones. Seeing Qin Yun's boastful remarks, Robin could not help but challenge him. Then today, I want to ask you about your husband's true strength. Has he become stronger? Or has he weakened? Then I will let you taste my power now, come on. Happy times are always short, and soon it was the next morning. Qin Yun looked at Robin's increasingly charming sleeping face, pinched Robin's little face gently, then stood up and left the temple alone. Yesterday's identity card game has not yet been finished, and he still has dozens of tough battles to fight next. But this didn't bother him. After all, he has reached an invincible state on this path. Advertisement: the two newly captured Impleton golden flowers in the fortified city have also awakened, but he is not in a hurry to pick them. He was too busy just after the war on the top. It's a good time to let them dry out and take a break in the company of the angels. Once they understand their situation, it might be easier for him to start the attack. A moment later, Qin Yun brought Hancock, Sandasonia, and Marigoru to the training place of the angel team. Tina is very surprised. She didn't expect that the busiest man in the Kingdom of God would come here. Tina couldn't help rolling her eyes when she saw Qin Yun. Are you here to choose a concubine from the angel team? Qin Yun smiled slightly, stepped forward and took Tina into his arms, and explained softly. That's not the case. I came here specially to see you. Qin Yun was very tactful and decided to make Tina happy first. HMPH. Tina doesn't believe it. Tina did not resist Qin Yun's hug, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Obviously she was in a good mood. Why don't you believe it? Qin Yun teased secretly. Hasn't my sincerity towards you yesterday afternoon convinced you? Upon hearing this, Tina trembled, as if she was thinking of something in the past that she couldn't bear to recall. Okay, Tina knows. She rolled her eyes at Qin Yun and murmured in a low voice. Would you like to stay with Dasky and Lackey? They miss you? Dasky, who was eating melon on the side, was dumbfounded and quickly explained. No, I already got rid of the pain of lovesickness during this period yesterday. Lackey also waved his hand, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile. It's better to accompany Sister Tina. Whether she is physically or mentally, she is the weakest among us. For this reason, she has suffered a lot in this regard. The time she spends with you is always 1 hour shorter than others. Qin Yun nodded with a smile and pinched Tina's pretty face. You see, both of them want me to accompany you. HMPH, Tina has remembered this grudge, Tina snorted, her ferocious eyes piercing the hearts of Dasky and Lackey. Qin Yun nodded and said seriously, I harvested a lot of devil fruits this time. Do you want to change your ability? The threshold fruit is not lethal enough after all. No, Tina is very satisfied with her fruit. Tina shook her head and thought to herself. Advertisement, the threshold fruit is naturally prepared for me. It can create fences from anywhere in the body and imprison the target. When Qin Yun heard Tina's thoughts, he looked at her in surprise. Unexpectedly, this little girl was actually trying to deal with him. Forget it, as long as Tina is happy, there is currently no place where her combat power is needed. Tina thought for a while and added, and you, a bad guy, don't want Tina to leave Sky Island at all. My current duty is to train the Angel God team, and I don't need powerful devil fruit abilities. Okay, if you want to change to devil fruit, just tell me. Qin Yun nodded, let go of Tina, and stepped forward to touch the hair of Dasky and Lackey. Dasachi, do you want to see my broadsword? I saw it yesterday. Have you seen it? Qin Yun was stunned for a moment, then realized something and poked Dasky's little head with a smile. Dasky refused, frowned, and hugged Qin Yun's arm, which was so cute. Then Qin Yun took out Kong Yunki and handed it to Dasky. This is... Dasky was stunned for a moment, then looked at Kong Yunki with stars in his eyes. The 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword, Kong Yun cut. Kong Yunki has been baptized by the war on the top and has been stained with a lot of blood. When it came into Qin Yun's hands, he used the power of thunder and lightning to eliminate all traces on it. Don't you want to see the supreme sharp knife? Qin Yun gave Dasky an encouraging look. Here, take it and play. Dasky was so moved that she jumped up and hugged Qin Yun, giving him a few kisses regardless of how many people were around. But then, she noticed the gazes of the people around her. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly picked up Kong Yunki and walked aside. She straightened her plain glasses and began to carefully observe Kong Yunki's craftsmanship. Dasky's myopia was cured by Qin Yun's healing power. Now she wears glasses purely because she likes to wear them. In fact, all the famous swords collected by Qin Yun have been played with by Dasky. Mu Ku, Ying Shi, Gui Cry, 7-star sword. Qin Yun supervises. Bloodsuck, Chu Shui, big black dragon sword. At present, Dasky's sword is Chu Shui, one of the 21 skills of the Great Knife, and his sword is the supreme artifact, the Great Black Dragon Sword. Qin Yun withdrew his gaze from Dasky and introduced to Tina. Tina, these are Hancock's 2 sisters, Sandithonia and Marigold. Chapter 228 I want to protect my sisters, this is Tina. Tina nodded and greeted Sandisonia and Marigold. Next, Sandisonia and Marigold will follow Tina's orders and teach the 9 Snake Islands domineering power to the Angel God team. Most of the priests, divine soldiers, and the fishman divine soldiers of Fishman Island went to Qinghai to plunder the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. After they are done, it won't be too late to come back and learn new methods of practicing armament hockey. Yes, brother-in-law, Sandisonia and Marigold accepted the order respectfully. Qin Yun nodded, holding Hancock and Tina's hands, and watched the Angel team's training for a while. After chatting with a few girls for a while, Qin Yun planned to leave. Seeing this, Dashichi had to reluctantly return Kong Yunki to Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and kissed Dashichi's forehead, then took Kong Yunki back into the fortified city. After saying goodbye to Tina, Toshigi and Lackey, Qin Yun took Hancock back to the shrine. Nami's eyes lit up when she saw Qin Yun and Hancock, and she couldn't wait to step forward and grab Qin Yun's arm and drag him into the hall. Oni-chan, come in, let's continue playing ID cards. Upon hearing this, all the goddesses looked at Qin Yun expectantly. Qin Yun and Hancock smiled at each other and sat in the main seat in the middle. At this time, Vivi shuffled the cards in her hand, took the initiative to sit on Qin Yun's lap, and muttered. Hurry up and draw, Oni-chan. Okay. Qin Yun agreed and picked a card at random. When I unfolded it and looked at the front, I saw 3 big characters, Man Shirley, written on it. It looks like it's Man Shirley. Vivi took a look and lowered her head in disappointment. Seeing the girls looking at her, Man Shirley shyly twisted her petite and lovely body. Hee. Keep smoking, you big bad guy. Perona floated to the top of Qin Yun's head with a wicked smile and sat on his head. Qin Yun pulled Perona aside with a frown on his face and said, No hurry, I'll look through the ID card later. After saying that, Qin Yun didn't wait for Perona to react, and walked forward to hold Man Shirley in his hands. Under the envious gazes of the girls, Qin Yun came to Man Shirley's palace. Man Shirley felt uneasy in Qin Yun's hands and muttered softly. Advertisement, great kind man, are you still calling me a good man? Qin Yun poked Man Shirley's little face. Suddenly I feel that there is nothing wrong with Man Shirley keeping the size of the dwarf tribe. Sorry, that's a bit perverted. Oh, I'm sorry, my dear husband, Man Shirley apologized aggrievedly. No need to apologize. Qin Yun shook his head, took out the expansion fruit from the fortress, and said with a smile. See what I brought you, is this a devil fruit? Yes. Qin Yun affirmed. With this thing, you can become a human being the same size as me, or even bigger than me. Really? That's great. This way I can help my husband better. Qin Yun nodded, and the white thunder surged, just as he was about to send the expanding force into Mansurli's body, when he suddenly thought of a question. What if Mansurli fails to control her abilities and crashes into the roof and breaks her head? Thinking of this, Qin Yun brought Mansurli to the sky and then injected the expansion force into her body. The next moment, Mansurli's body grew visibly larger. It didn't stop growing until it exceeded the size of an ordinary human and became as tall as Shirahoshi. Qin Yun saw this and reminded, Mansurli, try to control the expansion force in your body. Oh, Mansurli was still in shock. She nodded belatedly and began to control her abilities. So, Mansurli became bigger. Wait, Qin Yun laughed. You are mistaken. I am asking you to try to shrink down to the size of an ordinary human. Oh, right, I forgot. Mansurli smiled embarrassedly and started to shrink. In less than a moment, Mansurli returned to normal human size. In order not to exceed Qin Yun's height, she deliberately made herself a head shorter than Qin Yun. Not bad, not bad. Qin Yun looked up and down at her changed body and was very satisfied. In this way, he can also turn Mansurli into a true divine concubine. Advertisement. 2 hours later, after Qin Yun told Mansurli to practice her skills well, he left Mansurli's palace. The next day, Qin Yun continued to play the identity card game with the goddesses. When Rebecca's ID card was turned over, night had already fallen. Qin Yun asked her, do you still want to become stronger? Rebecca's eyes lit up and she nodded without hesitation. She hugged Qin Yun's neck tightly and said seriously, I want it. Although I am protected by Oni-chan now, I know that no one can predict which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Only when you have the power in your own hands can you have the confidence and courage to say, no, to the world. Also, after coming here, the sisters were very kind to me and made me feel what home is. Rebecca said in a firm voice as if she was taking an oath, I want to protect my sisters and be your guardian who keeps you stable. Rebecca. Qin Yun's expression was moved. Unexpectedly, Rebecca's determination to become stronger turned into protecting everything for him. Oni-chan. I'm serious, Rebecca muttered embarrassedly. You don't think I'm childish, do you? Of course not. Qin Yun went through all the devil fruits he had in his mind. Finally, he raised his hand and took out the flame fruit, which had some connection with Rebecca, and prepared to inject it into her body. Although everyone says that even dogs won't eat the flame fruit, its strength is still considerable. Whether in terms of attack power or attack range, it ranks among the best among many devil fruits. In Qin Yun's opinion, this devil fruit actually has great potential, but Ace developed it in the wrong direction. He developed the 8 gates move, but its power was difficult to reach the next level. Why? The power of the flame fruit lies in the fact that there is no upper limit to the temperature of the flame. If we continue to develop in the direction of increasing the temperature from the beginning, the lethality of the burning force will definitely not be low. Why is the magma fruit the superior fruit of the flame fruit? This is because the starting temperature of the magma fruit is higher than that of the flame fruit. The temperature of magma is usually between 900 and 1200 degrees Celsius. Advertisement chapter 229. Is this a punishment, or a reward? Common flame temperatures are below 1000 degrees Celsius. The temperature of magma is high enough to melt metals such as iron, but ordinary flames cannot. There is no doubt that the flames displayed by Ace are just ordinary flames. Judging from its usual color and power, its temperature is probably between 850 to 950 degrees Celsius. This is. Rebecca looked at the flame fruit in surprise. This is the Logia flame fruit. If you eat it, you will definitely become a strong person, Qin Yun explained. This is too expensive, Oni-chan. What do you mean, why should we be polite to each other? Qin Yun interrupted directly, interrupting Rebecca's excuses. Well, I was wrong. Rebecca didn't say much and gave him a sweet kiss in return. After a moment, Rebecca took a deep breath and relieved her tension. Don't worry, Qin Yun comforted him upon seeing this. It would be bad if you couldn't control your abilities if we let you take it now. Let's finish what we need to do first before we think about this. Rebecca nodded shyly when she heard this. Okay, I'll listen to you, Oni-chan. 2 hours later, above the shrine, Qin Yun sent Rebecca to heaven. Rebecca turned into flames, breathing fire and dancing wantonly, having a lot of fun. In this moonlight, Rebecca is like a lovely fire elf, particularly charming. Qin Yun nodded, greeted her, and then let her go, allowing her to practice the ability of the flame fruit on her own. Qin Yun gave rough instructions on things like the direction of developing the flame fruit and the flame techniques. In a word, try your best to increase the temperature of the flame. After returning to the shrine, Qin Yun touched his head and felt like he had forgotten something. After thinking about it for a while and coming up with nothing, I continued walking towards the main hall. A toy soldier at the gate of Dressrosa Palace sneezed and lamented. Rebecca, it's been several days, and you just introduced me to a job, why don't you come to see me? Cyrus was worried. Is Rebecca doing well? Advertisement? How's the food? Does it suit your taste? Back to Qin Yun, as soon as he returned to the Temple of God, he continued to play the identity card. It was not until the next morning that he finished printing all the identity cards. Kingdom of God, Imperial Palace. Qin Yun closed his eyes, enjoying being fed by Secretary Khalifa and the cute Moda, and thinking about the current situation. The annexation of the Whitebeard pirates' territory went as smoothly as expected. My subordinates have not been trained in vain. It seems that I don't need to guard this place anymore. It's time to go see what's going on with Brook. Thinking of this, Qin Yun opened his eyes, waved his hand, rejected the small cake handed over by Moda, and said softly. You two eat, you don't have to feed me, just rest well. Oni-chan, are you leaving? Seeing this, Moda put down the plate in her hand, walked forward and hugged Qin Yun's waist, her eyes full of reluctance. Khalifa adjusted her glasses and didn't say anything, but looking at her rosy face, it was clear that she didn't want to leave Qin Yun either. Now she can no longer go back and has completely become Qin Yun's bird in a cage. After coming back this time, I felt that Qin Yun seemed to have some kind of magic. Once you get close to him, you will feel very happy. Now even if the world government promoted him to CP0, she would refuse without hesitation and continue to stay with Qin Yun. Why is Khalifa like this? Let's put aside the strategies during this period. Because Qin Yun at this time, with the power of hormones, activated the passive ability of heartthrob. His every move exudes an aura of fascination. Every woman who smells Qin Yun's scent around her will unconsciously mobilize her emotions, feel very happy to be with him, and wish to stick with him every day. An uninformed woman would only think that Qin Yun is manly and interesting, and would greedily get along with him and want to understand him. The woman who knew the situation had already fallen in love with Qin Yun. They only feel that they have made a big profit because Qin Yun has the ability to increase happiness in this way. When men smell it, they will feel ashamed and feel that they are not worthy of standing around Qin Yun. This was not an ability Qin Yun had developed on purpose, but rather an ability he had accidentally developed over the past 2 days when he was spending time with the goddesses, especially Hancock, and using the power of hormones to add to the fun. Advertisement. Qin Yun smiled and touched Moda's little head, saying softly. Be good, I'll be back soon. If anyone asks me where I've been, just tell them I went to South Blue to do some work. Upon hearing this, Moda nodded reluctantly. Okay, then Oni-chan, please come back soon. Qin Yun agreed with a smile. Seeing this, Khalifa leaned close to Qin Yun's ear and whispered. If you come back within 3 days, I will agree to your request and wear the latest secretary uniform made by the angels. Qin Yun's eyes lit up and he was about to answer when Khalifa had already left his side and stuck out her tongue playfully. It's a deal. You can't go back on your word, otherwise, I will take compulsory measures. Qin Yun's eyes rolled and he had an idea. Of course not, I'm a liar. I'll be bullied by you 10,000 times, Khalifa nodded innocently. Is this a punishment, or a reward? Qin Yun smiled, and with a flash of lightning, he left Khalifa's room directly. The next moment, he gathered lightning and appeared behind Khalifa. He immediately picked her up like a princess, curled his lips, and said, I'm back. Ah, Khalifa was dumbfounded, patted Qin Yun's arm, and muttered. You really are. Are you so impatient? Ha 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 ha. Qin Yun put down the Khalifa and passed over this little episode. No matter what, I have already reached an agreement. When I come back again, you will just fulfill the agreement. You. Khalifa was about to argue, but Qin Yun didn't give her the chance and instantly disappeared from the spot. Khalifa stared blankly at the place where Qin Yun left and then smiled sweetly. Really, it seems like I can only wear secretary uniform. Great. Moda came close to Khalifa and cheered. I want to wear it with sister Khalifa too. Khalifa smiled and picked up Moda, turned her around, and said. Okay, let's wait for him to come back together. South Blue, the Kingdom of Provence. Qin Yun turned into lightning and rushed all the way, and soon arrived at the destination. Chapter 230. An unexpected discovery. With a sweep of the electromagnetic field, Qin Yun discovered Kuma's location. In the southeast of the Kingdom of Provence, there is a huge open-air venue with many seats for the spectators. It does look a bit like a concert. Qin Yun appeared above Kuma's head and said in a low voice. Kuma's, what's going on? Kuma's was startled, and he looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qin Yun. He quickly responded respectfully. God, Brook still shows no signs of life. Qin Yun nodded and looked around. The divine soldiers were guarding outside, and the audience was controlled, waiting tremblingly, and no one dared to speak. There are still many corpses outside the field, and they seem to be the guys who don't obey the rules. My Lord God, we didn't dare to move Brook's skeleton body, and it's still lying on the field. We have control of this place and all the rebels have been eliminated. After some friendly exchanges, the King of Provence also approved our actions. Qin Yun nodded and followed him to Brook's skeleton. The electromagnetic field carefully scanned every bone of Brook, but did not find any life fluctuations. Does the soul have electromagnetic field fluctuations? Qin Yun doesn't know yet. Although he killed many enemies, he was not sure how the souls of the dead would behave. Will it dissipate and disappear directly, or float from its original place to the underworld, or teleport directly to the underworld? I also used my observation skills, but still found nothing. Strange. Qin Yun frowned and asked Kuma's, no one at the scene escaped? No, Kuma's assured. There are only 2 exits. The front door and the back door, or you can just fly out of the sky. As soon as the concert started, the divine soldiers were guarding the door. Well, do these people have devil fruit abilities? No, Qin Yun nodded. He had also checked the people at the scene. There was not a single strong person among them. They were all noobs. In this case, we still have to study Brook's bones. Qin Yun looked at Brook and began to think about all the details. Advertisement. If there is no problem with the people at the scene, then we have to consider the butterfly effect brought about by him. In the original timeline, this situation never happened to Brook. So, the only difference from the original timeline is that the Yomiuri fruit was plundered by him. But after he plundered the yellow spring fruit, Brook did not show any abnormality. Wait, abnormal? At that time, after Brook was plundered of the Yomiuri fruit, he was still able to continue using the related abilities brought from Yomiuri. Moreover, Brook was full of energy at the time, without any sense of weakness like the others who had their devil fruits robbed. At that time, he was very surprised, thinking that the Yomiuri fruit was a one-time ability. Could it be that? Actually, Brook would feel weak, but since he has no body, he doesn't feel weak. It seems that some experiments are needed. Close black lens bracket. Next, Qin Yun tried to return the power of Wangchen to Brook again. But after trying many times, he still couldn't get into Brook's body. Well, seeing this scene, Qin Yun realized that Brook might really have passed away. After a moment of silence, Qin Yun sighed softly. The information I have is still too little, but what I can be sure of is that my previous experiments were still too incomplete. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yun raised his hand and took away Brook's soul-destroying sword, and ordered. Take the divine soldiers and bring Brook's skeleton back to the kingdom of God. Yes. Lord God. Qin Yun nodded, glanced at the audience, and was about to leave, but his eyes were dazzled by the reflection of a toy car on the waist of a magic soldier, which attracted his attention. What's so dazzling? Qin Yun raised his hand and the magic weapon was captured by him. The divine soldier Corno hurriedly waved his limbs, trying to stabilize his body, but finding it was useless, he flew in front of Qin Yun without moving. Corno shouted respectfully. God. Yeah. Qin Yun looked at the toy car flying in the air and felt that this thing was extraordinary and not like an ordinary craft. He pondered for a moment and asked, what is this? This is a toy car. Corno Kaido. Advertisement. Qin Yun pulled the corner of his mouth and continued to ask, where did you come from? God. I bought this on the street 2 days ago. I bought it because I thought it looked good. Oh, God. If God likes it, I will give it to you. That's not necessary. Qin Yun knocked on the metal sheet on it and felt that this thing was more and more good. Where is this store? In the neighboring Tatasi kingdom, on the main street next to the river in the middle of the city, there's a strange-looking toy store. Following Cornell's narration, Qin Yun's sense of sight and hearing dissipated, and he locked onto the location in less than 2 seconds. After seeing the appearance of the person inside, Qin Yun curled the corners of his mouth. Interesting. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun left the spot directly. The next moment, he appeared at the door of the toy store. A passerby happened to see this scene, rubbed his eyes, and found that he was not mistaken, and was dumbfounded. Qin Yun ignored the commotion he caused and walked straight into the toy store. There was a fat man with a big mouth in the store. He was eating with his mouth wide open. Valpo? I didn't expect you to be having fun here, Qin Yun said in a calm tone. If he had wanted to, he could have met Valpo a long time ago, but at that time, he was anxious to intercept Robin, Vivi and the other goddesses in East Daxia Sea. The route he took to capture the goddess did not pass by the magnetic drum island where Walpo was. After she brought the goddesses back to the kingdom of God, their subsequent route did not pass through magnetic drum island, and the matter of plundering the swallowing fruit was left unresolved. The closest he had been to magnetic drum island was when he went to intercept Robin and Tina. He actually knew that after being defeated by Luffy, Walpo would come to South Blue to work as a toy salesman. Later, he became a super rich man thanks to the Wabo alloy he accidentally created. After a while, he was recognized by World Noble, established the evil Black Iron Bucket Kingdom, and became king again. Meeting Valpo at this moment is actually a pleasant surprise. Who are you, kid? Before Valpo could finish his words, he realized something was wrong. Isn't the person opposite him the Divine Emperor who has become famous recently? I'm not awake yet. The Walpo people were stunned and stood there in a daze, not daring to move, and even subconsciously stopped chewing. Chapter 231. The Kingdom of Solbi. It seems that you recognize me. Qin Yun chuckled, raised his hand and waved, and the toys surrounded him. Really? Qin Yun observed these toys and discovered the secret. Now Valpo has developed shape memory alloys. However, he has little knowledge and did not make the discovery. He needs to wait for a scientist to make the discovery in the future before he can make a comeback. Lord Divine Emperor. What can I do for you? Just tell me, I will do it. Although Walpo's brain was not very good, he knew that someone like Qin Yun was not someone he could afford to offend. Oh, Qin Yun had an idea and put these toys containing shape memory alloy components into the fortified city. Looking at Valpo's flattering expression, Qin Yun was thinking about whether he should stay or leave. It seemed that Walpo was of no use to him except for the swallow fruit on his body. With these toys containing shape memory alloys, he can use the swallow fruit on any magic weapon to imitate and create shape memory alloy. So, there is indeed something. Can you give me your swallowing fruit? Qin Yun said playfully. This. Valpo's expression froze. If the swallow fruit was taken away, would he still be able to survive? This is not about swallowing the fruit, this is about taking his life. He rolled his eyes, smiled and whispered, My Lord Divine Emperor, it's not that I don't want to, but I'm most familiar with using this swallowing fruit. If you want to do something with the swallow fruit, just tell me to do it, I will be your most loyal dog. Oh, really? Then scream. Ah, Walpo was startled, then realized what was happening. The dog barked. Woof, woof, woof woof woof. Qin Yun curled his lips and shouted. You are so good, Valpo, you are so patient and tolerant, I can't let you stay here. After saying that, Qin Yun raised his hand and threw out a bolt of lightning, about to kill him. Oh, me? Don't want to. Bang. Thunder exploded on Valpo's body, and he fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back. Advertisement. Qin Yun shook his head, stepped forward, plundered Walpo's swallowing fruit, and put it away. Swallow the fruit. This devil fruit is pretty good, but it was eaten by this guy Walpo. The person with the ability to swallow can eat anything and turn it into a part of his body, or synthesize it into new things. The most bizarre thing is that people with special abilities can eat their own bodies. After returning to the kingdom of God, he gave the drug to his subordinates to allow them to continuously produce shape memory alloys. Whether it is making weapons for the divine soldiers to increase their combat power, or selling them to make money, it is a good choice. South Blue, Kingdom of Solbay. Qin Yun flashed and appeared in the sky. He originally wanted to leave directly, but he suddenly thought of the CP8 who was guarding Bonnie in the Kingdom of Solbay, that is, Khalifa's sister, Alpha. But Bonnie has been away from the Kingdom of Solbay for more than a year, and doesn't know whether Alpha is still there. Qin Yun called Bonnie out from the fortress, held her in his arms, and said teasingly. Guess where this is? With the existence of a strong city in his body, he would now bring along a few goddesses and many angels when he went out. The goddess came to help him deal with major physical matters, while the angels took care of minor matters in his life. It can be said that you can enjoy it at any time and feel happy every day. Upon hearing this, little Bonnie rubbed her sleepy eyes, twisted her body to look around, and her eyes lit up. Isn't this my hometown, Oni-chan? Why did you bring me here? I came to South Blue to take care of some business, and I came to your country on the way. Oh, I see. Bonnie nodded and muttered. I don't know if that evil and vicious big sister is here anymore. A bad, vicious older sister? Qin Yun began to look forward to it. How about it? Do you want to go down and look for that vicious big sister? I know what wrongs that girl did to you before, so let's capture her and punish her severely, okay? Little Bonnie looked at Qin Yun suspiciously, and when she saw that Qin Yun looked serious, she nodded and agreed. Advertisement, okay. Let's go to the palace. The Kingdom of Solbay, inside the royal palace. Qin Yun took Bonnie into the palace, but was stopped by the guards. Boom. The guard fell down before he could finish his words. Bonnie gave the guard a speechless look. Without saying anything else, he took Qin Yun's hand and led him to move forward. The sound of people falling continued to be heard along the way. They came to a study and saw an old man wearing a crown sitting on a chair reading a newspaper. Noticing someone coming in, Bulldog frowned subconsciously and looked up. Seeing Bonnie's little face, he widened his eyes, as if he was wondering if he was dreaming. Bonnie, why are you here? Bonnie smiled and said, just passing by. Grandpa Bulldog, where's Grandma Connie? Bulldog was very upset. Really? Why did you come back? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by those cipher pull dogs? I'm not afraid, I'm different now than before. I can't wait for those guys to appear in front of me. Oh, Bulldog didn't care and thought Bonnie was bragging. My mother is in the backyard admiring the flowers. I suggest you don't go looking for her. Since you left, she has been under surveillance by those guys from Cipher Pole. Bonnie was a little worried. Her successful voyage to the sea was inseparable from the help of Grandma Connie. It's too late, Bonnie has been discovered. Qin Yun raised his hand and waved, and the electromagnetic force surged, destroying the monitoring equipment in the study. You are. Bulldog then noticed Qin Yun behind little Bonnie. He was so shocked that his fingers trembled and he was speechless. FKU, how come such a god-tier statue came to my small temple? The Kingdom of Solbay will not be destroyed, will it? It's over? No wonder Bulldog had such a big reaction. In Marine's report to the people of the world, Qin Yun was described as a person who did all kinds of evil. Wherever he went, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was a real devil on earth. It's even worse than smearing black and white beard. Grandpa Bulldog, what are you afraid of? This is my servant. Bonnie put his hands on his hips, looking proud. Ouch. What are you doing? Bonnie covered his head and looked at Qin Yun, who had retracted his hand that was about to hit his head. Qin Yun pulled the corner of his mouth and said in a fierce voice. Why are you still talking to me? I think if you don't get punished for 3 days, you will tear the roof off the house. Chapter 232, Vicious Oath. Hee. Bonnie laughed. Qin Yun shook his head. He doted on Bonnie too much, which made this little girl start to take advantage of him. It seems that it is time to find an opportunity to make her suffer some bitterness that will make her feel like she is in heaven. Bulldog was not the key. Qin Yun did not hesitate and directly picked up Lil Bonnie and flew her to the backyard. If we go too late, it would be bad if the people from Cipher Pole run away. Seeing the two men leave, and their way of getting along was also very friendly and unrestrained, Bulldog breathed a sigh of relief and muttered. Having such a powerful being protecting Bonnie is also an explanation to Big Bear. When almost reaching the backyard, Qin Yun swept across the electromagnetic field. No matter who the Cipher Pole is, they just capture all the suspicious guys around and pile them up together. Bonnie happily went to greet her grandmother Connie. It's a pity that there is no Alpha among these people, but that's normal. After all, more than a year has passed, so it is understandable that Alpha was assigned to perform tasks elsewhere. Does anyone know where Alpha is? There will be a reward for those who know. Qin Yun has a gentle face and looks like a person who is easy to talk to. Alpha? Who's that? Let me go. This is the palace. What you are doing is against the law. If you're not my brother, who are you? How dare you interrogate us? Spare me. My flesh is sour. Divine Emperor Qin Yun, why is he here? Damn it, I hope I can fool this. Some people recognized Qin Yun and started thinking about having a good life in their next life. He didn't recognize me and was so arrogant. As soon as he shouted, he had to take the 4-in-1 ionization treatment on the spot. Then it spiraled up into heaven, deader than dead. Qin Yun waved his hand to separate the crowd, gathered those who showed that they knew Alpha, and continued. My patience is limited. If anyone can tell me where Alpha is, I can spare his life. The cipher pulls fell silent. My mouth is the tightest, no one can pry even a shred of information out of me. Close black lens bracket. Damn it, am I really going to die here? Alpha. The damn Qin Yun must have set his sights on her. I will never betray my goddess. Open black lens bracket, be sure to hide in the clinic. Close black lens bracket advertisement. Alpha is in a hospital near the sea in the kingdom of Roba. As soon as these words came out, everyone else looked at Cipher Pull, who betrayed his partner. Sask was sweating profusely, as if he was afraid that Qin Yun would not believe him, so he continued to promise solemnly. Everything I said is true, or else my unborn baby will not have dermatitis. What a vicious oath. Qin Yun nodded. Now that he knew Alpha's whereabouts, everything became easier. Looking back, Bonnie was still chatting with Connie. Bonnie, I'm leaving. Hearing Qin Yun's call, Bonnie hugged Connie for the last time and said goodbye to her. Although the two were reluctant to leave, there was still a long way to go. The kingdom of Loba is brightly lit. This is one of the member states of the world government. Because the amount of sky gold delivered by the kingdom of Loba has been decreasing over the years, the world government sent a Cipher Pull to lurk in secret. Let him wait for an opportunity to obtain the financial statements within the Roba kingdom. Based on the captured Cipher Pull, Qin Yun went straight to the hospital where Alpha was. Rather than calling it a hospital, it would be better to say that this is a secret base of Cipher Pull. When they entered the hospital, the people in the guard room were shocked to see Qin Yun's strong aura and a group of people floating around him. They hid under the table and trembled. The alert person has already pressed the alarm. There's an intruder. There's an intruder. Your Majesty the Divine Emperor. This is it. Sask smiled flatteringly. The others had expressions of despair on their faces, knowing that they were doomed to die. Even if Qin Yun let them go, they would be regarded as traitors by the world government and hunted down. At this moment, a group of intelligence agents armed with scalpels rushed out from the corridors on both sides. The old man in the lead had a sinister look on his face and shouted. Sask, you're the one who led the invaders here. Qin Yun raised his eyes and found Alpha standing in the crowd. Not bad, it's worth my trip. The best news is that you didn't come up empty-handed. Qin Yun didn't waste any time talking to these minions. With a thought, the electromagnetic force bound Alpha in place. Advertisement, what's going on? Why can't I move? Alpha started to panic. Then, she floated into the air and drifted towards Qin Yun. Let me go, what do you want to do? Alpha was dumbfounded, swinging her legs in black stockings in panic. They look so alike. Qin Yun looked at Alpha's little face and compared it with Khalifa. As expected of Khalifa's sister, they look like two peas in a pod. What are the differences between the two sisters? Qin Yun needs to carefully figure out every detail. I don't know how many pairs of sisters he has met. Bang! The gunshot was caused by a Cipher Pull who was too nervous and pulled the trigger. Qin Yun didn't even raise his head, put his arms around Alpha's delicate body, and walked out of the hospital. The moment Qin Yun touched Alpha's waist, she suddenly felt a pleasure, which made her stop struggling. How could this be? Why don't you want to resist? Close black lens bracket. Alpha couldn't understand himself and just felt that he should stay with Qin Yun for a while longer. Stop, if you move, we will shoot, the spies shouted. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun took Alpha away from the place. Bang! The next moment, an explosion sounded, and a fierce flame shot up into the sky, illuminating the sky of the kingdom of Roba. Amid people's exclamations, a Cipher Pull stronghold in the kingdom of Loba was destroyed. South Blue, 10,000 meters above sea level. A small building is slowly flying towards the new world. Qin Yun lifted Alpha's little face and showed a kind smile. In fact, he was using the power of hormones to stimulate Alpha's dopamine secretion, making her happy. While thinking about how to capture Alpha's heart, Alpha did not resist. Her little face was flushed and she felt strange in her heart. Although she was shy about Qin Yun's intimate actions, she didn't know why she didn't dislike Qin Yun's actions. Like Alpha and Khalifa, they were both orphaned and trained from a young age until they became excellent agents. Alpha. Khalifa's sister, but both of them grew up as orphans and do not know each other. She often wears a nurse's uniform and is as pretty as Khalifa, with a curvy figure and a delicate and charming face. Chapter 233. Is this a cheat? Their father, Lasky, is also a good dog of world government and has no concern for their future. And because Alpha and Khalifa were raised separately, there was no family connection between them. What exactly do you want to do, God Emperor Qin Yun? Do you think you're targeting me? Alpha asked softly, suppressing his shyness. As an espionage officer of CP8, she naturally knows Qin Yun's information very well. She knew that Qin Yun was on the road of no return because he captured Colonel Tina, the marine goddess. That's right, how about it? How about you just accept your fate? Qin Yun was as sincere as ever. Anyway, being here with me is much better than being a dog in the world government. Is that so? Alpha breathed a sigh of relief and began to think about the possibility of being killed by the world government. Precisely because she knew so much about Qin Yun's information, she knew she was safe. She has been brainwashed by the world government since she was a child to be loyal to the world noble, and has seen too many consequences for those who disobey orders. But this is not the reason for her betrayal of world government. More than a year ago, she let Bonnie go because of poor supervision. As a result, his official position was demoted 2 levels, and he also suffered an unprecedented crisis of trust. This means that if she fails the mission again, she is likely to be treated as an abandoned child and killed on the spot. Since the world government no longer trusts me, why should I go back and wait for death? I didn't have a choice before, but now. Open black lens bracket. No, I don't have a choice now. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Alpha suddenly realized that the man in front of him was not a good man or woman. Is this the world's top powerhouse? He exudes charming charm all the time. I understand. Alpha raised his eyes slightly and murmured shyly. If I obey, will you protect me from being killed by the world government? Of course. Qin Yun's eyes lit up and he promised Alpha. When Alpha heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Yun with lustful eyes. When Qin Yun saw this, he was secretly speechless and had a completely new understanding of the power of his hormones. He hadn't even said a few words, but just sitting there motionless and exuding charm was enough to capture the hearts of the girls. It seems that I still underestimated the power of hormones. First, let Alpha not feel disgusted, and then the constant secretion of dopamine makes her feel extremely happy and refreshed, and then reaches the point where her heart is touched. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Just a superficial stimulation of dopamine secretion, the effect is so awesome. Close black lens bracket. Then further development, mastering many operations to control emotions. Qin Yun couldn't even imagine how heaven-defying this was. Is this a hang-up? This is hanging. Control your favorite emotions. No, not just love, joy, anger, sadness, shock, fear, love, etc., even jealousy, shame. No matter which one you control, it has many uses. If you are always happy, you will go crazy sooner or later, right? Anger. Always angry, bleeding from all the orifices. Grief. When you are extremely sad, your heart will die. Fear. Being in fear all the time, sooner or later you will be scared to death. Love. The only weapon to capture the divine concubine. Having said that, it seems to have reduced my sense of conquest a lot. Qin Yun frowned and decided to use the ability to promote dopamine secretion and affect emotions at the appropriate time. At other times, it is a good choice to play the game of contrast with the concubines. For example, when chatting or teasing, let the shyest concubines such as Kaya and Shirahoshi become arrogant and confident. Let the most placid Robin increase her shyness. Let the lively and active Nami become quiet, scared, and dare not resist. Things are getting interesting. Qin Yun curled his lips and had an idea. However, my current development progress is only to promote dopamine secretion and increase the level of comfort and pleasure. Directly controlling the emotion of love is just an idea and needs further development. Seeing Qin Yun not moving for a long time, Alpha rubbed his thigh with itchiness and whispered. Lord God Emperor, since you have agreed to protect me, I will be yours from now on. Advertisement. I hope you can take more care of me in the future. Qin Yun retracted his thoughts, no longer flirting with Alpha's pretty face, and directly picked her up by the waist and placed her on the soft couch. Don't worry, you won't have to think about those days at Cipher Pole anymore. The days ahead will be full of joy. Alpha nodded and closed his eyes shyly. Holy Land Marie Joya, among the powers. We spent so much military expenditure to achieve such a war situation, and these Shichibukai, leaving aside Dashong, a member of the world government, there is actually a Jorikal Mahawk. Nasushiro Sage has a gloomy face. As the god of finance, he is one of the sources of curbing Marine's military spending. Since the Fishman Island disappeared inexplicably, that guy Jinbei no longer has the burden on his heart, and his wings are very strong. Sane Wachuli frowned, and his face didn't look good. Not only did they not respond to the world government summons, they also openly refuted our decision-making. It's such a shame. Jinbei was originally allowed to join the Shichibukai as a symbol of reconciliation between the races. It's good now. Let alone the Fishman Island, you can't even see a mermaid tail. The balance of the 3 major forces has collapsed horribly. Nasturo Sage drew several strokes on the drawing with Shichibukai engraved on it, feeling worried. Shichibukai. How should we fill the 5 vacant seats? Saint Pitt's eyes flashed and he made a final decision. There is no rush, we should wait and see how the situation in New World changes. It won't be too late for us to make a decision once the power map among the pirates stabilizes. This time, we must choose a pirate who has more influence on the world situation to serve as Shichibukai. Whitebeard, he is such a troublesome guy. Fortunately, he is still dead. Moshe Sheng nodded and raised another topic. But the threat of the shock fruit to the world has not disappeared yet. Saint Wachuli reminded everyone with a solemn face. God Emperor Qin Yun, this man robbed the Junjen fruit. God Qin Yun. Moshe Sheng murmured, it's such an arrogant and rare name. Chapter 234. Warring States. Help, Qin Yun has taken the lead in launching operations in New World. Saint Vokuli pointed at the map and pronounced. If this trend continues, I'm afraid he will be able to take over all of Whitebeard's territory within a few days. He acted so quickly, which shows that he knows Whitebeard's territory very well, Peter Saint guessed. I'm afraid he had already made plans before the war. Saint Moshe nodded, confirming Saint Peter's guess. There is no doubt that he is the candidate for the 4 emperors after Whitebeard. It's unprecedented for a human to eat multiple devil fruits at the same time. How did he do it? Saint Satan couldn't believe it. As the god of scientific defense, he was well aware of the difficulty involved. Not even Vegapunk has solved this problem, if there is someone who can stop such a being. Nesujiro Sei raised the first-generation Kitetsu and guessed Qin Yun's strength. It should be the other 3-4 emperors working together. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about Qin Yun, he's just a vulgar man who likes beautiful women. Saint Vokuli suddenly waved his hands and mocked with a confident look on his face. What if we let him be a local tyrant in New World? The real problem is, D. Upon hearing this, the other 4 nodded in agreement and no longer considered Qin Yun's influence on them. This is exactly where the 5 elders were blinded. They overglorified D, and thus neglected other threats. The sun shines on the earth, and Alpha gains new life. New World, the kingdom of God. After picking the alluring little flower of Alpha, Qin Yun turned into lightning and moved forward at full speed, returning to the kingdom of God. As soon as he came back, Qin Yun couldn't wait to admire Khalifa and Moda's new clothes. It really looks good. He couldn't let it go and began to carefully observe the texture and craftsmanship on it. 2 hours later, Qin Yun went to the temple without stopping and got an interesting news from Nami. Oni-chan, your bounty has been updated. Nami turned into mist and wrapped around Qin Yun. Advertisement, oh. Qin Yun was stunned. The next moment, Nami placed his bounty order in front of him. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. God Qin Yun. The crime is so heinous that it doesn't matter whether he lives or dies. Bounty. 4.6577 billion berries. Qin Yun frowned. He was not better than Whitebeard? In fact, the world government has already raised his bounty as high as possible. You know, even the Blackbeard of the original timeline, with the blessing of his D, only offered a reward of a mere 2.2476 billion Baileys. Even if Blackbeard later became one of the 4 emperors and expanded his power, he was only worth 3.996 billion Baileys. Qin Yun's bounty directly exceeded the bounties of the 3 living 4 emperors. Kaido offers a bounty of 4.6111 billion berries. Charlotte Linlin offers a reward of 4.388 billion Baileys. Shanks offered a reward of 4.0489 billion Baileys, close black lens bracket. Putting aside the dead Whitebeard, Roger and others, Qin Yun now has the highest bounty. The reason why Qin Yun could offer such a high reward was inseparable from the help of Zhongguo. When the world government offered a bounty for Qin Yun, Zhongguo was trying his best to show the threat he posed to the world and the world government. Including his speculation, Qin Yun can plunder other people's devil fruits infinitely and easily. In the war at the top, Qin Yun was so invincible that he played with numerous marines and pirates at his fingertips. Then Zhongguo directly put the blame for the destruction of Impleton on Qin Yun. In addition, Qin Yun is suspected of killing the celestial dragons, which is why there is a bounty that exceeds that of the 3-4 emperors. What? Judging from your expression, are you not satisfied with your reward? Nami smiled playfully, and put her delicate thin lips close to Qin Yun's ear, breathing sweetly. It's not bad, just a few billion Baileys, nothing. Qin Yun nodded and grabbed the naughty Nami into his arms to stop her from moving. Ah! Nami exclaimed, blushing and retorting. What do you mean by a few billion Baileys? I think you are just too rich and have completely lost the concept of money. That's right. If I can sell Oni-chan to the world government, and then Oni-chan can escape. Karina's eyes were almost turning into the shape of Bailey. Advertisement, I can't imagine how fast this money-making process is. Okay, Karina, it looks like you're going to suffer again. You even dared to tease me. Qin Yun smiled and grabbed Karina into his arms. Looking at the 2 little cuties, one orange and one purple, he felt indescribably happy. You don't think the people in the world government are that stupid, do you? These rewards may seem high, but they are more symbolic. A few 100 million Baileys is fine. If you really want to exchange billions of heads for bounties, if you don't have the corresponding strength, you should consider your own safety. Oh, I was wrong. Please let the lovely Karina go. Karina's delicate body trembled and she begged for mercy pitifully. And me? Damn Oni-chan, let me go. Nami grabbed Qin Yun's big hands that were kneading her smooth face, struggling in vain. Qin Yun smiled evilly and rejected Nami and Karina's proposal. 4 hours later, Qin Yun came to the prison of God's kingdom leisurely. After selecting some prisoners that he liked, Qin Yun began his experiment. The experiment is very simple. Let several prisoners eat devil fruits and then plunder their devil fruit abilities. Not surprisingly, all the prisoners whose abilities were robbed began to feel weak. This also confirmed Qin Yun's guess that Brook should be feeling weak. But perhaps because he had no body, he was not affected by the feeling of weakness. So what signals are these feelings of weakness sending? Qin Yun didn't notice it yet. Unfortunately, apart from Brook, he doesn't have another skeleton life at hand. Next, he prepared a few more rubbish devil fruits. Let the prisoners eat one first, then take out the devil fruit and replace it with another garbage devil fruit. There are two types of experiments, one in which the ability user has his devil fruit ability taken away, and the other in which the ability user has his devil fruit ability replaced. Next, we need to let the divine soldiers monitor them to see if any unexpected situations occur as time goes by. After the god's concubines had their devil fruits plundered by him, they would also feel weak. However, Qin Yun only needs to perform his duties as a doctor. Give them a shot of physical strengthener and their weakness will disappear. Chapter 235 No stomach movement. All of this was done at the beginning when we were helping the goddesses get rid of the disadvantages of their devil fruits. Next, in order to ensure the extensiveness of the experiment, Qin Yun tortured some more prisoners. This whole ordeal actually led Qin Yun to a new discovery. The power of healing can actually eliminate the feeling of weakness. Qin Yun was amazed and felt that he had underestimated the power of healing. So, Qin Yun got a few more prisoners, eliminated their weakness, and see what would happen next. Finally, Qin Yun felt that it was enough, so he asked the magic soldiers to keep an eye on the prisoners' conditions every day. If anything unusual occurs, report it to him. After Qin Yun returned to his temple, he met an unexpected person. Makino was seen sitting in front of the bed, looking a little awkward, with her long, soft dark green hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. Her skin is as white and flawless as snow, and her figure is well proportioned. Coupled with her gentle smile, it seems to be able to melt all the ice in the world, making people involuntarily attracted by her charm. She wore a unique and bold dress with a fitted skirt and intricate pleats. If Qin Yun wanted, she could even push down the wrinkles and get under the skirt to hide her figure. Makino, why are you here? Qin Yun approached slowly with surprise in his eyes. Although Makino likes to play with him, he usually has a Buddhist mentality of not competing or fighting. This was the first time he saw her waiting in his temple. Makino's little hands tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, seeming to be embarrassed. What's wrong? Qin Yun walked to Makino, but was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that the boldness of the design of this dress far exceeded his imagination. Even Makino's smooth and delicate jade back was elegantly revealed. Is this little girl in love? Is she missing my love? Qin Yun chuckled, put his arm around Makino's soft waist and sat on the soft couch, teasing. We are already an old married couple, what is there to be embarrassed about? Tell me, did I not take good care of you yesterday and miss you so much that you can't sleep? Makino responded softly. Advertisement. Qin Yun's face lit up with joy, and he tried to push her to the ground with a little force. But Makino was like a frightened deer, and he struggled hard to break free from Qin Yun's big hand. Qin Yun was full of questions. What was going on? Reject yet welcome? No, you want to welcome but you also reject. What's going on? Qin Yun asked without understanding. That. Makino hesitated for a moment, then muttered as if to change the subject. Oh, right. Robin asked me to tell you that your marriage with Charlotte Pudding and Charlotte Garrett has been brought forward. In 2.5 weeks, that is, on the 8th of next month, a wedding ceremony tea party will be held in the kingdom of Totland, home of the Big Mom pirates. Oh, Qin Yun nodded. There was no rush for this matter. The key now was to figure out what the beauty Makino was thinking. I see. Then Makino took a deep breath, mustered up his courage and whispered softly. Husband, I have something I want to ask you. Please promise me first that you will not be angry after hearing it. Qin Yun frowned slightly. What question would make him angry? Could it be about Ace? As for the news and newspapers from the underworld, he did not block or control the kingdom of God. Therefore, no matter whether they are ordinary civilians in the kingdom of God or the concubines in his palace. As long as you are willing, you can easily get the news and newspapers brought back by the divine soldiers. What's the matter, husband, is it okay? Makino hugged Qin Yun's arm and shook it coquettishly. Seeing this, Qin Yun laughed and shook his head, knowing that he was worrying too much. If it was about Ace, then Makino would definitely not behave like this. She should find a place to be sad in silence instead of acting like a spoiled child here. What kind of question would make me angry? I really can't imagine. Qin Yun fiddled with Makino's hair and urged. Tell me what the problem is about first, otherwise I will. Having said that, Qin Yun leaned close to Makino's ear and said a few sweet words. Upon hearing this, Makino's body began to tremble, and it was obvious that she was thinking of some horrible and uncomfortable scene. So, she slapped Qin Yun's shoulder in shame and anger, muttering. Advertisement, really? You don't even know how to give in to me. You're still as unreasonable as ever. Go ahead. Qin Yun smiled and hugged Makino tighter. Makino had no choice but to pout and say, it's about the two of us, or between you and us. Oh, Qin Yun thought about it, but still couldn't think of anything that might make him angry. There is no need to push Makino any further. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is a lie. Under the current circumstances, it is impossible for Makino to do anything that is disadvantageous to him, so it doesn't matter even if he agrees. I don't want to think about it anymore. I can't think of it. Just ask me directly. I promise I won't be angry. Qin Yun pretended to be helpless and said lovingly. Makino nodded, grabbed Qin Yun's pants, lowered his head and muttered embarrassedly. Husband, do you have a problem? Is there a problem in that area? Qin Yun was stunned and asked with a frown. What aspect? I don't understand what you are saying. Ouch, Makino blushed. Just, are you having problems with having children? Huh? Qin Yun curled the corner of his mouth and looked at Makino in surprise. What are you talking about? Don't you know whether I have a problem or not? No, that's not what I meant. Makino waved his hands hurriedly, so anxious that he didn't know what to do, so he had to throw the jar into the air and make it clear. I mean, ever since I met you, my sisters and I have basically chatted with you every day and spent time with you to develop our relationship as long as you were around. But until now, our stomachs have not moved. This. Qin Yun understood that Makino wanted a child. During these few months, wouldn't Makino be looking forward to her belly getting bigger every day? Ha 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 ha. Qin Yun laughed a few times, held Makino's pretty face and kissed her fiercely several times, then teased. My dear Makino, do you want to give birth to a baby for me so soon? Makino nodded and admitted it. Oh, what makes you so anxious to have a baby? Qin Yun was curious. I remember it very clearly. You are only 29 years old now. Chapter 236. Don't be anxious, my mother. After all, this world is an extraordinary world, and Qin Yun's thinking is still at the stage where he will eventually be immortal in the future and his descendants will be dispensable. 29 is already too late. If I wait another 2 years, I'm afraid my body won't be able to have a child, and... Makino turned around shyly and muttered softly. In our village, women my age have children who can run and jump. Are you worrying too much? Qin Yun continued to move closer and teased. Look, Tina is 3 years older than you. Do you see she is anxious to ask me for a child? Makino pouted, not quite convinced. People are different from each other. Qin Yun was stunned. What Makino said made some sense. People are indeed different from each other. In the process of growing up, everyone will be influenced by external factors and self-reflection, forming their own unique cognition. Who are the people that Makino met in Windmill Village? Most of them are ordinary civilians. Even the world's top strongman like Shanks had been to her pub to drink. To Makino, he was just a passing visitor and had little impact on her. What really influenced her were the villagers of Windmill Village. The villagers work from sunrise to sunset and rest from sunset to sunrise. Everyone is in the cycle of birth, aging, sickness and death, and dares not even imagine what eternal life would feel like. Even top warriors like Whitebeard and Roger cannot escape the shackles of birth, aging, sickness and death. In the end, Roger left behind his offspring, Ace. In this case, Makino was just an ordinary woman who felt that she was of the right age and wanted to ask her husband for a child. Qin Yun stroked Makino's pretty face and felt that he had taken it for granted. He was only planning for eternal life in his heart and actions, and did not reveal or discuss too much with the concubines of the gods. I have somewhat overlooked the thoughts of the goddesses. Thinking of this, Qin Yun held Makino in his arms and said softly. Makino, I understand your concerns. Well, husband, can you tell me now, do you have any problems in this regard? Makino looked worried, afraid to hear bad news from Qin Yun. Of course there's no problem. Your belly is not that big. It's actually because of my secret operation. Qin Yun gave the answer. Advertisement. The operation is actually very simple. Under the sweep of the microcurrent, it is impossible for a single person to be left alive. Makino asked, puzzled. Why would you do this? We have a big family and a lot of wealth, and we can support as many children as we want. That's because in my future plan, we will achieve immortality and stay young. Qin Yun's eyes flashed with confidence. Under such circumstances, the existence of children becomes dispensable. Makino was stunned. He had never expected such an answer. In the future, you will not grow old or get sick, and you will always stay the most beautiful and live with me. After knowing this, do you still want a child? Qin Yun asked. Makino frowned slightly, fell into confusion, and began to think about this question. After a long moment, she shook her head and replied. I have no idea. I never thought I would live forever. Qin Yun shook his head. It was a bit too much to ask Makino to come up with an answer in such a short time. He smiled and comforted her. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. This question doesn't matter. Since you want a child now, why not have one? Makino nodded and smiled again. Qin Yun kissed her forehead lovingly, and an epiphany came into his mind. As the saying goes, money can't buy happiness. Now he has an indifferent attitude towards children. But in the future, he might also want to have a child and experience the experience of raising a child. By the way, we can't favor one over the other. What if other goddesses also want a child but are too embarrassed to say it? When we have the next family gathering, I will briefly tell you that he will bring all the goddesses to eternal life. Then whoever wants to have a baby can take the initiative to ask during the chat. Husband, do you want a son or a daughter? Makino's eyes were full of love, and she seemed to be beginning to sparkle with the radiance of motherhood. Daughter, Qin Yun answered without even thinking. Possessing hormonal powers, he can increase the expression of female genes directly from what he has created before the embryo is formed. Then Makino muttered softly, don't be impatient, mother. Advertisement. Qin Yun chuckled and untied Makino's hair. 2 hours later, Qin Yun suddenly realized a problem. He was not from this world. So, is there any reproductive isolation between him and the goddesses who straddle two worlds? It should be okay, right? Qin Yun was not quite sure either. This was a question worth studying. Forget it, never mind. We'll know the answer after a while. Thinking of this, Qin Yun grabbed the wine on the table and took a big gulp, but unexpectedly he finished it in one gulp. It's not very enjoyable, Qin Yun muttered, and at this moment, a good idea suddenly occurred to him. Got it. Qin Yun raised his hand, took out the wine fruit, and slammed it into Makino's body. Makino was startled, rubbed his eyes, and muttered in a daze. Husband, what's the matter? You are now the user of the sake fruit. The user of the wine fruit? Makino looked puzzled, and at the same time felt as if there was something extra in her body. That's right, you'll be a drunkard from now on. Ah, drunken man? Devil fruit? Makino came back to his senses and began to feel moved. She knew that devil fruits were rare, but she didn't expect Qin Yun would actually let her become a devil fruit user. Makino, try to use the power in your body, Qin Yun encouraged. Upon hearing this, Makino sat up straight and tried to mobilize the strength in his body. The power of wine gathered, and a stream of wine burst out from Makino's hands. Qin Yun raised his hand and the wine rushed into his mouth under the action of electromagnetic force. Gulp gulp, good wine. Seeing Qin Yun happy, Makino was also very happy. The saying, when you are happy, I am happy, when you are sad, I am sad, is exactly this truth. Next, Qin Yun pointed his fingers at Makino and asked him about the future development direction of the wine fruit. The most basic ability of the user of the alcohol fruit is the ability to produce and release alcohol or wine from any part of their body. Chapter 237 Sphinx Island. After mastering the control skills, you can also create alcohol bubbles and fly on them. Qin Yun. I have a bold idea. Qin Yun gave Makino this devil fruit not to make her stronger, but purely for the enjoyment of the taste of the wine. For Makino, who is a good cook and has run a tavern, the wine fruit is undoubtedly one of the most suitable devil fruits for her. After a while, Qin Yun roughly explained the development direction and encouraged. Makino, practice your winemaking skills well. From now on, you will be responsible for all the fine wine I drink in the shrine. Makino's eyes were firm, and she was determined to make sure Qin Yun could drink as much as he wanted around her in the future. Even drinking to the point of infatuation. 2 days later, Kingdom of God, Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, we have basically conquered the territories under the influence of the Whitebeard pirates. We only need Sphinx Island, and we can finish the job. Shira knelt on one knee and reported the results of the recent battles. Oh, Sphinx Island? Qin Yun muttered, feeling that it sounded somewhat familiar. The Sphinx is a lion with a human face and a butt forehead. It is huge and can even speak human language. Qin Yun killed one when he was in Impleton. Shira handed over a sea chart and said respectfully. We have discovered many remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and members of the Red Hair pirates there. So that's how it is. Qin Yun remembered after Shira said this. Sphinx Island is Whitebeard's hometown. I guess Shanks and Marco are now holding a funeral for Whitebeard and Ace. The priests and divine soldiers are all ready. With your Majesty's order, we can launch a surprise attack on the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates. Shira's eyes were fanatical, waiting for Qin Yun's order. Qin Yun pulled the corner of his mouth. Why does this guy seem more confident than him? There's no need to start a meaningless battle. Just send some people to keep an eye on the movements of the Red Hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Qin Yun gave the order calmly. Yes, your Majesty. Shira seemed a little disappointed. Qin Yun raised his hand and the sea chart in the angel's hand floated in the air. Advertisement. Looking at the various marks above, he thought about the recent arrangements. Phoenix form. Shining fruit. Whitebeard pirates have too few devil fruits, right? Although Marco said he would come to trap, he might delay his return for more than a year. Because in the original timeline, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates clashed with the Blackbeard pirates 1 year after the Battle of Marineford. That war was known to the world as the Final War. After the war, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were badly damaged and their captains were missing. As a result, the pirate fleet of the former Whitebeard pirates was pursued by Edward Weeble, the Whitebeard II, and suffered heavy casualties. Unfortunately, I am too lazy to wait that long. I don't have anything urgent to do recently, so I'd better send the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates on their way as soon as possible. Qin Yun silently issued a death sentence for Marco and others in his heart. By the way, how is the plan to eliminate Virgo going? Qin Yun asked casually. It has already been implemented. After you return to the Kingdom of God, we passed the news to Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Warring States period. Qin Yun nodded. Virgo was just a nobody who could be easily crushed, and targeting him to this extent was already the limit. If this is the case and Virgo has not been eliminated by Zhongguo, Qin Yun doesn't care. If you meet him on the road next time, just run him over. Qin Yun thought for a moment and decided to transform some of the devil fruits in his hands into combat power. Gather the soldiers, and let the people from the God's Judgment Committee review your achievements in this battle and reward you accordingly. After that, 10 non-devil fruit ability users will be selected based on their achievements, and their rewards will be calculated separately. Also, choose another person with a strong physique. Yes, your Majesty. After the two of them chatted briefly, Shiro respectfully left the scene and went to do his job as ordered. After a day and a night of hard work, the people of the God's Judgment group finally calculated the achievements with the divine soldiers and priests. In the square outside the Imperial Palace, there was a huge crowd of divine soldiers who were participating in this territory annexation operation. Qin Yun was wearing a dragon robe and a crown on his head. He sat upright on the high dragon throne and glanced down with a calm expression. In the center of the square, rows of soldiers in armor and holding weapons were lined up in an orderly manner. Their faces were filled with joy and pride of victory, and their chests were held straight. Among them are the Sky Islanders, the Fishmen, the Dwarfs. Advertisement. The scene seemed grand, but this was the attempt by God's judgment group to reduce the number of people who came as much as possible. There are simply too many people under Qin Yun's command. After Shira made a lot of flowery opening remarks, he moved on to today's topic. Now, please ask the Emperor of the Kingdom of God, the only God in the world, to bestow blessings on our warriors. Oh, the divine soldiers cheered. God, God. Qin Yun was surrounded by cheers. He slowly stood up from the dragon throne and took a step forward. Seeing this, the divine soldiers shouted in unison. My divine virtue is so great that it shocks the world. My grace is so great that it enlightens the world. X3. Qin Yun looked calm. He raised his hand and pressed it in an empty motion. The field instantly fell into silence. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful, echoing in everyone's ears. My warriors, I have gathered you here today for only one purpose, to commend you for your outstanding achievements in the most recent battle. You have used your flesh and blood to expand our territory, protect our rivers and mountains, and keep our families safe. You deserve a reward. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Your Majesty is wise. X3. Qin Yun nodded, and Shira stepped forward and said, Morrison, come forward. Then, a burly man strode forward. Your Majesty, he is the one with a strong physique. Qin Yun nodded. It was barely enough. He raised his hand and took out the swallow fruit and the toy containing shape memory alloy. Take it. Your future job will be to make shape memory alloys. Yes, Your Majesty. Morrison obeyed the order respectfully. He didn't know what shape memory alloy was. He just knew that he had to obey the order. Morrison swallowed the swallow fruit without changing his expression, took the many toys in the air, and stood aside. Shira took a step forward and said, Considering the limited time, we will now select 10 warriors according to the final statistical results and rules of the God's Judgment Committee to receive the gift. Now, the warriors I have named, come forward and receive the gift. Chapter 238, 10 Great Soldiers. Upon hearing this, the divine soldiers looked at Shira expectantly. They knew that all the chosen divine soldiers, in addition to being able to eat the secret treasures of the sea and devil fruits, could also be promoted to a higher rank and become priests. Diamond, Mitchell, Robwin, Reardon. Let us give applause to these 10 great soldiers. Shira mentioned 10 warriors in a row, all of whom were not mentioned in the original timeline. Under the influence of Qin Yun's butterfly effect, too many people have deviated from their original life trajectories. There are many people with combat talents, who quickly grow to a certain level after becoming divine soldiers. The 10 people mentioned by Shira may be the beneficiaries. Among them, there are ordinary humans and the dwarfs from Greenbit Island. There were also fishmen who had made great achievements before, but because they did not want to give up the ability to move freely underwater, they gave up the devil fruit in exchange for other rewards. Oh, when Mitchell, Reardon and others stood still, warm cheers broke out in the stadium. When the cheers gradually died down, Qin Yun raised his hand and took out 10 devil fruits. They were like 10 stars in a row, circling the field before floating in front of Mitchell, Reardon and the others. He said calmly, This is the secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. After taking it, you can gain certain superpowers. As for the rumors about devil fruits, I'm sure you've all heard about them in the lower world, so I won't go into details. Next, you will rank according to your merits and choose one of them in turn. Yes, Lord God. Reardon and others received the order respectfully. Look carefully, there are words and sounds on the devil fruits that describe their abilities, Shira reminded. You only have one chance, you can't change your choice, you must think carefully and seize it well. Yes. After seeing that everyone understood, Qin Yun waved his hand to signal for the start. Then, Shira started with Dai Anhua and asked them to choose their devil fruits one by one. Sticky, fluttering, spinning, pressured, and exploding. Yu, Shenxian, Straw, Target, Baba. A total of 10 paramecia devil fruits. Now that Luo is dead, Doflamingo's value is almost gone, and there is no need for the string fruit to remain on him. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. After taking most devil fruits, as long as the user is not mentally handicapped, they can reach Cadre level strength after simple development. Even after mastering the use of a few devil fruits, it is not a problem to reach the level of Vice Emperor. Among them, Qin Yun is undoubtedly most optimistic about the Baba fruit. As the most precious treasure of the Golden Lion, the destructive power of the Baba fruit may not be high, but its lethality to humans is still considerable. It is somewhat similar to how Katakuri's mochi fruit is used. The difference is that the Baba fruit has many properties that increase its lethality, such as irritation and corrosiveness. Perhaps, the Baba fruit can be considered a stronger version of the mochi fruit? In less than a moment, all 10 warriors took the devil fruit. What surprised Qin Yun was that the Baba fruit was so disgusting that it was not even ranked 10th before being chosen. It was chosen by Jackman, who ranked 8th in merit. When he took it, the boy was also different. Everyone else had a bitter look on their faces, feeling like they had eaten shit. But Jackman looked like he was enjoying the meal, as if he was enjoying the delicacies from land and sea. This also made Qin Yun wonder if he was born in the year of the dog. Qin Yun raised his hand and Shira quickly came to his side. What's going on with Jackman? Is he? Qin Yun pointed at Shira's head. Is there a problem here? Lord God, you don't know something. Shira instantly understood Qin Yun's question. He coughed lightly and introduced Jackman's origin to Qin Yun. Jackman was born on Ask Island, the 8th child in his family, so everyone affectionately calls him Lao Ba. He grew up in a poor family, and he was perverted since he was a child. Oh no, he was sensible since he was a child. He often gave the food at home to his brothers and sisters while he went out to find food. At first, no one knew what he ate outside. Only the people at home were a little bit surprised why the house smelled so bad every night. Until his third brother noticed something was wrong. He followed him all the way and found that he was fighting for food with a group of dogs. Qin Yun was shocked and his fingers trembled. It's a pity that it was too late then. Even though Jackman changed his mind later, he has already formed a habit of always having these 2 bites after a meal. Shira continued. Advertisement. Fortunately, the family found that he had no problems and was even stronger than the other brothers and sisters, so they just let him like it. What a talent! Qin Yun exclaimed. Jackman is indeed very strong, visually larger than Whitebeard. Seeing that Qin Yun had no doubts, Shira continued with the reward process. The process that follows is very formulaic. Although it is an exciting moment, it seems a little lethargic for ordinary magic soldiers who have nothing to do with themselves. Just like when I was a student, I participated in an event similar to the opening ceremony as an ordinary student. After everything was over, the divine soldiers all thanked the gods for their wisdom. Qin Yun left the scene amidst cheers. After returning to the temple, Qin Yun finally had time to deal with Imperialon's 2 golden flowers. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yun had a choice in his mind. He raised his hand to grab it and took out little Sadie from the fortified city. Little Sadie and Domino have not been abused by him these 2 days and are living well under the care of the angels. Little Sadie is now in a comatose state, and her clothes are a little messy. There was no way, even though there were angels chatting with her, she was not familiar with the place after all. Without entertainment activities, I can only sleep boredly. Qin Yun chuckled lightly, grabbed the tender flesh around her waist, and called out. Little Sadie, wake up! Little Sadie woke up at the sound and looked around confusedly. After seeing Qin Yun's half-smiling expression, she immediately exited her dazed state and hummed. Haha, I hate it. You took her away for days and nights and ignored her. Brother Qin Yun, what on earth do you want to do? You. Qin Yun looked at her with interest. Well, little brother Qin Yun, really, you can only make such a joke with others. Little Sadie seemed to be escaping, moving quietly to leave Qin Yun's side. But how could her little moves escape Qin Yun's eyes? Chapter 239. Picking 2 golden flowers. As soon as he thought about it, the electromagnetic force bound little Sadie's lower body. Huh? Little Sadie was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Brother Qin Yun, what is this doing? Strange. Why does it feel like Qin Yun has become much more handsome? I like him more. It would be nice if I could hear his moan, even just one. Qin Yun was stunned. Was he still thinking about listening to his moans? This girl is really a pervert, he said in a serious tone. What? I just felt that you didn't seem to realize your situation, so I wanted to give you a reminder. Little Sadie's expression froze and she sighed softly. In fact, she had already understood her situation. How can you not understand? Qin Yun made it clear that he would not let her go. Add to that Marine's malicious promotion of his reputation for liking beautiful women. Little Sadie knew that at this point, she would not be able to escape. Rather than making some futile resistance and suffering from Qin Yun's torture. It's better to surrender early, maybe you can get good treatment. After all, she just liked to hear other people moan. She would never let herself hear her own moans of torture. She was silent for a moment, her expression changing constantly under her bangs, and finally she smiled sweetly and said resignedly. Well, let me go, no matter what brother Qin Yun wants to do, I will obey you. Or does brother Qin Yun like this tune? I'm fine with anything, as long as Oni-chan is happy and doesn't bully me. You're so hot. Qin Yun was stunned by how quickly little Sadie accepted her fate and began to seduce him. The current situation is as if she has made a lot of money. Well, don't say that to me. Little Sadie refused, and seeing that the shackles on her body had disappeared, she took the initiative to hook her arms around Qin Yun's neck and spoke in front of him in a sweet voice. My dear brother, do you like me like this? Qin Yun chuckled. It turned out that this little girl was just pretending. Advertisement. If he didn't know how to read minds, and if little Sadie's trembling body told of her nervousness, he would have thought that little Sadie was really a coquettish little girl. Little Sadie felt miserable. As soon as she hugged Qin Yun's neck, her mind went blank and her limbs stiffened, perfectly demonstrating what it means to be a big talker. This was not over yet. The next moment, she felt a wonderful hormonal scent coming towards her. She couldn't help but stiffen up, her face turned red, and her body and mind felt weak. That breath was so special that she even felt a little greedy for it. Is this what the old people often say, that when you meet someone of the opposite S*X who shares your temperament, you will smell a strange fragrance that makes you linger? I heard. You like to hear other people's moans? Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, little Sadie said inwardly, it's over. She shook Qin Yun's arm and acted coquettishly. That's not true. Who said that? They must be slandering me. Oni-chan, please believe me. So that's it, someone actually dared to lie to me, Qin Yun said righteously. I understand. In order to make up for my recklessness, little Sadie, I decided to ask you to agree to one condition. Yeah, that's great, little Sadie nodded subconsciously, and then realized something was wrong. Shouldn't you agree to one condition of mine? You think too much. Qin Yun rolled his eyes at him. Okay, since you agreed, I'll tell you. Qin Yun cleared his throat and whispered. I want to hear your singing. Little Sadie understood Qin Yun's meaning. She had no way to save herself, so she could only obey. So, she pretended to be weak and said, Oni-chan, can I refuse? No, all right. 2 hours later. Little Sadie finished singing. The melody was so beautiful and gentle that Qin Yun was delighted. He raised his hand to help little Sadie tidy up her bangs, told the 2 angels beside him to take good care of little Sadie, and then took her and the 2 angels back into the fortified city. Little Sadie was unexpectedly well behaved, and Qin Yun had never expected this result. It seems that letting the angels take care of it in advance and then slowly assisting in the process is the right choice. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yun wanted to discuss some interesting entertainment methods with little Sadie in advance, and selected a few to try out briefly. Advertisement, however, the two did not play for too long. After all, Qin is not a playful person. Wait, someone said. Soak the whip in iodine and disinfect it while whipping? Qin Yun said that this would bring psychological trauma to the children. After dealing with little Sadie, Qin Yun summoned Domino again. Coincidentally, Domino had just finished taking a bath. She was wearing a bath towel, holding a hot air bubble, and blowing her hair seriously. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Domino was still so beautiful without glasses. As soon as Domino saw Qin Yun, her face flushed, making her look extremely cute. Obviously, under the chattering of the angels, she had already begun to have fantasies about Qin Yun. Domino, are you used to living in my fortified city? Qin Yun smiled, took her hand and greeted her affectionately. Domino responded softly, his mind in a mess, and he had no intention of resisting. Open black lens bracket. What do I do? Close black lens bracket. Qin Yun was not impatient and gently took the hot air shell from her hand. After turning her around, he carefully blew her golden hair which had not yet dried. Domino felt Qin Yun's movements, and under the influence of Qin Yun's hormones, she felt like her heart was almost drunk. After a moment of silence, she mustered up the courage to ask, Qin Yun, what exactly do you like about me? This? Qin Yun burst out laughing. He didn't expect Domino to speak so bluntly. Qin Yun thought about it and realized that his liking for Domino was nothing more than her outstanding looks and her gentle yet strong character. Of course, there is also her ability, but that's not the way to say it. Qin Yun organized his words and spoke softly. All yours, Domino. You have so many great qualities, beautiful, capable, hardworking, studious, and able to endure hardships. No. No way. Domino quickly interrupted. Qin Yun had the nerve to say it, but she herself felt a little ashamed and embarrassed to listen. Of course not. Why would I tease you? Qin Yun said with a serious expression and swore. You should know that I, Qin, never tell lies. Qin Yun. Don't ask who Qin is, he doesn't know either. Domino's heart trembled, and she believed it. Chapter 240 Centaur Form. In other words, she had no choice but to believe. After Qin Yun finished blow-drying Domino's hair, he put the hot air blower aside. Then he put his arms around Domino's slender waist and placed her on the sofa beside him. Qin Yun sat down close to her body, leaned close to her pink ear, whispered to her softly, and even made some promises. As time passed, Domino's little face became covered with blushes and her body became incredibly soft. Domino's strategy was very easy, which was within Qin Yun's expectations. Because in the original timeline, when she first met Hancock, she was attracted by her beauty. Only then was he affected by Hancock's sweet power and petrified. Now, facing Qin Yun's sweet words and hormonal power, she naturally cannot resist. What happened next became a matter of course. At this point, Impleton's 2 golden flowers truly became Qin Yun's concubines. In the next few days, Qin Yun developed his 3 major abilities, Zhen Zhen, and Mo, while living a life of drunkenness and dreams. As his body became stronger and his appetite increased, he also mastered the skill of life restoration, which is essential for a strong man. It is worth mentioning that after continuous development of the Momo fruit, Qin Yun was finally able to double himself to the same size as Shirahoshi. Therefore, with the blessing of Momo's power, Qin Yun successfully transformed Shirahoshi into his divine concubine in the true sense. On the other hand, Domino has also changed. She had put on a secretary's uniform and became Qin Yun's personal secretary. Domino adapted to the new life quickly. She went from being unable to let go at the beginning to returning to her self in the end. What is self? She is unusually gentle and shy in private. If Qin Yun teased her casually, her face would turn red with shame and embarrassment. But once she entered the working state, she was like the strictest head teacher, meticulously carrying out the tasks Qin Yun needed to do. Qin Yun realized it in just a few days. Domino's is really capable. She can take care of all the trivial matters for him and everything can be handled in an orderly manner. With the help of Robin and Domino, Qin Yun has further become a behind-the-scenes ruler who does not have to worry about state affairs. Advertisement. This contrast of Domino really touched Qin Yun's heart. In order to prevent her life from being shortened due to overwork, Qin Yun immediately decided to inject the Mama fruit, the mythical beast, the Pegasus form into Domino's body. This move can also satisfy his little curiosity and allow him to study the body structure of the centaur form in Pegasus form. How is it different from ordinary humans? Domino was surprised and deeply moved when he learned all this. Although Domino had put her worries aside after a few days of getting along, she didn't expect that she would be treated so well. This is a mythical beast, on the sea, everyone knows it. The rarest animal-type devil fruit of the mythical beast class, even rarer than Logia. How could Domino not be touched by receiving such a valuable gift? So she made up her mind secretly. I have to work hard in the future so that Qin Yun can be at ease and be a hands-off boss. After Qin Yun heard her determination, he was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He joked, those things are not urgent, there is no urgent matter in the kingdom of God. Why don't you use your clever little brain to please me and make me happier? Domino felt shy when she heard this, but she really took Qin Yun's words to heart. So, on a dark and windy night, Qin Yun was attacked. In the center of the temple, Domino transformed into a centaur girl with a pair of elegant white wings on her back and appeared in Qin Yun's bedroom. When Qin Yun saw the Domino in this form for the first time, he was stunned on the spot. He never expected it to be so beautiful. This centaur girl's form is so noble that it is not like anything in the mortal world, and it is extremely divine. This also made him start to look forward to other animal-type devil fruits, especially the mythical beasts, being eaten by the goddesses. How amazing it would be if the human animal form was revealed. There are laughter and joy on Mermaid Island. With the blessing of Momo's power, Qin Yun's body became huge. He held Shirahoshi in his arms, drank wine, and admired the beautiful view below. Mrs. Shirley was on his left hand, like a little mermaid figurine. Advertisement. She lowered her eyes and sipped her tea, looking like a lazy lady. Hancock sat on his right shoulder, with her foot on his collarbone and a wine glass in her hand. She stared at Qin Yun with infatuated eyes and offered him sip after sip of wine. Above the coral reefs below, a huge colorful coral disc was cultivated by the girls of the dwarf tribe. On the coral disc, Karina, Paxia, Maya, Mello and other goddesses, concubines and mermaids sang and danced together, looking very happy. My dear husband, it would be great if we could sit together like this every day to eat, drink and have fun. Shirahoshi smiled sweetly, her huge fishtail swaying up and down unconsciously, expressing her happiness. Qin Yun chuckled, ruffled her hair affectionately, and teased. That won't do. If this continues every day, won't my cute little Shirahoshi become chubby? My husband, you just know how to make fun of me. I just need to eat less. Besides, since my husband has grown so big, he has often helped me exercise to lose weight. How could I become fat? Help you lose weight? Qin Yun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Well, my little Shirahoshi has also learned bad habits and now relies on her husband's power to keep in shape. He, who told my husband to say from the beginning that he would be my support. I have kept it in mind. What else can Qin Yun say to such a cute little Shirahoshi? He immediately came forward and gave Shirahoshi several loving kisses. Boo, boo, boo. Although Shirahoshi did not dodge, his face turned red. My husband is so mean. He doesn't care about the occasion and always lets the sisters see him. Hancock looked at Qin Yun and Shirahoshi flirting with a doting look on her face. She was implicated and her body was shaking, but fortunately she was not a weak woman and did not slip off Qin Yun's shoulders. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distant sky. Under the light and shadow of Madara, everyone present felt that the visitor was like a goddess descending from heaven, quite divine. Its sister Domino. Shirahoshi waved happily. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows and looked towards the sky curiously. Domino was seen stepping on auspicious clouds, exuding a noble and holy demeanor, and flying in front of Qin Yun with a serious face. Domino, why are you here? Do you want to play together? Qin Yun asked puzzledly. Chapter 241. No martial ethics. Domino held her forehead helplessly, and she first greeted Shirahoshi and others. Then he raised the Den Mushi in his hand and complained. Husband, why don't you answer the phone? Qin Yun was stunned and said with a wry smile. Sorry, I'm too busy here. Busy? It should be too noisy. Domino stopped asking questions and directly mentioned the purpose of this trip. News has come from the divine soldiers who are monitoring the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. The Red Hair Pirates left Sphinx Island not long ago, driving the Redfurs. Many remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates have also left, especially the pirate groups under their command. I guess there are only a few left. Oh, interesting. Is this what they call the monkeys scatter when the tree falls? Qin Yun shook his head. It was just as he had imagined before. With the death of Whitebeard, the large and small pirate groups that survived and plundered under his banner also came to an end. Shiro wants to fight and defeat the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates, Domino continued. But Jinbei is weird. He was one of the most active people when the attack took place before, but now he says he can't do anything to his former friend. Jinbei. Jinbei had actively helped him annex the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates in order to prevent pirates from other forces from attacking the people on the island. Now facing the remnants of Whitebeard, he feels guilty and cannot possibly turn against them. Let him go. It doesn't matter if he's missing. Qin Yun nodded and gave the order. Let Shira, Shiryu, Leo and others surround Sphinx Island, and then go directly to the island to slaughter the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes. Husband. Domino took the order and flew to the side to pass the order to Shira and others. Qin Yun was in no hurry to leave. After playing with the goddesses for a while, he stood up slowly. The fight should have started by now. You guys should eat something first and replenish your energy. I'll be back soon. Okay, my dear, do you need my help? Hancock's eyes were filled with anticipation. She hadn't taken any action since Qin Yun came into her life. No need, they're just a bunch of ants. I'll go get 2 devil fruits and come back. Okay. Hancock pouted and jumped off Qin Yun's shoulder. Qin Yun raised his hand to catch them, and sent them together with shyly to Shirahoshi. Advertisement, Shirahoshi, wait here with your sisters until I come back. Husband, be careful, Shirahoshi warned in a low voice. Qin Yun nodded, and whispered to the other goddesses for a while before turning into a flash of lightning and disappearing on the spot. There is no way, there are too many concubines at the scene. In order not to favor one over the other, Qin Yun could only swallow this happy trouble with a smile. New World, Sphinx Island. The funeral ceremony of Whitebeard and Ace has long ended, but the sea is still echoing with the low mournful song of the sea breeze. 3 Moby DK foreign ships were moored on the coast, covered with scars of war. The atmosphere on the island was solemn and sentimental. Marco and others sat on the ground, staring blankly at the graves of Whitebeard and Ace. Everyone's heart feels heavy as if being pressed down by a huge rock. Marco's eyes were empty and his heart was filled with pity. He looked into the distance, as if he was looking for something, or as if he was recalling every moment he spent with the old man with white beard. There were traces of tears on his face, but his eyes revealed an unyielding determination. He slowly turned around and looked at his companions. Each of their faces was filled with sadness, reluctance, and confusion about the future. Diamond Joe silently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and his clenched fists seemed to tell of his inner struggle and unyielding spirit. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they're sad. In this situation, even the toughest Diamond Joes couldn't help but shed tears, but no one was surprised. Bista lowered his head in deep thought, his 2 swords lying quietly beside him. Squar had left long ago. Having stabbed everyone's father in the back, he didn't have the face to stay and get in the way. The other team members either kept their heads down and remained silent, or supported each other. They were all silently digesting this sudden change in their own way. In this dead silence, Marco took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Dad is gone, but what he left us is the bond between us. He paused and continued, we must continue to move forward according to Dad's will, for Dad and for ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, his companions around him raised their heads, some with expectation, some with disdain, but more with confusion. In fact, none of them had expected things to develop to this point. Advertisement Whitebeard had spent his entire life roaming the sea, and they had never considered that he would die. Where does the future lead us? This is the first problem they have to solve. Marco sighed quietly, knowing that the Whitebeard pirates would eventually fall apart. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Then, a pirate with a rough face shouted, oh no, we are surrounded. What? Everyone was shocked. Who is it? Marco asked anxiously. It's the flag of the Kingdom of God. Marco was stunned, then frowned. Qin Yun. Are you here so soon? Marco, what should we do? Diamond Joes looked worried. Buzz. Flower Sword Bista drew out his 2 swords and said indifferently, what else can we do? They have come to our door, and my father's grave is still here. We have no choice but to defend it. Bista's words showed that he was ready to die. Vista is right, Marco affirmed. Since the other party has no moral principles and is pressing us step by step, we must show our fangs with the force of thunder and bite off a piece of their flesh. Marco looked fierce, stood up and surrounded his brothers. I won't stop anyone who wants to escape. Now that we've reached this point, let's just part ways amicably. There's nothing strange about that. However, if you still remember my father's kindness, follow me to defeat the foreign enemies and defend my father's hometown. Pa pa pa, an untimely applause sounded, and everyone frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. Ha 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 ha, what a scene of brotherly love and respect. Shira stepped on the 3-foot bird cross-legged, and flew above everyone, mocking them. He is the Bird Knight, Shira. The knowledgeable pirate recognized Shira. What, monster Bird Knight? I am the Sky Knight, Shira shouted unhappily. Bird Knight is the nickname given to him by the World Economic News Agency. Chapter 242. Holding the pineapple head because whenever he appears, he always rides a strange purple bird called 3-foot bird cross-legged. Marco, the era of Whitebeard is over. A cold voice came, and Weppa rushed to the scene with his magic weapons. He held a black iron mace in his hand, and his eyes revealed a desire for killing. If you know what's best for you, surrender immediately. I can ask our God to forgive your crimes. Marco looked up suddenly, and the scene in front of him made his heart tighten. In addition to Weppa, there is also a group of divine soldiers wearing white divine clothes, and even the existence of dwarf humans. They surrounded the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. You guys, are you so impatient? Marco asked solemnly. This is the only territory that the Whitebeard pirates have yet to seize, and we are in a hurry to return and report. Shira sneered, and a frightening murderous aura emanated from him. Because Leo was easily deceived, he simply said nothing and just stood quietly on the shoulder of a magical soldier. Whoosh! While everyone was talking, several invisible sword lights suddenly flashed. The captain of the 9th Squad, Blenheim, looked drastically changed. He lowered his head in disbelief and saw several bloody holes on his chest. The next moment, he felt that the world around him was turning upside down, and his own body appeared before his eyes. Not only him, but the unlucky pirates around him were also implicated and fell in a pool of blood. Who is it? Marco reacted quickly and shouted sternly. But no one answered his question, and the battle had already begun. Captain Blenheim, damn it, it's a person with special abilities. Everyone be careful, always activate your observation haki to prevent sneak attacks. Shiryu raised a bloodthirsty smile and swung the transparent blade, Thunderstorm, continuing to slash at the next victim. Marco's observation haki locked onto Shiryu's transparent figure, and veins bulged on his forehead. The brilliant immortal fire suddenly exploded. Marco raised his bird claws and kicked Shiryu, who was about to attack Lakio. Shiryu sneered, raised Thunderstorm, and slashed at Marco with his backhand. The sound of ding-dong continued, and the two men each took several steps back. As expected of the captain of the first team, Phoenix Marco, Shiryu laughed evilly. Who are you? You are such a coward that you don't even dare to show your true face. Advertisement Marco frowned, thinking about how to find a way out for the Whitebeard pirates. Shira transformed into a giant Spinosaurus, invincible on the battlefield. Waipa transformed into a vulture and used his great speed to attack or peck at the captains. Marco quickly spread his wings, and the flames of the phoenix burned around him, forming a blazing barrier. Shiryu swung his sword and slashed it down. The sword light was as fast as lightning, and ripples appeared in the void. But Marco's fire barrier was like a living thing, swallowing up the sword light and turning it into nothingness. Good defense, but how many of my swords can you block? Shiryu sneered and swung his sword again. This time, the sword light was even more fierce, as if it was going to split the entire island in two. Marco dodged the attack with a flash of his body. Rose Dance. Beasta took over from Marco and blocked Shiryu's attack. Foil Sword. Vista. A good opponent. Shiryu was full of fighting spirit. That voice. As you, Rain Shiryu, Vista said with a smile. He heard the conversation between Shiryu and Sengoku during the Battle of Marineford and recognized Shiryu's identity. Haha, let's fight, Vista. The two pursuers in the field of swordsmanship started a sword fight. At the same time, Marco flapped his wings, and flames rushed towards Waipa and others like a meteor. Waipa was agile and easily avoided the fire attack. Leo used his observation haki to predict the trajectory of the flames and easily dodged them. The battle became more intense, and Vista's swordlight intertwined with Shiryu's again. Being able to have a brief confrontation with Mihawk, Vista's strength should not be underestimated. On the battlefield, flames and sword shadows intertwined. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder and blood. Marco's phoenix fire burned brightly in the night sky, but he felt confused in his heart. Qin Yun hadn't appeared yet, and they were fighting so hard. How can this be tolerated? Marco's eyes focused, and as his wings flapped, the flames became like living things, sometimes turning into blazing fireballs, sometimes turning into sharp flaming blades, launching fierce attacks on Shiryu and the others. The divine soldiers resisted with great difficulty, and many of them were blown away. Shiryu and other priests stood still, treating the immortal fire as nothing. Advertisement buzz. This is. Hearing the familiar voice, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but stop and look for the source of the sound. I saw an imperceptible white shadow flash by, and then there was a burst of lightning in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Marco also looked up instinctively, but felt a pain at the back of his head, and then the earth continued to grow larger in his eyes. Bang! Qin Yun transformed into a human dragon. Above his dragon claws, there was a hissing electric current and a white spherical cover filled with a destructive aura. Marco's pineapple head was held tightly by him. Buzz! The next moment, electric current and shockwaves exploded. The earth trembled, and then, the Sphinx Island was torn apart. The sky was shaking, the weather was cloudy and changeable, the clouds and winds suddenly became turbulent, and then turned into a clear sky. The sea rolled up spherical waves, which fled into the distance until they turned into waves and hit the unfortunate island. Marco was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his eyes were lifeless, his mouth was unconsciously slightly open, and he immediately lost consciousness. Open black lens bracket old. Dad. Close black lens bracket. The electric current was running rampant in Marco's body, causing his body to tremble even after he lost consciousness. Captain Marco. Damn it, is that guy so strong? I actually killed Captain Marco in one move. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were stunned. They could not believe their eyes and suspected that they were dreaming. God. God. My divine virtue is so great that it shocks the world. My grace is so great that it enlightens the world. The pirates were in grief, and their morale was at its lowest. The divine soldiers were cheering and their morale was boosted. Qin Yun looked indifferent and was not at all surprised by the result. The gap in combat power between the deputy emperor and the emperor is still too big. After Luffy reached the strength of a vice captain, he was killed instantly by Big Mom on Cake Island and lost consciousness. When he arrived in Wano country, he was killed instantly by Kaido's hammer even though he was constantly improving his strength.